generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any of us, can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every alienated, paranoia, enemy list, wiretap, databanks, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became An early proponent of technological singularity, and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point 2, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hine reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be. Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex Machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify the thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. I would conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But test squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree red circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Kima. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigra. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to comfort you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this, like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, compare it, work it work. Come on, jiggler.
Drop shit. Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The gun hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene dream of human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attack detected full of advanced craft methods that will highly adapt to presence, sharpen their psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks just like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alabi brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole chorus within construction. Nano-nets filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this type of disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem to bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes to hidden cages you can't unstage this cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a programmed metal skull covered in the heart routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel. They hit the revolution.
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And and yeah, we got some pretty interesting reflections to bring to you guys, about techno-liberalism. I want to start with sort of reintroducing some of the topics that we touched on yesterday, right? In terms of techno-liberalism, because it's really been a culmination of ideas that we've been, trying to hit to a precipice of discussing, right? This concept of scientific socialism, right, as an extension of techno-liberalism, right? And of course, it is the primary ideology, right, that is responsible for this whole techno-liberal system, or the system of scientific totalitarianism, right? And yeah, so we're actually looking at some key concepts, right? First, about how man relates to society, right? And we're talking about this notion of alienation, right? And it's merely stemming from the notion that man is A, isolated, and B, interconnected, right? And this dual aspect, right, of this atomization and massification, right, tends to lead to these ideas about the monoculture, right? And of course, you can't ghost somebody in a village, as I've said, right? But you have the increasing capacity in today's age, right, of escapism, right, and voyeurism. These two psychological aspects, right, of this dual aspect thing that I'm talking about, right? Isolation and massification, right? So we've sort of discussed those factors, right? There's quite a bit of activity here in the chat here, right? So there's a lot of communication here. I know, like, I don't know if it was like the other day or the day before, there was almost no communication in the chat. Kind of a drought. And blessings to our friend Avian Buddha. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate your time.
Well, yeah, I think this channel deals with very important stuff that more people should take heed of.
Yeah, thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. And same with your channel. All right. So far, we've participated in some very intelligent discussions over at Lotus Evolution. So yeah, we'll be promoting that later. So we'll put that up for you guys, and along with other of the friends, right, that we either they curated the discussion or we led them into a strange discussion. Right, I know in OTW News he curated a pretty interesting discussion about words and symbols, and and then at Unseen Warfare he was doing a pretty good discussion about the foundations of occultism, right? And the links between Memphis Mizraim, Freemasonry, and Helena Blavatsky, and he was laying down a bunch of pretty critical information. So we joined there for a discussion. There's also, I think he might be live right now, right? So go, if you got some time on your hand, go shoot over to Unseen Warfare and give him a like, and so blessings to Unseen Warfare, unless he like canceled his stream or whatever. And right, so there's also a discussion we got into with Truther Cop, okay, dealing with different political issues. And so yeah, so we were on a bunch of different channels curating a few discussions, and of course we were on Lotus Evolution. So we went on some journeys to curate some information for you guys. Right, and I think it was pretty successful times. Pretty informational, I think. Yeah, so just Frank, blessings. I appreciate your time. Remember, yeah, Saturday's presentation. Pretty interesting topics there, right? Although it's a little bit more spooky or whatever. Spooky Wednesday. Yeah, we do Spooky Saturday, right? But yeah, we got Wednesday. Wednesday, I try to keep like more uplifting material, right? So yeah, we got more uplifting material, right? We don't want to just look at the problems. We want to also look at the solutions, or something like that, right? So try to present two sides of the coin here, a little light and a little dark. And of course, they said that's how the MK Ultra people, they give like, two opposing sides very quickly or whatever. But yeah. So yeah, the machine lies joins unseen warfare. That's right. Yeah, we did do that, right? We did do that, right? Oh yeah. Yeah, thank you, Denise. Blessings to you. Paranoid chilling. Yeah, exactly. LARP, allegedly. Exactly. Right. Sad trombone. Yeah, we got the homie ESP revaluation in here. I appreciate your time. Lizard Tree, I appreciate you. We know a good country to live in. I mean, this is what's going on in the country where we're from. So, I can't recommend too much. I mean, but yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. I mean, let's go to more of these chats here. We got somebody made by Gin Pop. I put the gin in Owen Benjamin. Oh, okay. I didn't get the rhyme till today. Blessings. Denise. Read. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, blessings to all the people. Nick Fuentes, internet history. I was formerly Hunter Biden's laptop. Wow. That is very compelling. So yeah, blessings. We need Sharia. It's the only way, allegedly. Wait, he said that to summon Michael Malzahn? Whoa, he summoned him with that singular statement. That's incredible. Should Sharia be brought to America? Yeah, exactly. Kabbalah, AI plus Sharia. Don't forget the urine alchemy with a twist of flat earth and Christ consciousness. Yeah, exactly. With a twist. Lemon twist. I mean, Sharia laws. Hashtag. You got UGGs. All these tabs look like an overdose. Did I have to? Yeah, I did have tabs before. Yeah, I had tabs. I exposed my tabs when I was recording those screens. By the way, I recorded the entire musical intro, curated it for you guys. I mean, including my own song that I made. Right, made my own rap song or whatever. And pretty interesting stuff. But yeah, where are you gonna get a fairer deal than that, right? One man with a screen recorder and a $20 microphone. Okay. And of course, everything we present is free, right? Lotus Evolution, the homie over here, he says, I read the first third of Technological Society. Great, but very dense with important info. I keep having to highlight stuff. Oh, yeah. Wait, the human techniques. Oof. I'm like rereading Human Techniques. And yeah, it gets extremely dense. There's so much packed information in there. That's why I try to whenever he makes a salient point, I try to take it out, contextualize it with a lot of his other ideas and bring it into the reference frame, for you guys. So we're doing a very slow analysis, right? We started on part 10 of this series, right? So if you guys will look, it's been, pretty much 74 episodes or so, right? That's covering the ideas about ellul, right? So it's a very slow build on this Technological Society, as we're doing a little page by page, right? Little breakdown of this bad boy. And we got 2 more works, as we said. We also got the technological system, right, and the technological bluff, right? So there's 3 sequential works that Ellul presented to the public, and there's also his work on propaganda, right? We might read several works along with propaganda next, right, and analyze the work on propaganda, right? There we'll look at different ideas about media. We might look at McLuhan and Norbert Wiener and Jean-Jacques Rousseau on the arts. So yeah, I appreciate you guys. Joe Cool. Yeah, thank you for being here. Yeah, Denise, blessings. Yeah, many drones among us. Yeah, pretty much. Knowledge is a subjective term. One man's knowledge is another man's trash. Yeah, that's why we have values, right? Knowledge has to be paired with values or virtues, right? Right. And of course we've devolved, right, into symbols and technology and and a simple valuation of truth, right? And obviously there's a separation of truth from reality. There's separation of knowledge from goodness, right? Knowledge is for the sake of knowledge, right? So this whole idea of love of one's own, right? Or the ideas of thumos and ethnos, right? Of culture and language on the one hand, right? And on the other hand, family and ecology and all that sort of stuff, right? So we've devolved quite a bit, right? In terms of compartmentalization of knowledge, leading to rule of experts, desacralization of nature, desacralization of knowledge, right? And obviously, as I've explained many times on the show, right, we become both spatially dislodged by separation from nature, right? But we also become temporally dislodged by the myth of progress, right? The pseudo eschatology of progress, right? And it's led to all sorts of weird beliefs like transhumanism. But yeah, please go ahead, my friend.
Yeah, technique never observes the distinction between immoral and moral use. It tends, on the contrary, to create a completely independent technical morality. Page 97.
Yeah, that's very one. Yeah, that's a very good one. Yeah, I got some selections. I got one selection from the one I'm reading now. But yeah, the technical morality, right? Yeah, the technical system, right? The technological world system, it imparts its own values, right? So it's not morally neutral, as some would suppose, right? Technology is not value neutral, right? First of all, the use of technology is not optional for most people, right? So, one way to assess, whether man has control over technology, right, is to figure out whether the use for most people is optional, or they have a choice to go and just live in the woods or not, right? Or is that a viable option for them, right, in today's age, right? And yeah, so it's interesting type of stuff. As I said earlier, you can't ghost somebody in a village, right? But of course, we have the increased sense of escapism, the increased sense of voyeurism through the use of screens, right? and it leads to a sort of foggy somatic detachment, right? Externalization of means, right? And this is this idea of externalization itself is part and parcel of this notion of alienation, right? Okay, so it's interesting type of idea, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you talk about that too in page 51. To uproot men from their surroundings, from the rural districts, and from family and friends, in order to crowd them into cities still too small for them, to squeeze thousands into unfit lodgings and unhealthy places of work, to create a whole new environment within the framework of a new human condition. It is too often overlooked that the proletariat is the creation of the industrial machine. All this was possible only when the individual was completely isolated. And then yeah, this is another part. This is just one more sentence. For the individual in an atomized society, only the state was left. The state was the highest authority, and it became omnipotent as well.
Yeah, this is of course the part that we're on about technique and the state. And of course he's going to highlight how individual morality, the individual decision making process gets subsumed under the technical apparatus, which is an extension of the state, right? And yeah, and of course the subjective and the objective divide sort of becomes blurred, right, by the use of technique, right? Because man becomes object of techniques, right? So
Yeah,
this,
definitely.
yeah, so this is a very deleterious uh, sort of extension of this fact of alienation itself, right? Um, you know, and of course, you know, technology is what blends the, you know, the material and the immaterial in the most visceral, you know, sense, right? It's techne logos, right? So it's on the one end, right?
Well,
Um, yeah,
actually, I think Elo wouldn't agree with
yeah,
Skrbina
right,
about
yeah,
that
yeah,
because
he would.
because there's actually some. Let me read this one passage I thought was interesting. Uh, it is page 79. It's about technique.
Oh yeah. I've read this many times. Actually, I've compared Skrbina's views to actually how I've done it is I compared it to Kurzweil, right, and the transhumanists, right. But I think Skrbina's view is a little bit more complex, right, because you have to add a lot of elements of philosophy of mind into comprehend what he's talking about in terms of the Pantechnicon.
I think
Right.
I lean more towards Elo because the problem I have with Scribina's view is he sees everything as technological, and that means it has an extrinsic aspect, the mechanical aspect, and an intrinsic aspect, which is more the mental aspect. I think there are things in this world that cannot be amenable to mechanical description. Not everything in the world can be described mechanically. So I would agree more that with Elo that they're like different orders of logic. See, technique subordinates the natural world. You know what I mean? And yeah, so I would agree more with Elo about that. I can read the quote, but you probably know that. I don't. You see it?
Oh yeah. You're welcome to read it. Yeah, page
Yeah.
79. Yeah, about the artificial and the natural, and
Yeah.
how technique transforms nature.
Yeah.
I think Skrbina agrees with that to a certain extent because he's saying that technology is a reification of thought. So in a way, it's trying to bring the natural impulse into line, right? So it's trying to harness the mental faculty that it cannot control, right? So that's part of the problem, right? As well.
Scribina sees the body as being technological. Like everything is technological. It's just that we're
he's a naturalist. He talks about naturalistic monism, right?
Yes.
So he doesn't think there's anything beyond the material, but that is paired with the fact that he thinks that there's a mental aspect to all the physical things, right? So
Yes, exactly. Yes.
yeah,
Yeah, that's interesting.
yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah, but this is a very key passage. Yeah, let's read this. So
It's technique destroys, eliminates, or subordinates the natural world and does not allow the world to restore itself or even to enter into a symbiotic relationship with it. The two worlds obey different imperatives, different directives, and different laws, which have nothing in common. Just as hydroelectric installations take waterfalls and lead them into conduits, so the technical milieu absorbs the natural. We are rapidly approaching the time when there will be no longer any natural environment at all. When we succeed in producing artificial aurora borealis, night will disappear and perpetual day will reign over the planet. In some ways, that's already true with light pollution. Light pollution makes it very hard to see the stars.
yeah, it's like that's what they do in the Matrix. They blot out the sun, and I think it may be a reference to Herman Melville, right? Because I think Captain Ahab says like he wants to blot out the sun. There's this great passage in reference to him trying to control nature, right? Because the shipmate or whatever the guy is says to him, well, why are you trying to control this, waste all of this rational energy on trying to hunt this brute beast that's going to, basically the whale represents nature, right? That you can't control, right? And he said, well, I'd blot out the sun if it offended me, right? And this whole idea of man conquering nature, right?
And also that exists in that book. I'm not sure you know about it, Blood Meridian by Cormac McCarthy.
Yeah, I've heard this reference by a friend of mine in a thought experiment. And but yeah.
There's the main villain in that is like a kind of Gnostic or devilish entity called the Judge, and the Judge has an obsession with cataloging and recording everything. The Judge, and he's very, sadistic and stuff like that. And he actually says, whatever exists outside of my knowledge exists outside of my consent. And the Judge is basically trying to like record, catalog everything, and destroy the mystery in life. With his obsession of, wanting to control and manipulate. So the Judge, he's a very creepy guy. The Judge, like it's like a kind of, I don't know, demiurgic or kind of Gnostic kind of entity, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that nature is a creative force, right? So and I think nature's creativity reflects God's creativity in a way, right? Or it represents the Tao, in a way, like energy that fundamentally cannot be harnessed, right? Because it has infinite, it taps into an infinite source, right?
Yeah, I agree. And I think that only when you stop, like the Tao Te Ching says, only when you cease obsessing about efficient ordering, it can manifest, which is kind of beyond the discursive mind. It says here, on the contrary, technique has only one principle, efficient ordering. But the Tao is beyond efficient ordering. It's not, cannot be encapsulated by efficient ordering.
Yeah. Yeah, I think spontaneity is a key principle within the Tao.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
And it goes to this whole concept, right? That nature is God-made technology. The technology that we make is man-made nature, right? We're creating from what's already there, right? There's nothing new under the sun, right? So and the possible is the same as the actual. So I think as Parmenides says, everything for thinking is the same for being, right? So I think there's no separation between thoughts and reality that can be found, but fundamentally, this whole process of alienation, right, where man becomes subject to his own creations, right, this is preceded by this idea, right, as we were looking at yesterday, right, of the transformation, right, of man through the conflagration of man with matter, right, with the material world, right, the subjugation of mind, right, in terms of this whole principle, right. Whereas in the Hegelian form, right, he talks about mind in opposition to nature, right, and this is part and parcel of the whole development of Western philosophy, right. Whereas whereas this entire principle, right, of mind, right, is really about nature, right, not being subject to time, right, because remember, they saw nature in the past as eternal, right, so it was subject to these it was harnessed through these natural laws, and these natural laws were indeed eternal laws, right. What were the laws of nature doing before nature came into existence, right? Or did nature have a beginning, right? This was a fundamental question, right? So there's a dialectic, as we've explained, between nature and time, right? And this fundamental dialectic, right, caused man to be alienated from nature, as we've explained, right?
Yeah, that brings me to a point. I can see why you're exploring the occult, because Francis Bacon was a part of the Enlightenment, and he was deep into the occult,
Yes.
and I believe that you know well, I think ellul subtly hints at it too. Actually, it was actually in page 44 where he subtly hints at the occult, I think. And it's just a short part. I'll just read the paragraph. Um, the revolution resulted not from the exploitation of coal, but rather from a change of attitude on the part of the whole civilization. Here we are faced with a most difficult question. Why, after such slow progress for centuries, did such an eruption of technical progress take place in a century and a half? Why, at a certain moment in history, did something become possible which had not seemed possible before? We must confess that the ultimate reason escapes us. Why did invention suddenly burst forth in the second half of the 18th century? We cannot say. Here we are at the center of the mystery of invention, which strangely came to life for this brief moment. So he basically says he doesn't know, but maybe he will go and in later parts, because I only read the first third, but I would think that maybe the occult or like magic of the Enlightenment era has something to do with the reification of time. The reification of time, which then led to like the mechanization, basically like Francis Bacon or other people. Maybe they did some rituals or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting how ellul doesn't give much of a historical critique, and he also makes the summation that techniques were introduced to the West by the Orient, right, which doesn't really make good historical sense, right, or anthropological sense or whatever. He
He
may
does
be
say
talking.
that
Yeah,
he does say the techniques from the Orient were not about progress, though. They were not about progress
right.
of the techniques. Yeah.
Yeah. But he says that up until the 16th century. So why the sudden proliferation of technique? I think what he's trying to say is that he's not taking a progress centered view of history itself, right? So he's not saying that technique had this gradual development in history. Actually, he says everything in man's history was there to limit technique. The whole artifacts from all the cultural explosion of man, from his languages and the different art forms and the various traditions of the world, religious outlooks, limited technique. So he said that liberalism, okay, even the Renaissance idea of a return to classicism, even limited technique, right? But I think the sudden outburst of technique demonstrates two things. One is that technique did not slowly progress throughout history. So he's not taking this sort of progressive view of the slow development of technique, right? Secondly, it's important to note that techniques, explosion in the Western, society. So I don't think they put enough historical emphasis on taking a historical critique of those Renaissance ideas, especially things like Francis Bacon, right, where he's saying that philosopher scientists should run the government, right? Which is just how Joshua Halderman, right, the patriarch of the Musk family, right, thought that government should be run by scientists, right, echoing the sentiments of Francis Bacon, right? So yeah, it's pretty crazy stuff, pretty out there, new form of government, right, that they sort of thought of combining Plato and scientific totalitarianism.
Yeah, I agree. It's interesting stuff to research, and I do think it's important to understand the genealogy that led to this, basically, that led to this mess. But now we're dealing with a new order of problems that ellul didn't mention because it was in 1964. I think now we're dealing with the order of problem of, like, digital information age, and also fusing with the machine potentially at this point. You know what I mean? Even more fusing. I mean, we are already fused with technique to a large extent, but now we're going to, like, I don't know, replace ourselves, or like with technique, you know what I mean? Because of automation and biodigital convergence. That stuff is even more creepy. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I think more people should be reading books like this during this time. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, totally. And if you go, the last time we actually read ellul was on the Wednesday show, I believe. But yeah, it's interesting stuff. Everything we've covered is centered around his critiques, right? And I think he's correct to talk about how the technical form of civilization has nothing to do with the previous religious or cultural orders, right? So because it obeys its own laws, as he said, right? So this whole idea, right? He's very astutely talked about the sudden rise of the technological civilization, right? And that means this whole concept is totally anti-progress, right? Although now technological acceleration is a factor. So ellul admits that now in today's age, right, it is a factor, right? Progress is a key factor, right? Because it's things
it's
that
determinative.
drive, yeah.
It's determinative, technological
exactly.
determinism. Yeah, yeah, I definitely agree with that. But
Yeah.
it does seem like it's leading to a situation where, it could blur with life, which isn't good. You know what I mean? Like, we don't want it to, like, become indistinguishable from life. But that's what the people like Peter Thiel want. They want to make the machine more and more like just become like the next form of life. You see what I mean? A more, like human 2.0, basically. And that's even more satanic, basically. That stuff is satanic. But it's accelerationism to the point of, transhumanism, basically.
Yeah, and that's a key stage in what we were discussing yesterday, right? Because there's three key stages that I wanted to highlight, right, through that reading that we opened up with, right? The economic and philosophical manuscripts, right? And that's namely the rise of universalism as an ideology, right? And in that universalism, you have man estranging himself from nature, right? So there's this whole concept there, right, that nature becomes an object, right, as Feuerbach was talking about, right? So the influence of Feuerbach on Marx, right, to talk about the estrangement of man from nature, Right now, Marx says this is through the products of man's work, right, that he becomes sort of objectified, right, or externalized. There's a dual thing happening in terms of his externalization and his alienation, right? But what's really key is in this sense of universalism, right, where this idea of matter, right, either God has to come out of matter or matter has to, either God has to invent matter, right? Okay, or, right, there's necessarily three options, right? One is that God evolves from matter, right? The second option is that matter is eternal, right? The third option is that God created matter. So there's three options on the table, right? And you could basically look at it as one of religion, one of philosophy, and one of science. So there's a God of the philosophers, there's a God of the, right, the religionists, obviously, right, and they've all sort of came to the same types of conclusions, right? It's either nothingness or oneness or monotheism. When their ideas have been subsumed by philosophy and science, science itself has been subsumed. Philosophy itself has been subsumed by science, right? So we're living in a sort of post-philosophical age, post-religious age. And that's part and parcel of our current stage, right? So you have the birth of universalism. You have the second notion that sort of he points out in the economic and philosophical manuscripts, right? Which is man as a species being.
Yeah, the universalism, he mentioned it on page 125. Indeed, Western intellectual superiority is only manifested in the technical domain, and the alleged corruption of the Chinese and Islamic civilizations depends solely on the criteria by which they are judged. In making the objection, we are in effect judging solely on the basis of technical criteria. So that's one way that technique is universalizing, techno-liberalism. Because it kind of like, it's not neutral, and it kind of manipulates people or shapes them to judge their capacity or worth based on its own, criteria, its own technical criteria. And so that's like, that's kind of what you see from the liberals. They're like, oh, technology good, Muslims bad because they don't, conform to the technical criteria, stuff like that. The liberals have become like that, which is interesting because liberals are some of the biggest pro-war voices now, because they feel like they have to spread, on a kind of messianic mission. They have to spread their technical organization more and more. That becomes the main way, sole way of deriving value. The technical criteria.
Yeah, that's another thing that I think ellul, he hits the nail on the head. He says even though it's liberalism that created the world technological system, it's no longer liberalism that's driving it, right? In fact, it's driving liberalism, right? So it is a very, very powerful judgment that I think most people have not been able to currently wrap their head around, right? Because people either want to blame, right? There's different critiques of the world, right? Either you blame, Whitey for liberalism and colonialism, right? Or you blame the Jays for inventing the Bible, right? Or you understand that the Jays today are not really Jays, right? They're basically neo-pagans, right? And they follow a technological world system, right? Their identity has been subsumed, right? So there's, lots of issues, right? But the deeper and deeper you go, right, you find out that, there's these main issues that I've talked about, right? One is the idea of universalism, the transformation of man into a species being as part and parcel of this universal ideal, right? The separation of man from nature and the invention of the pseudo-eschatology of progress, right, are sort of a third and a fourth step. right? And this happens, you know, in the 16th and 18th century, right? What happens in the 16th century, right? You have the dual notions, right, from Descartes and Newton, right? That the mind is superior to the natural world. You have this dialectic formed by them of mind versus nature and the mechanistic ideal of nature, the machine metaphor, right? So you have a separation of man from nature, right? Then, secondly, right, you have the pseudo eschatology of progress, right, that we explained is invented by different thinkers, right? One is Blavatsky, right, who talked about the awakening of Christ consciousness, right? Okay, the second is the idea of dialectical materialism of Marx. He was following the notion of the spirit of world history, right, and the whole notion of progress from Hegel. The third is the whole idea of Darwin, of evolution, representing the idea of the civilized races conquering over the barbarians of the world. Right, so there is a sort of material and scientific progress along with the notion of evolution. Right, this was hijacked by lots of thinkers. Right, like Julian Huxley, Bertrand Russell, right, that they could accelerate evolution. Right, this led to the basic notion or the nub of the idea that gave birth to transhumanism, right, that we could accelerate the process of evolution. Okay. So that is, yeah. Go ahead.
And what was the fourth idea? The separation of man from nature, pseudo eschatology of progress, the whole idea of Darwin, and the fourth idea. What was the fourth idea? Acceleration, right? Or fourth idea?
Yeah. I mean, I put like two changes. One is in the 16th century. That's Newton and Descartes, and then the other is in the 1800s. Right. That's three guys: Blavatsky, Marx, which is really Hegel's idea of progress being imprinted onto Marx, right? And then also Darwin.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
So I gave contextual references to how they talk about this notion of man's evolution.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I got it. Yes. Yeah, I agree with that largely. Yes, it seems to be in the right direction. Yes, that's definitely in the right direction. It does kind of feel kind of bizarre how we have reached this point from all of that. Like, yeah, like I know, yeah, definitely, like that's, yeah. Let me see here. So how, I think one way to fix it is to bring back man to nature, like with communities as Pinoid promotes, like Pinoid wants to bring men back to nature via more like local communities, by the balkanization and destroying the apparatus of control which the technical organization has. Maybe that's one way to fix things. But the problem is with the age of mass surveillance, that can be subverted potentially. So yeah,
Yeah, that's totally true. Right. And he understands some of these ideas. I've yet to expose him to the ideas of Leopold Kohr or the ideas of personalism by Jacques Ellul. But we need to delve more into these ideas. And of course, there's sane solutions, right, to the problems that exist, right? If we could get, obviously the threshold for making those decisions is actually getting people to understand the problems, right, beforehand, right? So I had a dream. I was sucking a winner in my dream last night. The face kept morphing to different people. Whoa. Maybe that's good. Maybe that's bad. Juju, who knows? But yeah, blessings. Yeah, so yeah, DK Spiracy in the chat, blessings. Dark LARP in the chat. I appreciate you, Abraxas. Okay, anyways, let's move on, my friends. I'm going to play a song for you guys, and then we're going to go to Skolomowski. Right, and I got some other key reflections on Skolomowski that obviously we've built up to this stage, right, by looking at numerous works, right, knowledge and values, right, his ideas about world ethics, right. So we're gonna present some stuff here, but and of course then we're gonna move to Sheldrake and look at some of his ideas. A little documentary that we're watching. So that's a little tentative plan for now, right? But I'm gonna play a little song for you guys, right? It will take this brief intermission, and I appreciate you guys. It's Flamboyant by Big L and a jazz song. Should take a little intermission. I appreciate you guys. So if you guys want to get a snack, it's up to you guys, right? Or grab some, cannabis, sativa, preferably. But yeah, blessings to all the people. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Big L, Coleon, my nigga C-Town. My big brother, Big Lee, holding it down. Flamboyant, baby, for life. We taking over, no doubt. Coming to a theater near you. Check it out. Come on, check it. Make sure my mic is loud and my production is tight. Better watch me round your girl if you ain't fucking her right. You damn player haters never wanna see me blow. Flamboyant Entertainment, CEO. Yo, the spotlight is mine, it ain't his no more. When Lee come home, niggas can't live no more. And I'm straight, keep a Harlem World mind state. I never lounge where you find Jake. Surprise niggas like a blind date. L rhyme great, and I'ma increase the crime rate for old time's sake. Run with me and I'ma make you a star. When me and my crew hit the clubs, we go straight to the bar. Leave them empty. I cruise through Harlem in the M3. Never pay for parties, say my name and I'm in free. I'm on some 100G car shit, superstar shit. Selling niggas that wet shit, right out the jar shit. I'm dumb hot. I'll wreck you and your young flock. Keep the gun cock, represent one block. 139 nigga, the danger zone. We quick to put a bullet in a stranger's dome. I'm known to kick a rough rhyme and rock much shine. Yo, I'm out, I done took up enough time. We out, no doubt, you know how we do. Flamboyant for life. Coleon, a smooth kid that'll run up in your baby mother. For real. Coleon is who advanced for y'all, I'm a pimped out nigga, for real. Coleon is who advanced for y'all. Yo, it's Coleon and Queens most. We bust till your whole team goes. Everywhere we go, we must bring toast forever. Popping the chrome, always dropping a poem. I can write it or recite it off the top of the dome. However you want it, is how I'ma give it to you. Big L style. They brought it back to the streets cause that shit sell now. So pal, back up a bit, give me some elbow space. I represent Harlem World, not Melrose Place. So I'ma lace the jewels up with nice baguettes. Flamboyant is the label that writes the checks. Y'all niggas better stop frontin' cause I might get vexed. Then I'ma run up on y'all and slice your necks with a machete. Pockets heavy, sling more cane than Eddie. I represent Uno Tres Nueve. Time is money, so I stay late. I'm quick to slide a playmate. Bust off like a tray eight, then vacate. Coleon, a smooth kid that'll run up in your baby mother. For real, Coleon is who advanced for y'all. I'm a pimped out nigga, for real. Coleon is who advanced for y'all. What? Big L. Big L.
All right. Let me open this up and try to break some of this down for you guys. Okay. And I believe this is the last chapter. Let's see this thing. It's the last chapter here. No, it's not the last chapter. We got one more chapter. Okay. And we may or may not read that on Saturday, right? Because I also want to move into the ideas of Pannenberg, right? He's going to discuss the same concepts, right, that Skolomowski is talking about, namely, right, how there's this notion or whatever battle between the notion of immanence and transcendence, right? And of course, we're looking at this idea and concept, right, in many different forms, right? But it basically manifests first in Aristotle versus Plato, right? So there's a notion about this notion of being and becoming. Right now, obviously, Plato took being out of the realm of nature. Right now, Aristotle put being into nature, but he added something called the telos. Right? So he added this notion of becoming to the notion of being. He attached them together. Right? Not by removing being from nature, right, and putting it in the ethereal form, right, but by saying it's part of a sort of potentiality that's within the natural forms themselves. So there's this battle between being and becoming, right? Now, obviously, when we have people like Maimonides and Aquinas, right, they're trying to remove God from nature, say nature had a beginning, right? So this dual impulse, right, to make God immaterial, make nature subject to change, remove God from the natural world, resulted in an idea where mind became separate from nature. Right now, obviously, Aquinas was fundamentally appeased by the metaphysics of Aristotle. Right, he was doing this long battle with the Aristotelians. Right, he had subsumed some of Aristotle's metaphysics, especially his discussion about form versus matter. Right, because as we extrapolated, this discussion of form versus matter was really a battle between, as we said, the mental and the physical world, right? Knowledge and revelation. How revelation was superior to knowledge, how knowledge constituted knowledge of things that are becoming. Right? So it was connected to the notion of the state. Right now, it's obvious that it was people like Hegel and Marx that added the state to man's evolution. Right? So they added this extrapolation of the state, right? And of course, the social and the political system of man, right, that has more complexity than his relationship to nature, constitutes a whole realm of biotechne that sublimates the natural forms, just as the technical forms sublimate the cultural forms and assimilate cultural forms. Because techniques have a cross-cultural genealogy. Right? So technique parasitizes on the complexity of human society. Just as human society is based on a transformation of those natural forms, right? So we got two guys, Aristotle and Aquinas, right? When you smush them together, right? We have this notion of potentialities and telos in nature, right? And the great attractor, right? And you have the notion of God creating the world ex nihilo, right? So Teilhard de Chardin sort of combines these two ideas, right? Aristotle and Aquinas, right? And he reinforces both of those metaphysical systems, right? Of the Greek metaphysics on the one end and the metaphysics of the church, right? Historically speaking, right? So obviously Skolimowski is saying that Western society has an inextricable link to Christianity and Christian values, right? And he's talked about how we've moved from a religious consciousness to a technological consciousness, right? So the religious ideals need to be transformed in light of the present situation, right? Because we need to have a reference frame for those ultimate questions. And they're not coming from science. So let's get up in this, right? Okay, because I've already like sort of chatted for like an hour here, right? So we're getting a little carried away here. And I know some people do come to listen to some of the reflections here, right? And we're going to only read a couple pages of this, right? Because he makes a really weird proposition. He says that he proposes that we create an 11th Amendment. Yeah, Wolfie. Yeah, what's up, man? Yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, blessings. Michael Malzahn Teeting. Are people banning Michael? Please don't ban Michael in the chat. Right. Just let him talk. You know, we like to have all the participants, right? So it's nice if they participate as long as possible. Right. So it doesn't matter if they're detractors, right? It's fine. Or if you perceive them to be, right? Let's just leave it for today. I know a lot of people have moderator status in the chat, right? Because a lot of people are old friends of the channel. And I greatly appreciate people's continued participation here. Right? And even there's many people who had mods and then I took them away, but they're still huge homies of the channel. Right? But I trust nobody will ban them or whatever, right? Like obviously ESP Revaluation is OG of the channel. Yeah, let's not ban Michael. Yeah, blessings to people. Yeah. But yeah. Okay, let's move on. According to Tom Berry, a philosopher and a religious thinker, the churches have done close to zero in terms of rethinking their position vis-a-vis their ecological perspective. Yet the wind of change is slowly engulfing us all. Even within the churches, one hears the new whisperings which, though shy and timid, are potentially significant and powerful. In the late 1970s, American Baptist Ministry produced a brochure entitled Eco Justice, in which we read eco justice means joining together concerns for ecology and justice. It expresses age-old dream that earth shall be fair and all her people wise, as in Isaiah 11. Wow. I wasn't aware of that particular line. And of course, we're going to be going over certain concepts right, from the Bible in terms of Scott Russell Sanders as well. Right, so after we look at Sheldrake and his ideas of morphic resonance, right, he's sort of said, well, you know, nature is part and parcel of this idea of mind, right, as a non-emergent principle, right? So basically, nature, right, it doesn't have fixed laws. It doesn't follow fixed laws, right? These mechanistic principles, right? What it really follows is habits, right? It gets to change the laws, right? So the laws are not fixed. But they're sort of like a shifting array of tendencies. And of course, this is the same idea that Prigozhin had, right? So when we were looking at Ilya Prigozhin and some of his reflections, right, he has some of the same reflections. And of course, he presented some thinkers like Paul Tillich, E.F. Schumacher, right, Ilya Prigozhin, right, as sort of forerunners of this new way of thinking, right? And of course, he's presented other ideas from new physics, like those of David Bohm, right, and other types of thinkers, right? And of course, we're going to read his thoughts in The Participatory Mind, right? But before we get to that, let's read some of this. He says, ecology deals with the interdependence of all forms of life. It reminds us that every living thing is a creature, a created being, women and men, animal, birds, fish, and plants. As each strand of a spider web is joined to another, all creatures are joined together in the great webs of life. We draw our sustenance from land and sea. We die. Our dust returns to the earth. Justice focuses on human beings in relationship to each other. We are one with other creatures, but we are different too. We are created in the Lord's image. Though God cares about all creatures, each person is a special worth in the sight of God. So this is not his writing. This is from American Baptist Ministry in the 1970s, right? So pretty interesting stuff. Pretty passionate speech. I don't know if you guys ever read like John Winthrop, City on a Hill, right? But he quotes like Paul the Apostle a lot of times, right? And yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? In I believe 1 Thessalonians 4:11, right? Paul the Apostle tells us that you should make it your business to live quietly and work with your hands. Right? So there's this idea that don't let people control you. Just mind your own business. Do your own work. Resort to physical labor so that you could tend to yourself and not be controlled by others. I mean, it seems like that's what he's saying, right? He's not really for the machinery of the state. He's drawing a dialectic between church and state. I don't know. But yeah, then he goes and says, each person knows the meaning of justice. Each of us wants to be treated with respect. Each wants to have a say in matters affecting oneself. Each wants to have a fair share of food, clothing, and other necessities. This was a significant effort to rethink the whole net of relationships, including the problems of have-nots, quote unquote, vis-a-vis haves, including the problem of the extinction of species, of malnutrition, of inflation, of cancer being environmental disease.
all along the ecological lines, out of this effort, or perhaps independently of it, came the Declaration of National Council of Churches in January 1980, which took a strong stance in favor of ecological justice, arguing that perversion of dominion into dominion of nature is a sin and one of the underlying causes of energy crisis. One might think that the Catholic Church, being the most dominated by a hierarchical structure, would be most inhibited in taking new initiatives. The joint statement of Catholic bishops in the USA against the nuclear war, issued in 1982, although weakened in its final wording, was a denial of the inhibition and a return to a theology of the earth. It was an assertion of the presence of God on this earth, particularly when the bishops argued that nuclear idolatry is profoundly anti-Christian. Wow. When the bishops were told by the White House to keep away from politics, they replied that the saving of the earth is no longer a political matter, but a theological issue par excellence. Yeah, good for them. This was indeed a salutary stand. In some Catholic quarters, the new thinking goes even further. The 11th Commandment Fellowship was established in San Francisco in 1981. Its purpose is to awaken within each individual of a deeply religious and spiritual response to the dangers of today's global and ecological crisis, as well as to seek the necessary steps to reverse the Earth's present spiritual ecological imbalance. Now, what is this 11th commandment? Okay, we'll leave it here after this, right? Okay, and he gives lots of different examples of the application of this, right? But he says, the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. Thou shalt not despoil the earth, nor destroy life thereon. So there's an interesting response to the dialectic between nature and time, our alienation from the natural world. Right, all of these ideas, right? The pseudo-eschatology of progress, right? And all of those notions, right? The whole kit and caboodle, as they say, right? So yeah, let's get up in this notion here of morphic resonance by our friend actually, we don't know if he's a friend because he's in that Royal Society of Great Britain. So he might be one of those brick boys, Freemasons. Right, who knows? Who's to say, right? But yeah, let's take a look at Sheldrake. Obviously, shady group of people sometimes in these presentations, right? But nonetheless, we got to take a look at the common narratives that they're rolling out. Right, so let me open this up. Right, and we're almost done looking at these documentaries. I got a lot more videos that I procured, right, that we'll be looking at. Right, but I wanted to find videos with Ilya Prigozhin and David Bohm and different thinkers, right, like that present radical new ideas about mind and nature. Yeah, blessings, homie. Yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, let's go up here. Take a look what they got to say.
Change it. He disregards
Here we go.
A certain number of exchanges which are taking place. We must not exclude anything. We must, on the contrary, add year by year, day by day, new exchanges with them.
Then let me pose something that, again, might sound extremely romantic, but as an artist, it's not at all. It's the inequity that artists have within the so-called business community and within the so-called academic industry, is that when an artist does something, this is used then to give employment to people in museums. It's used to give employment to professors, to students, to industry steals it like mad, and nobody gets anything. And if they didn't think they were going to get something out of it, they're sitting in that audience.
Now, obviously, we know that art has been radically transformed by technique, right? Art used to be community projects, right, based on local cultures and traditions, right? And they used to be a collective effort based on those communities, right? Now, art is an individual effort based on both capitalism and mechanization, right? And of course, it's battling mechanization in the sense that it's capitalistic in its urge to sell itself, right? But this transforms art in terms of it turns it into a mass product, right? In terms of of both being technical and being for sale, right? And produced by individuals instead of local communities, right? Whereas at the beginning of history, you had the shaman, which was a combination of religion and art. And we know that we've moved from religion and art to politics and science, right? And this is a great destruction of cultural traditions, is encapsulated in this development.
They're fools. That's what they're there for.
And what do you think they might get out of it?
What do you think they might get out of it? Fortunes are made by realizing that the perceptions of an object, the perceptions of a material have changed within a particular society. That's how fortunes are made in a capitalist society. They built rules that make them live within a society that doesn't allow them to think certain things. They're going to be confronted by a situation where people get paid to think what they're not supposed to think. People get paid to take that chance of dropping into madness. They can't do it. They can't even have an opinion about what a new cut of skirt looks like. It all depends upon who it's on, not what it is. A very great American writer, Paul Bowles, spent the majority of his adult life in North Africa, collecting Berber stories and collecting many, many stories of the region. Those stories, when published, of course, he would share with whoever was telling him the story and things. We can, in a sense, change our value structure. What is it that we get from being alive? Not as an antique, not as a living relic, because all the stories we find are all stories about transitions within their culture. And transition is a modernist movement. It continues on.
May I say something?
Please.
Here? Is that when I was in Cambridge studying comparative religions, which was mainly Anglican theology, I had to study a lot of these reports of Christian missionaries who went and decided what each religion was. Actually, the professors were quite embarrassed.
Yeah, I wonder why all the leaders of Tibet have been schooled in the West, right? And of course, they're Western educated, right? So this is an extremely weird development, right? Maybe they think that Western systems of learning are the most advanced, so they send the leaders of their country to Western or British schools or something like that, right? But yeah, it's pretty interesting idea, right? And of course, we're looking at some of the rituals of the Dalai Lama on our Saturday show, right? And it's been an extremely deleterious process for a number of reasons, right? But yeah, that I won't get into now, but yeah.
Embarrassed to bring that to me, or apologetically saying now it's all changed, but however, we have to study them. I think what is fundamentally important is that sometimes what happens is that the West has a kind of a rather, how do you say, rather, if I may use the word very direct, arrogance. That's why also the danger is now For example, when we bring democratic and the Western models to
I think arrogance is maybe the wrong word, right? Because the West is not very confident, right? But what it is hubris. Now that hubris is based on scientific and technical advancement, right? It's not based on the preeminence of Western culture, shall we say, right? So that means that it's based on universal principles and not a sort of unique cultural foundation, right?
other cultures, it somehow doesn't fit. That's a problem that the Tibetans are going to face now. Is that His Holiness Dalai Lama want to very much bring about the democratization, but the democracy as exists in the West was not going to be applicable to the kind of the nature of the Tibetans.
If we don't give them things because we don't want to give them charity, are we not equally insulting them by trying to use them or their things, their artifacts, or their culture?
They're not insulting you by asking for your technology, and they're willing to trade for it, but they're willing to trade resources that we don't need any longer. They're willing to trade raw materials which are devastating their countries, and they're willing to trade other things. But they're not demeaning you by saying, hey, you know how to do that. You tell me how to do that. I know how to do this. I want to do it, but I don't want another.
Yeah, now there's obviously the destruction of wild nature, right? But there's another palpable change, right, which is the destruction of local traditions, right? So both of these factors, they're measurable, right?
Truck. I want something else.
Yeah. There is a lot of myth about the Western man, Western people. You know what I'm saying? The colonials have left some kind of a little bit of inferiority complex with the countries, and there is a really respect. On one way, they don't want the Westerners in certain countries, but another way, they respect very much. Indians working together don't work it out, or, they're just an example. A Western person from there moves the initiative, and then suddenly happens there. Do you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So that, in a sense, there is the areas where actually the people from the West can contribute tremendously to the betterment of the culture there, which are dying in many ways.
There are a number of countries in the world which have committed what is tantamount to national suicide themselves. And I would like to point out, in addition to the example of China under Mao in the late 60s, Burma, which is inherently a very wealthy...
What the hell is this? Where's our boy Sheldrake? Okay, he's coming up. Very little Sheldrake, right? So, I have some interesting interviews with Sheldrake that I could point to later, but yeah.
Country, which has ruined itself. Argentina, which at the turn of the century was an extraordinarily rich country, which has gone right down the drain. Current president is trying to rescue them. And the Sudan, where I had personal experience in 1984 and 1985, the Sudan is potentially richer than Saudi Arabia. It has oil, it has very rich agricultural land, it has gold and other resources. But due to civil war, everything is absolutely stopped, and the incredible inertia which the Sudanese are brilliant at just cannot be overcome.
I just don't think we've worked out ways of bridging how these new ideas would fit with the corporate world. Obviously, one ideal, which is already perfectly apparent to many people, is that the development of the Earth should be sustainable. We should think not just 3 years ahead or 5 years ahead, but 100 or 200 years ahead. And when we do that, I think we'd see a very different way of planning what we do. But most people don't want to, or haven't wanted to think so far ahead. And it'll involve a whole new change of perspective, a whole new way of thinking. But I think many of these changes that are needed can be seen right now, even before.
Yeah, well, of course, it's going to be hard to implement, right, small-scale changes when you can't predict the next 20 years because of technological acceleration. Right, so obviously these problems are getting more and more complex, right, as time goes on, right?
So obviously the management of society is going to become too cumbersome. We're going to have to adapt too many people to this development, right? Or we're going to have to eliminate a great portion of humanity in the process, right? Or obviously there's an option that the system may collapse and take a large sector of humanity with it, right? So I mean, realistically, you know, these problems are becoming more complex, right? So yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard to make 200-year in advance predictions, right? Unless you slow down technological change, right? Technological advancement, right? And of course, that's extremely, you know, dangerous process as we've outlined, right?
Or science gets around to changing its view of the world. I mean, there's a new scientific worldview emerging.
Yeah, but of course, if science changes, it's still technology that's driving scientific discovery, right? So how much of value is it for science to change its mind, right?
But I think, in a sense, the ecological and the environmental problems are leading rather than following the change in worldview in science. I think it's the general social and economic problems that we're in that are making us more ready to think about challenging the basis of our scientific ideas.
We go from a product industry to a service industry. For the products, we had this material development and we've brought it very far. But for the service industry, we need mental development. And this is, I think, something that other cultures can provide us with. I would think, get the best from the Indians, the Tibetans, the Aborigines, wherever. Get the best and work with it.
The business community here knows that ideas are as much a commodity as a piece of steel. There's
that arrogance he was talking about, right? Right, the other dude, right? You think you have the ability to evaluate the best of all the cultures, right? Create a monoculture, right? Obviously, the point of this conference is to create a one world government, right? Which is an extremely dangerous proposition, right? A proposition that will certainly accelerate technological change, right? Because that will advance the system as a whole, right? Its interconnectedness and the main feature of the system, which is technological monism.
question about that. We've reached.
Look at his star. You guys see his little devil star on his wrist? Oh man.
That point in our existence, I was suggesting that perhaps there was something else of value that we had.
Yeah, that's false. Islam does not say there will be a one world culture, right? Otherwise, Islam would promote Arabism, right? Whereas when you see in Turkey, they have Turkish culture. In India, they have Indian culture. In the Arab countries, they have Arab culture, and they still maintain the various ethnic divisions between the Arabs. Right, so there's a vast cultural outlook in terms of the Chinese Muslims, the Indian Muslims, the North African Muslims, all maintaining their various cultural outlook. Right, so just as Ellul says, religion, right, just as Christianity, right, you see in the Eastern European cultures, right, you have different forms of churches based on the cultural extrapolation, right, based on the ethnic roots of the people. Right, so you have like the Romanian church and you have like the Russian church. Right, so it doesn't disturb the cultural forms, right? It's until the technical system, it's technology that threatens to create a one world culture and is, right? So religion has not been able to accomplish that, right? So that's a false presumption.
Not yet dealt with. I don't know what it is. But I do know that if we continue to go along the line that we're going on of trying to build a factory, trying to do this is all really very nice, very well-meaning, and it works on a small level, but it's not going to change the basic problem. We're again finding ourselves in the same problem, each panel successively. We don't escape this problem. the house has many mansions, but they're all built the same way. And we're still looking at things from a substructure and from a basic structure that will not bend. We can only see the world in terms of the way that we were taught how to see the world. And we're still not trying to figure out any other substructure to build on.
If cultures are more than just folklore, which we can reasonably tolerate, we have to examine one underlying very important and difficult assumption indeed, which has also direct consequences for economy. If 100 years ago, hardly anybody in this city probably would have doubted that, well, Christianity is universal, or at least God, in the most broader sense, is universal value. We are now accepting that science is universal. And this is a very difficult question to answer. But I think we should put the question. And I am, for one, inclined to think that science is neither neutral, can be positive or negative, nor universal. And thus, if we want to have an economy valid for the entire world, even this scientific structure has to be called into question in the most candid way of the way. You see, 2 and 2 are 4 only when 2 and 2 mean nothing. Because the moment that I apply, the thing becomes problematic. So that this is an underlying assumption. This doesn't mean that science is not valid. This doesn't mean that science has not a place to, a role to perform. But perhaps in this globality we are all asking for, we may be starting with parameters which are not fit to the immensity of the problem which confronts all of us. Fortunately, none of us have solutions. But if
Okay, we'll get back to this later. You know, the Indian dude, he's like a Catholic priest or something. He's like Spurgeon right now. You know, but yeah. Yeah, we'll present more of this soon. You know, we're going to move now to look at the thoughts of Scott Russell Sanders, right, in the Fleet of the Arcs. Right, yeah, just a little bit of presentation left on the Fleet of the Arcs, right? And of course, we're looking at his presentation, Nature as Medicine, right? So we'll take two little looks at two resources by Scott Russell Sanders, right? And of course, he's radically reinterpreting science and religion and all that type of stuff, right? Putting in the framework of the modern context of the world technological society, right? Which is unfolded. Right, so let me put a little song here for you guys, and then we'll be right back in 2 or 3 minutes. Go use the bathroom here, and yeah, we'll be right back. Blessings. Some Mobb Deep.
What up, son? I heard they got you on the run for a body. Now it's time to stash the guns. They probably got the phones tapped, so I won't speak long. Give me a hot second, and I'ma put you on. It's all messed up, somebody snitching on the crew. And word is on the street is they got pictures of you. Homicide came to the crib last night, 6 deep, asking all your whereabouts and where you sleep. They said they just wanna question you. But me and you know, that once they catch you, all they do is just arrest you, then arraign you, hang you. I don't think so. It's a good thing you bounce for now, just stay low. Once in the blue, I check to see how you doing. I know you need loot, so I send it through Western Union. They probably knock down the door in the middle of the night, sometimes around 4, hoping to find who they looking for, but they won't succeed. All they gonna find is mad empty bags of weed. But worse, son, you got the projects hotter than hell. Harder for brothers to get they dug on, but oh well, son, they know too much. Even the hood rat chicks. Oh, you heard who did what? No, I don't know this shit, so stop asking. And I know I'm not going crazy. From windows, I see lights flashing, and maybe somebody's taking pictures. You know who that be? Police lovers and neighborhood snitches. They put up a G so everybody pointing fingers and lying. Hey yo, son, the temperature's rising. Temperature's rising. Temperature's rising, and it's not surprising. Temperature's rising, rising. put your head wherever you at. On the floor from the cops with wings on your back. That snitch nigga. Gave police your location. Would chop his body up at 6 degrees of separation. Killer, listen, shit ain't the same without you at home. Phony niggas walk around trying to be your clone. They really fear you. When you was at home, they was pale. That's why they wanna see you either dead or in jail. By the time you hear this rhyme, you probably be locked up. Tried to hide somewhere along the lines, your plan slipped up. Got caught up in a crime that you can't take back. Reminiscing how I used to pick you up in the act. Years ago when we was younger, seemed the hood took us under very deep. Wondering who snitching got me losing lots of sleep at night. You know my mouth is tight. I never sang to the cops cause that shit ain't right. Sometimes I stroll past the scene of the crime and backtrack. Damn, why the situation go down like that? It'll be a long time before the heat dies down. And a couple of years before we see you around. But till then, maintain and keep the story the same. The cops is grabbing wrong niggas looking for someone to blame. They harassing, struggling to find the truth. There's a chance the case will get thrown out cause they ain't got no proof to say you guilty. Your fingerprints filthy. Deliver me the gun I tied to a brick and throw it in the river. Make sure it sinks to the bottom. My smart police snuck you out the projects. We got them, but still, but still, but still.
Okay, let me pop open this thing here with oh yeah, let me drop the link out here for you guys. We'll pop over to the reading out here. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, thank you for being here. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. And yeah, okay, so let me see what's going on here with the homies in the chat. Figure out what. And yeah, all right. So yeah, everything's cool. So yeah, let me move on to this Fleet of the Arcs. And of course, there's other paragraph I want to kind of focus on here, right? It's given an interesting sort of thing. He says, by and large, those who wield the levers of power in the global economy, right, hold the view, right, of the sovereignty of the human appetite, right? Nothing has value in their eyes except insofar as it could be bought or sold or otherwise used. They scorn the idea that animals and plants could have rights, even have the right to survive, while they fight against protections for endangered species, mocking those who defend rare fish or birds. They support the engineering and patenting of new life forms, which can more conveniently be turned into cash, right? Okay. They resist every effort to preserve wilderness. They regard public land as an arena for private plunder. They reject any limits to growth. They seek to overthrow the barrier to drilling, mining, logging, road building, polluting, and profit making. By largely controlling the delivery of news, advertising, and entertainment, they tell us what to believe, what to buy, and they force feed us the lethal vision of a good life. Okay, and he points out and implicates certain things like the power of our technology, right? And he points out certain ideas like ethic of restraint, right, that is necessary to offset these changes. And he looks to the Bible, right? He presents two views from the Bible, right? One that the whole of nature belongs to man and his rational faculties,
right? The other is that man made a covenant with all the creatures of the earth, right? It is part of his responsibility, right, to uphold this covenant with God and the creatures of the earth. So he says here, he says, whether or not they've read the Bible, their actions are keeping with God's commands to Noah, right? Other people, right, who think in a different way about the earth and our role in having this covenant with other creatures, right? He said there's lots of people who have never read the Bible but are in keeping with the notion that we're in a sort of biotic energy system with all other forms of life. Right, sort of a symbiosis, right? To put it in terms that our friend here has presented, right? So let's go to this guy here, this guy here. You know, let me move on here for a little bit in this reading. He says, whether or not they've read the Bible.
Sorry, something's echoing. My bad.
Here, hold on a second, DK. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, he says whether or not they've read the Bible, their actions are in keeping with God's command to Noah, which was to save not only those species that would be useful to humans, but everything. The creepers and crawlers, the stingers and biters, the predators and parasites from the religious perspective. The abundance is all the handiwork of God.
Yeah, but see, you're saying it all comes from a religious perspective, and religions actually come from the hand of man.
Maybe. How would you know that?
Well, how would you not?
How do you know that religions came from the hand of man?
How can you prove otherwise? It's only through acceptance of what you've been told that you believe stuff.
Well, I'm a Buddhist, so I have my own views. You know.
Exactly right.
Yeah, but I don't think. I think the.
I've gone.
Here, hold on. Let him share his perspective. Don't just cut him off while he's talking. Go ahead, Buddha.
Well, I think the Guanon is not entirely wrong. I wouldn't say perennialist entirely, but I do think there is a transcendent, and the becoming is subordinate to it, and the transcendent is like a higher metaphysical principle. It can be God, it could be enlightenment, or the one vehicle. In my tradition, is one vehicle. That's what they call it, or the Tao. But I don't think it's entirely man-made. I mean, like saying it's all man-made means you just think you're a naturalist. You just look around you, like you probably think it's all mechanical, but I don't agree. There's probably some deeper mystery. It's not possible for it to be all naturalistic.
I was actually saying something similar to that on a different panel last night on DLive, that I don't know if people realize the difference between time distillation or time dilation, sorry. If there is an entity that created this,
exactly,
then would time not be completely different? If you if you had an ant farm or a terrarium or whatever, and you check on it once a day, that once a day could be 1,000 years.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Time.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Okay, and let me move on to the reading here, but this is the main point in response to what you're saying here, right? The first point, right, is that whether you think that God created the world or not, right, that still doesn't answer the question of whether that God demands worship or whether we have a personal relationship with that God or not, or so on and so forth. So this is a divide between philosophy and religion. Now, secondly, the question about whether in the Bible God tells us that we control nature or that we can't control nature. If we try to control nature, we're fucked, or if we're subservient to our nature, right, or any of these things that philosophers have debated, right, there's not clear answers about it. So whether we should try to control nature or not control nature, Scott Russell Sanders is making the point that we should not try to control it, right? Because nature is doing its own fucking thing, and we ought to follow nature instead of trying to use our science and ideas to control it. So he's saying when religion tells us that we control nature, he's saying we should just throw those ideas about religion in the garbage, and we should look at these other ideas, right, that are much more suitable to the preservation of the earth and its ecology, and say, actually, the Bible has another perspective, that we're in a covenant with God and his creatures. So let's take that view instead, right? So this is the whole idea that he's pointing out here, right? But so do you guys have responses?
I fully understand that is the quandary.
Yeah, that's the quandary.
Is it something that, we are supposed to worship, or is it just something that we hope does the right thing for us?
Sure. Avian, did you have a commentary there? And Mike, do you have a commentary?
Yeah, I would say it's interesting. Didn't Al-Ghazali in The Incoherence of Philosophers say it is not fire that burns the cotton, but it is Allah who burns the cotton? So,
yeah, those ideas of causation are inextricably linked, right, to this notion about whether we control nature. Right now, obviously, he's disagreeing with Avicenna. Right now, Avicenna was sort of like a proto-empiricist. Right, he said that he came up with this notion, right, of Cartesian dualism, right. So he said that that there's a difference between thinking and being, right, and he was trying to answer ideas of Zeno's paradoxes by looking at empirical observations and all these types of things. So so yeah, the battle between medieval philosophers is a very important battle. But Avian, did you have something to say?
Well, yeah. Agree that trying to control nature is bad, but at the same time, I would say there's another option too, which is self-denial. Self-denial is what I lead towards. Like, I think sapiens, the emergence of sapiens, is ultimately oriented towards self-denial. And of course Nietzsche would take issues with that, but I do feel we've been here for countless kalpas, countless lifetimes, and I think self-denial and ultimately going recognition of the original face. That's what I lean towards. So of course everyone has their own view, but that's the Buddhist or the vendetta perspective. Evola talks about that in the path of action, not path of action, path of contemplation. That's my own perspective.
Yeah, so here's the radical conclusion he comes to. Yeah, thank you for that, guys. He says, from an ecological perspective, each species is vital because it embodies an irreplaceable store of knowledge accumulated over millions of years, and it interacts with other species in ways far more than intricate than we could ever fathom, let alone recreate. Religion and ecology alike instruct us to honor all life. And so recognizing that the earth has suffered great damage because of our carelessness and realizing that many other species besides our own are in danger, those who believe in the solidarity of living things are set about building arcs. So he's talking about certain books that may be relevant: Walden, Small is Beautiful, One Straw Revolution, Faring an Ethical Vision Through Stormy Times, Organic Farming, Solar Designing, and Other Practices that protect fertility and abundance of the earth, a co-op for sharing food or housing of tools, right? Community chorus, art centers, backyard gardens, children's science museums, right? Obviously religious centers and schools and all that sort of thing, right? Okay, and he says among the builders, that the ones who come closest to fulfilling Noah's task are the people who work at protecting and restoring wild lands, right? So he's saying that Noah is responding to an ecological situation, right? Okay, right.
But he was given advanced knowledge. He had to be given enough time to build that beforehand.
Sure.
See, so that's got to come into play. If you're already in the process of building something that size because you know something bad's coming, because that's a lot of advanced knowledge. How long did it take him to build it? I'm not familiar with my Bible. I just know bits and pieces.
Well, he lived for like hundreds and hundreds of years, so that's not really the point. The point
600
is,
or some shit, wasn't it?
yeah, I know. Like I think it was over 1,000.
Yeah, but how many years did it take him to build the ark? Was what I was asking.
I don't know.
How long did that get taken out of?
I don't know. Yeah, but the point is this, right? The point is, right, that whether or not, right, you could choose to build or choose to not build. You could choose to go aboard the ark or not go aboard the ark. Right. So, all right, really, there's two fucking choices if it happened. All right. Right. So,
Yeah,
so this
but
is the point.
they'd already been abusing him for so long that then to turn around and go, oh, please, can I get on there?
Who was abusing him?
Almost every other person. It wasn't the animals abusing him. He took animals on the ark. It's only people he didn't take. It was only his family that went and their wives.
Yeah, sure. Whether or not, right, he had to do this, right, so it doesn't reflect moral responsibility. Is that the claim you're making?
No, I'm saying like.
Well, I think he's saying like
in advance by Noah.
Yeah, like what is the point?
I think the society around him was like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing. So Noah wouldn't take the evildoers onto the ark to propagate their evilness into the new
So
world.
he says he should.
Well, there's a cleansing of the earth every so often.
Yeah, I mean, if you're cleansing the earth, you don't get the evildoers on the ark.
Yeah, maybe that's every month he has to clean the fish tank. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's not the point. What he's saying is he's implicating all of humanity in the task of sharing Noah's responsibility in response to ecological questions.
Well,
so that's the major point he's making.
But that actually doesn't negate what I'm saying. See,
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I'm just saying you're simply missing. You're simply taking the discussion on a tangent.
If Noah was told in advance what to save, that is what started the ecology again.
So what's the point? What's the final point there?
Well, the point is obviously
finish off, and then we got to go on. Yep.
All right. Okay. The point is obviously that he was using that to rid the world of the Nephilim. I can't remember if the flood was before or after he set the angels down to cut down the giant trees so the Nephilim couldn't climb up and try and smash the firmament. So, yeah, I'm not sure which happened first. I have a funny feeling the trees were cut down first and then it was flooded to rid the world of these degenerate whatever things they were.
Right. Well, I mean, Enoch was Noah's grandfather, right? Where the light bearers came down and
I think so, yeah. So that must
women
be
sorcery and to braid their hair and how to.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things happening there that perhaps we don't have context for. So yeah, let's just move on here, right? It says others joined to get So he's pointing out all these things. He says builders of arks. Right, so some devote a portion or even the whole to their own land to providing a habitat for other creatures. Others join together to protect land through legal restrictions, donation, or outright purchase. In my own country, the Sycamore Land Trust has combined gifts, grants, and federal and state funds to protect a 270-acre parcel of wet forest along the Bean Blossom Creek, which is a home to a colony of great blue herons. Every time I see one of the great one of these magisterial birds wading in the near lake or flying overhead with long legs trailing, I realize they might not be here at all without Bean Blossom Refuge. Whether protected by governments, trusts, or individuals, right, natural lands offer the last resort for other species as well as for our own species who crave contact with wilderness, right? So human beings, right, are responsible for creating a refuge for certain life forms, right? So he's talking about the implications of this, right? And in conjunction talking about how we should combine this with our understanding of the Bible. right? So he says, wait, hold on. Where was I here? Oh yeah, he says whether protected by government trust, individuals, natural lands, offer the last resort for other species as well as for our own species who crave contact with wilderness. These preserves need not be large to be large to be valuable. Every scrap of ground can serve as an ark. Quite a few people in my city have dug up their lawns and planted their gardens with native flowers, shrubs, and ferns. As one garden after another goes native, the roar and stink of mowers give way to the song of birds and the smell of flowers. In summer, monarch butterflies on migration stop to nectar on blossoms, and in winter, raccoons leave their tracks in the snow. All year, people walking by these exuberant yards pause on the sidewalk to gaze and listen. Caught by a feral scent and a startling shape, a flash of life, every unsprayed garden and unkept garden, every meadow, marsh, and woods may become reservoir for biological possibilities, keeping alive creatures who bear in their genes a wealth of evolutionary discoveries. Every such refuge may also become a reservoir for spiritual possibilities, keeping alive our connection with the land, reminding us of our origins in the green world. So this is a key paragraph. He says, there's a few paragraphs here. Let me see how much. Yeah, he's got like a page here. I'm gonna read it. Right, it is what it is.
I'm gonna go grab a beer so I don't interrupt you.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, we got another friend here. OTW. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, go ahead. Avian, what are you gonna say?
Oh no, I was just saying there's someone on backstage. Sorry about.
Yeah. Thank you for cueing me into that. Because I was not seeing those messages. Because I was looking down here. Blessings, OTW.
Blessings. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Yeah.
Oh well, that's a given. I'd rather be somewhere where there's actual information being, conveyed instead of drama panels.
Yeah, there's a lot of that around. It's contagious for sure. As we were looking at earlier, mass psychosis. Right. So yeah, there's a lot to that. I mean, right. So yeah, we're looking at Scott Russell Sanders, and he's talking about sort of deep ecology and its relationship to the concepts in the Bible, and he's sort of refurbishing those concepts. He's presented two ideas, right? One in man's separation and conquest of nature, and the other one of man trying to preserve life and having a covenant with all life and being judged on how he treats those living things. Right, which he's arguing the second one is a lot more conducive not only to human happiness but a righteous path. So yeah, it's interesting stuff. And of course, we built up to this. We're talking about man and his sort of separation from nature, right? The mechanistic idea of nature, right? And how man created the ideal of progress.
Yeah,
The pseudo eschatology of progress. Yeah,
I believe that happened somewhere around the 16th and 17th centuries.
Oh yeah, we definitely discussed different concepts from Newton and Descartes in the 16th century.
Well, that also comes down to if you believe the timeline we've been handed as well.
Right, exactly. Right, it's a fake timeline. Yeah, exactly. Right. Well,
it could be as recent as a couple of 100 years ago, or it could be like an extra 1,000 years longer ago.
Well, it's Darwin and Blavatsky and Marx.
Darwin actually recanted his evolution theory on his deathbed.
Yeah, maybe, but a lot of deathbed confessions are made up. But anyways, he stole the theory, right, from Alfred Russel Wallace and Charles Lyell. So there's a fact of the matter is that natural selection was not invented by
Darwin, but actually Alfred Russel Wallace, and he attached the notion of telos to nature and this whole idea, right? So anyways, we got to move on here. He says ark builders realize, however, that nothing is gained by creating refuges in one place if we behave in such a way as to combine to the pillaging of land somewhere else. If we're going to build arks, we should do everything we can to avoid swelling the flood. This means living more lightly. It means nurturing local economies, since the global economy cares neither for the fate of the earth nor for the health of particular places. By protecting wild land, the ark builders are helping to preserve the biological heritage, the seed stock, the diversity of species, the intricate web of fertility. Holy smokes, there's so much of this left, and I'm not going to be able to read it all. Yeah, I'll have to just move on with the video here. That we will need to replenish the earth after the flood recedes. Yeah, so that's all I'm going to read for today. There's like a solid page more of this here.
Are they talking about the flood of Noah?
Yeah, well, yes and no.
Yeah, yes and no. Yeah, yes and no.
Because that is all in
almost every religion has a story of a flood.
That's right. That's an important distinction to make. But yeah, OTW, were you saying something? Go ahead.
Well,
please.
like I have a particular perspective when it comes to these scriptures, and I always take it from an allegorical perspective, and I mean that is all good and nice and dandy when it comes down to let's say a historical assessment, right?
Event, yeah.
Well, no, but the writer is extrapolating his information from an historical event.
Yeah.
So taking the information about the animals and this and that, but there are a lot of
opinion based.
Here, hold on, DK. Let him finish what he's saying.
There is a lot of incoherencies when it comes to the flood in its essence, right? Because if you look at the calculations, for the earth to have completely flooded in a span of 40 days, you would need to have the water level go up 30 feet a day, which is, by the laws of physics is impossible, right?
Unless there really is a firmament, the Nephilim did smash holes and the water started pouring down from the top.
Yeah, but it's in the writings.
Right. And Santa Claus also came down the chimney to give gifts to the children.
And the Easter Bunny brought you chocolate eggs. Yeah, because eggs and bunnies make sense.
Yeah, I think in the writings of Thomas Jefferson, he says some stuff about how he thinks that the flood didn't happen, all that type of stuff. So he had extrapolated it by like his studies of like natural science and all this type of stuff.
Right.
But yeah.
Like Manly P. Hall, right? Where he goes and dives into the more biological sense of the allegory and relates it more or less to the Kundalini aspect, where the flood is actually the oil rising back to the brain and feeding the 90% of the dormant brain cells.
Isn't Manly P. Hall the Freemason?
So this is also correlated to many things like Purple Rain, hence the song by Prince, Purple Rain.
I thought the main theory was it was a localized flood that created
purple representing the crown chakra, right? And the rain representing the oil coming back to the surface of the it's all allegorical. It's the 10 it's you giving back your 10% to God. It has nothing to do with currency, right?
The thing is, if the water level was about 30 meters lower, New Zealand is basically just the top little bit of one of the largest.
The calculations are made from the tip of Mount Everest. So it's the highest point on the planet, and it's from the lowest level of sea level. So the calculations are made from that. And with the time span of 40 days,
I really hope you're basing it on a globe.
It's an equation, sir. Okay. I'm basing this off of an equation that it's mathematically, you can prove this yourself. You can do it yourself.
On flat earth or on a globe earth, which way can you mathematically prove?
I understand why you're relating this to another topic than what we're actually talking about.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, yeah, but you're saying this
I'm saying this
I'm
because
wanting you-
if
I'm
you're
wanting
looking
your
at the
reference for it.
science,
No, no, I'm
the
wanting your
literal
reference
interpretation
for
of the
your
Bible does
point
not
of
make
view.
any sense.
I'm wanting your reference for your point of view. That's all I'm asking for. Because if you believe it's a globe, that's a different story to flood a globe. But if it is a
I
flat
have
Earth
no
and it's
I
holes
have
in the
no
firmament
affinity
and everything that's in
whatsoever
the
with
Bible,
the
I know,
shape
but
of the
if
earth.
everything in the
I couldn't
Bible,
care
then
less
that's a lot more
about the
believable.
shape of the earth.
Yeah, I thought OTW was a flat earther. So I
That's
thought
what
that
everybody
would
says. I don't know
win him
why they
over.
say that.
I don't know. I thought that would win you over, but
Because
yeah.
I made a video like 3 years
Hey,
ago,
by the
a
way,
rap
can I
song
ask what
called
OTW
Flat Earth.
standing for? What OTW stands for? I had a couple of thoughts in my head.
Stands
and I
for
don't
out
know
of this world.
Out of this world. Oh, I was going to say off this world was
Yeah.
one that I thought
That
of.
was close.
Yeah.
Yeah, DK. Yeah, DK, let me get to this video here. I'm not gonna play all of it, so let me just maybe chop it up with like 10 minutes of this video, and yeah, please, if you have any commentary, you know, feel free to cut in here.
I'll tell you to pause if I want to. So
Yeah,
instead of
exactly.
just-
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So guys, feel free to
Yeah, man.
yeah, we'll try to watch like 10 minutes of this, see where it goes over the span of the next 30 minutes, see where that goes. Oh, whoops, it's not playing the audio.
Many homeowners are naturalizing their yards. They're basically replacing grass with a greater diversity of vegetation. It shades the house, it filters water, it cleans the air, and it gives a more interesting array of textures for people to look at. It also offers beauty for people who live in these houses and for passersby, and it provides habitat for wildlife, for butterflies.
So by the way, let me go into some of the reflections that he mentioned. He said that putting a view to the outside, right, to greenery actually helps people heal faster, right, in hospital settings, right? He said contact with gardens improves learning of students in public schools, right? So schools that contain gardens, right, actually improve learning, right? Whereas schools that have a high reliance on technology and other equipment, right, the learning actually goes down, right? Because the kids start cheating, right? They start looking up shit on the computer, right? It all goes out of the window, right? And obviously, this whole contact with gardens, right? The textures that helps heal people, who have dementia, right? Helps them do memory recall, right? So there's all sorts of benefits, right, to
And
contact with nature.
The grounding thing as well.
Yeah,
About
exactly. Yeah,
how it
exactly.
actually, how it unblocks your red blood cells or something. Apparently, they start stacking, and if you actually start touching nature again, because the Earth is negative, the so-called ionosphere is supposed to be positive, and we're somewhere in the middle. So we need to actually ground, and we need to have less acidic food. We need to alkaline our bodies more.
Exactly, DK. And what's fundamental about that, as well as he presented, that there's microbials in the dirt. So contact with the microbials in the dirt actually helps boost our immune system, right? So the grounding thing actually has scientific there's actually scientific research behind that. So yeah, let's see some of this up. Yeah.
Yeah, dirt, grass, whatever. Do some gardening, hug a tree. Everyone said tree huggers were gay. Honestly, hug a tree. I'm not kidding you.
Yeah, I agree.
So they made it out to be a bad thing. Why do you think all your shoes have rubber soles? Your shoes have rubber soles, so you have no contact with the earth now.
Right.
So
the type of soil matters, because a lot of people use Roundup, and the soil it's probably bad for your feet or something. But maybe old growth soil is better for the feet. This soil quality is very important.
Yeah.
So here's
there's a conspiracy to make rubber soles so that your feet don't touch the dirt. I mean,
Yeah.
rubber is a natural material, or at least it once
Yes.
was.
Hey,
And-
yes.
Yeah,
Here, hold on.
It's an
OTW is
insulin
trying to
for current. You know, like, electricity doesn't pass through rubber. But I just
Yeah,
wanted to bring it
yeah.
back to the flood, where it's.
But I mean, you got
I looked it up,
petroleum
sir. I'm on
synthesized rubber these days.
I'm on the page right now. It says it would take roughly 3.5 times the current volume of all of Earth's water would be needed to cover the globe at the highest point, which is Mount Everest. So if you take that volume and you divide it by the number of days, it comes out to about 30 feet of water a day. That's the equation. This is the reference you asked for, so I'm giving it to you.
Not to cut both of you guys off, but obviously, if you believe God can do anything, he can flood the earth. And if you believe in science, and
But
how
God
much
follows rules. God follows laws, and these
God
laws
doesn't
are
have to follow those.
can't be broken.
Wait, hang on,
No.
hang on.
Why would God have to follow laws?
No, hang on. I got
God can't break his own rules,
what
man.
rules.
Oh, God
what
breaks his own rules
does
all the
God
time.
follow when a man wrote a book that told you what rules God follows.
It's pretty vibrant discussion has unleashed here about God and his like a relationship to the laws of nature or whatever.
Well, as I see
pretty
it,
much where I
believe
was
it's
going with
like,
it.
Yeah, I believe it's like an atrium, arboreum, whatever, aquarium, ant farm. And he checks once a day, but his once a day is like 1,000 years or more. So once a day he checks and he's like, it's looking a
Right,
bit dry.
but that is also an allegory.
That's
That's an allegory. It's speaking about the
And
seven
then just
chakras
pour
and
water
the
in and
1,000
there's your
days,
flood.
the 1,000 petals of the
Fuck's
crown
sake,
chakra.
man. You
You
can't
guys
even let me finish talking.
so brainwashed. It's insane.
It's not brainwashed. It's something no one else has said. What are you on about? What if God just waters this thing once every 1,000 years?
Yeah, God can bring water from outside the hemisphere
Yeah.
and just rain it down on the
But
planet.
just
until he
open the
floods
bit at
whole
the
thing.
top. Yeah, take off the lid, pour some water in, close it up again. Yeah, like an actual terrarium or some shit.
Yeah, God can do anything. Are you crazy
Holy
to not
crap.
think God could just flood the whole earth and then put 2 of every animal on an ark and
I
then
mean, yeah, dude,
they can
he could have been
repropagate the
drunk.
earth?
He could have been drunk and overwatered it.
Yeah, he might have just been pissing on it.
You know, I mean, shit. It's like I can't make excuses for God. I'm
Well,
just
to be
like
fair-
trying to
well,
put,
to be
like,
fair-
ideas out there that no one else has ever said.
No, to be fair, not everybody thinks that God is omnipotent, right? There are deists, they have good arguments, right? They believe God works in conjunction with the laws of nature. You know, primary one would be Aristotle, right? So he makes pretty good arguments, right? So we're not going to throw him under the bus without a deeper discussion on metaphysics. But let's go into this.
Thank you. Thank you
yeah,
for bringing it back. Thanks.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, let's check out some of this presentation. As I said, he talks about how nature is medicine, right? How, I mean, obviously Hippocrates, right here. Let me go back to some of this, some of these slides that he presented. We're on 28 minutes here. This one, nature itself is the best physician, right? The effects of nature on mental and physical health, right? Experience in nature makes us generally happier people. That's usually not very good because you have to see how they're defining happiness, right? The surgical patients had shorter hospital stays when they had view of natural setting from their window, right? You had improvement of learning in schools, right, with gardens, right? So yeah, so there's some of the evidence that we mentioned, but yeah, there's also the healing of people with the microbials in the dirt, right? Microbial input from the environment drive immunoregulation is a major component of the beneficial effect of green space. Anyways, let's go into 28 minutes here that where we were at and see what he's got to say. We're only looking at like 10 minutes of this, as I said.
For butterflies and birds and pollinating insects, including those honeybees. One more bit of print. What if, let me go back to that instead. I want you to listen to this and not just read that slide, okay? So what if you don't have a yard? Listen to this, and not just, what if
physical environments that promote good health might be important to reduce socioeconomic health inequalities? So I think that's obviously a given, right? But yeah, obviously it's helpful to have research that points out these things, because people think that, as we said, they're overly reliant on scientific research.
let me go back to that instead. I want you to listen to this and not just read that slide, okay? So what if you don't have a yard? What if the streets you live on is devoid of trees? What if you live far away from any park or garden or riverfront, and you're poor and you don't have access to those places, and you don't have the money to go to a state park or a national park? What then? You're going to miss out on all these benefits we know about. We know about that, studies show that proximity to green space boosts the immune system. We know that proximity to green space lowers the risk of low birth weight babies, and therefore the risk of lifetime physiological and perhaps mental impairment and of infant mortality. We know that the denser the tree canopy covering in a neighborhood, the lower the risk of asthma for children. And we know that trees reduce the heat island effect in cities, and therefore the associated heat-related ailments, such as dehydration and strokes. So there was a very influential article published in The Lancet in Britain in 2008 that took seriously those questions. And it said, if you want to improve the health prospects for poor people, and the society is not willing to pay the money to provide an adequate health care for those people, and we live in a society where there is enormous resistance to that, alas, what the authors argue is you can improve the natural environment in poor neighborhoods and contribute a good deal to an improvement in their health prospects.
Can you pause it?
It's a simple idea, and it turns out to be a lot cheaper.
Dude, this is just sort of, I don't use this word often, but this has just triggered me off about a fucking video that I came across today. And it was in Canada, where they've got their MAID, M-A-I-D. The I shouldn't even be in it. It is MAD, medically assisted death. I don't know why the I is in it. I guess it's just so you don't look like you're mad if you do it. But this girl got taken into hospital by her parents, and they took off for an hour to go and get her stuff. She was diagnosed with cancer and things, and they offered her like the medically assisted death shit. And she signed the paperwork. She was 13. No guardians present. So they brought her stuff back, and they went home. The hospital killed her in 2 days. I don't know why they weren't there like almost all the time. I'm pretty sure if my kid was in hospital, I would have been there the whole time. But apparently they weren't. And anyway, when they came back, she had had the procedure carried out the day before. I mean, as a parent, would that not destroy you? I mean, there is no comeback.
So a physical environment that promotes good health might be important to reduce socioeconomic health inequities, inequalities. Sorry, and it's written small from where I'm watching. I think I'm going to put it on the big screen. Hold on a second. Ah, much better.
Yeah, but if they're continuing to offer small children expensive medical procedures at these medical institutions, I think we should think about shutting them down. I mean, for sure, I mean, because that is crazy stuff.
And the other things we're not allowed to talk about. Yes.
Yeah, and of course the poor.
No, that
You know,
the other things we're not allowed to talk about, those things should definitely be looked at as well.
Yeah. But here's the thing: is this whole idea about, like I had a friend who was homeless, and in the wintertime he got sent to a hospital, and like I think he got like they amputated part of his like foot, as solution for like his ailment or whatever. But yeah, pretty interesting solution to the problem he was having. I think like when poor people come in and they're rushed into the emergency, they try to use cheap, methods or whatever. I mean, so yeah, it is weird.
I'd call it more like barbaric methods.
Yeah, right.
They're they're not, you do know that they're just practitioners. They practice medicine on people. They're not healers, right? So
And it comes from.
so now
pharmacy,
it's
which is
become
also-
not a place of healing, but of a place of essentially death merchants.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And of course, we don't give medical advice, but yeah,
No, but
yeah,
that's
definitely.
But what I'm saying is, it comes from the word pharmakia, which has its origins in sorcery.
Right.
And the medical institute was only taken over in America by the Rockefellers in the early 1900s. And it's only been since then that most things have been pushed as hard as they have been. Other things were pushed earlier, like doctors have been around a lot longer. But it's only since the early 1900s when the Rockefellers, Carnegies, and damn it, I can't remember the third person. Might have been, I'm either thinking DuPont or JP Morgan.
Yeah.
The three of them were the ones that.
Yeah, you're on the right track there.
Yeah,
Right.
DuPont got on the agricultural side, Rockefeller got on the medical side, and Carnegie, I believe, got on the educational side.
Well,
So between the three of them, all of their agenda was pushed all through institutes everywhere. See, when people say you're going for education, you're not anymore. Education died out over 100 years ago. You're going for
Can I say something, Machine
And
Line?
you know what? Here's my theory.
As
Go ahead.
Can I defend the white man here? Okay.
Uh-oh.
So
Wait, why is a white man under attack?
Rockefeller isn't a white man.
I'm just saying. I was.
No, Rockefeller isn't a white man, bro. He's a scabby
wasn't a
Jew.
white man?
No, he's a scabby Jew.
All right, chill out for a second. Yeah, go ahead, Michael, and then
Okay.
and then OTW. Yeah, blessings.
So there's several stories of Rockefeller sending people post Civil War down to the South. He thought there'd be a lot of money to be made, and the people reported back, "Oh, these Southerners, they're just lazy, right? They don't work hard and stuff." And so he sent back doctors and economists, and they found out like ringworm. So they didn't have outhouses. They go shit by a tree, right? And then they'd walk in there with their bare feet, and they'd get ringworm, and that would degrade their ability to work. And he did all sorts of studies, and then they started. It gets a little complicated, but he said, "Well, you gotta build outhouses at least, so your shit goes down in the hole, and you're not walking in it and getting ringworm all the time." I'm not sure where he gets. Rockefeller was anti-health. He was a Protestant or something, but he was very Philipponic. He spent a lot of money on trying to help the poor and whatnot. He drove his own brother out of business to make more money. Carnegie, wrote a book
What
about
the hell
how
is that? He's defending the Rockefellers? What?
That's right. He's actually defending the Rockefellers.
Yes, I'm defending
Didn't I
the
say that before? He said the Rockefellers were white. I'm like, no. I'm not going to repeat what I said, but holy
Yeah.
shit. I
Yeah,
said
we're
it
about to reach
straight
like
away. That's what I mean. I said it straight away. It's like, no, he wasn't right. White. He's that.
the
And then, he
Rockefellers
carries
weren't
on
white.
and then he carries on trying to defend him.
So
yeah, but
wait,
let him finish his diatribe and then we'll respond. Go ahead.
I don't know where the
I'm
diatribe.
gonna go for a
Well,
piss.
well,
Like,
first,
holy crap. It's like listening
were
to
the
nothing.
Rockefellers white?
Yeah. Just let him say what he's got to say and then we'll respond. Like I said, go ahead, Michael.
Okay, were the Rockefellers white?
Yeah. That's not the point. What are
Okay,
you saying? You're saying they collectively improved health?
No, they weren't.
Okay.
Oh God.
This guy's saying the Rockefellers weren't white. I mean,
Okay, who cares
how
about
insane
that?
is he?
Who cares about
Okay.
that? What is your defense of the Rockefellers improving the medical system? That is what I'm trying to hear.
Okay, he literally sent medical people down to the South post-Civil War to understand why they couldn't work hard. And a big part of it was because they were diseased. If you watch in the 1990s, they're on PBS, there was a program called Power of Place. This guy talks about, in Ghana, people would go to Africa and they're like, oh, these Africans are lazy. Well, no, they were actually diseased and they can't work that hard. The same thing happened in the American South for white people. And he brought different inoculations and medicine to help improve their health so the economy could improve. Right? I mean, why do you think Rockefeller was this horrific figure?
Well, first we have to understand that, the modern petroleum-based medicine, is too reductionist. I've been able to predict several people to win Nobel Prize, like John O'Keefe, his research in grid cells and rhythmic theta phase precision. But the point I'm making is it's too reductionist, the modern medicine. It doesn't really work, it leads to more side effects that are cumulative. And the reason the Rockefellers rolled it out is because, it makes people dependent. Right, like a drug dealer, drug dealers or pimps, they want to make people dependent on them. They want to make their prostitutes dependent on them. And the reason I'm saying that is because there's lots of false positives and, research on, like medicine and especially for neurological stuff. One of my first AP Chem professors, she was a very smart Black woman. She used to do.
Do we all understand what he's saying?
You don't interrupt, huh?
Yeah, I understand what he's saying. Just let him finish.
So can I reply to what he's saying?
No, you cannot reply.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, hold on. Let
Not
Avian finish
okay.
his goddamn statement, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, because let me tell you this kind of stuff isn't easy to talk about in like 5 minutes,
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
but we all
anyway.
get it. There's a pill for that. Is the wrong
No,
strategy.
Michael, let him finish his statement. Like I
Okay.
said so many times. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm talking about the pill itself. The pill itself is based on a reductionist, perspective on the receptor channels or whatever. But I'm saying that in a more rhythmic, large scale way, there could be cumulative side effects. I'm trying to say, and my professor was AP Chem professor. She used to do unethical research on antipsychotic medicines. And she said most of it was pushed by industry interest, and I'm saying conflict of interest are more prevalent than we think, and I'm pretty sure if you research more about the Rockefellers, you will find conflict of interest. It's not because they're promoting it because they want to better the community. They're promoting it because of the pimp, the drug dealer mentality, I'm saying. And yeah, I think I'm done. Now you can respond.
Sure, I agree that can all be true. They can look for a cure, and then they can find a cure or what they think is a cure. That's what I was saying. We got a pill for that now. And then they can go, hang on, we can make a lot of money off this pill, right? The Purdue family with Oxycontin and all that. That's all well documented. What I was saying is they were looking for a solution. Now, could they possibly drive the solution to their own monetary gains? Of course.
Well, the solution is that, You're dealing with a large-scale dynamical system, and you're introducing like an industrial way of living that's unnatural. The solution is like what the older doctors say: go back into nature, eat whole foods, live a healthy life. Don't be stressed. Don't be working like labor. I mean, the body has natural healing capacity. It does.
I'm all for living one with nature, but do you think that can be done with 8 billion people on the planet? What if in 50 years we have 12 billion people on the planet? It's going to happen on, everybody wants to eat organic, right? Well,
yeah, but if you want, I can bring this full circle right now and bring it right back to the flood again and say that the 40 days is a reference to fasting and the flood is a cleansing process. So if there's honestly enough proof that they have been so 40 days of fasting should reset everything and put you back into a mode of healing.
In reality, I doubt it was 40 days.
Yeah,
but there is proof that there is.
But the 40 days is repeated multiple times in the Bible.
Hey, I know.
40 days in the desert with Jesus.
Dude, but
40 years so where the slaves were in the desert.
I'm not religious, so it doesn't matter.
I'm not talking about religion. Why is this guy so triggered? Why is this guy so triggered?
That's just how he is. That's just how he is. Yeah, Avian, go ahead. Blessings.
Yeah, so I think the best medicine is to scale back on technological complexity. Basically, try to go back to 12th or 14th, 17th century level.
Okay. Well, that's an interesting point. So we have 8 billion people on the planet. Do you think we can feed them with 18th century technology?
Well,
right? Are
scale
you
back
with a concubine or?
I'm saying to scale back slowly. The population will reduce when we scale back.
So can I ask you this? How many people do you think the Earth can sustain?
Around 1 billion, probably 500 million to 1 billion.
Listen to this. Zionist, Georgia Guidestone, loving
so did you read the book Counting? Right?
Why would I read a book that says kill people?
Well, it's not saying kill people. It's saying letting them die off.
So it's not. So it's not saying get rid of most of the population.
So hang on. I'm sorry.
Don't tell me to hang on.
Oh, well, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the other guy. I'm talking to you because you
hold on. Just to be clear, saying that we should scale back the impact we have and then gradually reduce the population, that could maybe happen by ethical means over a long period of time.
Yeah.
And of course it may be here, hold on. Let me just finish my statement. Yeah, let me just finish my statement. It may be a natural effect of relying less on technology because human beings will not be able to live in a bunch of areas or whatever. But yeah, so there's a lot of ideas there, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean get rid of a large portion of humanity, but I hear what you guys are saying though.
Yeah, but I just support
there's other people. There's already been other people who tried to put irrigation across Africa. I won't say names. I don't know if YouTube likes it or not. But there's been people who tried to irrigate Africa. And they were taken out for trying to do it.
Yeah,
and
so
if Africa got irrigated by their massive underground rivers, and the water got brought to the surface, so farms could actually produce in Africa.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, go ahead, Avian, and then let me move on to this video. Blessings.
Well, I basically support Skrbina's solution and metaphysics of technology. You can read that and see a solution. He basically says create a kind of, world system that slowly scale back technology over time. Basically, I think he kind of promote that, Skrbina. He says that in the end of metaphysics of technology. Of course, that sounds too naive or idealistic, but I guess you got to try.
I think it's maybe save it, me personally.
Yeah, DK.
I think it's probably a good idea in certain positions.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let me just move on to the video here.
Everything just seems like incredibly reckless.
Yeah. I'm not going to say again, I'm going to move on to the video, right? So, yeah, blessings.
Machine
most
lies.
of the expansion of healthcare services models. So it's not in competition with that, it complements that. So a number of cities have taken this seriously. In Philadelphia, there is a partnership with counties in surrounding adjacent states to plant 1 million trees over the next 5 years that will increase the tree coverage, the tree canopy, especially in poor neighborhoods in the city in Philadelphia, by 30%. There's a vigorous tree planting program in Detroit, a very hard-hit city, a tree planting program that has a partnership between residents in these hard-hit neighborhoods, local, state, and federal agencies, and also lots of nonprofits that are specifically devoted to this work. One of those nonprofits has led the effort to reclaim vacant lots in the city of Detroit. In 1 year, recently, it was about 2 years ago, within a year, almost 1,400 of those vacant lots, vacant because houses that were abandoned and boarded up were demolished. They had become infested with rats or drug dealers or other abusive presences, dangerous presences. Nearly 1,400 of those vacant lots were turned into gardens and little parks. In downtown Detroit, the Urban Michigan Farming Initiative, turned an entire city block into an urban farm in what had previously been a food desert. There are urban farms, small and large, spreading in cities across America. This is in Chicago, within sight of what I still think of as the Sears Tower. That was what it was when my son worked there. I don't remember who owns it now. This is in Milwaukee. The man in the center is named Will Allen, who about 20 years ago started an organization called Growing Power Milwaukee. He's a retired NBA player who saved his money, and he and his wife bought derelict, abandoned property in downtown Milwaukee, where he grew up, and turned the first one into an urban farm. There are now over a dozen of these urban farms spread around Milwaukee, and they have been modeled.
Yeah, I can't really turn up the audio. So that's just the nature of the presentation, right? So that's why I put like little subtitles there. So I'm sorry about that, my friend. Yeah, blessings. As I said, we're not going to watch too much of this. Maybe like 5 more minutes. But yeah.
Following them are now in Chicago and in Detroit.
But yeah, I think the major points that he's making, right, are extremely important in incorporating, right, steps in terms of urban gardens, gardens within hospitals. He's seen improvements in mental hospitals, improvements within other places. Obviously, there's a far too much reliance on those methods of psychiatric health, including tools for mental health. That is another maybe net loss we can point to about the medical system. But I don't want to get back into the argument.
Are you on Telegram at all? TML?
No, I'm not on Telegram yet.
Damn.
But yeah, I'm on Twitter and Discord.
I've got an archive channel, and medical murder is one of the channels.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I've got a whole channel about this one topic. That's what I mean. It's like, you people need to get onto Telegram. I mean, if you're on Telegram, say so in chat, and I'll post my link.
Yeah, you could post it in link if you want right now. You got
there's no point if no one's on Telegram. But yeah.
They were indubitably somebody.
And I'm not a mod. No, I'm not a mod. I can't post the link.
Okay, DK.
Shit.
Yeah, you are a mod on one of your channels, bro.
Yeah, but it's the one that I'm not on anymore. It was the DB1231.
You don't have that channel anymore?
When I got my new computer, I signed back up to the wrong YouTube channel. So I'm on so DK Spiracy is on both computers now.
Okay, yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we'll mod up this one. Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, when you do, then I can post the link. Sweet as. Cheers,
Yeah,
man.
let me move on to the presentation here. Blessings.
Yeah, sweet.
Such as the one we're looking at. They include fish tanks for growing protein and purifying water. The water that they return to the Milwaukee water system is cleaner than the water they take out of it. They have composting operations, they have produce markets, and so on. There's a garden on White House grounds, as you may know, thanks to Michelle Obama, who, of course, has been abused for doing such a left-wing thing as having a garden.
I can't believe it hasn't been proposed to take the chemicals out of the water processing system and replace it with natural ways of filtration. I mean, that is just beyond criminal.
It's actually worse. They've just passed some new chemical that they're allowed to use on food in America. Like that's
yeah, not surprising. Well, they have to update the pesticides.
Allowed for food now. Like the FCC or FDA or whatever has just approved this new chemical to be allowed to be used in food production. And it's like, as deadly as the rest.
Yeah.
In the grounds of the White House, shown here with fifth graders from an elementary school in Washington, D.C. And this was the first year. And recently, those kids who are now in high school had a reunion for this year's planting of the garden. Last year, the Obama administration, also receiving criticism for their left-wing gesture, launched a program called Kids in Every Park, Every Kid in a Park. Kids in Every Park would be good too, but every kid in a park, which offers free admission to fourth graders and their families to all national parks and to a number of other federal lands, and also offers transport support to schools that need it. The produce from these urban farms and community gardens and growers living near cities is sold in farmers markets coast to coast. And I know many of you patronize such markets. The Department of Agriculture estimates that 20 years ago, there were about 1,500 of them, 1,500 20 years ago. There are now almost 9,000. This is a growing phenomenon for a number of reasons. More and more people recognize the greater preferential taste of fresh produce, but also the greater nutritional value. They also recognize that it's beautiful, that this unpackaged, unprocessed food, as it comes out of gardens, is beautiful. These markets connect us more closely to the soil that ultimately feeds, along with marine sources, feeds human beings planet-wide. These few inches of soil, and maybe in some places like Iowa and northern Indiana, a few feet of soil. But all of our food comes out of that thin stratum. Farmers markets are also convivial places. They encourage social interactions. They bring together people of all ages, of all ethnicities, and of all social and economic classes. One of the criticisms made about farmers markets, it's for rich people. It's not true. The prices of fresh fruits and vegetables in season in farmers markets are typically cheaper than in the grocery store.
Okay, let me go to this word convivial, because this is actually a word that Ivan Illich also uses, right, in his title for his book, Tools for Conviviality. Right, let me look at this, and we'll come back to this presentation later. But yeah, and we're going to move on to Mumford and Ellul, right? Mumford on the cities in Ellul, in its technological society. And of course, we're going to look at some information on Taoist text, Okay. Obviously, we're on the Shangzhou, right? So we're going to read some ideas about Taoism. We also got some information on Uncle Teddy. So we're going to share some information about Uncle Teddy at the end of the show. Right. So yeah, so this is how the flow of this is going to go right here. We're a little bit over time in terms of having discussions and stuff. We got a little carried away there with the discussion, so I had to stop some of that. But yeah, let me go to this convivial definition, and then we'll move on.
Cut it out. Discussion's the fun part.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, we can't get distracted from the topics that are on the table here, right? You go all over the place. Yeah, you could go all over the place. I'm so convivial.
The thing is,
yeah, convivial. Yeah, hold on. Let me define convivial. Yeah, what did you say? Let me define convivial, but yeah, real quick. But yeah, go ahead though.
I was saying there was stuff that was being addressed that was in chat.
Oh, yeah, please don't address chat when you're on stage. Just go do that shit in chat. I don't give a fuck what you're doing in chat. You know, you got the moderator thing. Go drop your links. Go do your thing. Anyways,
no.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
No, I'm not going on about it.
Okay. Yeah. Give me a second here, DK. Convivial, of an atmosphere or event, friendly, lively, and enjoyable. Right? So this is about a community setting, right? So this idea of convivial, right, has to do with the notion of frugality, the notion of a local setting, and all these different ideas, right? So this is a very important definition. You know, you have the ideas about, you know, growth, you know, and you know, as I pointed out, you know, growth and fecundity instead of replication and assimilation, right, through the process of technique, right? So this is a very important idea, right? And obviously a direct connection to nature can help us, you know, mediate some of those ideas, right? Yeah, so let's go into just some music, right? Because there's been a lot of things, right? So we'll play some music and then we'll go on here with some of, exactly how I described, right? Mumford and then ellul and then Shangzhou and then some stuff about Uncle Teddy. And of course, discussions are welcome, but please, you know, let's try to maintain the topics and of course, there's a lot to work with within the material that I'm presenting, right? So, right up. So if you don't have contributions, right, go hang out in the chat and chill the fuck out. I'll be a blessing. So I appreciate you guys. Because I'm not a video editor. So if we have continued interruptions, I'm going to have to cut out too many parts of the video, right, when I'm representing these things. And, of course, I had to cut and, you know, it'll be a big mess if people keep on, you know, interrupting the flow here. But yeah, I appreciate the guys. So
I get you. Some of the things were actually interesting. And
yeah, I'm not only talking to you, DK. You're on point sometimes, so you know, don't take it personal. You mean, yeah, or anything. There's lots of, different people that, right. There's lots of tangential areas. Of exploration.
Yeah, I just think it's the fact that you didn't see what he was saying in the chat earlier. Is what I was getting at. Michael.
Oh my God.
See, you missed a lot of what was being said.
I can't read the chat all the time. I don't even care.
I know that you missed a lot of what was being said. And when I said, should I jump on panel, and this dude who I'd just been arguing with for like the last half an hour, and I was like, yeah, let's jump on channel.
Okay, let's not recount this,
Yeah, so what I mean is he thought he was going to be able to take it over and turn it into like that argument. And I was like, it just didn't happen.
Right. I get it, but he's welcome to have his opinion too. So let's just relax. I don't think he's like sent in or anything, but yeah, let's just relax for now. Let's listen to this music, and then let's move on with the different things. Then I'm trying to
apologize if sometimes I interrupt too much or I talk too
much. No, not at all. So far, I think. Obviously Avian's been very respectful, you know, yeah, there's been plenty of people that came through, but honestly, you know, the discussions have been weak other than the ones I've had with Avian, the ones I've had with Reddington, the ones I've had with Neurojack. And right, I mean, there's only like a blue moon of people that we started with. And right, like me and DK had like a good half hour.
Are you saying that I've never had a real discussion with you?
I was just about to say, we had a good half-hour discussion one day. But yeah, I was actually in the middle of saying it before you cut me off. Right, so that's part of the problem. Right up. But yeah, let's move on here to the song here. And
you know what I was thinking, TML, when it comes to people interrupting, you put it like a swear jar, but for it's the interrupting jar. So every time you interrupt, you have to give $2 or something, or $5.
Yeah, or like just take a 15-second break, you know, in backstage. Right? How about that?
Something like that, yeah.
You know, like that's really how I want to play it. Right. So, you know, let's just not interrupt people at all, because we want to have a good flow of discussions, because if two people talk over each other, that's just an audio disturbance. Nobody can hear it. They can't hear either side. Right. So this is the huge problem. Right. So for the flow of audio presentations, right, it's not a good idea. Right, to interrupt like you were about to do just now, right? Like you're about to do right now.
I told you there's a
like you're doing right now.
I
know. I get the Australian thing.
Talking, and you only hear it 2 seconds later once you've started again. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, I get the delay.
It is not always trying to talk.
Yeah, I get the delay, but it gets continuous, right? So that gets to be a continued audio disturbance throughout the duration of my show. I can't
predict when you're going to stop 2 seconds in a.
All right, yeah, let's just go ahead and do this for a second. I'm going to play the song, and we'll be right back. Right. Blessings to all the people that are here.
Shout out to TML. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
I'ma go and get her. Never been a forfeiter or quitter. Consider the road done just cause there's a fork in her. One way's more skrilla. Ford villas off shores of Venice. Ports and Guinness. Fine wine. Pork spinner. Award winner. Days locked in. Plays top 10 sports center. But I chose the road that snowed over. Feel like Mother Nature done gave me the cold shoulder. Still no postpone the globe sleep turning. So I urge to get the fire burning like cheap bourbon. Wanna hit the gas, the path keep curving. Though I prefer them, hard to determine. They say slow and steady when the race. Unless you roll a heavy like Billy Gates and talk of Emmys with Vinny Chase. Stop and stare, tie full of hot air. It's not the place you race to, but how you got there. Turn the key, drop the clutch, and we on the road. Switching lanes, high stakes, don't lose control. Gotta stay on course, and we on the road. Cause it's time to go. Turn the key, drop the clutch, and we on the road. Switching lanes, high stakes, don't lose control. Gotta stay on course, and we on the road. Cause it's time to go. Driving slow on the Deacon. Bad traffic, same road when I'm leaving. They're going home for the weekend. Passing, left lane, hit the gas shit. Going fast to avoid crashes. Life could bring madness, questions for the asking. So I take action while the rainwater splashes attacking. Always gotta plan my course. Got no time to waste on some random thoughts. Can't afford while these other suckers joyriding. My team's on top, here to conquer and divide it. I provide time and upon a silver lining. Gotta chase the path that my conscience is defining. Rhyming, now we always steady inclining. Headed to the summit, watch the sun rising. It ain't surprising, rap specializing. Driving through the night in a state 95 shit. Turn the key, drop the clutch, and we on the road. Switching lanes, high stakes, don't lose control. Gotta stay on course, and we on the road. Cause it's time to go. Turn the key, drop the clutch, and we on the road. Switching lanes, high stakes, don't lose control. Gotta stay on course, and we on the road. Cause it's time to go.
Gotta make a choice of who I'm gonna be. Cause there's a lot in this world that I wanna see. Despite all the pressure falling onto me, and all them signs in the road that are warning me, I still keep my foot on the go pedal. Cause it's hard coming up in the cold ghetto. Brothers hold metal instead of good jobs. Standing on the corner with them hood mods. Nowadays getting shot is not my concern, but I gotta learn how to eat them good carbs. See, my body is a temple and it's so simple. Physically I rap, but this is so mental. You gotta always give it back like an old rental, or be prepared for the fallout, no dental. And as you chew on these hot lines like mines, I'ma stay the course, no stop signs.
Turn the key, drop the clutch, and we on the road. Switching lanes, high stakes, don't lose control. Gotta stay on course, and we on the road. Cause it's time to go. Turn the key, drop the clutch, and we on the road. Switching lanes, high stakes, don't lose control. Gotta stay on course, and we on the road. Cause it's time to go.
Might be sleeping on that night drive, but it helped me reassess myself. It's healthy, likewise, while the rich reinvest their wealth. Born to roll, but every man reach a fork in the road. The point when life get more important than gold. And in each story told, it's a lesson to be learned. So I'm cruising with discretion as I step into these turns. I've been blessed to be reserved, but haven't always had control. So I'm expressing through these words, cause my soul I haven't sold. Just focus on the road and sail ahead. Cause the past is the path I had, and I'd rather leave a trail instead. New York, Florida, to California. Young warrior, prime for Stuyvesant in Astoria. I'm warning you, no more wasting time with those people who just wanna take it. I've come too far to break or slow down. Hang on tight cause we gon' make it. Yeah, you know, we all come to that point when we gotta make a decision. And whether it's right or it's wrong, it's how it feels in that moment. And we just gotta look towards getting to that next point to get to that next decision. And we just gonna ride it out.
You know, we came up on an era where everybody was original, had to have their own style and shit. Now everybody trying to sound like everybody else.
I'm ill versatile with the skill no more. Black MCs wanna flex, but the style ain't born. I'm ill versatile with the skill no more. Black MCs wanna flex, but the style
It's
ain't
like
born.
I conjure demons, got bitches at my concert screaming like a naval recruiter. They truly want the semen. Whip MCs at the seams, leave them stomped in cement. I bring these motherfuckers hell if they don't repent. Give them aneurysms when I start using big words. So I speak to them real simple like Big Bird. This has been brought to you by the letter A. Better pray you get away when I let Beretta spray. Get erased, get replaced real quick in this rap biz. Like the wrong answers on a second grade math quiz. Sick of simplifying for you simple-minded, simple silence. It's a simple science. When I spit it signifying that my spit is frying. I can spit shine the sun's surface. With verses hot as fire, breathing dragons' purposes. Hate the verse of rubber, but your faggots been bottle fed. Not in your noggin, know what I'm saying like bobbleheads. So boggle your mind and crack a bottle of wine over your dome so your skull's at the bottom of your spine. So dope, you gotta rewind a lot of the rhymes. If Jesus Christ read my notebook, then God will go blind.
I'm ill versatile with the skill no more. Black MCs wanna flex, but the style ain't born. I'm ill versatile with the skill no more. Black MCs wanna flex, but the style ain't born. I'm ill versatile with the skill no more. Black MCs wanna flex, but the style ain't born. I'm ill versatile with the skill no more. Black MCs wanna flex, but the style ain't born.
When I speak, it's a problem. I'm a beast and a goblin. Fucking a MILF that closely resembles Marie Osmond. And I've been laying in the cut, mind controlling elephants, stab your face with a tusk. Orchestrator of death, I am a black rebel. Monitor your stats, it's all you need in Monostat 7. Singing Eye of the Tiger, but you wear eyeliner. Mile high club flight attendant going down on a guy skydiver. At 209, malfunction 500 rounds. I'm dumping a Gatling gun to your dome, react like dynamite inside a pumpkin. Sadistic appendages, my whole body's evil. Having fun with two guns hitting like some double desert eagles. We cop cars that look like cop cars. And got helicopters to zero in on helicopter cars. It's in the missile at your official tissue. Cause your tracks sound gayer than the Mr. Wendell instrumental. Detrimental to your squad. I'll diss its members and dismember body parts and gift wrap them for this December. Death is the plan. You will meet Ed McMahon when I clear you out. Cause bombs that I publish be clearing house.
I'm ill versatile with the skill no more. Black MCs wanna flex, but the style ain't born. I'm ill versatile with the skill no more. Black MCs wanna flex, but the style ain't born. I'm ill versatile with the skill no more. Black MCs wanna flex, but the style ain't born. I'm ill.
Up in the sky, it's a bird. It's a plane. The Puerto Rican superhero. Yo, I'm angry like my mama just beat me with a switch. Madder than the cannon when Eminem be dissing his bitch. Big Chino is known to be a wild kid. Y'all refuse to get tested, you know that Pacquiao shit. Wherever there's drama, I'm a flying find the fucker. Beat him in his face till he ugly like Usher's baby's mama. I pray for your death and I pray that I'm the cause of it. Idiot killing a blind man with his own walking stick. My quickest, simplest rhythms, I whittle all arithmetics. I memorize ridiculous, I can hypnotize a hypnotist. Spitting less than 33
ounce and still considered a leader. My skills are far-fetched like a Labrador retriever. Meter, I keep a lot of balls, only rivaled by the god of Mars. Watching Maya's ass shake on Dancing with the Stars. My foes plot against me. My verbal molesting deserter be put in chairs of electric like Roman Polanski. I put that I target artist on my resume and place him in puddles of blood you can see 80 miles away. Your survival's decided by which side of the bed I wake up on. Worship the works of the wordsmith like it was a cross. My effect on women's hard to explain. I could piss on their head and convince them that it's rain. I'm vain, my six-pack making bitches love me more. Get out of line, get punched like you Snooki on the Jersey Shore. My raw thoughts are awful. I'm so twisted I could eat an iron nail and shit out a corkscrew. My written's displayed inside of Egyptian pantheons. Chino's bananas, I spit potassium and calcium. And you ain't feeling my spillings, only a minor loss. Cause I am bad to the bone like a rotting corpse. My murder monologue, keep rappers scared to go up in the booth like it's Magic Johnson's wife's vagina raw.
I'm ill versatile with the skill no more. Black MCs wanna flex, but their style ain't raw. I'm ill versatile with the skill no more. Black MCs wanna flex, but their style ain't raw.
Yeah.
All right, let me come back to this here. Oh, whoops, let me remove that here. All right, let me go to Mumford. Blessings to all the people.
Blessings.
Let's see Mumford here. And of course, Lewis Mumford, a great critique of the technological world system, machine civilization, techno-liberalism, right? In his work, Techniques of Man, right? So we have the work, right? Pretty interesting. Obviously, we only have, right now, we can only show you a PDF version of it, right? Let me open this up for you guys. And of course, he makes a pretty interesting critique, and it sort of parallels, the ideas of ellul. Right. And of course, we're going over Mumford and ellul, these two guys that seemingly influenced Uncle Teddy, but the main part. Now, obviously, ellul read Mumford, right? Because this was in the 1930s. Oh, wait, this is not the one in question. This is a totally different thing, right? That we were reading Techniques and the Nature of Man. Right now, we read significant parts of this, right? Work, where he describes man's cultural techniques, right? And the whole extrapolation of biotechnics and how man relies less on natural forms. And of course, he defines the great civilizations as mega machine, right? And he talks about this idea of this mega machine and the impact of machine civilization on this thing called the state, right? And obviously, it's to divorce man from those cultural forms, right? Those cultural traditions, right? So it's a very interesting synthesis. And of course, he describes man as a symbol-making animal, right? And this is part of the main aspect, as we were talking with OTW about on his show, right? The world is made of signs and symbols, not words and laws, right? So, right, this is part and parcel of a greater understanding.
Yeah, that's a good take.
Yeah, and it's like, different from man is a tool-making animal, right? Or that man is based on his cultural forms, as Huizinga had described, right? Jay Huizinga basically coined the art of anthropology, right? And basically, he was saying that man is based on these complex social games, right? So he said that the game, and of course, that's come back into fashion with this game theory type of stuff, right? So it's like, sort of chaos and emergence, these dual forms, sort of causing different patterns to emerge.
Yeah, it sounds like what's happening in the United States right now.
Right. You know, and yeah, and obviously no civilization can last forever. And of course, the nation state is a complex that has emerged over time, as we're talking about with Ellul and Mumford. And of course, the nation state is part of the complex that where the nation used to be the dominant part of the complex, right? But now the state has overtaken the nation. In other words, the technical aspect, technical necessity, or technique itself has subsumed those cultural forms, as we were describing earlier, right? So in this whole situation, right, there is a world system emerging, as we're talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Right. And this seems to subsume the national enterprise, right? The whole impetus to world politics, right?
Right.
And yeah, that is. Yeah.
But for that, they need the populace to abandon their rights and freedoms to be governed under a technocratic, Noahide law system.
Right. Right. And that is part and parcel of this, that there's the idea of natural law that got subsumed with the state law, right? And that whole idea, right, of the political enterprise, right? And so that whole transition is pretty clear, right? But then there's a movement towards this world system, right? So that's another layer on top of the whole thing, right? So just as there's the regulations placed on the state, right, most of those regulations are because of international trade and such things, right? So it's pretty interesting, development. So yeah, we're gonna get into taking a deeper look on those things with two of the main authors that we've been looking at here. Let me see this. Are we really on this one? I think we're on part 5 here. So yeah, let me see this. Yeah, all right. Yeah, let me open this up for you guys. And of course, he's talking about how the suburbs were created as a reaction to urban sprawl, right? So he's saying that the instead of creating a relationship between the city and the countryside, right, they formed this, right? The city was reshaped by the introduction of the automobile, right? So that's step one. And then the second step is the creation of these suburbs as sort of like to mask the effects of the city and to mimic life in the country, right? But it's obviously just a contrived situation, right? So the suburb is indicative of this grave imbalance, right? Instead of a, a hallmark of health and security,
or a midpoint between the city life and the country life,
right? So yeah. So he says that how they developed this deeply unnatural environment called the suburbs instead of. And he's
does that look natural or what?
and that's in the 1950s or whatever. All right, so you can imagine.
That's scary, bro. I could see that coming out of a UFO, bro.
Of course, great sound effects. It's notable photography in this.
This is interesting. It's like modern day, but like black and white. This is nuts.
Yeah, it's like not much has changed.
Right. Exactly.
The suburbanite has the advantages of neither solitude nor society. No shopping center can give cohesion.
I like that. Neither solitude nor society. Right. So yeah, that's interesting, right? Instead of trying to establish, connection to local communities, right? And one of the great examples he pointed out earlier in the documentary was the medieval city, right? And how it incorporated the countryside. But of course, that's a different stage of technology as well, right? One that me and Avian Buddha have been recommending with Skrbina's theory of reconstruction, right? Creative reconstruction, right? But yeah.
Yeah.
Or social focus to the sprawling suburb. The suburban family has the suburbanite has the advantages of neither solitude nor society. No shopping center can give cohesion or social focus to the sprawling suburb. The suburban family has the benefit of a regular expedition to the impersonal supermarket, where only by chance are they likely to meet a neighbor, and where shopping has become routine, mechanical, and compulsive.
Man, this has been going on forever. I guess it's true when they say there's nothing new under
Suburbia
the
offers
sun.
poor.
Yeah, please go ahead, OTW. What do you say?
I was just saying, I guess it's true when they say there's nothing new under the sun.
Absolutely. All right. And this whole idea, he's absolutely right, that the marketplace is not set up for people to make educated decisions. I mean, the way that that Scott Russell Sanders was showing with those like local food operations. All right, that you get to see what you're buying comparatively to the other products that are available. Right. But here they're simply marketing big name corporations, and of course you don't get to see what's being put inside of the products, right? So people are not set up to make educated decisions about what they're buying in a supermarket versus a local marketplace, right?
Right.
Where you can literally compare the different types.
Yeah, and even the position of the products on the shelving is another marketing tactic, right? So what they want you, which is, let's say, what the biggest fabrication company or distributor pays the most is the one's going to be put up front at eyesight level, right? And the other products will be lower on the bottom of the shelf, most likely for the children, because they're smaller, and so they're going to put things for children at the bottom. And at the top, they're going to put like the less popular stuff, right? Which is higher to reach. So, and people are inherently lazy, so they'll grab the thing that's closest to them, right?
Exactly. Right. So yeah, I mean, it's just a weird setup, and now they're going to start, IDing people. It's awful setup where they take all your information before you enter the store, right? So it's
That's
totally crazy,
man.
Yeah.
That'll never happen. I'll fuck the store.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, then certain people will maybe force the reconstruction of local marketplaces, hopefully, because they'll be so fed up with it.
Well, people will start. People will start just free trading in.
Yeah,
that will be the the counter culture.
Yeah, it'll have to be. Yeah, definitely.
Suburbia offers poor facilities for meeting, for conversation, for common action. It favors silent conformity.
$17. Wow.
Humanly speaking, a universal suburb is almost as much of a nightmare as a universal metropolis, and without the variety and challenges of the metropolis.
In many respects, the level of urban living has been rising.
Okay, so here's our boy, Lewis Mumford, where you get an up close and personal look at, one of the greatest critiques of the technological world system, right? Existing from the mind of this man, right? So yeah, his single-handed contributions are immense. But yeah, let's take a look at what he says.
We think mainly of more motor cars, more radio and television sets, even more schools, universities, libraries, orchestras. Above all, more creature comforts for private enjoyment. But as our cities expand in mass, this culture is becoming homogenized and standardized. Not the growth of urban populations as such, but aimless and socially undirected growth is what is ruining alike the congested city and the spreading suburb.
So there he points out one of the key problems of massification of means, right? Which is, a cultural homogeneity, the creation of a monoculture, the creation of artificial needs and specialized means in order to furnish them, right? And of course, this creates a reliance and a culture that relies on technical necessity instead of local traditions, right? So here is one of the main issues, right? As we've continuously recounted.
Right. And they also propagate it through like all of their media in those days. So if they had black and white television and the radio, the commercials were meant to entice you to feed into the system. So there's that dynamic that pushed all of that into that direction, or at least helped it.
Yeah. I guess to counter our friend's points about the Rockefellers, we could have pointed out DuPont and them putting the babies in the cellophane bags in the commercials, right? The crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Baby soda's dope, in cellophane bags as a commercial to sell fucking cellophane bags. Crazy stuff.
What about the cigarettes? Doctors going on screen saying it's good for you. People believe that shit, man. You had everybody was smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, wild stuff with the cigarette commercials.
Oh yeah,
that was around this time, I think, literally. So crazy stuff.
Yeah,
like this is like Bernays is making his commercials and Mumford's making this shit, trying to counter the impact of the technological civilization. It's crazy, man. Right, this would have been disastrous to their enterprises. Right? They got wind of this.
To renew the life of our congested cities, we must give them again some of the spaciousness and natural advantage of our best suburbs. To keep our present suburbs from blotting out the countryside, we must give them the social concentration and variety that only cities achieve. The task of the planner and architect is to achieve social complexity without congestion, and to preserve the natural regional advantages without segregation and isolation. Under the threat of
there's obviously another issue that's about how the cities were created, and that is that the immigrants that came from Europe, right, mainly Polish and Irish and Italian immigrants, right, they were moved out of the urban environment, right, where they predominated. Okay, and they were not obviously Anglo-Saxon Protestants, right, who basically were part of the cream of the crop of this country, right? So they moved out to these suburban environments, right, and the blacks moved into the cities, right? So them moving the blacks into the cities, right, so they could get cheap labor, right, is part of the problem. Right, so so there's a huge relation, especially in the U.S., right, of that the cities are like, you know, it's pretty obvious that the people who live in the suburbs are like second-class white people, right? The rich white people live elsewhere, right? And they're like rich neighborhoods, right? And then you know, the immigrants and the blacks live in the cities. It's pretty fucking weird setup here, right?
Pretty much,
Yeah.
yeah. And it's funny now because they're actually going to start fusing the suburbs with the cities, and they're going to make all of that into like one big 15-minute city where you're going to have kind of like monorails traveling through the city,
yeah,
as new means of transportation. So it's like, this is, I think, is the ultimate goal in the end, is to have these concentrated cities of people where you're kind of like centralizing the population, right?
Yeah.
Into one area, because it's a lot better, it's a lot easier to manage, right?
It's like a factory farm, basically. The city is basically
Pretty
a
much.
factory farm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Metropolitan power, expansion, and standardization, people seem almost instinctively to know that their communal survival depends on holding fast to the vital village element, always present in old cities: stability, continuity, neighborly helping and sharing, and a sense of being someone, somewhere.
Even in the least promising places in our great urban agglomerations, the village spirit may persist. Street fair or a Saints' Day festival in an old city neighborhood is a recurring reminder of man's age-old insistence on his communal and personal identity. So long as this communal spirit persists, there is hope that man's communities will reflect the complex patterns and potentials of his own life.
Already. Brown said the whitest song ever. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so let's move to Ellul here. He says the second element implied in the transformation of the state, the predominance of the technician, is the progressive suppression of ideological and moral barriers. Right now, obviously, the driving of political, cultural, and scientific forms by technique, right? Also, the idea right, of legal techniques, right, transforming the concept of law no longer being related to the concept of morality, right, but to the complex forms of legal techniques. Yeah, blessings to DK Spiracy and I'm in OTW News. Thank you so much for joining the panel. I greatly appreciate you guys' contributions. And also Michael Malzahn. I greatly appreciate you guys. Okay, despite all the hoopla. But yeah, blessings. And of course, the people who appear here on the stage get a special preference from me. And of course, people that reach out personally. And of course, there's a few people, a couple people, like 2 or 3, that have contributed to the show. And we greatly appreciate their time, right, and energy, and they're believing in us and the material that we cover here. And right, I greatly appreciate people's continued fascination with the material here, whether it be positive or negative in terms of their watching and engaging with the material, right? Whether you engage in this material right as in a critical fashion or as to support, we greatly appreciate your time. Anyways, let's move on here. Right, so he's saying there's going to be less and less suppression of ideological and moral barriers to technical progress. And this transforms the state's inclusion of techniques into its methods, right? So he says the old techniques of the state were a compound of purely technical elements and moral elements such as justice. The moral elements are not completely negligible even today, although they by no means occupy the place of honor accorded them in official discourse. The techniques employed by private persons are usually techniques in a pure state. Okay, the techniques employed by private persons are usually techniques in a pure state. Right, and obviously he talked about such techniques that are employed by private persons, namely the conflict between the technical order that existed in the political methods of Stalin and Hitler. Obviously, Hitler relied more on the private decision-making process, right? So he couldn't properly incorporate techniques, right? And the role of technicians into the methods of governance. Right, so yeah, let's go on. He says, yeah, the techniques employed by private persons are usually techniques in a pure state and contain no admixture of moral elements. We shall see later on this is no random fact, but the result of very nature of technique. Right, the state is charged not only with maintaining respect for law and order, but also with establishing just relations among its citizens. It therefore imposes limits on the pure technique of private persons. Thus, from the beginning, the liberal state forbade the free manufacture of explosives and substances pernicious to health. Substances pernicious to health. We're on page 266 of the Technological Society. On a higher plane, it struggled by means of antitrust laws. As in the United States, against the trust, an economic organization notorious for social injustice, It also established labor legislation limiting the abuse of workers by mechanical techniques. In areas of justice, the state has been a barrier and check against private technical abuses. But when technique became state technique, and this is a very important line, when technical instrumentalities passed into the hands of the state, did the state adhere to its old wisdom? Question. Experience must answer in the negative. The techniques to which the state opposed checks when they were in the hands of private persons became unchecked for the state itself. There is no self-limitation in this respect. Okay, so the state has the ability to check the abuse of technique by private persons. It does not have the ability to check itself on the same abuses.
Also, it can automate that process now. It can automate it before, he says technique is self-directing, right? But now technique is kind of decoupling from, the human, engineer or technician, you know what I mean? It's like getting a life of its own with machine learning algorithms.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe one day I can give a short presentation on edge analytics and machine learning and how that's bad for humanity. You know what I mean? It's very bad stuff. Yeah. Like they can, in the past you had to like surveillance, someone had to go to a desk and like pick documents, and now they can like automate that. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm working on maybe composing like 3 pages on that whole question. But yeah, totally. Yeah, obviously welcome to hold the space over here. Right? But yeah, blessings. But yeah, and of course, excellent stuff at Avian's channel. I can't stress that enough. We're definitely gonna play some of that soon. Also,
Yeah.
OTW. Yeah,
It's still a work
blessings.
in progress. I don't think it's that good yet, but I'm still adding more stuff. It's like, it's in infancy. You know what I mean? It's in its infancy.
Yeah, yeah, but still, I mean, the effort and comparatively in terms of the subject material to what's out there, right? So yeah, excellent stuff. And yeah, so let's move on here. He says the English state forbade traffic in narcotics, but made wide use of them in India and China. Right, an omnipotent state, fascist or communist, ceases to respect laws made for the protection of labor. The communist state proclaims this to be a provisional solution, pending the establishment of dictatorship of the proletariat. It's pretty ironic, isn't it? But we can make no judgment of future events. This is not merely a case of princeps legibus solutus est, or the prince is not bound by the laws, but something much more profound. The state is the only barrier between men and techniques of individuals, but it ceases to be a barrier when techniques, when technique increasing geometrically. Okay, so this is part and parcel of his observations, right? As the geometrical increase of technique, right? Versus the arithmetical increase of other aspects of growth, right? Wealth and population and so on and so forth, right? Food production, right? So these are key problems that have been pointing out, right? And this is why they need, right? Part of the whole problem that Michael Malzahn mentioned earlier, right, is the problem of food production, right? So obviously technical necessity forces certain standards of food production. right? So he says barriers are decreasing for technique when it's increasing geometrically, right? Encounters the ancient raison d'etat, right? Or as he says here, right, the state's higher interests, which may be invoked as an excuse for state action contrary to justice or its own laws. Right, this last, which perhaps has nothing to do with the nature of the state, but has nevertheless existed among, existed almost continuously throughout history. But the raison d'etat never possessed the means to express itself. It operated sporadically and incoherently, and its decisions often miscarried. It remained more an intention than a reality, but was always latently there. It was negation of morality by the state. But the means at disposal of the state were themselves subject to a strong moral influence. Okay, they were consequently neither technically nor morally adapted to the raison d'etat, which was deprived of any force without these arms. Right, so the objective factor of power. Right, so this has a dual influence. Right, it not only affects the state in its own capacity, right, but it also affects the person, right, their inability to deal with the state on a personal basis. Right, the state represents a giant technical apparatus, right, that one would do best to avoid, right, while serving. Right.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Yeah, definitely. The state is not after the common people's interests. The state just looking for ways to make people more dependent on technique.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's moving into this section here, technique and constitution, and he's going to narrow in on the laws and how they're influenced by technical necessity. And he tells us a little bit here. It says the French Parliament under absolute monarchy, okay, or the French administration under the Restoration, for example, were not adapted to this objective. But when new techniques refined the old ones lost their internal curbs. The state then focused itself on possession of means agreeable to the raison d'etat. As soon as it had these means, it applied them without hesitation because it entertained no doubts at all as the excellence of its ends. At the same time, other techniques, the result of the activity of individuals, and until then restrained by the state, came into the hands of the state, which well understood their usefulness for realizing its constant objective. How could the state be expected not to exploit a judiciary without independence and a police without any faculty of judgment? But the most noteworthy fact in this complicated development is that henceforth the raison d'etat could only be expression of the multiplicity of techniques which it had employed to realize itself. Okay, so he's explaining the problem of technical necessity and the counter of state with techniques. Right, I'm only going to read a little bit more of this, right, because we do have to move on to the Shang Tzu and Uncle Teddy and other problems, right before we shut this down here, right? From our end, but we do have some significant replays, right? Which is good to record that stuff because we don't know how long it'll remain on the internet, and yeah, so there's a great need to have that in the future and to record some of our time. And of course, I've curated some of these discussions, right? Because sort of relates to many of the themes that we're referring to constantly on the show.
Can I ask a quick question that's related to that? You know why Chad Haig was banned from YouTube? Like, all his stuff seemed so good to me, and he never really like talked about anything bad. Why was he banned? Like,
I think it said Uncle Teddy. I think that's what he wrote on his we read his explanation on what's that website? Man, I'm forgetting what it's called. It's like Substack, yeah. So yeah, so he wrote an article on Substack, and I think he said it was the Uncle Teddy stuff. So yeah, we'll continue to cover Uncle Teddy. We don't know how long we'll be on the tube here, right? We have to switch over to other website, right?
He just said Uncle Teddy, and that's all. That's the only reason that he was banned from YouTube. That's crazy.
That's what he said. Yeah, he said that they were. I think that it was targeted. I think he got targeted. Right? I think it's because he made some notable appearances on some large channels. I think he was targeted from that. But I think there is a danger once you get too big that people start targeting your videos. Right?
That makes sense. Yeah, his stuff was so good. The content was so well organized, especially for Evola, Linkola, and even Kaczynski.
Yes, I know. Yeah, it's a great loss. Yeah, hopefully there's a way that he can bring that material back online. But yeah, it's a great loss of material, and it lets you know that not everybody, relies on, academic materials, and of course, there's not a lot of academic journals and stuff that you can go to find explanations of some of this material, right? So yeah, I mean, when people give academic style explanations of like Evola and Hegel and Ellul and Uncle Teddy, and then you lose all that material. I mean, it's a great loss with Chad Haig. I mean, and of course we have we have had a personal correspondence with him in the past, so we'll try to bring him back on the show, right? But we don't know how long we'll be here, right? Obviously, very controversial material, right? Low level engagement, not a lot of support, right? So there's not a huge reason to be here other than to reach the few people that we can reach, right? But yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys' time. Yeah, let me move on here. It says the French Parliament under absolute monarchy. Okay, I think I read some of this. Yeah, I think I was like, yeah. At the same time, other techniques, a result of the activity of individuals, and until then restrained by the state, came into hands of the state, which well understood their usefulness for realizing its constant objective. How could the state be expected not to exploit judiciary without independence and the police without faculty of judgment? Right, so this is the part I just read. Right, and of course he comes to the conclusion, the expression of a multiplicity of techniques. Okay, and of course he also comes to the conclusion in a previous text that once it realizes these means, it has to put them to use. But there's no reason to employ extremely expensive means and methods and then not to put them to use. Be it exorbitant waste.
Technical necessity, searching for the most efficient means. Technical necessity, right? That's the kind of like it's determinative. It's determinative, and it kind of like pushes itself on others and the system. It's the whole system, the technical monism. The thing is now they can automate the searching for the best means, which is even worse. You know, that just accelerates, you know, with the automation.
Yeah, and of course, the first step is to create a constitution, you know, and a whole political system. And of course, that was a sort of pre-modern invention as well, right? The return to democratic style institutions, right? And the
He lists
yeah,
those in like the first 50 pages somewhere. He lists all the steps. It was like 6 steps or something. Yeah, I highlighted it, but I have to try to find it again. Oh, yeah, here, I found the steps. They are a very long technical maturation or incubation without decisive checks before the final flowering. 2, population growth. 3, a suitable economic milieu. 4, the almost complete plasticity of a society, malleable and open to propagation of technique. 5, a clear technical intention, which combines the other factors and directs them towards the pursuit of the technical objective. So it's like a long, it's like a series of steps, historical steps that were necessary for the technical system, for preoccupation of the technique to grow. The preoccupation, because before, technique was just like a small element. You know, it wasn't, people weren't preoccupied with technique like in ancient Greece or Persia or whatever. They were not preoccupied with it as much. But now the preoccupation involved that like historical unfolding.
yeah, and that explains a sudden rise to power as well. You know, so yeah, it's very interesting. You know, the way Ellul puts this together. And of course, there's other thinkers that we've mentioned too, right? Spangler, you know, Mumford, you know, Junger. You know, there's lots of other thinkers who have sort of put some of these ideas together. Klages,
Yeah,
right?
I would say Ellul is my favorite in terms of how in depth he goes. But
Yeah,
reading
right.
a book is a really, you know, a really tough task. You have to really like
Yeah,
put
totally. Yeah.
energy into it.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. Yeah. Yeah, this is one of the greatest critiques that's available. I mean, so yeah. So it's a pleasure and honor to do it with you guys here. All right. You know, for the people who are here. I mean, you know, yeah, so yeah, like I said, I'll read only a little bit more of this. Right, it says technique and constitution. French administration remained until about 1940, as Napoleon had created it in the 1800s. It had, of course, undergone certain modifications in detail. There had even been certain reversions to pre-Napoleonic practices, but no serious changes had taken place either in orientation or in structure. Constitutional monarchy with absolutistic tendencies, bourgeois and socialist republics, the empire, these French regimes all accepted or suffered Napoleon's instrument because it was a good one. There is no doubt that one of the gravest problems of the Third Republic, if one seldom explicitly considered, was that an administration created by and for an authoritarian state should be in service of a state which wished to be thought liberal. This is the situation of the state today in all areas. Only with difficulty can the technical apparatus be varied. Only with difficulty can it be employed in one way rather than in another. To take a simple example, it matters little in driving an automobile whether the regime be Republican or fascist. Techniques are becoming less and less material. And really important differences from state to state tend to fade away, tend to fade progressively away. A given state technique must be exercised on its own terms. though the political opinions of successive ministers differ. This continuity must be expressed in terms of the dictatorship of bureaus. It explains the often noted fact that social ministers, once in power, act in all countries very much as did their non-socialist predecessors. This is the result of the so-called Marxist treachery, or of weakness of character, but of specific weight of techniques. Right? So he says it's not the result of treachery or weakness of character, but of specific weight of techniques. Right? Like he said, right? Certain rules for automobiles, trade, and different things, right? They're all gonna become the same from state to state.
Yeah, I think that's what he means by the technical monism. Technical monism.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and one of the things he's pointing out about this idea about liberalism, right, in relation to Napoleon's form of government, right? He's saying, well, Napoleon had an authoritarian, government, right? But its style was liberalism. And he's saying this is exactly how every government on earth operates today, right? That it operates through technical necessity, right? And has a face of liberalism, right? So it's, right.
Yeah. It's, like I said before, though, the conservatives are practically liberals too. And even people like, Jared Taylor judge people based on technical criteria. So, they're technically liberals also. Even though they claim they're like far right, they're still judging people based on like the technical criteria that technique requires, like they're preoccupied with technique, all of these figures, Uber Boyo and others. So we've talked about that too. Yeah. So they're like at heart, they're liberals, basically.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they're basically or they think that it's the same on both sides. Right? It's the same on the Indians and the Chinese people. Right? They think, "Oh yeah, we're going to adopt technique. We have a superior culture." Right? So we'll be ahead. Right? So the white people are saying the same thing. They're saying we have a superior culture and we're going to adopt technique. We're going to go far beyond everybody else. Anyways, we created the technique.
Exactly. You see it's very obvious. They're always like technological innovation good. Technological progress good. So religion, and also they all wear the same suits, like in ancient times, people wore diverse clothing. You go to China, you would see traditional clothing or unique costumes. Now everyone is wearing business suits. I don't understand why more people don't talk about that. Like you see, the president, the leader of China wearing a suit. You see, all of them wearing suits. But yeah, they all always say technological progress good, blah blah blah. We need to find more efficient ways, blah blah blah. It's a religion basically. It's a religion.
Yeah, yeah, and the flat Earth people and the religious people, right? They'll say, "Well, science is wrong." Right, and then the science people will say, "Well, religion caused all the wars in history." Right, but they both agree that technological progress is a solution. Right, so we got to get to a new age of civilization. Right, so even on all of the critiques, right, whether it's conservative or liberal, right, whether it's concerned with archaic revival, and rejecting science, or concerned with transhumanism and totally promotion of science, it's all the same.
Yeah, I
All
think
of it's
the
the same.
root of that is they believe all knowledge has to be conceptual. You know what I mean? But there's non-conceptual ways of knowing. You know what I mean? Like, something you feel deep in your heart, like grace. I like the concept of grace from the Christian tradition. you know, or in Buddhism we have suchness, you know, and I know Islam has many things like that too. But the point I'm trying to make isn't necessarily from a perennial perspective, but it's more from the perspective that there are non-conceptual ways of knowing, and that's what truly matters in life. You see what I'm saying? It's not really like, you know, something deep in your heart, you know, and a lot of times it does go against scientific consensus. For example, I don't think we're just, you know, atoms or we're just, you know, matter, you know, I mean, there's more than matter. You see what I'm saying? There's a like a soul, or there's like Buddha nature, you know. Buddha nature is not really like, you know, purely material. And that brings me to another point. You know, Buddhism has been attacked also, you know what I mean? Like they're trying to naturalize Buddhism, and they're trying to naturalize all these traditions. You know what I mean? And to the credit of the Islamic tradition, they have resisted that more than other people. They don't want their tradition to be naturalized or mechanized or like, you know, put into the scientific framework, you know what I mean? But the point I'm trying to make is that, you know, the scientists and the technicians, they don't believe in like some kind of non-abstract way of knowing things. You know, the Shangzu is very good at pointing at that stuff, you know, because the Shangzu is like, it's not, you cannot really like capture it fully in conceptual framework.
Yeah,
And that's why
totally.
I like Plagace too. Plagace talk about that too.
Yeah, with the vitalism. Yeah, it's totally important. And this is what we were talking about on OTW that I thought was so, or I kind of guided some of the discussion, but they invited me up there. But yeah, it was about going beyond words, right? And of course, I floated the question to them, you know, is language primary to ideas, or are ideas primary to language, right? And the great battle between the Platonists and the Sophists, right? And yeah, interesting stuff. But yeah, we have to go beyond words, go beyond knowledge itself, because knowledge cannot justify itself. Right? As we said, you know, knowledge for the sake of knowledge, right? It's a destructive path, right? So yeah, knowledge has to be tethered to values, right? And yeah, so yeah, it's extremely important. And of course, the Tao gives a nub of that by just saying, well, showing the limitations of knowledge itself and of reason, right? So yeah, it does a great job. But yeah, so I'm kind of caught up here. You know, some of the ellul stuff. 268 here. Yeah, let's read this paragraph and then we'll end this. Okay, so so he says Ardant in his book on technique of the state emphasizes that there is a technique of state that no regime, whatever its nature, can do without. Every statesman is faced with the dilemma. Either he must apply these techniques on their own invariable terms, or he must renounce them and forego the results they tend to produce. We must not lose sight of the fact that techniques furnish the best possible means, each in its own sphere. A country's economic minister will be forced to plan the economy or abandon it to anarchy. We have already studied the unfeasibility of a half-planned economy, or of planning with which contents itself with making recommendations. Technique will not tolerate half measures. Okay, so this is the great challenge that technique offers the state, as we've seen. So yeah, we're on page 268 there. Okay, and we'll continue reading perhaps on Saturday. Right. So yeah, I greatly appreciate your time. And of course, we're going through Ellul's Technological Society. We're going to move to the Shangzhou. Okay, then look at some of Skrbina's remarks on Uncle Teddy, which we've been waiting to do for a long time, but we've not been able to get into it. Right, and of course, we read some interesting ideas about MK Ultra yesterday. Okay, and we'll have some important reflections on Jung, who we saw exercise a chief influence on Henry A. Murray, who did the experiments on Uncle Teddy. Right, so there's important historical information to go along with the background of it. And of course, we're not promoting any ideologies, right? We're simply looking at different critiques. And of course, you get to make up your own mind. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. And yeah, we'll move to some music now. And move to the Shangzhou. Right, and yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys. These are two of my favorite songs here. Last Light by Prefuse 73. And On This I Stand by Idea. Okay, this is a special presentation of music for you guys. And of course, we won't play AI generated music on this show, right? So whether that prevents us from monetizing the show permanently, that's fine. But we simply can't have shitty music and shitty philosophy material and all this type of stuff, crappy subject material, right? Reviewing YouTube celebrities and their pseudo-intellectual nonsense, right? Their bumper sticker philosophy, right? We have to work with real materials, real art here, right? And of course, we'll continue to do so. Work within the medium of original ideas. And yeah. So yeah, let's move on here to the music. Blessings, folks. I appreciate you guys.
2 sets of footprints placed ahead of the dirt, softened from teardrops, and overlooking the earth as the son of a moon, protected by a force field of pure thought. This I stand. A rally of unemployed, disgruntled words spawned from long journeys through somewhere that only caused me pain as I strained my soul, cramming it with light so I could bring some there. I bleed the blood of a cold stone that roams without a shadow. I'm only deep enough to realize that I'm shallow. My head, I keep it up, but it's hard to keep it straight when you don't believe in love and you just can't cope with hate. Metal rust, leaves turn into dust as the difference between love and lust clarifies its trust. If you only had an hour to sum your whole life up, would you spend that hour saying that an hour ain't enough? I've escaped the shell that bound me to cowardice. Now I'm faithful to the wind, but compared to it I'm powerless. The first step was made and it was a fair accomplishment. The pond was sitting still, so I threw a rock in it, and as my reflection rippled it all became clear. Seasons always change, so there's no reason for fear. We made an autobiography of our pivotal years. It's all I got and I'm giving it to you because I care. See, a lot of the time humans as artists exist in a self-projected state of falsehood. We're either too close to our image to be objective in our perception, or too far away to be subjective in any matter. This only widens the void that social conformity introduced to our souls at birth. And so I write. But I don't write without the intention of objectivity or attention on the image, but only as an omnidirectional bridge between the several floating tunnel-structured realities present in comparable space and time. See, I don't write for the future, I write about the future, for the present. I write with my past, about the future, for the present. On this I stand, the oasis of a limbo, adjacent to my generation, facing out the window, waiting for some ventilation, patient while the wind blows, graceful in its demonstration, overall innovation. I stand, a fountain of youth, sovereignty, 1,000 syllables more than a pound of flesh, a deep breath of achievement, a dream and a wake-up call, another hall of the quest. On this I stand, a letter to civilization. On this I stand, the purity of creation. On this I stand, a paradigm for self. On this I stand, a thank you for your help. On this I stand, my firstborn child. On this I stand, something for now. On this I stand, life, love, death, hate. On this I stand, an album, glad you can relate. Peace.
We got Zeffy McZefferton. Blessings.
Hey, Jeffer. How are you doing, dude? It's a good talk tonight. It got a little crazy in the middle, but
Little middle craves.
yeah,
The cream in the middle.
I was getting some anxiety. It was funny. I was like, I had to turn the volume down.
Yeah, between Michael and DK, I think they had some powerful opinions. You know, because
Yes,
I don't imagine that would have gone because that was leading up to hour-long discussion. So I'm gratefully thankful that Avian Buddha basically quelled that with quick facts about the Rockefellers, because then we could just move on, because we need to lay some quick facts to dispel, because basically Michael Malzahn, he brought a sort of foul-smelling odor to the conversation by defending the Rockefellers, right? So, you know, obviously that is quite a bold
yeah.
move there. Yeah.
That's like saying Dow Chemicals has always been a great company that's good for
Right,
the environment. Yeah, like seriously.
Right, like they've done some good, they've done some bad. Like,
Well, Dow chemicals in particular have polluted the entire planet's water system, like the water cycle,
Right.
everywhere
Yeah.
on the planet.
I've
Even
once
in
re-
Antarctica, you can
Right.
find forever chemicals.
Yeah, I once read a study or somewhere that said food from 200, 300 years ago was much more nutriently dense. I mean, like eating fruit from like, I don't know, or even vegetables from 200, 300 years ago was like much more, enriching. It was much
Well, we
more.
didn't eat that much more, or I mean, we didn't eat that much. We ate a variety of things that were seasonal usually.
Yeah,
That's kind of what I
exactly.
do. That's kind of what I
And it
do
had more
anyway.
nutrients, because the
And you had,
soil was rich and there were
yeah,
no.
you had. Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, I mean, there were no GMOs and no pesticides, so the soil was richer, and so the food was more dense in nutrients.
Yeah, it'd be really awesome if they could figure out how those Amazonians made that terra preta. 'Cause that would be really awesome.
Yeah, it would be awesome, yeah.
I think my mom's trying to figure it out. I think it has something to do with fungus and composting, though.
Yeah, soil from older forests tend to be richer in mycorrhizae, which helps, with plants growing better, better than, using, artificial fertilizer or whatever, it's better to use like rich soil, with lots of fungi and stuff. I mean, people
Yeah,
didn't do that stuff in the past.
we have really bad dirt here, so we had to make dirt. And I went to go and I got like horse and llama manure, and we rototilled it in, and we had to let it sit for a year to like so. And then we added ashes, and we got some good compost over that year. And it's pretty good. This is much better this year than it was last year.
Yeah, composting is good. Yeah, we compost a lot of vegetables and other stuff. Yeah, it does tend to lead to decent soil, I think, if you compost. I mean, it's good to compost.
Yeah, we live in the desert, and so it's sand pretty much like 6 feet. And then it goes right to red clay, which is like pretty much you can't grow hardly anything in it as it is, except for like desert stuff, which there is some like, what is that stuff called? Purslane that grows everywhere around here, which is actually pretty good to eat. It's like a succulent plant, very nutritious.
One perennial crop that's very good that most people don't grow is Jerusalem artichoke. Jerusalem artichoke, and that's a very good, something easy to grow, and it does tend to like feed people a lot. I mean, if I were living off the grid, I would be growing a lot of Jerusalem artichoke because it's
Yeah.
easy to grow.
Most people don't even know that you can like take the things that you buy at the grocery store, like the celery, and you can grow more from the bottom of it. Did you know that?
My wife and I did that once or twice. We've done that actually. Yeah,
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
it's cool. Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of natural knowledge that Rockefellers are trying to destroy. It's true that green black walnut texture is a very powerful remedy. That they try to keep this stuff under the law. They don't want people to know
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah, my mom, she has chickens and she was selling eggs, and they were trying to like crack down on all the farmers markets and stuff up there.
Well, my first introduction to all the anti-industrial stuff, anti-technique was when I was like 18 or 16, yeah, 16 or 14, somewhere around there. I was, getting very health conscious, and, I learned about Mercola. I liked Mercola a lot. He's a man of integrity. I mean, all the people who have integrity, they are attacked by the establishment. And Mercola was one man that I liked a lot. I mean, he also talked about a lot of dangerous stuff, like a lot of bad stuff. He does get unfairly attacked. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not giving health advice, but saying
Yeah, me neither.
saying positive things about Mercola could put this channel at risk. I don't want to say it, but I do
Mhm.
like.
Yeah. Fuck them. They'll get what they deserve. I believe it. Let them come pick on me, because I don't care. They can pick on me, call me names, but I'm not important. So
Yeah, they tend to like attack a lot of the people who could, make a difference, even a little bit of a small difference, because they want to maintain their profits or maintain techniques. They're preoccupied with the most efficient means to just, fuck people over, enforce dependence, stuff like that, just manipulation. But yeah, that's it, You see that in every industrial complex, like big pharma or like a military industrial complex, present industrial complex. Most people do know about some of them. Like they know about military industrial complex, but they don't connect the dots in a more, comprehensive philosophical way and look at the, the root
yeah,
of the issue.
they're too busy trying to survive, and they're like, slaving away at their jobs and trying to raise their kids, and like friggin' distracted by all the technology and friggin' entertainment. And yeah. But not us. Some of us had some free time.
Well, I do my best, but I'm not perfect. I have
No, nobody
like,
is. I mean,
yeah.
that's unreasonable expectations for anybody to be perfect. Even, I think, don't say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. Some people think that somebody was perfect, but I doubt anybody was perfect. Except perfectly imperfect. Did you fall asleep, TMO?
No.
No.
Yeah, but yeah, it's interesting what you guys are talking about. But in terms of the Shangzhou, yeah, he's got some critical reflections here, and it's going off of what I was saying earlier about going beyond words, right? And yeah, this whole notion of going beyond words is basically one of the first notions that appears in the entire Taoist literature, right? As he says, the nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth, right? The way that can be followed is not the constant way, right? And ever desiring, one can perceive the manifestations, but ever desireless, one can perceive the mystery, right? This is because oneness is mysterious, right? It's indescribable, right? To see the unbounded oneness between things, right? But little knowledge is boundless, right? As he says, in a passage, two passages here, he says, big knowledge is boundless, little knowledge is unbound. Big knowledge is this idea of the mystery, right? The oneness, right? And relation between things, right? The little knowledge is about particularity, right? That knowledge goes on forever, right? One picture is worth 1,000 words, right? There's infinite divisions in a finite boundary, right? So he says life is bounded, knowledge is unbounded. Using the bounded to follow the unbounded is dangerous. So this whole idea of going beyond words, right? As he says, where can I find someone who is forgotten words so I can have a word with them? Because words are for meaning. Once you've got the meaning, you can let go of the words.
I love that kind of a wordplay. It's like, so I can have a word with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I wonder what would happen if you were only desiring to be desireless.
Yeah, he makes a lot of wordplay. He's actually describing people as desirelessness coming from their physical deformity, right? So they have desirelessness because they can't do things, right? Or they're just horribly misshapen, right? So they have a simplicity of purpose, right? Because they can't really commit to too much, right? So
Yeah, what does he mean that they're horribly misshapen? Like they're like,
yeah, I'll give an example. But yeah, he says words are like winds and waves. Actions fulfill or disappoint them. Winds and waves are easily moved, and fulfillment and disappointment easily lead to danger. Rage has no other source but clever words. And of course, the whole idea of keeping one's desires few, right, is the same as limiting one's overexhaustion of trying to know everything, right, and trying to control nature, right? And of course, true understanding of nature is understanding of essence with no form, right? The inexhaustible, right, which is beyond words, right? So he gives an example of somebody who, where his stupidity is honesty, his lameness is strength, right? And he describes his splayed limbs as being as leading to this fruit of splayed virtue, right? Which is this idea of, remaining without responsibility, right? But constantly refining one's tasks, right? But keeping to oneself, right? Knowing your own place, fulfilling your purpose, right? So he describes splay limbs that we described last time. He says, splay limb, Shu Chin is sunk in his belly. His shoulders are above his head, pinched together so they point at the sky. His 5 organs are on top. His thighs tight against his ribs. Plying a needle and taking in laundry, he makes enough to fill his mouth. Winnowing leftover grain, he gets enough to feed 10 people. When the people in charge all are calling out troops, splay limbs wanders among them waving goodbye. When they are press ganging workers, he is exempted as a chronic invalid. When they dole out grain to the sick, he gets 3 measures and 10 bundles of firewood. With splayed limbs, he is still able to keep himself alive and to live out his years that heaven gave him. What if he had splayed virtue? Here's another example. He says, in Lu, there was an amputee named Royal Nag. Royal Nag. Right? So
Nag.
so his name is a wordplay because he's constantly given this these people that are having conversations with these great rulers. Right? So he says Royal Nag, who had as many followers as Kong Zi. Right? So there's a guy that he made up. Right? So there's this guy in this other town, totally made up guy, right, who's got as many followers as Kong Zi. So he's giving an example. He says, Chang Ji asked Kong Zi, Royal Nag is an amputee. Yet you and he divide Lu for students. He doesn't stand and teach or sit and discuss. Yet they go to him empty and come home full. Can there be teaching without words? Can there be teaching without words or a developed mind in a deformed body?
Look at Stephen Hawking.
Well, no, I don't think he would count that as a developed mind. But
no, the other way around. The other way around.
I think he means by developed mind like somebody who's wise. Right? I mean, he says in another passage, right? Can the body be turned into dry wood? Can the mind really be turned into dead ashes? So he says, Kong Zi said, he is a sage. Right? I'm just running late and haven't been to see him yet. And if I intend to make him my teacher, is it surprising that others do? Forget about Lu. I'm going to lead the whole world to follow him. Chang Ji said, if that amputee can lord it over you, he must be far from ordinary. Someone like that must have special way of thinking. Kong Zi said, death and life are big. They make no difference to him. Heaven and earth could flip over, and it would not matter to him. He peers into the falseless and does not shift with things. He considers it destiny that they should change and holds on to their ancestry. Okay, so he doesn't hold on to either the body or the mind. Right? He understands the nature of both is to change. Right? And he says here. Okay, so Chang Ji asked him first, right? He says, what does that mean? What does that mean, bro? Right? So Kongzi said, looked at from their differences, liver and gall are as far apart as states of Chu and Yu. Looked at from their sameness, the 10,000 things are all one.
Mm-hmm. That's funny because I was actually talking to Axis last night, really late on a stream, and we were talking about how vulnerability is like a superpower. Because if you're like vulnerable, like nobody fucks with you. Because they either assume that you're crazy or that you're badass. It's probably a little both, but they just don't want to mess with you because they're like, what do you do down here? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, as Shang Tzu says, the longer the party lasts, the stranger things happen.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of this. This is just apart from the Blue Cliff record. I'm not sure if but here, like, let me read the. In one, there are many kinds. In two, there's no duality. And here's the comments for in one, there are many kinds. You should open it up. What end will there be in just one kind? In two, there's no duality. And then he responds, how could it sustain 4, 6, 7? Why create complications? And that's kind of like in Japanese Zen, they have this concept called not one, not two. I think that's what it is. Yeah, or was it not two? I think it's just not two. Basically, they're saying that the wait, with me is not not two. Yeah, Japanese Zen, not two. Yeah, let me double check. Yeah, not two, not one. Yeah, basically saying that the absolute or like emptiness and the multiplicity, they're like two complementary poles, you know, like two sides of the same coin. I mean, so it's a deal with aporias, you know, riddles. You know, it's not something you can cognize with the rational discursive mind. I mean, yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, that's what I want to say. What was it called again? Not to. See here, not.
I
Yeah, not.
think that the
Yeah,
translation is not this, not that, isn't it?
no, it's not one and
Yes.
not two. Not one and not two.
No.
Yeah, it's a
Sounds naughty.
position. It's a positionless position. You know, I actually memorized this quote from the Diamond Sutra. Since the position of attributes is an illusion, Subhuti, and no position of attributes is no illusion, then by means of attributes that are no attributes, the Tathagata can be seen. So it's like a signless sign. A signless sign, basically.
I love that. Because, see, I like to say, like, well, why don't you just blame? It's much easier that way instead of blaming other people.
Yeah.
Scapegoats are not good. Yeah, technique is a global
Yeah.
phenomenon. Technique.
Creates victimized people and scapegoats, which are not really that great.
I think people are prone to scapegoating because most people are just not, you know. But I don't want to gloat. By heritage and lineage, I do descend from aristocrats. Believe it or not, I actually descend from royal advisors of Quajars who defected because they disliked how the Quajars were losing constant land, and they were advisors of the Quajars. They defected. They didn't like how
That's
much
funny.
they
I think I have some of that too. They're the Lafleurs and there's the other ones. So there's Lancasters in England.
Yeah, there are always two sides into every story. It's not just about, you know, like the white people persecuting others. A lot of times it's due to the incompetency or the lack of, you know, sight from your own people, you know, and you get vulnerable, and then others will exploit that vulnerability. I mean, that has existed throughout human history, but technique does exasperate that, because technique, makes it more, I don't know, it has an automatism. So it has an element of automatism, the technique.
Well,
it
and if
becomes
you're
more
aware,
the techno-liberalism, basically.
if you're
Sorry,
aware of your vulnerability and you like are familiar with it and you're careful, it kind of like just it solves itself with ease.
I think one way to do that is not to take things personally, like
Yeah.
if someone insults you, just don't take it personally or something.
Yeah. I always tell people, I say I'm unoffendable and I can prove it. Say
Yeah,
what you want.
or even not holding on to certain ideas. Like in terms of this, what Shang Zhu is talking about is in terms of the words themselves,
Yeah.
right? So he's saying that basically descriptions, they can go on forever, and obviously descriptions come from seeing differences in things, right? So this whole idea of sameness, that we could look at anything as sameness, and once we try to look at the similarities between things, we realize they're all one, right? But this oneness and the multiplicity are all two sides of the same coin as well, because you could look at the tree, right, while looking at all the leaves, or you could look at one leaf and then you can't see all the individual leaves, right? But you could really see the wholeness of the leaf itself, right? So multiplicity and oneness are really two levels of perception,
Yeah,
right?
it's
It's
like
what
zoom in, zoom out. Zoom in, zoom out.
yeah, it's what the Taoists are trying to say, and of course going beyond words, like he says, using a non-point, to show that a point is not a point is better than using a point, right? Here, let me read this. He says, making a point to show that a point is not a point is not as good as making a non-point to show that a point is not a point. All right, so he's saying that going beyond words, right? Essentially, going beyond descriptions, right? Because descriptions are limitless, right? Little knowledge is boundless, right? So don't get caught up in the descriptions, right? So he goes on to say, and this is how Kong Z is explaining to his students, right? It says, looked at their differences, liver and gall are as far apart as the states of Chu and Yu. Looked at from their sameness, the 10,000 things are all the same, are all one and the same. Someone like him does not know what is appropriate for his ears and eyes, but lets his mind wander in the harmony of virtue. He looks at the way things are, one, and does not see what they're missing. He looks at losing a foot like shaking off dust. Chang Ji said, quote, for his own sake, he uses knowledge to gain control of his mind and uses control of his mind to achieve a constant mind. But why should others make so much of him? Kong Z said, people don't mirror themselves in moving water. They mirror themselves in still water. Only the still can still the crowd's stillness. Of those that receive their destiny on earth, only the pine and cypress are green winter and summer. Of those that receive their destiny from heaven, only the sages Diao and Shun are proper. Those fortunate enough to correct their own lives can correct the lives of the crowd. The proof of guarding the beginning is the fact of not being nervous. A brave soldier will boldly go against the 9 armies. If someone can risk his life like this for fame, how much more so one whose place is heaven and earth and whose treasure is the 10,000 things? One who only lodges in the form, treats hearing and sight as images, unifies what knowledge knows, and whose mind never tastes death. He will pick his day to transcend the falseness, which is why people follow him. Why would he be willing to make a mere why would he be willing to make mere things his business?
It's funny because I just made that one like yesterday.
Yeah, interesting. So yeah, he says Duke of Lu asked Kong Zi, there was an ugly man in Wei named Sad Nag. Men hung around with him. They thought about him all the time and couldn't tear themselves away. Women saw him, and by the dozens, they vowed to their parents that they'd rather be his concubine than another man's wife. No one had no one had ever heard him sing the lead. All he ever did was harmonize with others. There's been many such cases, this, right? Some guy who really doesn't do anything, but everybody loves him.
That's funny. I did this one too.
Nice. So yeah, so yeah, he's yeah, so he had no lordly status to save people from death, no piles of wealth to fill their bellies. He was ugly enough to shock the world. He harmonized without singing and knew nothing beyond his own borders. But cocks and hens coupled in his presence. There had to be something special about him. So we summoned him for an audience, and he really was ugly enough to shock the world. He stayed with us, and before a month was out, we took an interest in his personality. By the time a year passed, we trusted him. Since the state had no minister, we put him in charge. He looked glum and faltered, as though he might even decline. We were embarrassed, but eventually got him to take it. Before long, however, he abandoned us. We were crushed as though we'd lost a loved one, as though there was no one to enjoy the state with. What kind of man was this? Kong Zi said, I was once sent to Chu. On the way, I saw piglets feeding on their dead mother. After a while, they all blinked and ran off. They see themselves in her. I'm sorry, they didn't see themselves in her. Didn't find their kind. What they loved was their mother, not her form, but what moved her form. When someone dies in battle, his people don't bother with medals at his burial. An amputee's old shoes mean nothing to him. Both have lost the root. Women of the imperial retinue don't pare their nails or pierce their ears. A married man is sent on no more outside missions. When we do this to keep the form whole, how much more should we do to keep virtue whole? Now this sad nag was trusted before he spoke and was loved, although he accomplished nothing. He got people to give him their own states and worry he wouldn't take them. He must have completed the potential, though his virtue took no form. But and of course, you know, the best way to destroy a fool is to make him king. Right? And the person who doesn't want to become king, the people all say he should rule.
Yeah, king. They say king for a day, fool for a lifetime.
Yeah.
I'll also say that, some of the best kings throughout history have been forgotten. A lot of them have been forgotten, or many people just don't care about them as much anymore. Like, it's kind of sad, but that's what happens. Heroes and kings become forgotten. you know, or they just selectively remember some of them. I mean, and they, yeah. So it's best not to want to be somebody. You know, I mean, if you want to be somebody, you want glory, is a kind of vain aspiration that doesn't end well. You know what I mean? And ultimately, it's not like you're gonna see that memory that people remember. Maybe the memory of who you were gets distorted, or it gets, you know. So that's the question. What does it mean to leave behind a legacy in terms of the memory of it? I mean, it's a kind of,
Well,
yeah.
look at what happened with Nietzsche. I mean, he got so grossly misinterpreted. I mean, there's so many people that their words were like twisted into something the total opposite over time.
Well, yeah, that happens to so
But
many
I think
students.
it's still better to say your say and make your the stuff that you make, even if, because at least, I mean, that's why I do it. Like I mean, I do it to share too, but I do it because I enjoyed making what I make.
It's better to plant the tree because deep in your heart, you see that's meaningful, and you don't want to expectation of reward. You know what I mean? But planting the tree because you want to leave a lasting legacy for your name is foolish, though. You see what I'm trying to say? So
Yeah.
there's a difference, yeah, between those two. Yeah.
Yeah, what am I reading? Yeah, Shang Tzu for Chuck McNorris. Yeah, this is the Shang Tzu. It's like 400 BC roundabouts. Chinese literature.
It's a gold one.
Yeah, that one's cool.
What
I
is
like
that
it.
supposed to be?
It's just a shape.
Oh, it's a nice
It's like,
shape. It's a nice shape.
Yeah, it looks like
yeah,
a gate or like
it
a
kind of
seal.
does. It does kind of.
If it's like made of metal, be cool.
Yeah, it is like
I could see it.
holographic.
Yeah, like if it was like a gold plate, it'd be dope.
Yeah.
You might be able to like go to a jeweler.
Oh yeah, there's
and
a
be
metal
like,
extruders or whatever. I could
yeah,
probably do.
like make this.
Yeah, I want this as a like, I don't know, what would it be? It would be like a panel
Like a
knob or
seal.
something. You could put
Yeah.
like a knocker on it. I have this cat knocker. It's like a cat, but it doesn't have the thing that you knock against. This could be the thing it knocks against. That'd be awesome. But I have to find a
Yeah, it
door
looks
to
like
put it on.
cool,
First.
like piece of like brass or copper, like metal work, or that'd be like dope.
Yeah, but be really
Yeah.
cool.
One thing I feel that I would have loved, you know, but America is probably not the best for it, at least the area I live. You know, I watched this film called The Truffle Hunters. It was set in north of Italy, yeah, and it's about truffle hunters. Like they take their dogs, they go to the forest, and they try to find truffles. And I thought that was pretty cool. You know, like they can, you know, like exploring your surroundings, you know, and taking your dog out and looking for truffles. That seems pretty fun, and it seems like it relaxes you too. And so, like, yeah, it seemed nice. I just wanted to mention that. But yeah, maybe going for placer gold is too good too. You know, like placer gold. You know what I mean? Placer gold. You know, like going to the streams and taking that sifter and trying to find placer silver or gold, or even sometimes you can find platinum. And maybe
I
going
do
to
that with
mountains.
rocks. I'm a rock hound, and I like have so many rocks, and I actually found out that I found a sapphire, like a really decent sized one.
That's
But I didn't
cool.
know it was a sapphire. I've had it for like years. It's
It'd
really
be
funny.
nice to live in a more green area to go like truffle hunting or placer hunting or something. Like uninhabited space is kind of dying out. You know, ellul talks about that too. You know, he says the uninhabited space is dying out. You know, yeah, but it's good to like get away from suburban or urban area. You know, find something like that to do. It's good for the mind. You know, yeah. But I think to some extent maybe the Southern Europeans have retained that more, relatively speaking, than like Americans or maybe, I don't know, Northwest European or something, Southern Americans, like Italy or something, North Italy. That was a very
There's
nice
so much like uninhabited land here, but it's because it's mostly desert. There's places that you can go here that like most people can't even get to. There's like deep canyons, and you can find like little crazy like there's like water going through the little canyon, but it's like so hard to get into that nobody goes in there, not even animals hardly. And it's like a whole little self-contained ecosystem with birds and lizards and freaking crickets everywhere.
That's very cool. Yeah, I'm pretty sure America has a lot of cool stuff. You gotta search for it and stuff, and you gotta learn the self-sufficiency skills.
Oh
And
yeah,
stuff.
I was raised up that way. I mean, like literally, we used to go out and like arrowhead hunt or rock hunt and whatever. And I was like 3, and we would get out of the truck like it would be probably like 3 or 4 hours before sunset, and everything looks the same pretty much. There's like washes and sagebrush, and not a lot of landmarks or anything, but it's like hills. There's some hills, and but they all look the same. So I would just like I wouldn't follow my parents. My parents would take off in different directions because they were looking for arrowheads, and I would just like wander off looking for rocks, and I would just not even pay attention where I was going. But I never got lost. It's
Well,
like I
that's
always
how
knew
life.
exactly how long it would take for me to get back to the truck before the sunset, and
Well,
which
that's how
direction
life.
it.
Oh, sorry. Well, that's how life is. We're, the technical professionals tell you the best life is, I don't know, suburban life where you're so-called educated, but no, the older I get, the more I realize definitely that the best life is to be close to nature, like, and have self-sufficiency skills, like fishing and like, just walking around in the uninhabited space. That kind of stuff is the best life, what I mean? Not like, being educated, like, or whatever, or like, whatever, like being domesticated, they just, that's one way to summarize it. The system or technique wants to domesticate people and make them reliant on them, they doesn't want them to be free because of technical necessity. But yeah, you know,
I think it's good to have both skills because they're both useful. I've always been like that, though.
well, the
And
thing is, we're living, the thing with the free market and the system we're living in now is a lot of people's so-called skills will be obsolete now thanks to automation. A lot of white-collar jobs will die out, unfortunately. And that's what's happening. I mean, especially with H-1Bs too, and coupled with the H-1Bs and the automation, it's gonna be a recipe for disaster. That's why I think they're trying to start a global war, a fake global war, because they want to restructure. Because a lot of people are gonna lose their jobs.
Well, you
I
know
mean, it's
what will
already
be
happening.
valuable then is experiences, and that's like my job. There are so many like already like this has been for years and years. There's been tarot bots, like tarot reader bots. You can go online for free and get a tarot reading. But I still have people that want the experience of sitting down at a table. I have ambiance, I set it up nicely, and I'm a good reader, and the machine can't do that. So it's kind of
No,
like
the
job
machine,
security.
the machine is reaching the point where it's very good at like audio recognition and writing. It is like exponentially getting better at that
Yeah,
stuff.
but
Not
I know that
spelling.
I will have that je ne sais quoi, I'm not worried about it at all. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, hello. How are y'all?
Hello. How you doing, Mary? Long
Pretty
time no
good.
see.
Oh, I'm just wandering around here and there. I was going to talk about wild spaces. I have wild spaces. We live out here in the middle of nowhere. And you have to worry
I love
about
it.
becoming prey when you're out there in those wild spaces. It's not just all, Mother Nature and flowers and butterflies.
Same in the city too, actually.
That's true, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
I went to downtown Atlanta. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's much worse than going to the wilds. You know, downtown Atlanta. I had to grab my wife and the uh run to the fast food joint because she was almost jumped by yeah. But anyway, the point I'm making is that yeah, I know the wilds can have like poisonous snakes and a lot of other stuff, bears, and a lot of stuff. It's probably bigger problem like South America. You got to be very careful of all those.
Oh yeah, in some
poisonous
places like
snakes.
that.
That's when
But
when
yeah,
we
that's
said
why
you went to Atlanta.
I carry a gun.
I say, bless your heart.
Bless your heart.
Because you went to Atlanta. Did anybody say that to you, Avian? Did they say, "Oh, bless your heart"?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what it
Yeah.
means, though? Did anybody
Yeah.
explain it? Because it's
Me-
kind of nice, but it's kind of not. I love it.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you.
I didn't mean it personally, though.
Yeah, maybe in my stream I will read Dogen's One Bright Pearl because that's one of the good ones too. I like Dogen's One Bright Pearl. It's kind
Yeah,
of like
that's Dogen's excellent.
yeah,
I think I've
I'll read
seen
that
that
for my
story.
stream.
That's a good one.
The time being.
Yeah, OG. Yeah, OG. Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, Dogen is excellent. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the main thing that really tie all of them together is the non-conceptual, awakening. It's non-conceptual, the way of true knowledge, not just discursive knowledge. Discursive knowledge, I can't pronounce it, ratiocination or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Ratiocination, right? Ratiocination. Yeah, you know that word, right? Or like, how do you pronounce that word?
I don't. Rationalization, you mean?
No, the word I'm
Or
saying.
recognition?
No, the word I'm saying is more fancy than that. I can put it in the.
Ratiocination? Like, is it like ratios?
No, I put it in the chat, the private
Oh.
chat.
I have to look.
Yeah, I cannot pronounce it.
I'm still blind. I can't see.
Ratiocination.
Ratiocination. Yeah, ratiocination.
Ratiocination. That sounds like you got to stutter.
Ratiocination is the
What does
process.
it mean?
The
Yeah.
process of thinking or arguing in a logical, rational, and methodical way to arrive at a conclusion or understanding.
So it's the process of rationalizing, basically, or arguing rationally.
Yeah,
I think rationalization has connotation in terms of interpersonal psychology, and I think in that it means something different. Like it means like trying to justify your emotions or something like that. And that could be sort of double meaning there. But yeah, in
That's
terms
like
of what
looking
Creek
the
Mary,
books and the accounting.
yeah, in terms of what Creek Mary is saying, very interesting, right?
Yeah.
And of course, we're going to look at a critique of anarcho-primitivism, and it's not all. Return to nature is should not be looked at as a event that's going to make life easier for people. That is a wrong-headed assumption, and that could cost the entire basis for the if you want to have a revolution against the technological system, well, that would be one of the things that would destroy that type of movement very quickly, right? It would be to misinterpret, right, those ideas. And then in terms of what Avian Buddha is saying, right, about non-conceptual methods, and I think this is really what Shang Tzu's pointing out, and in terms of how he's saying virtue with no form, right? This is actually part and parcel of these non-conceptual methods, right? And of course, virtue is seen as like, this whole idea.
I want to clarify something quickly. I'm not saying return to nature in that sense, because I still think permaculture techniques and some degree of organization is necessary, and ethos, those two things, permaculture techniques, it's a kind of technology, but it's not an invasive technology. Permaculture techniques, like making compost, or it's a technique. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, I would hate to give up my washer and dryer, honestly, because I
uh,
think that was like what took up the majority of women's lives in, the past was washing and hanging clothes. That would take days for a family.
well, if you
Yeah,
don't have
because
to work,
that seems
it's
to
not
be
that
the
big of a
trade-off
deal.
with technology.
Yeah, that's the
If
one
you
thing that I
don't
would
have
not want to give up.
technology, you better have a lot of muscle.
Right.
Well, see, I have a lot of muscle, but I wouldn't want to be spending it washing laundry all day.
Well,
Well,
just
that's
think about this like this, if we don't go back, the future descendants will not resemble you. They're gonna be all augmented. They're all going to be chipped. You know what I mean? They're gonna have graphene tattoos. I'm
yeah.
trying to see that's the
Well,
direction
I
we're
can't
heading
stop
in.
them from doing that though. So
Sure,
I can
sure you
only
can.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can
sure
I?
you can.
No.
I know
Yeah.
a Native
I think
American woman who had her baby out of the hospital, she was one of those reservation Indians. And
I have a lot of friends like
that's
that.
what she was talking about. She didn't want her baby in the system. So she had it at home on the reservation, not going to send him to school. He's not going to have a social security number.
Yeah,
Just
there
going
you
to
go.
be wild, a wild Indian.
That
Yeah,
can
there you
also
go.
go very badly for them too, because if they grow up and they decide that they want to go into society at some point, that's going to be real fun. And they might, she might just like, oh, that's not good.
Tell me
Yeah.
about it.
She's got to look at the other side of it too,
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
but the
that's
main
how I grew up. We grew up, we weren't on a
right,
reservation. We were
exactly.
out in the middle of nowhere, but
Me
I
too,
grew
me
up
too.
very isolated. And
Until
So
I was
can
in
we.
fourth grade.
but the thing is, you have a lot of inner development when you are isolated like that
Mhm.
in
I was an
nature.
only child. Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of solitude, and
Mhm.
also
I love it.
we may not be able to retain certain parts of the technological system, because as we know, the system is interconnected. So obviously, if washing machines are running on digital technology, right, it's going to be very hard to repair them, right? So so if a system collapses like that, it's going to be hard to find like one or two things that you like for example, like I would say, let's get rid of all of the technology except for like weed and chicken biscuits and like music.
Things that you like, things that you like. Okay.
Yeah, like
noted.
things that I like. Yeah, I mean, but it's not my choice, right? If I'm looking at the problem critically, right? So
But
this
it
is the
kind of
thing.
is, because I have white papers and I know I actually have skills where I could build myself a manually, it's much more efficient than like the old way of like a washboard and going to the river, and so I would probably still have to haul water, but it's hand cranked. I could build a washer. It would
Also, I
take
want
me
to say one more thing. Learning about permaculture techniques, it takes a lot of effort too. It's not something easy. You know what I mean? I just want to say that. But permaculture techniques are not really connected to the interconnected global industrial system. A lot of them, most of them. But yeah, I just want to say permaculture techniques does take a lot of learning also. Some
My
people have a
mom is
natural
the expert.
green thumb.
Yeah, my mom is that person. We've already got the plan down. So if like the apocalypse happens or something, we'll probably have to steal a horse or some bikes or something somewhere. We have bikes, but we'd have to go like 300 miles to my mom's.
See, that's the prepper mentality. But the thing, we're out here in it, doing it, living it.
Yeah, we've got like
suffering through
probably
it.
6 months worth of supplies to where we wouldn't have to leave for 6 months,
Mm-hmm.
which would be an advantage. We could just lock the gate and stay.
But out here where we are, because we're poor too, on top of that, because I say muscle or money, and I don't have either. But when you don't have technology, that's what you have to have. Like right now, right here where I'm at right now, we can't do anything. It's just us. We just have muscle. We don't have a tractor, for example, as an example of technology that would be. We don't have a plow. I have horses. So I can get around. We are testing our water so that we are not going to have to be dependent on the water system.
Yeah,
And
we're actually digging a well. It's not.
But that's how you got it. But it's hard without technology.
Well,
Even a
I mean,
shovel is technology to me.
well,
And
let me
if you
say,
don't have it,
let me say that the solution, proposing a solution, is much harder than analyzing the problems. I feel like a realistic solution. I'm mainly interested in analyzing how the community has eroded, because in the past, like when you had like old people in a community, people watched after the elderly because they had an ethos. You know what I mean? And they were more tight knit, and they were more connected to the natural elements too. In the past, for like
I'm an elderly.
I'm 48, so I guess I
Oh, I'm
qualify too.
almost 70.
Wow, you sound so young.
I look it too.
I bet you do. You got good genes like my mama.
But I'm an elderly, and out here, Native American.
Where are you? I'm in New Mexico.
Oh, I'm in Oklahoma.
Awesome. You're not far.
Yeah. So they do have that, and I take advantage of it full tilt. But you have to like have them with you, and a lot of people put them in nursing homes.
Yeah, and you know what? That is the thing is they started like basically whenever they started putting people in homes, they were actually people that wanted to have their parents at home, but the government was subsidizing.
Yeah.
And it was like an artificial like incentive to put your parents in a home. And then at some point they also stopped giving the money to the family to spend and give to an institute. They started giving the money directly to the institutes, which
And they will come
really,
and grab you too off the streets.
yeah. Well, and it's just like the way that they did it is so bad. And I used to work with disabled people, and so I know quite a bit about that system as well. And what came before what I was doing, which was it was like homes, like with sometimes 2 or 3 different clients cohabitating, and there was like we were just staff that were like basically cooking, cleaning, taking people out on errands, taking them to their job, carrying rags or socializing or whatever they were supposed to do. We just basically served them
like a group home.
Yeah, it was group home, and some of them were like I worked at one group home that had like 4 ladies that were all physically and mentally disabled. One of them could walk. The other one, there was another one in a wheelchair, and 2 of them were totally immobile. And then the next door was Polly, and he was like, he lived by himself for the most part, but he like couldn't do certain things like shave or go drive to the store. So it's like we did things like that for him. And then I worked with one totally nonverbal autistic lady named Katie. And she was pretty self-sufficient. She just had to be, everything had to be available to her. And she was very structured. And if anything went out of her structure, she like screamed like a tea kettle. But she pretty much did everything herself. And I was just there observing and making sure that she had everything that she needed.
Yeah, they've got a lot of group homes around here. I've got about 3 of them within about a couple of blocks of the house. And they're not that good. They're mental around here. They're not just physical. They're like mental. And they let, oh man, I've had some friends that have worked there. I mean,
I went through training. Like we had to learn how to break restraints and there was like one guy that, him and his wife were both mentally and mildly physically disabled, but he was a big guy and he's very strong, and so is his wife. And they would get in fights sometimes, or they would like refuse to take their medications, and I was the only one there. It's like you have to learn how to adjust.
Well, you can't turn your back on all. Everybody has, that's what they all say. You can't turn your back on them.
Yeah,
because they'll jump you.
No lax. You can't lax.
Yeah,
can't relax.
But they used to put them in mental homes and take care of them. But
yeah,
now
I
they
know.
Just kind of
one of the ladies at the group home, she was like, she had her teeth removed, and she had been sexually abused in one of those institutes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I won't even tell you stories because like you, they were workers in the places.
Yeah, I know, and that's just like
bad.
It's just so it's sick, and they were sterilized, as well. So
really.
Yeah, they sterilized them this was before they shut down all of the big institutes like mental like asylums. And she was about, this was about like 2006. No, yeah, 2006 it would have been that I worked there. And she had been out for a few years by then because they shut them down pretty late here. I think it was the late 80s.
Yeah. That's what they did here.
Yeah, they did it all over the nation. They shut them down because they were like basically like it was like prison for mental people, except for the correctional officers were just predators. Basically, there was so many predators.
A charger cable.
Yeah.
But virtue. How are you defining virtue?
Yeah, that's a good question.
In terms of this idea of virtue with no form, it's pretty fascinating because I think he's defining it as apart from knowledge and apart from a contextualization within the division of labor of society, right? So he's looking at a personal sense of goodness, right? That's not related to society as a whole, right? So, one concept is this idea of lodging in the usual, right? And another key concept is, this idea of those who are truly good are not aware of their own goodness, and of not externalizing standards of virtue and goodness, right? So that they become.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does
Please
it
go
come
ahead.
from outside? Is it like an outside structure where you conform to what society?
Exactly.
deems as
Exactly.
Right action,
See, that's.
or is it something? Yeah, internal that comes from something.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. That's a key
power?
point he's making, right? About the
Okay.
internal aspect of it, right?
This is off topic, but I wanted to say it quickly. It's about a kind of thing, there are a lot of people online. They really don't exist, like you think they exist, you click their profile, you see loads of information on them, you see pictures. You can even live stream and show their face. You can even talk and stuff, they don't exist though. That's how powerful
The
machine
AI?
learning is. Yeah, AI is getting that powerful, what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I've run into a few of them. It's pretty funny because like I don't know, they all
AI
have like
wouldn't look
funny.
like this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've been
exactly.
On
curious.
purpose.
How come do you ever go on camera, Adion?
Well, I'm kind of afraid because I might get doxed. This is me right here.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
so good.
well,
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, no problem. It's just I'm kind of afraid because I have had a visit. You know what I mean? Yeah, from the FBI. But yeah.
Oh golly, those people.
Well, they can come after me. I do not. They'll have a hard time getting in here, probably, and they won't find anything.
I used to work with them. One of my many
Yeah.
things, I worked in the federal office for federal probation, federal courts. I used to watch the federal marshals run up and down the hall slapping each other with towels.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that there's a conversation going on between legalism and between personal aspect of virtue, right? So Confucius is sort of drawing the line between the Taoist sort of sense where it's too individualistic, right? He's totally rejecting society, right? And sort of the context-dependent virtue, right? Because there's no sense of intrinsic goodness within Confucianism, right? He's saying that goodness is about how you act within society, right? So the rules of society have to apply, right? So all goodness is context dependent. Whereas, if there's virtue with no form, then it has to come internally, as I was, pointing out there.
Well, if you were, like, for example, out in the woods in the middle of nowhere, a hermit by yourself, would you have virtue if no one was there to deem you virtuous? Or would it be
Yeah,
just
Lao Tzu thinks.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lao Tzu thinks you would be more virtuous because he thinks that simplicity and sincerity and a connection to nature and seeing all nature as one vessel. All of these things are radical aspects of true goodness, right? So you can't have these things within a society, right? So he says that people in a society, the examples he provides are like poor people, like invalids, and sort of extremely strange individuals, right? So he's saying these people that are sort of on the outskirts of sort of the goals.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm one of
sort
those
of.
people.
Yeah, outsiders.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, he's saying that those people are not trying to, sort of make a show of their own virtue. So he's kind of saying here, which is really interesting, right? He gives many different examples, right? And the ones that I provided here, right? I'll go back to the text here for a little bit. He says, as I said earlier, right? He's talking about going beyond form, right? So he's talking about this idea of essence with no form, right? And of course, there's an idea of going beyond words and how knowledge has its own built-in limitations, right? So in that, he's trying to say knowledge of goodness, that in and of itself is a trap, right? So he's saying that creating these externalized standards, right? And of course, as he says, as I pointed out, he's pointing out the body and the mind as being part of this desire, right? This externalized sense of desire, right? And being pulled by this external locus, right? And of course, he's saying that there's the true nature of understanding is essence but no form. He says, in our actions, we take the self on faith, but we can't see its form. There's essence but no form. And this is kind of what he was talking about with the example of the piglets, feeding on the body of their dead mother. Right? So he's sort of talking about all of these different ideas. And lastly, he's saying that, the great debate is not spoken, and word is not the thing. So he's saying in this essence without form, right, descriptions are endless, right? So once you start labeling things and dividing them, there's an infinity there, right? But once you start seeing the sameness between things, there's a oneness, right? So in any ways, there's a oneness in relation, there's an infinity in plenitude, right? As I explained, right? So this is part and parcel of seeing how to go beyond words, right? And he furthermore recommends this fasting of the mind, right? He said if a made up mind counts as a teacher, who doesn't have a teacher, right? So you have to free yourself of concepts.
Yeah,
right?
if it's made up, if your mind is made up, you won't learn anything.
Yeah,
Because
precisely.
you know
It's
it.
like a koan.
Yeah, that is true.
Well, is the form, do you mean, okay, when you talk about form, do you mean like just outward conformity, outward action? Like everybody should go to church on Sunday, so whether you feel it or not, you do the action, whether it's something that you feel. Would that be like the form?
Yes.
Okay.
Especially, yeah, he's he's applying it to ritual, especially because he's using Kong Z. This is the main point. He's using Kong Z in order to illustrate this point. So he's talking about going between the ideas of intrinsic natural goodness and cultural refinement, right? Which is the a Confucian ideal. Of avian. I think you had a koan, you said, or
Well, I mean, it's like a koan. One is infinite, infinite is one, or the multiplicity. It's like the answer to it's both one and many. But the mind cannot grasp it or something. But it's like a koan, basically, like what I read from the Blue Crest River. Right.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's right.
Did you know
And,
that there's some infinities are bigger than others?
Yeah, exactly. Cantor. Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah.
So,
Transfinite.
I know, right? It's like,
It's called
what?
The
transfinite.
greater infinity and the
yeah,
lesser
the
infinity.
transfinite. Yeah.
I was
You have
saying,
to know
plus
it's
one, plus one,
real
plus
and
one.
Yeah,
you
that's
have
the
to do
problem
it.
with knowledge right there. That illustrates the
Yeah.
problem. I mean, that same
Yeah.
guy went insane.
Yeah, counter-deco insane.
Well, yeah, you
Yeah.
have to have moderation.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Shang Tzu is saying here. There has to be a regulation of knowledge, right? And here he goes, right? He's okay. So this is the
I
part
can't
that
tell
we're
what
on.
I'm saying, to be honest, because I'm very much obsessed with, the idea of, certain populations of species becoming sapiens. Like look at my avatar. I actually do believe something like that is possible. Maybe hundreds, millions of years, crows will
I
achieve
see
enlightenment.
crow. I've been talking to crows since I was little.
Yeah,
It's
and
hard.
that seemed like a I don't know. There's some Taoist about that as well in terms of there's a natural level. Like I've seen some of the animations that you provided on your channel, right? And it seemed like and I mean also your summation that maybe the expression, the technological level of expression of different species will be more in harmony with the Earth, right? So
Yeah.
extremely interesting.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
sure.
And let me
I'm sure.
say this. Ted Kaczynski, he actually said he would never eat an owl. Ted Kaczynski, he would never eat an owl. Owls were off limits for Kaczynski, and I think some animals can be like a hierarchy. Basically, I would never eat a crow or an owl or a raven. Of course, a rabbit. Of course, I would eat a rabbit though. But if I had to, I would eat a rabbit. But what I'm trying to say is that even Kaczynski was against eating some animals. You see what I'm trying to say? Like owls.
Yeah.
Like
I think if I was hungry,
Well,
I
I
would
think
probably
that,
eat. I would eat anything if I was hungry.
oh
no,
god, yeah.
I
But I
just
think that
said the other day.
once you start depersonalizing animals, I don't know how to express it without expressing it in human terms because that's how humans relate to animals for the most part. But to me, I try to, for example, crow. I try to learn how to talk crow. I don't try to make the animals adapt to me as much as I try to experiment with adapting to the animal.
I
Because
do
I'm
that
out here in the
too.
middle of nowhere, in the woods. I got plenty of opportunity. And like, for example, I tried to learn crow. I told my brother, for example, dang. Like whenever you're hunting, I noticed that the crows will tell you when something's coming. If you listen to the crows and watch the crows, when something moves, the crows move. I said,
Well, and they
"You
do
get
like
clear."
2 calls and then 3 calls, 2 calls, 3 calls.
Oh, they'll follow it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they follow
do you
whatever
want me to
it
do
is.
it? Do you want me to do it? It's like I could do it. I go,
Hey, that's good.
I've been doing it since I was little. I hope so.
Well, I
I
tried
do
to learn how
owls
to
and
talk deer.
I can do I
We
can
have
do
deer that
turkey
come around.
too. I flirt with the
Yeah.
turkeys, but
But if you're not around it, how can you learn how to talk to them? And
yeah,
you have to
well,
learn
that's
their
how I learned.
language to talk to them.
I used,
And they
I
do.
used to know the Meadowlark songs because they change every year. I used to know the Meadowlark songs
And
because
they'll
I would
talk
sit
to
at the
you.
bus
They'll
stop.
talk back.
Yep.
Yeah, did
I
you
mean,
have
not
something to
just
add
like
there,
make
Avian?
noise.
Oh, well, I mean, it depends on your metaphysical assumptions. I think animals do have a soul or Buddha nature. We
Yeah.
call it Buddha nature. And,
Well, I believe
there's
trees have a soul and rocks have a soul. Somebody was
I think
talking
so
about
too.
that. Yeah, that they don't believe that. They were very, I wouldn't say materialistic in that sense, but they were very non-metaphysical. I mean, if it was a
Funny.
rock, it just laid there and it was dead, and it did
Yeah,
not
people
have
make fun of me
vibrational
because
energy. It was not alive.
I
Yeah.
say they're my
'Cause to
friends,
me,
and people make fun of me.
well, they just
I don't
move
care.
slower.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they have
Uh,
faces.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have any more to add there, Avian, about the Buddha nature?
Oh, yeah. Well, you can interpret differently. Like, I think human beings are special in their capacity to awaken, but of course, that's become much rarer now. Like, I think Bodhidharma and Hu Ning were special figures, and they awaken to their true mind, their true nature. I do think that has cosmic significance, to awaken to your true nature. And my question is, like, can in the future, like, I don't know, millions or thousands of years, can other beings form advanced civilization for that capacity? You know, that's my question, you know. And it's a difficult question, you know, and it's not something that you can get an answer about. But you do see in some crows, for example, that they're forming more advanced communications and more advanced networks. Like the way they use tools is very advanced. The way crows in New Caledonia use tools, you know, the New Caledonia, they can actually improve on their tools iteratively across generations. Like they can make the tools more hooked, or they leave blueprints on the pandanus leaves on how to improve and refine on their tools, and they transmit that generationally. Does that make sense? And that's kind of crazy, you know. You don't see any other species really do that, you know. And so it seems to me that there is some order of growing complexity among some lineages. Of course, not all lineages, you know, like not all birds are the same. You know, a pigeon is not the same thing as a crow. And the same thing applies to mammals. Like, you know, a whale is not the same thing as a rabbit, you know what I'm trying to say? Or, you know, those are mammals. But yeah, the point I'm trying to make is, you know, that question of enlightenment, you know, at least in my tradition, you know, and probably other traditions would frame it differently, of course. But yeah, that's the point I wanted to make. But yeah, the point is that nature is more sacred than what we're told. You know what I'm saying? It can be seen in a very sacred way from many different angles. You know, like yeah, it's more sacred. Yeah, I see nature as like a pool of infinite potentials or something. You know, that offers to awaken to your true nature. But yeah, there is an experience of enlightenment. You know, it's very hard to have that experience. You know, but some people have glimpses. You know what I mean? Glimpses of the experience, you know, but the full experience is very hard. You know, I actually did have it close once during a koan. You know, I got up while my wife was sleeping, and I was walking out, and the moonlight was flowing in, and I said some kind of koan. I felt like this time was distorting. It was all coming to a stop, and I got very afraid. Even my wife acted as scared, you know, because I felt like all time was stopping. You know, that experience happened twice. You know, once it happened while I was sitting on cushion, and once it happened with but each time I got afraid because it involves like personal losing yourself, you know, losing your memory of who you are almost. You know, I had that experience twice. You know, and the enlightenment experience is very difficult to have, you know.
Mm-hmm. I had a spontaneous epiphany when I was 28 for 3 days. So I can kind of sort of relate. And yeah, it was the fear of like having to stay in that state, like, and try and survive like that kind of pushed me out of it. And then like whenever I woke up and I was normal again, I was a little relieved but just for a brief second. And then I was like panicked, like I was never going to feel that feeling again. So I spent like 2 years trying to figure out how to get back there. And now I can do it.
A perfect quote I had, but I have to try to find it. It was from this guy who lived, you know, alone in nature for like tens of years. He just lived there, you know, just running around. And he actually said something interesting that reminded me of Parmenides. I can try to like find that quote, but it will take like 2-3 minutes. Yeah, but yeah, I'll find that quote. Yeah, he had a very interesting experience.
Yeah,
well, it was really interesting. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, what was really interesting is I was during part of that 3 days, I was staying with my friend John, who was very Christian. Like he went to like the one of the mega churches or whatever, but it was like with the guitar, and you know, it was very evangelical, you know. And he understood what was happening with me and basically accepted that God was speaking to me constantly through everything. And I remember at one point he was like, I wonder why God doesn't talk to me. And that really stuck with me. And like all these years later, I realized I think it's talking to us all the time. We just block it out.
I found the quote. It's from this guy named Christopher Knight. I'm not sure you know about him, but he said something interesting. Solitude did increase my perception, Knight said. But here's the tricky thing. When I applied my increased perception to myself, I lost my identity. With no audience, no one to perform for, I was just there. There was no need to define myself. I became irrelevant. The moon was the minute's hand, the seasons the hour hand. I didn't even have a name. I never felt lonely. I never felt lonely. To put it romantically, I was completely free. That is from Christopher Knight. And the important thing is he never felt lonely, too young. And I gave you the quote in the private chat also, but I always thought that quote was interesting. You know what I mean? To not feel lonely and solitude is true freedom. You know what I mean? Because you look at the modern technique and the proliferation. You know, people are always like oversaturating themselves with entertainment because of the fear of loneliness. You know, but if you can make peace with yourself and not feel lonely, you know, that's like truly the beginning of wisdom, basically. But yeah, you know, I'm just talking, you know, I'm not trying to patronize or tell anyone anything. I just thought it was an interesting quote. But
Yeah, I've always been an introvert naturally, so I definitely get that. I love my me time, but I think I would not be happy with just that because I also love other people.
Yeah, where is actually my oh yeah, here it is. Here, let me try to see this here real quick. Oh yeah, here it is. Oh no, that's not it.
Oh,
Here, give me a second.
should I sing? Just kidding.
Actually, you know what?
No, but I know his brother who.
Self. Yeah, it would be really great if I could find this one chapter here where it's like it's talking about fame or the self, you know, and it's talking about the body or wealth, right? Fame or the self, the body or wealth, right? Which one is more important? So when it's talking about virtue, right, with no form, right, it's talking about really essence with no form, and this essence permeates throughout existence, right? So it's part and parcel of you know, of what he's describing here, you know, with the pigs, right? Feeding on the dead mother, right? So there's all these ideas, right, about the body, right, that he's sort of pointing out, and about how the body has to do with separation, right, and how this idea of virtue with no form has to do with attaining to the one. Right, so he's gonna go on here, and so yeah, I can't exactly find that chapter from the Tao Te Ching, but yeah, we gave whole two whole things. Yeah, the little chapter number is escaping me, but yeah, let me move to this here, right? And of course, this is the last little passage we're gonna read here, right? And yeah, as he said with Sadnak, he said, you know, he got people to give him his own states and worry he wouldn't take them. Right? He must have completed the potential, right? Though his virtue took no form. Right? And he's talking about how people love to keep the form whole. And he's saying how much more necessary is it to keep the virtue whole than the form? And of course, that goes to this idea, right, that I was describing, fame or self. Right? Wealth or the body, right? Which one is worth preserving, right? And of course, the true thing, right? That's what's that's always worth preserving, right? Is a thing that is fundamental, right? Not the thing that is extraneous, right? And so he's making a point about simplicity. He's talking about the relinquishment of knowledge, right? So here he says, Duke, I asked, what do you mean by completing the potential? Right? Kongzi said, death,
life, survival, loss, failure, success, poverty, wealth, worth, depravity, slander, praise, hunger, thirst, winter, summer. Their change is a process of destiny. Right? And that makes perfect sense, right? Because as I said, he's harmonizing, both the inner potential, right, and the externalized sense of both cultural refinement and ritual, right? So he says, day and night, they alternate in front of us, but knowledge cannot measure their beginning. Right. Knowledge is boundless. Right. Can't measure anything. Right. Trying to measure the bounded with the boundless is, it's extremely it could take a long time, right? But he said, yeah. So yeah. Please go ahead. Blessings.
Well, it's I might be wrong. To me, it's.
That's okay.
Well, let me think. Hold on. I think I lost my train of thought now. I know. Crap. I did. I lost it. Keep talking. It might come back.
Yeah. Let me read that passage back. It may come back. He said, day and night, they alternate in front of us, but knowledge cannot measure their beginning.
Okay. Oh, okay. No. Okay. Right. Internal, external, okay.
Yep.
It makes me think about how, supernatural things, non-material things, metaphysical things, how people try to measure those things with material measures. And to me, that's silly. Okay, for an example, they'll try to measure a spirit, a ghost, for example, and I thought, you're trying to use the wrong tool. I don't know if we have any tools that can measure non-material metaphysical things or not, but that's what it seems that they're trying to do, is use a measure that doesn't apply to metaphysical things, but they're trying to use material measures against it, and then it doesn't work.
Exactly.
I don't know if we have anything.
I agree, yeah, because think about it, that's the problem with technique. The ultimate culmination of technique is reductive physicalism. They claim the mind is just an epiphenomenon, or the mind is an illusion. This is all crazy stuff. I mean, and they act like they can just take and dissect everything.
It's dismissed.
I worked in a biology lab. I mentioned this before. We had to sacrifice rats, and it was not very pleasant. Some of the rats are bred to be more intelligent and more empathetic, even, and yet they're still sacrificed. And that's evil. I mean, that's evil. But the point I'm making is they only believe what they can dissect and analyze is real, and it's a very evil thing. But that point I'm trying to make is, something like idealism or panpsychism is probably closer to the truth, or something like animism even, or maybe just a lot of possibilities. They're but yeah, materialism is false, because the mind, qualia, I'm not sure if you ever read about qualia. Qualia is not possible to reduce to just pure brain activity. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. But yeah, the point I'm trying to make is that scientists are full of shit. They are very
good point.
Yeah, and this is a huge problem with being and becoming in the first place, because as we said, that in order to measure changing things that change, they have to measure them by fixed principles. And of course, these fixed principles should be subject to change that they're measuring, right? So it's really a sort of a conflation, right, of these fixed laws, right, with the nature of things. So science can never tell you the beginning of anything. They can't tell you the beginning of the universe. They can't tell you the beginning of life.
I mean, there's full of tautologies.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, so when do things begin? They can't go back to the beginning. And this is part and parcel of the problem because they're measuring change with fixed laws. So you can never find the beginning.
Well,
Right?
and that's the
Because
uncertainty principle, according to them, and that is why you cannot know the location or the acceleration of a single particle at the same time. You can only know one or the other, and you can sort of guess where it is, but you don't know for sure.
yeah,
Which is
Well, I told,
hilarious.
yeah, and that's what
I told my
Aristotle said to the
chemistry
atomists.
professor. Well, after I heard one last time, I was in chemistry class in college, and I heard it just one too many times. It's like, well, this is a law, except for,
Yeah.
and I thought
Yeah, I
y'all, and I
know.
told them straight out, y'all are making this up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
So
yeah, all words are made up.
Well, the whole chemistry, science is made up. Y'all are just making this up. It's a law, except for, it's a law.
Well, they call it a law because it's mostly consistent, but that's the
Yeah.
best they can get.
Yeah, but this is what Aristotle was saying in terms of the atomists, right? He said they can't tell you about the beginning, right? Because they fail to tell you about the beginning because it's atoms in the void, right? So he's like, so where did it come from, right? It's the same with the origins of consciousness. They can't tell you a combination of matter leads to consciousness. They can't tell you how life began, how mind began, how the universe began, right? So this is a huge problem within science. So Shang Tzu notices, right? He says, day and night, they're cyclical, right? But how do we measure this movement? He says, knowledge cannot measure their beginning, right? Don't let them slip out of harmony or penetrate the spirit store. Indulge them harmoniously. Let them circulate without leaking away, day and night, without a break. Make it springtime with things. As you greet each new circumstance, generate the season in your own mind. This is what I mean by.
That is it.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said that's the key. That is it. It's like if you acknowledge the existence of that is ineffable, basically and you it's like a surrender sort of in a way, but it's also an agreement with it. Like you're giving it energy by showing it attention. You're acknowledging it, and it grows. It's pretty freaking crazy and amazing, but I don't know how to explain it because you can't really. But everybody will figure it out.
Yeah, so he's saying there's no beginning, right? There, and he's saying generate the season in your own mind, and besides, things circulate, right? So he says you have to indulge it harmoniously, anyways, right? So he says, every new circumstance is this opportunity for creating a beginning in your own mind, right? So he's got this, so he's realizing this potential, right? Both within the cyclical aspects of things, but also within the present moment, right? And he says, this is what I mean by completing the potential, right? Right. And he says, what do you mean by virtue taking no form? Oh, here we're at the big enchilada, virtue taking no form, going beyond words, right? True
I'm like,
simplicity.
what do you mean by
I
complete?
missed it. The potential of what?
Wait, what? Wait, I'm sorry. You guys talked at the same time. Please.
Sorry. Go ahead, Creek Mary.
Oh, whoops. I think Creek Mary might have fell out there.
Oh, no. Well, I was saying, what
to
is
the big
complete?
computer because I keep this little. I'm gonna go to the big computer.
Yeah, it's no worries.
I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
I was just asking, what is complete? That is what I, because it's like, because it's like completely incomplete. It's just that moment is complete, but then it's not because it's.
Well, completing the potential.
Yeah, but the potential is.
It's open.
Yeah.
So
it's dynamic.
he's showing a paradox, right? So he's saying exactly what you're trying to explain. Right? But
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was like, huh.
I
was just making sure.
Completing the potential. Yeah, it's a sort of paradox, right? But but yeah. So he says here, Then he says, what do you mean by virtue taking no form? Let me drop the link here again because I think Creek Mary wanted to come back in. Or she had a total malfunction there, computer malfunction.
No, she's going to go to a different computer, she said.
Right. So it says, what do you mean by virtue taking no form? He says levelness is the height, right, of still water. See, another paradox, right? See, he's communicating in constant paradoxes, right? Levelness is the height of, right, of still water.
You know what I noticed, though? I think everything that's true contains a paradox.
That's exactly what Lao Tzu says. He says the truth often seems paradoxical.
That's why the
It's a
Eastern
direct line,
tradition use what is called paraconsistent logic. Have you ever heard that fancy word, paraconsistent logic?
Exactly right.
Yes, this is very fancy stuff. But paraconsistent logic. But yeah, they play with paradoxes. And Graham Priest, he has like a lot of interesting stuff on like the intersection between Taoism and Nagarjuna and paraconsistent forms of logic. Basically, they play with paradoxes and contradictions in a way that's it's against the classical logic of Greece.
It's very useful, though, because I found it myself that if you can hold both as possible, it really does expand the potential.
Yeah, actually, Graham Priest gets a lot of his logical stuff from Buddhist stuff, so it's pretty interesting. You know,
I also think there may be a secret in modal logic, maybe, but that's more difference, though. That's more like possible worlds and.
Yeah, I think one of the categories is totally false in modal logic. So I think that is one of the secrets, right?
Maybe
so
the
I have to
secret
go.
is that it's not, though.
Yeah, because he has a category of non-necessary, non-existent things.
That
And
sounds
then
like
he
my
has
non-novel.
and then he has things that are based on real things, right? They're possible but not real. I think that category is totally made up.
Yeah, well, imaginary numbers, but they're still useful.
Yeah, I think it's hard to tell if those things are actually going to be real or not. But yeah, let me move on to this. He says levelness is the height of still water, so it can be used as a standard. Hold it from within, it will not be disturbed from without. Virtue is the cultivation of complete harmony. Okay, of complete harmony, right? So that's why virtue takes no form, right? And he says when virtue takes no form, things cannot leave it. Later, Duke I told Menzies, at first when I ruled the empire, I held the reins of the people and worried about their welfare. I thought I had perfected it. Now that I've heard this explanation of the perfect person, I worry that I lack the real substance and that I damaged the state by neglecting myself. Kongzi and I I'm sorry, it says Kongzi and I are not subject and lord, but friends in virtue. Right now, this is the key part, right? And I'm gonna leave it after this. I'll bring it back next time with this whole segment here, right? But he says when sages wander, knowledge is a curse. Restrictions are paste. Favors are a patch. And effort is for trade. Sages do not plan. So why do they need knowledge? They do not cut. So why do they need paste? They have cut. I'm sorry. He says they have nothing to lose, right? So why do they need favors? Right. And he's saying, remember all these ideas, right? Knowledge, restriction, favors.
It sounds like he's calling the sages grifters. A little bit.
The sages?
Just a little bit. Yeah. You said like the sage. Like, why do they need favors? It's like I don't know. Maybe I'm misinterpreting it.
Well, grifters would need favors, right?
Yeah. Well, maybe they think they do.
Why would grifters not need favors? I don't understand that.
Because don't they
Why
need
would-
money? That would be the
Well,
favor,
see,
right?
I think the same thing with sages. Well, I mean, they need stuff. It's like,
No, he's saying they don't need it.
well, why wouldn't they need it? Are
Yeah,
they,
he's saying
they have,
he's saying where sages wander, knowledge is a curse, so they don't need knowledge. Said restrictions are paste, favors are a patch, and effort is for trade. He said sages don't plan, right? So they don't need knowledge. Right? He said they do not cut. So why do they need paste? Right? They're not trying to fix their own rules. Right? He said they have nothing to lose. So why do they need favors? So he said they don't need favors. They're not buying, so why do they need trade? In these 4 ways, they feed at heaven. Feeding at heaven, they are nourished by heaven. Once they are nourished by heaven, why do they need other people? So they don't need other people?
I wouldn't want to be a sage then. Oof.
Yeah, it's radical. It's radical, yeah. They appreciate their solitude.
I think
Right,
that's
they-
why I came out of my epiphany. Because I was like,
Whoa. There's
Whoa.
like all of a sudden echo there.
Sorry.
Oh, whoops. Oh,
Oh,
yeah, that's great.
that's what-
Oh, never mind. That's Mary. Yeah, please say what you said again there, Zeph. You said you wouldn't want to be a sage, blah,
yeah,
blah.
I think that's why I came out of my epiphany was because I was like confronted with the reality of that might be what that was my life.
Yeah,
was
yeah. Like
that.
I said, like sages are not relying on society or people or any of those things, right?
Yeah, I was like, what am I going to do? I was
Yeah,
like, am I
yeah,
going to go be
exactly.
I actually considered going and being a nun, which is, if you know me, that's pretty funny. But I
Yeah.
was like, what am I going to do?
So I think nuns still have personality for sure. So
I have a question for all of you. Have any of you ever had a dream as intense as the butterfly dream from Shang Tzu? I'm just curious. Like have a dream where you're
Yes.
completely a different persona, and then you wake up
Yes.
and you be like,
Yes.
who am I? I'm just
yeah,
curious.
mushrooms. Yeah, on 5 grams of mushrooms, I've attained this. I had an event where basically I had experienced in perfect clarity in my mind a mental sort of event that happened in a dream I had, and I had experienced it as it was a memory in my life, right? So I was like, that is really weird. So I was transported to the space, possibly living a totally different life, but it was all
Mhm.
real.
Yeah, I had a few of those
What's your
too.
problem with model logic? So I'm just curious because because that's the kind of stuff model logic deals with.
Oh, I don't have a problem with sentence categories: necessary, existent,
Oh, I mean more in,
necessary, non-existent.
yeah. Oh yeah,
yeah.
that kind of stuff, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
like
I mean
saying
more in the
known
sense of
unknowns
like
and
possible worlds, like a possible world, you know what I mean? Because I've had lots of dreams where I've been like completely different persona, like I had like a different identity, different narrative, and then I wake up and then there's like a few moments, where I'm like, who am I? You know what I mean? And Thomas Metzinger, I read him, he's a big materialist, but I don't agree with him on everything, but there's one part of him I do like, I agree with, which is like how, it takes a few moments to re-instantiate yourself. You know what I mean? Like the self has like, it's like model, not a model, but it's like instantiating it. And we can instantiate it into like different dreams or different stuff. It's kind of trippy to think about, you know what I mean? Like the butterfly dream.
Yeah,
And
I think that's me. I just think it's experiences I don't remember. I mean,
like,
of
could
the
they be past lives or like other lives or things like that? That's what I've pretty much decided that's what it is because they're so vivid and sometimes they're like my life. I've had dreams. Like I had a reoccurring nightmare where as a kid that I was in an accident. I was a passenger riding in a vehicle and we like coasted into this semi trailer and the end of the dream was me dying and I had it like so many times. And
Yeah,
then a few years ago it really happened, but I stopped it. and we
Yeah.
didn't die.
Yeah, I don't agree with possible universes. That's one thing I disagree with is multiverses, possible universes. Right?
Yeah, I think it's all the same thing, really.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
think
illusions.
I think those things are happening. It's just we can't perceive on what level they're happening. There's a possibility that we are cosmic beings, and right, it's sort of a reflection of all of that. But let me read this description of the sage one last time, right?
Blessings.
So I could end this entire segment of the show. We'll bring this back next time because there's lots of interruptions. So I'll actually have to read this back next time because let it flow there. And sort of. I really like this description of the sage, but yeah, I'll read it one last time. It says, "Where sages wander, knowledge is a curse." That's dope as fuck. And he says, "Restrictions are paste, favors are a patch, and effort is for trade." Effort is for trade, right? Sages do not plan, so why do they need knowledge? They do not cut, so why do they need paste? They have nothing to lose, so why do they need favors? They're not buying, so why do they need trade? In these 4 ways, they feed at heaven. Feeding at heaven, they are nourished by heaven. Once they are nourished by heaven, why do they need other people? They have human form, but not human essence, right? So this is more about, virtue that takes no form, right? And of course, it's the opposite of. Of course, it's Kong Z saying it, so it's the opposite of virtue that is, related to your performance within society as a whole. It says they take the human form, but not human essence. Since they have human form, they flock with people. Since they lack human essence, right and wrong do not get to them. Infinitesimally small, they flock with people. Indescribably large, they complete their heaven alone.
I get that. That's
Absolutely.
Yeah, so you gotta wait for the description to end.
I got a lot to say. I got some things to say on that already. First off, what you're describing sounds a lot like the Dharmakaya, or the Bodhisattva, which are those who ascend to a certain level of mastery and then decide to stay to help those who are still suffering.
That's funny because I used to joke and say that I got tricked into being a bodhisattva.
and their goal is to appear as anybody else. It's to be as small as possible, actually, to shrink. So most people want to make an impact. They want to have waves. They want to be known. And like the true sage does the opposite. They make themselves small as possible, and you would never really even know who you're talking to. So not only do they not have a need to be seen, but they don't even have a need for society at all. And some of them do, retreat into a cave or the woods or whatever. But then there are other ones who feel that no, we can't do that. You have what was called engaged Buddhism, where it's like, okay, look, we can't just like pray, and meditate for everyone to find, the end of suffering. We need to actually engage with people. Yeah. So there's two schools of thought where, that there's this idea that you do have to engage in the world at some length, in order to alleviate suffering.
Well, what you're talking about is the difference between bodhisattva ideal and the arahant ideal.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, Buddha, I studied Buddhism quite a bit myself. And I do hold some of those principles as well. I would try to tell everybody, I don't have any one schemata, any one tradition. I kind of like morph in and out of different ones. Because I see everything as a toolbox. I don't see anything as ultimate reality. None of it. There's stuff from Hyperborean. There's stuff from Hyperborean wisdom that I take. There's stuff from the animists that I take. There's stuff from Buddhism and like Vajrayana Buddhism. There's stuff from Tantricism. There's some from Luciferian. I take from the stuff from Christianity. Well, the Gnostic at least. I don't have even the Kabbalah. People are going to hate me for that, but whatever. You know, you have a rabbi that they're not all the same. But anyways, so it's like because when you understand like Dzogchen, for instance, okay, that everything is emptiness, everything is impermanence. So the self is eternal, but it's also eternally changing. And so once you realize that there is no permanent self, and that it's always in a state of dynamism,
Now you sound
then
like Don Juan.
the illusion falls. Well, Don Juan was very influential as well.
Uh-huh.
And this is what I'm saying.
I had a hard time with that one, destroying your personal history. I didn't understand
No,
it.
no. This is the thing. There's nothing to destroy. It's just like the
Exactly.
ego.
That's
There's
yeah,
nothing to
exactly.
destroy. You just have to stop creating what doesn't exist. And this is why people suffer. Like we talk about everything is suffering. Okay, well, why is everything suffering? Everything is suffering because you're trying to impose unreality onto reality.
You're
You're
trying to fit
believing
in.
that you're believing that your conceptions of self and reality are true.
Yeah.
And you're suffering because they're not.
Well,
And no
let me
matter how hard
respond
you try, they won't be.
Well, see, and I think I was never really good at that. And so yeah, it's been kind of more natural for me.
I think the ultimate question is, this is the question. It's really unfalsifiable. It's like, what happens after we die? You know what I mean? Like, that's the one
Right.
thing.
No one knows.
No one knows. Well,
No one knows. That's the answer.
We have near-death experiences. We have rebirth, which is what it was. It wasn't reincarnation. In Buddhism, originally it was rebirth.
Yeah.
They actually what reincarnates is your software programming. You could say. I hate using technological
Volitional.
metaphors, but
It is
Yeah,
a decent analogy, though.
No, what?
Yeah.
What?
So it's your impressions, it's your memories, it's your memory complex. You know, it's your
Volitional dispositions. Yeah. But anyway, the point I wanted to make is that, hypothetically speaking, let's say you did know what happens after you die. Would that change how you live now? Like, I'm just curious.
That's a good question, right?
Well,
I don't
then
think we can actually
it might
answer that.
change how you die.
It might.
So
I can't say for sure.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think so, but I don't know. Because if I came to some like grave realization, it might. You know?
Well, and I think I found like a metaphor that kind of like touches on it, and it's like as you walk the path, you change the path beneath your feet. So that is the answer for me.
Well, you just have to realize there is no path. See, this is one of those
Well,
paradoxes.
but you're making a path with your feet because you're in a direction and you've got a trajectory. But your path is not set.
But the path isn't the path. The path is you.
Yeah.
You are the path. The path is always changing because there isn't one.
And you're walking on it.
You know,
and you're changing it while you're walking on it.
Right. Yeah, but yeah. No, in that sense, you're right because it's always changing. As you step into the water is neither the same, and neither are you. You know, every step you take, there's been a change.
Yeah, and all your cells have replaced themselves so many times already.
And this gets into like Heraclitus and all that, the misunderstanding of being and time or being and becoming, and really they're like two sides of the same coin. Really, it's not really a positional thing. They're two states of the same. You know, it would take forever to get into all that, but yeah, it's.
I just say seeming and being are different.
Huh?
I just say seeming and being are different.
Yes, definitely.
But they can appear to be the same because they, one of them might seem, but then that's seeming. It's another paradox.
But yeah, trying to attain anything within the matrix, shall we say, is just greater levels of samsara.
I call it the Patrix.
So anything that tells you that you can have more authority, more, recognition, more power, more whatever it is, within the system, it ultimately you're actually trapping yourself deeper into samsara.
I think that's why they called it the Matrix. And
Maybe I'm like a
because
heretic.
Misogyny.
Because I want to like see if I can manipulate the trajectory of rebirth, even if it's an illusion. I want to know like deeply,
I
like
think I'm convinced that the people who are in control of everything actually know exactly that, and that's what they do.
well, maybe I should infiltrate the
they're not
Freemasons.
in control of everything, though. That's I think that's not
Well,
right.
that's true too. That's actually true too, but that's another topic.
Because I mean, like, what do you mean us?
Freemason?
We're in control.
You think I
Well,
should
most
become a
people don't.
Freemason?
Most people don't want to accept that, though, Zephyr, because then they have to accept that really that they're in control, and that the only thing they have to look at is the mirror. And people don't want to do that. They want to point at the Illuminati or the Jews or whatever the fuck. And
But
it's
what
like
makes it better is it's not just you.
Wait, I think
it's
yeah, I think Buddha was trying to come in with something there.
You think I should infiltrate the Freemasons, like initiate and like go up the higher grades and see if I can
Oh,
uncover the secrets?
I think that's directed at Twilight.
What
But
do you think,
yeah,
Twilight? Should I do that? Should I? Do you think the Freemasons and the higher grades know the truth, like they're hiding it, or like no,
I
they're
think
just
most
larpers?
Freemasons don't know shit. Most Freemasons don't know shit. Yes, the higher degrees, not Scottish Rite, but beyond that, like the Shriners and like the Memphis Mizraim, like the 98th degree and shit. But even them, I think, like people have this idea that like you go into Freemasonry and they like teach you, like at a fucking university or something. They just expose you to all of the mysteries and all of the rituals and whatever else. They don't really like explain everything to you. Like you have to go and like research the shit yourself. You know, like
And they just show
this
you where
is
to look,
reality.
basically.
Yes, you get the social construct, you get the social contract, you know, if you're like, you know, part of this Masonic brotherhood or whatever, you know, like the judges might, you know, look the other way if you kill somebody or whatever. You know, you have like the Masonic distress call, you know, whatever. But like what Zephyr is alluding to is that they only have power because we allow them to. We consent to their control.
Yeah, I
If
just
we
feel
get
like they've done some MK Ultra experiments or other crap, and they know what happens after people die. Like I
Yeah.
think they know. You know, like I want to know. You know, like I really want to know. That's like the one thing I want to know. Like, because that's
Well,
the one
then you
thing.
can do it, but I wouldn't recommend it. You
No,
know,
I
you
don't
won't
want to
get
kill myself. I mean, I don't know what happens. You know what I mean?
Well, you
Like,
just have to be patient then.
Well, they don't believe any of this is real. I can tell you that. Just from my dealings with people, you know, of that ilk, shall we say?
I think they think it's better than real, though, because they have the power, supposedly.
Right. Well, yeah, they believe it's all like a video game, and
It
you
kind
know,
of is.
essentially, right. Well,
But it's not.
Dance, right?
Yeah.
They take it overboard.
They
like
do.
crypto
Overcorrection is
advance,
the main problem.
they're like crypto advance, basically, like advance, basically, and that's kind of
Well,
what
they just don't believe that their actions really have consequences because they don't believe that anything exists outside of them. They literally believe that they're gods on the earth, in a very destructive way.
Essentially,
Over
they're
others,
the
not
demiurge.
not inequality, but over others. Like I have a grimoire that actually talks about controlling your reincarnation after death by creating what's known as the body of shadow. I might do something on that. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be talking about this, but yeah.
You could also read the Tibetan Book of the Dead. That is some pretty interesting information.
Yes, it is.
Hey,
As well as
Twilight,
the Fourth Night.
do you think something like my avatar is possible, or it's just like my imagination?
No, I think it is.
Yeah, thank you.
You probably already have that somewhere in like some realm.
Ironically, one of the biggest proponents of that was Blavatsky.
She wasn't all bad.
she believed that no, she wasn't. She was very misunderstood on purpose. But
Mhm.
anyways, yeah, she believed that we could reincarnate as anything, you know,
Mhm.
and that we have incarnated as just about anything. You know, you could come back as an ant, you know, depending on what you did in other lives.
Why
Yeah,
the incarnate and this
The
shit
conscious,
time? Like this shit
the,
time, why the incarnate
there's a
during this?
Native American belief that if you torture ants, that you'll come back as an ant.
right,
Like, yeah.
right. Yeah. So like the idea of reincarnation wasn't you know, completely tied to your nationality or even your sex, you know, you could come or you know, or even a human being, that you could actually come back as anything. I don't know if that's true or not. I just know that that was something that was taken very seriously by a lot of occultists, actually.
That's cool.
I think Rudolf Steiner did as well, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember. It's been a while. But he was part of a lot of groups that they kind of kept him as like the white light in the occult, but realistically speaking, he was just as involved as like Crowley and everybody else. So this
Yeah.
is kind of fun. Like they pick on Crowley, but like there were these other people who everyone like accepts, and they don't realize that he was involved like in the same circles. But anyways, yeah, that's
Well,
another.
and I think that's part of the danger in following that path is that there comes a point in it that maybe you have been corrupted by the power and you're unaware of it.
Well,
At the same
there are
and that
certain realizations that you have to have a very mature mind in order to fully process and
yeah. Well, and I
contemplate.
think there's a
And then
governor that keeps you in a certain like at a certain level until you're vetted, basically.
well, this is why the mystery schools, one of the other reasons why the mystery schools were kept secret. It wasn't
Yeah.
just to keep secret from people. It was because most people can't handle the reality of what the hell it's really about.
Yeah, and
And
that's why you see a lot of people like being
that's
born
why
again.
you
Like
have
after,
exoteric religion. That's why you
yeah,
have exoteric literalist religion.
yeah,
Because when you really get to the meat and potatoes and you really have spiritual experiences, you know, it becomes undeniable. No one can tell you otherwise, you know.
yeah,
But until you experience it yourself, again, at the same time, no one can tell you it's true or not. And it's supposed to be that way. It's self-occulted.
yep.
That's the nature of the occult, if you want to call it that.
And what's really weird is you try to explain certain things to people that are not ready for it. They hear things that are not what you're saying. I've noticed.
Yeah.
It's very, very unsettling when that happens.
I think we've lost a lot of the words for a lot of those experiences too. You know, because I'm a big believer in lose the word, lose the concept. So I think a lot of the concepts don't have words anymore for us to try to communicate it. So what I remember reading about the mystery religions is that they caused you to have an experience. You know, they arranged something so that you had an experience so that you had knowledge. Because some things you can't tell, some things you can't speak, some things there aren't any words for.
Yeah.
So you can't.
There is.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
they would be
that's
inducted.
what gnosis
like,
is.
Yep.
That's the difference between gnosis and belief. It's something that you actually experience as a living reality.
Yeah,
It's
something
not
that
something
you know.
believe. Yeah, it's not something
And
you
when-
read. It's something you memorize. It's not something you study. It's like the gnosis of
You
swimming.
remember it. Yeah, you remember it, right?
It's
what
the
it
gnosis
feels like.
of swimming. If you've never touched water before, no matter how much I explain to you what it's like to swim, you're never going to understand it.
I'm curious, have any of you watched the movie Being John Malkovich?
Yes,
John
I
Malkovich.
love that movie.
Oh yeah.
It's
I
a
hate
fun
the
one.
characters though, but the movie
Yeah.
itself has an interesting premise. You know, I mentioned him before, Thomas Metzinger. I don't agree with him on everything. You can like take Metzinger and make him more idealist, and he has a lot of weird stuff. You know, like the rubber hand experiment. If you
Yeah.
rub the rubber, huh?
That is
Yeah.
so cool. I was
Yeah,
like,
you can do that
whoa.
on the whole body. You can do the rubber hand experiment on the whole body. You believe that? They have already done that. So you can
Yeah.
transpose someone's bodily sense in space, and make them feel like their body is over there. You know what I mean? So they have done an analog of it in the
Right.
whole body. And Thomas Metzinger deals with all these interesting things. If you make him more idealist, it's better. But my question to Twilight is, have you ever had a dream where you had a completely different persona and then you wake up and then for like 3 seconds or 1 or 2 seconds, you ask, who am I, or something? I'm just curious. Have you ever had a strong transportive dream like that?
I've had controlled shared astral experiences where I was somebody else, because there is no self in the sense of there's absolutely an individual self, but there's no self as a static, stationary being.
Singular thing. Yeah, it's not a singular thing.
Right, exactly. It's a multiplicity.
Yeah, I said that earlier.
And
I
that's
said
what
we're all multiplicity, or we're all what is it? How did I say it? We're multitudes.
the one in the many.
Yep.
Yeah, I had this idea. I want to know if you think it's crazy or not. Do you think like artwork or imagination is like fragments from past lives? You know what I mean? Like maybe in some ways, like some artwork really transports you into another world or something. Do you think that's a crazy idea or it has some truth to it?
Okay, well, first off, let's decode the language, because the language is already faulty. And I'm not faulting you. I'm using this as I do this to myself. because I'm in a clear state of mind right now. First off, there has to be a past in order for there to be past lives. Okay, there is no past. All right, so everything already exists simultaneously.
But you do have your coherent experience.
You do have your coherent experience of, yes. So in that sense, yes. But like our anticipations of the future could very well be memories. How do you know? The idea of what we're told is a linear timeline is bunk. Just like they try to say that all of the stuff that we're talking about is bunk. Okay, but they've done studies to show that meditation rewires the brain. Like, it's not even debatable. Okay, they've shown that these altered states exist.
Yeah, I wrote essays on that for my class in the past. Like the gray matter density, fractional anisotropy, and stuff like that. Yeah, it does change the brain structure.
Yeah,
and there's the placebo effect.
Materialism has been in the grave for 100 years. It really has.
But then there's the placebo effect is another aspect of that too. It's like
It is longitudinal studies, so there is actual meditation does rewire the brain, because I think consciousness is causally efficacious. So it does rewire the brain. Like they did longitudinal studies, which means it has stronger causal connection. So it is true that meditation rewires the brain. Meditation does rewire the brain.
I think it's
yes, and they've shown telepathy to some degree as well.
Mm-hmm.
And shared experience. And it's not like reading people's minds, it's just having the same thoughts at the same time. To where you're linked, you're entangled, you could say.
As Robert Anton Wilson said, you are simultaneously attending that reality tunnel. I love him. He's like my grandpa in my fantasy world.
Yeah.
He's like a perfect grandpa.
But the ancients understood all of this, and then we come and say, "Oh, they were all primitive." Like, okay.
I don't think they were primitive.
They were
not in everything. They were like way more advanced than us in some things that we forgot. Apparently,
more advanced in most things.
Yeah. Well, I was being generous to the current humanity, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got a little bit drunk, but yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. So, what style of meditation do you practice, Twilight? I'm just curious. Like, or you don't really practice much anymore. I'm just curious.
Void a lot of times, because like I used to try to do visualizations, and I have partial aphantasia, so it's difficult for me.
Really? That's
So
fascinating.
yes, I do. You would think that with that, it would be impossible to do magic, but it's not.
Oh no, it's not. I imagine it's not, but I want to talk to you about that later because my my stepdad has really severe aphantasia, and
Yeah,
it's very
it's pretty
interesting.
intense. It's pretty intense.
My mom's trying to
But
wrap her head around it.
I can see things through other means. It's hard to explain. Like the very first time I talked to Lilith, for instance, and I called out to her, and I'm like, I don't really know if you can fucking hear me. I don't know. I didn't say this out loud, but I was thinking it. You know, I don't know if I'm doing this right. This is the very first time. Okay, so I'm like coming out of Christianity, and somehow the first, I had this overwhelming desire to call her.
A compulsion.
Right, yes, very much so. And she's like, you believe that it's you that has called me, but it is I have summoned you. And I'm just like, wait, what the fuck? And I'm like, my ego is out of control. Like, what's going on here? And then I realized, like, no, my ego is actually trying to is what's telling me that it's out of control. Like, no, this actually really is like communication. Okay, so I went with it, and as I let go of the trying to find a reason for everything and trying to make everything make sense in a reductionist way, crazy shit started happening. What do I mean by that? I mean that I was communicating with her, and she's telling me this, and I'm like, okay, what the hell is going on? And all of a sudden I start getting all these mental ideations to where I have no idea what I'm saying. And then all of a sudden it's like I'm talking to her in past tense, like we spoke it a million times before. And it's like, yeah, it's been so long since we've spoken. It really has been too long. We have much to discuss. And she's like, you are right, my child. It has been far too long. Thank you for, heeding my call or whatever. And I'm like, I don't know if this is really you, or I don't know what's going on. How do I know that you are here? I can't see you. She says, you do not have to see to know that I am here. Look betwixt the shadows and you will see the light. I'm like, whoa, what? And I close my eyes and I see a flash of light. The candle starts fucking flickering like crazy and like jumping around and shit. And I feel this like wind gust go over me. Now the doors are locked. The windows are closed. I'm on the second floor. Okay. Now, wind, if you take it back to the animist origins, Lilith was a wind spirit, going back to Sumeria and proto-Sumeria. Okay, that's what she was. All these gods, all these demons, all these whatever the fuck, they all started as personifications of natural elements. Okay, they became something else afterwards, but that's what they were. Okay, like before religion existed, that's what it was. And so she did that to show me, hey, yeah, I'm here. And I'm just like, what the fuck? People like get like chills and shit when there's like spirits around. This wasn't a chill. This was a wind gust. It was crazy. And I'm just like, okay. And I had this long conversation with her, like the first time. And it was, I don't want to get into it all right now, but it was wild. I had communication with people from the other side of the fucking planet just by focusing and meditating and like putting the intention out to communicate when I had no other way of communicating with them. And then talk to them later on, like, hey, did you ever get any like dream or actually they told me about a dream they had about me or whatever. I was like, what was the dream about? And they started telling me, and it was like the same thing that I would communicate with them, because we lost contact because of COVID and shit. And like, not only did they know what I was talking about, And I was like, I was a little suspicious.
Let me
But I
tell
asked
you.
them, well, what was it that you received? And I started asking them questions, and they knew exactly what it was. There's no way they could have made it up because I was questioning them. I wasn't asking, oh, yeah, that's right. No. I didn't tell them shit. And they knew exactly, you know. Then I met this girl whose like daughter's name was like Lily. Then I met another person who had like a tattoo, like, you know, and there's just like all these different things started happening. And everyone's like, oh, that's crazy. Well, what the fuck ever? Okay, people see marrying a fucking piece of toast, all right? You know? When
So
you
you're
start having...
you were skeptical at the time, and you're just like, what the hell?
Yeah, I was. I was very skeptical. Yeah. I was very skeptical of magic. Not
Like,
because I
maybe-
didn't believe it was real, but because I believed that only the elite had the real magic. I thought the other shit was like for children, basically. I thought it was...
It wasn't like that. It wasn't that for me. I knew that it was possible that I could do it, but I just like, I questioned everything no matter what.
Yeah.
Because you never know, like, how do you know that it's not a demon? Huh?
Like, I know the supernatural is real. I know the supernatural is real. I know that
But you have
consciousness
to question it.
out of the body. I know telepathy is real. I know all that shit's real. But that I'm actually talking to a fucking goddess? Like, no. Like, I really was very skeptical of that.
Yeah, let me tell you an interesting.
Had so many events that occurred, you know, and people were asking me before about like my experiences with look, I could sit here and go on for hours about all this shit. But the fact of the matter is, if someone's already made up their fucking mind, I'm not going to waste my time. Okay? So that's that. I don't owe anyone explanations, and they sure the hell don't own my time. So if they want to put me on a clock, they can pay me. As simple as that. Otherwise, shut the
You think it's like a prism? Like, let me read this. Let me read this passage about Emily Dickinson's poetry. It's related to what you're saying. I'll explain. Just as a prism breaks up light into a band of colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, and their infinite gradations, so do Emily Dickinson's poems become, as it were, a prism which conducts the white light of reality, a reality which, as it passes through the prism of her poem, explodes into a multiplicity of meanings. You know, and you know, it is the richness. Yeah, and what I'm trying to say is, do you think, in a way, reality is kind of like a prism? And you know, Lilith.
Yes.
Lilith is like the symbol of like the eminent spirit or something, and you know, maybe that's close to Anahita or some other stuff. I don't know. Maybe.
Yes. You just nailed it. Yes.
Yeah,
I see Lilith as the dark side of Sophia. I see her as connected with, like, if you're familiar with the Gnostic cosmology, this time I'm actually talking about the Gnosticism of 2,000 years ago. You have Sophia, who's in the pleroma, and then you have the Sophia Achamoth. And Achamoth is the fallen wisdom who has to return herself to the pleroma. So she basically forgot who she was. And that's actually how I see Lilith. I think the fall of Lucifer and the Shekinah actually comes from that myth. Because if you actually trace it, the fall of Lucifer was a completely invented story. People can argue with me all day on this. I don't care. Okay, it's provable. Was an invented story by the church after the fact. There was no Lucifer. It was a mistranslation by Jerome in the Vulgate. The idea, the connection of Satan and Lucifer was later on. Okay, so that's that. And the fall, the one who fell for her arrogance was Sophia. But it's like the opposite story. Because Sophia became so enamored and ecstatic by her realization of her own power in connection with the all, that she wanted to create something of her own. You know, and that basically put her into this like dream, and through her dreaming, that's how the demiurge came about, and whatever. But this idea of having hubris and wit and you know, having intentions beyond the cosmic order is 100,000% Sophia. Plus, to add on to that, Lucifera was a female title for like Hecate and
Yeah.
Diana and all of that. So this.
So you seem to know a lot about this.
You know,
can I ask you?
someone wants to
Can I
come on. Dark Lord. Can you let
Can I
Dark
ask you a
Lord on?
question first,
Star,
Twilight?
Venus has been worshipped on the planet since before Christianity, before Samaria, on every continent of the earth. Venus and the serpent are the oldest symbols of reverence on the earth, going back 50, 100,000 years ago. And this is not even debatable. So this is what I'm trying to say. They turned it male, they turned it evil, because it's powerful. It's simple. It's how you
Can I ask
control
you?
people.
Can I ask you a question, Twilight? You seem
So
to know a lot
powerful
about
that
this.
so powerful that she hasn't changed her battery yet, right?
It's not my battery, man. I keep telling you about it, man.
Oh dear God, what an excuse.
Maybe you can call on the angels and they could bring someone to my room, my house to tell
I've
my
never
neighbor
once
to change his
claimed.
battery.
I never once claimed that angels have ever once helped me.
Why? See, that's the
But
thing. I don't
also,
understand, man.
don't claim that
But Jesus
primordial
did-
whores come out of the nether realm to come and play
But
hokey
she's
with
not
me
a
either.
primordial whore. But she's not a
Yeah.
primordial
Okay.
She doesn't care
Well,
about
Just
the
like your
info,
just like
so
just like your fire
don't
alarm
stand up
doesn't
for
go
her.
beep, like all the black people who don't, pay for their batteries.
I love his battery. I find it very comforting.
I'm sure you do. You got the brain span of a battery.
So Twilight, what is Aya Asher Aya?
Aya, Esher, Aya. That's I am that I am.
Okay.
Yeah, that's from the I believe it's Exodus. Right.
Yeah. The same
Because
book
I
that
wrote
talks
this
about
down before I
Azazel.
ever knew that those were words. And then I read it somewhere and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. That's I am that I am. Which I actually am not convinced is the same as Yahweh.
You know what's really weird is that is my family motto. But it wasn't
Yeah.
in Hebrew.
Oh, Muchan. Hey, bestie.
I love Mochan so much. She's so much fun. I've been talking.
That's my bestie.
I know. Well, I like her a lot. That's all I'm saying because I've been talking to her.
Yeah, she's awesome. Yeah, I
Yeah.
knew you guys would get. But yeah, I don't give a damn what anybody believes or doesn't believe. It doesn't matter to me because once you've had the experience that I've had, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, that's a weird idea. When you think Tove Jansson, when she created the idea of Movement Valley, it existed in like psychic link with her. Because when her mom died, Tove Jansson, Movement Valley started decaying. You can see that in her, literature. The later literature of movements. Her mother died, and movement started to become more pessimistic and depressive. So the early movements volumes are more uplifting. But yeah, that's interesting that Tove Jansson created this whole, fictional world, and wrote a literature about it and became highly popular. Even Japan has, Movement Valley areas in nature where you can go see their little houses, wind models of movement. The movements is very popular in Europe and in Japan, but not so much in America for some reason. Movements. You think Movement Valley is real? That's what I'm asking you. Twilight. Is Movement Valley real?
Is what valley real?
Movement Valley. Movement Valley.
Moment Valley. It's not letting me hear you. I don't know
You
why.
don't know about Movements? Movements is very popular in Europe. Movements.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if it's letting me hear you properly, but enlighten me. I don't know.
Movements. You know about Movement Valley? Movement Valley. Movement Valley. M-O-O.
Oh, movement.
Yeah.
Not in detail. No, vaguely.
Can I share the opening with movements? I want to share the opening. Okay, I'll share the screen. You can see the entire screen. Oh, wait a second. Let me stop. I share the screen on movement.
There's my chippy.
Okay. Can you see my screen? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna show you movement. Oh, wait, you saw my name? Oh, damn, you saw my real name. That's not good. That's okay. Well, you didn't see my name. Shit. I thought everyone saw my name. It's okay. This is movement. Can you edit that part in your video? It's okay. Let me answer.
Yeah, we can't play too much of this because we could get copyrighted for this. So. Yeah, because these Japanese shows, they'll strike you. Yeah.
That's Nufkin. That's Nufkin. And you can see Moment's books. See, those are all the books. And Tove Jansson was very interesting. See, I'm kind of drunk. Yeah, see, this is Tove Jansson. She's a very popular Finnish author. And the thing is, when her mom died, Moomin Valley became more pessimistic. The later volumes are very depressing and pessimistic. It's like the psyche broke down, but so did Moomin Valley. I mean, it's like it's an interesting idea. Yeah, here. Moomin Valley in November is actually more of an adult novel, but because it comes very pessimistic. Let's see here. Yeah. But the point I was asking is if there's like a psychic link between like the fictional worlds we create and do they have a reality or something? It's more like weird question, I think. It's okay if you like edit the video and remove my name. I accidentally showed my face, my name. Like when you upload the video, edit and stuff. You see,
Yeah, I might be able to like do something like that. Yeah.
I said I was
I'll try to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little bit drunk, and I showed my real name by accident. Yeah, that's not very good. Yeah, but yeah, I'm a little bit drunk.
Yeah, I'll try to figure it out tomorrow. Give me the exact timestamp. We'll try to figure it out. Because I'm pretty sure you can do that on YouTube or whatever, but it takes forever for it to process it. But it is what it is. You're muted, Zephyr.
Oh, I said that's so cool that you know Moomin, because I thought I was like saying, oh yeah, it's Finnish, because we had an exchange student from Finland, and I have a book. Did you know Hello Kitty is a little girl?
Accidentally left. Yeah, it's no worries. Can you give link? Yeah, give me a second. Wait, what was that, Zeph?
I said, did you know that Hello Kitty is a little girl, not a cat?
Yeah, I don't think that makes all that much sense to me.
It doesn't, but that's what the person who created it says.
It's transformed.
Yeah, I was shocked. My friend Kelly loves Hello Kitty. It's like her favorite thing.
Yeah, basically that was my question. Yeah, the opposite of Moomin Valley would be something like Legati's gas station carnival. Legati is kind of like Lovecraft, but it's like more extreme Lovecraft, like kind of. Yeah.
There's a web series called The Amazing Internet Circus. Have you seen that? Because you might like that.
Internet Circus.
Yeah. They've got really cool characters, and they go into some deep subjects like death and things like that, but it's very it's still kid friendly, I think.
Well, Legati is the opposite of that. Legati's worlds are more like really bleak, like really like the true like nihilistic bleak Lovecraftian stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, and this is a little bit more like kid friendly, but it's
Yeah,
also
I
kind
know
of
about it.
still a little bit dark because the characters are all like trapped in this alternate reality, and there's like the guy that's like the manager of the area. He's like this like chattering teeth with eyeballs, and he puts them through all these like like basically activities, trying to like entertain them or whatever. But none of them can escape, and sometimes some of them go crazy and turn into monsters and like then die. So it's kind of like this backdrop of this like impending doom, sort of. But one of the main characters is like this little. She's like she looks like a clown, sort of. Then there's this like rabbit who's a total asshole, and then there's also like NPC characters that are like some of them are like have personalities, but they're like programmed. It's kind of weird. I like it.
The point I was making is that you know, when you create a fully realized world in your mind and you set it on paper and you imagine it like deeply and you like sometimes even dream about going into that world, does that world have an existence? Like is it tangibly connected to this world? You know,
Yeah,
that's
I think it does, and I think it also creates different branches of like different possibilities of that too. Because then, like, you have a story, say, and you somebody else has a fan fiction or something. You know, it's like it creates.
Amazing. It sounds like the last 15 years of Marvel movies. So sounds retarded.
No, Marvel is crap. Why would anyone watch a Marvel movie? It's like
I don't know. It's just one of the biggest psyoping tools since it started coming out.
Yeah, Marvel
Does that
is
make you
not
feel better?
it's not like.
Does it make you feel better that you sit here and y'all talk shit out your ass about all these things you believe in with no tangible proof? But you know, yeah, what's the point?
I have some
Why not?
tangible proof here.
Let me ask you
least
something.
we're not
Hey, can I talk?
Let me ask you something. Do you have
What do you
any
mean?
piece of artwork you really love, like Lord of the Rings or whatever? Like you truly love it or whatever?
Kitchen Kitty?
I love a lot of things, but I don't believe when I was 7 years old and I had an invisible friend who could ride skateboards along rooftops. That means he existed in some reality.
Okay, you guys are completely off base. But yeah, Zephyr, you little witch.
Not offbeat. People are talking about that
I'm not
they're able to
done
create
talking.
realities. I don't really
can you hear
fucking
me?
care. How about you
Case
shut up?
reality.
Yeah.
Yep. You know what's really weird? There's something called
He wants to confront
Zephyr,
me.
Ontario, which I had people that I know for years. They moved over there. Okay, try making that shit up.
Well, Zephyr, there's also a skate team and a train and a song by the Red Hot
Zephyr,
Chili Peppers.
Ontario.
And,
Go Google it.
yeah, there's
Yeah.
lots of
Okay.
things named Zephyr. It's
Good
the
job.
god of the West
Who
Wind.
cares?
Oh, who cares?
And I do.
We do.
Oh,
We
okay.
care.
That explains why the world's in the state it is, because people care about stupid shit.
Dark
How
Lord,
is that stupid
like,
shit,
you
you
don't have to
stupid
take
fuck?
Oh yeah,
seriously,
complaining
you
is
know,
so much
like,
better.
I mean, you make a valid point, but
You mean what we're all
I'm
doing,
saying I know
complaining?
people for many, many
I'm
years. They
not
have
complaining
to.
about shit.
You get on
I'm not
panels to
complaining.
talk about shit that's never going to be, fixed. You talk about things that you believe in that make no fucking sense. Trust me, we're not doing anything.
Oh, she's
That's
in
why
the same
the
wish,
government.
but
That's why
either
the
way,
government
yeah,
is telling me how I should feel about Charlie Kirk, and I'm not allowed to have my own opinions or feelings about someone I
Shut
don't
the
give a
fuck
shit
up,
about.
you little bitch,
How about you
man.
shut the fuck up? How about you come suck my left nut? Shut up.
Blah, blah, blah.
Cyberbullying doesn't work.
I'm not cyberbullying you, you fuck. I don't bully people.
Shut up. See.
Are you alright?
Look how big your intellect is.
Are you alright? Probably
I don't
not.
think he is. I don't think he is. Maybe
Calm
he just likes
down, buddy.
complaining.
Like, we're not out here to hurt you.
No, I love just wasting time with y'all. That's right.
Okay, well, guess what?
Oh.
Eventually the time is not there anymore, so you better use it wisely.
We are all unique snowflakes.
Well, you just admitted you're wasting time, so who do you have to blame for that?
Oh, I found it.
Why would you be wasting time? You're on one of the smartest people in the world's channel, Mr. Machine Lions. What are you talking about?
Well, that's
for
right.
you.
It's better. It's better to scream into the void than
Are
lie
you
to
out
the
of your
masses.
fucking mind,
Yeah,
you fucking idiot?
I guess.
How dare you even say something like that? I'm gonna strangle you.
Each other is dumb.
I'm gonna strangle you. I'm gonna waste my time watching your fucking eyes and you have no breath.
You guys
Are
are
you out of your
niggers.
fucking mind?
I'm not George Floyd. I can breathe.
Oh,
No, I
because
said
they're
you were
allowed
a
to.
nigger,
Yeah.
like negativity.
Yeah, let's not do that, Zeph. They could confuse that with the algorithm. Let's not go
Yeah,
there.
yeah. I don't even
Let's
know.
just cut that out. Yeah.
But what's really weird was trying to bring up. I've never heard anybody with that name, Zephyr or whatever. All of a sudden, somebody I've known for many years happens to live in Ontario. Look it up. I'm like, how? It's kind of weird. Everything is always connected.
So should we be friends again or what?
Why can't we be friends? Why can't...
If you could be yourself, I could do it.
I've always been myself, and I think friends are used loosely. It's a loose term. For me, I need to know you for 10 years a minimum in real life. If not, fuck you. Or not fuck you, but we can be acquaintance to some. Just like machine lies, just like anybody over here. I'm not throwing around this fucking friend bullshit. Okay? Like I said, I need to know you in person for 10 years minimum. Then I can maybe consider calling somebody my friend. Yeah. What's wrong with that?
We could be amenable though.
You're an acquaintance online. It's fine.
Cool.
There you go. Either way, I want the best for everybody, no matter. I think people use
sounded
the word
sincere.
love and
That
hate way
sounded
too
sincere.
much. Friend and enemy. Way too much. Like, you don't get it. Not you. I was saying in general, people don't get how deep this shit really goes, yeah? So for Mr. Machine Lies, right? Proper acquaintance and that. Respect the guy. He's an author. Most people can't even read because like, oh, sorry, I forgot. Someone flew across the fucking window. I forgot. Yeah, the attention span is retarded nowadays. Sorry for that word. But yeah. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, I think that one's fine, but I think too many N's and F's and I think the K word too. Then there's like 3 words really that they'll go after.
Fuck them. You're
Gays,
fine.
blacks, and Jews. So
There you go. I'm not gonna say the actual words, right? It doesn't really matter.
Do you know if the illustrations are copyrighted?
Look at you. Look at you.
I actually have no idea. Yeah. I actually have no idea. No, not individual pictures, but yeah,
yeah,
moving pictures will be copyrighted, but not individual pictures. I don't
can
think they'll
show
be
some nice pictures.
Yeah, sure,
yeah. Let me see here. See share screen. My pictures.
Are you people out of your fucking minds or what?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm
Get
doing.
fucking me back on the road. Get to business. Enough.
Can you see my screen?
Enough what?
Yeah.
Let me see here. Let me show some.
What are you criticizing now?
It's nothing to do with you, lady. Learn witchcraft, okay? You're terrible at it.
Okay.
So motive B.
Yeah. If you say so, dude.
Yeah.
I kind of think you're terrible at it because I don't think you know anything
I
about it.
don't do it. I am terrible.
Oh,
because I don't do
liar,
it.
liar.
How am I a liar?
More, it's not
I
bad.
got
You
life
wanna
for
be-
you. I got
you wanna
studying
be
for
there.
gross that for you.
You want to be then. I saw you making comments on people's videos, telling them about.
I want to hear
magic.
the high pitched little voice, okay? It's pretty nice there. I want to hear it.
Not bad.
What high pitched voice?
This is like a coastal town. It's very nice.
Oh, it's pretty.
Yeah, it's pretty.
I love
Inglemore. The illustrator for this one is Inglemore.
Beautiful tree.
It looked like redwood.
The way
That's
she draws
AI.
the background is very nice. It's
That's
very
not real. The other one was real. That's not real though. Oh, that's no, probably not real. You're in a
Is that
storybook?
your book?
This is illustrator Inga Moore. Inga Moore.
Oh,
Fuck
Yeah.
off, man. I got friends
I
in
want to.
Scotland.
This one's a
I
very
want to
beautiful.
see your book.
I want to see your book eventually.
My picture book. You
Yeah.
want my picture book? Do you remember?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, where you at? Where you at? Nice
Yeah.
AI generated fucking shit. Yeah, good job, bud.
That's
You
not
know you
AI
can go
generated.
outside and take an actual picture, right? I hope you know that.
My picture book is somewhere here. I
What
can
are you
see my
talking
picture
about,
book.
Dave?
Maybe I'll show her some other illustration. Let's see here.
Kitchen is sleeping, Denizen.
It's not bad. This is Kay Nelson. Kay Nelson is not bad.
You're a bitch, man. Here's an obelisk, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, this is a nice picture. Look at this illustration. It's very nice.
I like that.
Yeah,
That one's
this
cool
Kay
too. What is
Nelson.
that?
Yeah, that's a dragon.
Can you not
My
get like
mom.
an actual picture, like when you go outside?
Dude, what are you doing that is so much better? Entertain us.
Give me entertain you, sister. Here's an actual outside picture, okay?
Why don't you show us your vibrating cleaner again? That was interesting.
Oh, you're talking about the
Yeah,
you're talking about the ultrasonic cleaner?
or show us your ring.
Alright, here's the ultrasonic cleaner. I'll plug it in just for
There's
you.
some random ones.
Just
I
for
like
you,
this illustration. I
sister.
forgot art.
Here's the ultrasonic fucking cleaner, you heard? Look. Oh yeah. Look, you fuck.
I don't know where I got this from. This is
That's
kind of
cool.
some
That
of the
looks.
pre-industrial.
It does. It looks like it's a window almost.
Yeah, this
There you
like
go. There you go.
Yeah,
I've
this
seen it.
Like
picture
it?
is very
Oh, that's
visual.
yeah.
It's
I've seen that
kind of
before.
Yeah, it's
convey
called
the soul
real.
of the
It's called
West.
being real.
The soul of
That's
the
on the
West.
inside of the dome, right?
That's
Of
Homer,
the
that's Dante, that's Goethe, and that's Shakespeare.
yeah. That's in the White House, right?
I'm not sure. I'm drunk.
Yeah.
It's called AI
This is
pictures.
Lou.
I'm drunk
This
with
is
it.
Lou Celtic mythology. Lou is kind of like Ahura Mazda or Sai Shaoyant. Yeah. Yeah, I think
It looks like a
Twilight
tarot
is
card a little
Lou.
bit.
Twilight, are you there? Do you see Lou here?
It looks like a tarot card. That looks
Well,
like
we
a
can
tarot
break
card
that
too.
down. Go back. Let's look into the symbology. We can break it down. Fuck you. I just showed you. You asked me, I showed you, okay? What else do you want to look
Yeah,
at?
thank you. Art. This is not bad. You probably seen stuff like that. You know,
What
like
great AI generated images. Fuck you.
me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah. Yeah, I just do it. No, it's okay. Yeah,
Oh my god, I'm gonna speak in a British accent.
no, I have. My wife has.
Yeah, mate.
illustrated
Yeah,
it,
mate.
so-
Yeah. Big up yourself, bro. Yeah, mate. What are you talking about?
It's really funny how the show responds to like the various characters. I mean, because there's literally no
I'm
response.
hugging you with my brainton.
She's definitely not scissoring you and your wife.
Well, I mean, what kind of, I mean, what are you really expecting here, machine? I mean, we know what we deal with, so.
Alfred Destel.
You signed up. You got Frigidaire, fucking utilities and appliances.
You can see he does a very good job. Trying. Yeah. He's not bad. You can see that. He's popular in Britain. Yeah. It's not bad. It has a kind of fantastical style.
There's a guy that does these paintings, and he does them all. He's online, and he
Yeah,
does like
this
all
way.
these.
Yeah, laughs
Look at
Rupert
that. You
is
got
quite
look at
absurd.
that.
I cannot understand a word. Look at that.
Yeah, I've seen that
Buddy,
character.
you're not.
Uh-oh.
Maybe you couldn't. I don't know.
A little bear. Rupert, that's his name.
Rupert. Oh, you remember Rupert?
Yeah, I do.
Illustrator Alfred
You guys
Destel.
remember fucking Rupert over here, yeah? In the
My
UK
daughter
and Canada.
like Rupert.
Oh, where did Twilight go? I wanted to hear more of his bullshit. He always seems to run off when people question him too much.
Why don't you tell us some of yours? That would be
I have. No one cares. What's your point? At least I don't
I
claim to
thought
talk
your
to primordial people.
People rarely have anything to question
Oh,
me
there he
about.
is.
They just run their They don't actually really have any
I'm just
arguments.
making sure you're
No, leave
breathing.
fucking Rupert out of it, please. Okay.
They don't really have arguments.
Look at
I
this.
like
This
the
is
little
the
mushroom.
artwork
So
of.
let someone have an actual argument, then we can talk.
I have a mushroom house, a little
I'm sorry. I
sculpture.
refuse to argue with someone who can't even change a fucking battery and then claim that it's not their battery to change when by state law your battery has to be changed if you're in government housing, which I'm going to assume you are. So,
Well,
Maybe
maybe he left it on just to
there.
annoy you.
This is my true form photo.
yeah.
Look.
I grew
But
up in the
then
projects, bro. I
that
grew up
definitely
in
proves that definitely proves he's mental if you can listen to the beep of a fucking fire alarm for hours on end and that drive you insane. But okay.
I was listening to him whenever I was driving the other
yeah.
day, and I was
I grew up
enjoying it
in
a lot.
government housing.
A majority of African Americans don't change theirs either, so I don't expect much.
Every time it went off,
Shut up, you fucking.
he walked away from the camera for a minute, and every time it went beep, I went beep while I was driving. It was pretty
Hey,
cool.
I'm gonna make a controversial statement here. Paintings or illustrations are above music in terms of the spiritual.
I think they're.
I disagree. I'm sorry. I think music is more able to move the souls of mankind. You can easily sway the minds of man. I mean, you could do the same with a painting, erotica, but whatever.
No, I feel like that's.
It got to be sexual for no reason, brothers and sisters.
It's not really. It's not that hard. Pornography was one of the first industrialized things. With the creation of the camera and then silent films.
Yeah, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. Forgot about the radio too, right? You know how many people thought demons were talking through boxes,
Nah,
right?
I can talk for real.
I'm on
Enough,
top
man.
of the world, looking down on creation.
Can you sing for me, brother?
No. Can you take your foot out of your mouth?
Well, you're gonna have to sing for me now.
You sound like Wayne's World. You sound like what's his name? Garth,
Yeah. Wow, yeah, welcome back, you little pleb. Fucking bitch. Yeah, you wanna fucking come play? Yeah.
You play with my butthole?
Panels filled up. Just like your fucking sister.
Look at this illustration. This is Nicola Bailey or something.
My name is Nicholas,
Look at this.
actually.
This is kind of like.
It is.
Look at that.
But he's no saint.
Pagan foot. Sorry.
I don't think anyone on planet Earth is a saint.
Yeah. My name's Nicholas.
I think everyone pretends to be someone.
No, that's my
Is
real
that because
fucking
that's
name.
what you do?
Congratulations.
Huh?
I think you're doing a whole lot of projection.
Yeah.
This is a whole lot of projection.
Twilight, if you who are you talking to? Maybe you should direct the accusations toward the person.
That to,
This is what happens when you get in a room with too many mirrors.
There's way too many.
Well, I don't know because you see, when Conan Arnold Schwarzenegger went into a room full of mirrors, he just smashed them all because what's good is sword against sorcery.
You don't smash mirrors. That
maybe
gives you
here's a
7 years of bad luck.
But he also said "fuck your freedoms," so I'm supposed to care what he says about Charlie Kirk.
Conan didn't say that. It was the guy that played him.
Well, I mean, what's the difference? I mean, they can LARP. They're allowed to LARP. They can live action role play for millions of dollars, but I can't. Oh yeah, no, I can't. No, I can't because I won't let a Jew or people abuse me. I won't sell my whole pole.
10 grand, you're gonna get
That's
shot
right.
in your little head. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, is that a threat?
This
It's
reminds
not
me
a
of
threat, buddy.
people.
It's just how things work
I'd
out
watch.
over here.
Maxfield Parrish. This is nice painting. This is by Maxfield Parrish.
Yeah, I've seen an actual. It's almost like Thomas Kincaid. How the light, if you have a light on, the actual painting of that like that, you can change it. Like with the lighting, it makes
The
it.
illumination of the painting is available, sister. Thank you for pointing that out.
Cut yourself, Paige.
This is nice stuff.
I'm just
This is
joking.
nice illustration.
So am I.
You
Yeah,
like
I'm
this
just fucking
illustration,
around.
Ziva?
Oh, that explains a lot.
You know
You're
what?
all
I have some-
intoxicated and retarded.
Go back one. Go back
I'm
one.
just intoxicated
The one that was right
retarded,
before that.
brothers and sisters.
That one.
Yes.
Yeah, that one. I have like Christmas cards like that.
Yeah. My wife illustrated a picture book I wrote, but it wasn't able to get published because they keep asking for LGBTQ, inclusive diversity, and other crap, and we weren't able to publish.
That's right. What's wrong? You want to draw a book with a naked man in the background wearing wolf masks?
No, I have integrity. I would never do that.
Oh well, I think you should sell out Avian.
No, I'm not gonna.
I
This
like
is
that
Lil
cat.
Wayne.
That
You
cat's
know
pretty
Lil
cool.
Wayne, of course.
You ever heard of
Vulture.
Wolfpack? Hey, you ever heard of Wolfpack?
Yeah, I have. It's called The
Search
Movie
up
Hangover
Wolfpack.
with Jack
Search up fucking
Galifianakis. Which one?
Wolfpack, retard. Yeah, go search it up, idiot.
Yeah, it's showing all the best ones.
Go search up fucking
Yeah,
Wolfpack.
Russian decor is nice.
Go search it up. Go play with the Wolfpack, brothers and sisters.
Russian
Is that your
decor.
Jack impression or what? Is that what you're doing there?
It is Russian decor.
Kind of sounds like Jack
No,
a
I'm
little
just
bit.
talking. I'm just trying to be authentic, all right? I'm just trying to be authentic with the chat.
You're really bad at it. You're
Look at
really
this
bad at
painting.
it.
This is really
It
cool.
doesn't matter, you know. I think I'm so bad. I'm good at it.
It's not bad.
Well, did you know that snowboarding will never
Well,
be a
see, you can't be authentic while you're drunk. The whole, people tell the truth while they're drunk. That's a lie.
You don't
No,
know
question,
that.
what do you think about this painting? What
I
is
do
it?
know that because I can tell you,
There you go.
as someone who's not allowed to drink, I've only gotten drunk 3 times in my life, and
But
I can
that
tell
is
you,
how
I
it
had
is for
complete
you.
control. Yeah, because y'all are a bunch of idiots who can't handle apparently your drugs and alcohol.
What do you mean you're
But
not allowed?
keep
No, I'm
pushing them
saying
out. Keep allowing
how it
people
is
to
for
drink your
you
alcohol.
is not how it is for everyone. Did you
I
know that?
know people are retarded and don't know how to handle spirits. That's why people shouldn't be allowed to drink. What's your point?
My point
Even though I'm
is,
drinking, I can still beat you in a debate.
I don't drink gin, brother.
That's
I
nice,
only
but
drink,
can you drive a car compared to me and not kill a family?
Yeah, I can. I can drive
No.
way better than you.
but he knows better
Yeah, I'm
than
sure
to
you
do that.
can.
Are you
I'm
dumb?
sure you
You wanna
can.
see my
I'm
vet?
also legally blind.
I also have
POP,
dark
hold it
artwork, but
down.
I'm
There
not
you
showing the
go.
dark artwork.
POP, hold it down.
The dark artwork is not good to share
I'm
because
legally blind, brothers and sisters, and I'm gonna accuse people of being drunk. Yeah.
I don't believe that, Avian. Actually, I think depending on the type of darkness you are portraying,
I like that
darkness
one.
is
look at
fine.
Mobius's
I'll
artwork.
slap the fucking
That
hell
one's
out of
really
you.
cool.
I'll smack you with my BBC.
Look at this artwork.
I'm only
This
black
is
from the
Mobius.
waist down, brothers and sisters.
I don't think it's working, Avion. I really like these though. They're really nice, but I don't know if you're gonna
That's right.
redirect
You
these
can call me horse dick
toddlers.
MPEG.
Look at this artwork. What do you think about this artwork?
I
Dark
like it.
artwork. What
Can
do
you
you
give
think
me your
about it?
Can you give me your fucking sister's number?
It reminds me of
Party
this
on,
band.
Wayne. Party on, goers.
This band called The Comet Is Coming. They have album covers that kind of look like that.
Yeah, he made some album
I need
covers.
this guy's sister's number because I'm gonna show him I'm
He has a
black
lot of
from
good
the waist
artwork. I
down.
didn't save enough.
My
Like,
sister's a
dark
tranny, so you wanna date a tranny?
Probably not. No, I think you're a tranny.
Yeah, it might be.
Oh, I
It's
love that dragon.
2025.
That's a
Get
good
with the
one.
program.
My mom would
You're
love that.
just jealous that the
artist-
government.
this
You're
artist-
just
what about
jealous
your
that the
mommy?
government will pay
What
for
about-
my
what about this
operation.
I can't
You're
hear
just
you,
jealous.
Avion, because
You're just jealous because
children.
the
your
government will
mother's
pay for my
number.
operation and not yours.
Give
You
me your mother's
intoxicated
number.
inbred.
I'll infiltrate and
She's
look into
dead.
it.
You want to crawl on the ground with her? Go ahead. I'm sure she'll keep you nice and cold.
We can do
This is a nice dragon.
necromancy, brother.
I like the other one better, but that one's
Okay,
pretty
the
cool.
name of the artist is Jackie Morris. Jackie Morris.
Jackie Morris. Okay. My mom is like, she loves dragons.
Me too.
Twilight,
I love
do
dragons.
do some ancient
Get
Lilith
your
prayer and
mother's
send them away.
number, Zephyr. Can that
I
happen?
didn't hear what you said. I can't
Can I
hear what
get
you
your
say because
mother's number? I want to make her have a good day tomorrow.
yeah, right.
This artwork
I
is-
don't trust.
Yeah,
I don't
right.
trust you that much, Kate.
Yeah, right.
I mean, if you're at least gonna troll, at least be a good troll.
It's good to
Buddy, I'm not trolling.
look
I'm
at
fucking
artwork.
with you. I'm not
You-
trolling.
Look at
That's
this
Yeah,
what-
trust me,
that's what trolling
bud.
is, dude.
If there's anyone you're not trolling or fucking with, it's me.
Meow,
I'm
meow,
definitely
meow.
not fucking and trolling you, buddy.
Meow,
Yeah,
meow,
so-
meow, meow,
This is
meow.
Nicola Bailey. The artist is Nicola Bailey.
Here's a
You
giant
probably
pussy for
that
you,
makes sense.
bud.
You had the brain of a
It's
cat. You're
orange.
always chasing butterflies.
It's
Meow, meow,
orange.
meow.
You got a monarch butterfly and an orange cat for you.
Are you trying to piss me off because it's not working?
No.
Not you. It has nothing to do with you, Zephyr. You're good.
Okay, cool.
No, I'm not really trying to fuck with anybody. My bad. Come
You
on.
are
have
too.
respect.
Don't lie.
said that
Don't lie.
already.
You
Okay,
are
Zephyr,
too.
I can go and talk like that to you and be like
Come
that.
on.
You know, but witchcraft, okay? We're gonna hit you 33 times in the heart. Yeah.
Do it. Go ahead.
So, someone to
I'm
be,
dead.
Zephyr,
Oh no.
someone to be, someone to be.
It worked. It worked.
You can't play
I'm
with
dying.
me.
Oh.
I mean,
Wait, I was dying
technically,
from
we're
it.
already all dead. But what's your point?
I'm not. Not
My
yet.
point
I am
is that
dying
you're
though. We all
retarded,
are.
brother.
Artwork too, but I'm not sharing the dark artwork because it might get.
You don't want to fucking play
If
this
I was
game with
tie
me.
dying, I would be dying
that
and
Danny
tie
Carey?
dying.
I'm Jim Carrey from Toronto.
Sounds like Danny Carey.
Arcade.
I'm Neo from the Matrix in Toronto.
Nice arcade.
Everybody's
It's based
from
on medieval
Toronto.
European art.
It's the six. It's the dot. Yeah. Born and raised over here. Fuck.
So I
Yeah,
take it you
completely.
didn't have any money to buy some weed,
I
did you,
guess
in
I
the dark
don't
room?
have money to
From
buy
the
weed. I grow
King
it
of
my own.
Solomon book.
I grow it on my own, brothers and sisters.
I forgot the name of the demon. You know, remember the name of the demon?
Don't make me. Oh, Azazel.
Twilight.
Beelzebub.
No, it's not Beelzebub. It's something else.
Azazel.
Twilight left.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't like when he's pressured on stuff that he lies about, so he tends to run away.
You, but he's Lilith, man. You don't know about Lilith? We're in the fucking tree. We're in the tree where we eat an apple and have a rib.
What was that guy saying?
It's crazy looking.
Maybe you should have warned people. What if they have epilepsy? You could literally just cause someone epilepsy. Good job.
My cat just died.
Children.
Nuh-uh. Your cat didn't die.
Oh, okay. This is nice artwork.
Have you guys ever met a real killer before?
You're welcome.
I'll cut your
Anytime.
fucking face off and wear it as a mask. Here.
I like that one. That one was pretty cool.
Yeah, these ones are wild.
It is Persian artwork from children's book.
I've been experimenting with my AI. It's making some crazy shit.
It's to rate the fuck out of me. Yeah, big deal, big deal. Yeah, I'm gonna put this fucking stupid little act on. I wanna act like I'm all Mr. Tough Guy. Yeah. Get the fuck back to reality.
I'm pretty sure I'm living in it. I don't know about you.
I'm doing the exact opposite.
And who made that for you? It's a demon. It's a background program in computing. Fuck off, man. Fuck off. Look, we have Zephyr laughing.
Maybe I'll show some dark artwork.
She laughs at everything.
Yeah. Like, look at.
When you pull your pants down,
artwork.
brothers and sisters, the sisters laugh at you.
No, she's showing her pussy.
Look at this one. This one is interesting. This is a yokai and skill.
That's cool. I like that one. I like that one.
This one is from. I forgot the name of the artist.
He is not Little Murder Kite.
From Poe. A story about Poe. This one is interesting. The Russian artwork.
I'm a fake witch on YouTube.
Look at this one. This
I'm
one's
gonna
pretty.
act like
The hand and the head over there. The hands.
That's cool. I like that one.
I guess you like dark artwork more.
Well, no, I just, I think there can be beauty to certain darkness, just not the taboo kind.
Yeah.
You want to see real magic? You want to see real magic for real?
Forgot what I said before. Oh, yeah, this is a famous art piece by Harry Clark, I think. It's a very famous one. This is from Faust, Harry Potter. I believe so. Oh yeah, this is from that one guy about the name of
I
the
shouldn't
artist.
even fucking talk about it. Are you done?
No, I'm not done. Look at this spider.
Alright, let me know when you're done.
No, I want to let you know. Just look at this.
Just wondering when you're done. Buddy. I have AI generated images, man. Look at me.
Oh, hell yeah.
This one's creepy as hell. Look at the hands. Yeah.
Look at the hands, man. Here, you want to see the fucking real... Here, let me show you the hands.
It's like a Christian.
No, what? I'm gonna do her solid right now. Fucking insane. Fuck.
Forgot the name of the artist. Yeah.
That's right. These are the kind of people that Charlie Kirk told me I should love.
You see the fucking hairstyle? Look, even getting fucking food, buddy.
This is not by Kaczynski, by someone else.
The fuck up, man.
You hear that, Charlie
love
Kirk? These are the
yourself.
people you got shot for. I don't think you need to worry about me. I love myself plenty. It's y'all that I'm still
not
trying
worried
to
about
hold
you.
on to.
This is what I imagine Hyperboreans to look like.
I'm just trying to tell you anything that'll make you
Well,
like
imagine
be
it to
quiet. Actually, how's
Hyperborean.
that? Better?
Oh, well, unfortunately, you don't own me, so.
You did that. Gives you nightmares. It's not what
How
it is.
much?
Are you for sale?
I'm sure more money than what you three have combined.
Probably.
I could buy your whole entire fucking reality.
Really?
That's nice.
Do it.
My
Does
soul
it
is
cost
priceless
more than we
in-
have
in the name of
combined to
Jesus
get you
Christ.
to
What's your
shut up?
point? Yeah.
You're not a tough guy, you fucking retard.
Wow, you're not. That's not a very smart decision.
So bad at
That's not
insults,
very
dude.
smart. Just come fucking try me then. I'll show you.
Well, unless you have
know,
more
wasn't
money in the
talking to you,
bank,
Cage.
I was just talking to
unless you have more money than my aunt in the bank,
money.
I
You
doubt
wanna
you're gonna
know
get
who
me
my
shut up.
aunt is?
What, are you gonna kill me?
You wanna know my
What, is
great
that
aunt
another
is?
vague
You
threat?
fucking
What, you gonna make another vague threat
You
to
want
me?
to know who my fucking?
No, I was
great-
just going to offer to
just
pay you
talked to her.
$5 to shut
I
up.
just talked to her. You fuck.
Oh.
Wait, she generated fast.
Are you out of your mind?
Yeah,
from
whoops,
I
I don't know why I
did that.
Dark blue.
Probably.
Look at this.
You want to talk?
Look at that. Look at this.
Who are you talking
Look
to?
at this. Look at this.
Yeah, it's killer.
But no, it would definitely take more than $5.
Dawn and the Mafia.
15.
Yeah, I've seen this one.
Definitely more than that.
Saturn.
It's from
50.
Very
From
graphic
home.
novel.
It is
I ain't gonna lie, that was a pretty close deal.
Ken Curry. Ken Curry. Look at how nightmare looks. That's a skate.
You want your aunt to talk to mine, you fucking retard? On the other side of the Escobars.
Do you have any hurdy-gurdy music, Kimo?
Buddy, you don't know who you're talking to.
Mother.
'Cause I like hurdy-gurdy. I just
Look
got
at it.
introduced to it. It's pretty cool.
There's Edgar
Kind of
Allan.
sounds like
It's all
Kinda sounds
public knowledge either way. Yeah,
sounds like a
Sicilian
bagpipe,
Mafia and President of the Hells
Hold on.
Angels. Shut
it's a
down
guitar
the
with a
entire
wheel.
fucking reality.
There's sorcerer scientist. This is like from a horror story.
You heard the purring kitty?
We're gonna make you the rising and falling
It's
action.
from
brother.
the art pieces of I forgot who. But this is more like dark art, did I say?
I like that. It's almost like, that was kind of MC Escher. Oh, the duck.
Yes, but it's good to balance the light and the dark. You know what I mean? So I have a lot of light artwork too. Happy artwork.
Fight me.
No, you don't.
I don't believe in that, Avian. You live in a world full of billionaires who literally sell children and wanted to populate you. So continue living in your little false
When
realities.
Uncle Larry died, Aunt Colleen
balance
went
light and dark.
and did the entire thing fucking pink.
Yeah, balance that light and dark, like little buddy right here.
I balance it. You gotta balance.
You're talking about you're talking about your little bird avatar, but you see, my avatar is a real person, and you know
You go
he's
to
a lot more than your little bird avatar.
You like it now?
Let's see here. This is
What
nice.
are your thoughts on an owl, buddy? You like owl?
This looks cool.
Vowel? No vowel, just an owl.
Chivalry.
I'm gonna not learn how to use the English language.
You gotta take up the sword. You gotta
I used to be able to do it. Owl call.
like swords more.
There you go. Yeah, the hours
No,
are
that's
being
not a good
called.
one. That wasn't a good one.
That was pretty good.
No, it wasn't. My crow is way better.
I seen a bunch of crows on the road the other day. You know what I mean? What is a group of crows called?
murder?
A murder. Yeah. What about a group of owls? A group of owls. What are they called?
This is a frog.
Remember?
It's a really cute name.
Look at this piece of artwork.
It's called a parliament.
Oh,
There's another one that's another animal that
A
it's
group
like
of lemurs
a
or something.
fluffle of some animal. I forget what
Oh
animal it is.
Jesus Christ! I'm so tired of the detractors.
Oh my god!
Yeah, did y'all actually come here to have an intelligence conversation, or just bicker back and forth like idiots who don't care about what's actually going on?
I think it all degenerated when he started to complain.
about?
this is my favorite picture from Monet. My favorite picture from Monet.
Yeah, have you not learned something yet? Or no? Are you retarded? A group of you is called retarded.
Yeah, I've learned that I live on a planet full of people who don't care that they're constantly being depopulated or controlled like the bugs that you're going to be eating.
Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck me. Yes, that's right. Not Bill Gates or anyone else who's controlling your reality. Me. Poor little old
No,
me.
all of them
I'm
and
gonna
you,
hire
man.
Bill Gates to fuck you.
Oh, that's right.
Well, we're not allowed to friggin' say fuck you because we should be saying fuck you to Elon Musk.
It's to like create a fictional world in your mind.
We got Elon's
No, I just don't take people seriously who laugh and joke about idiotic things when people want to have actual like intellectual conversations about serious topics. Right. Coming from the people who labeled me as a LARPer and then never took me seriously in the first place.
Call you a LARPer.
I don't know who the fuck you are, retard. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm a retard, even though I constantly pull out coincidences that happen months prior before it happens in mass media.
What do you call a bunch of inbred Southern?
Hey, dumbass, we're all inbred because we're all one human race. Stop trying to fucking put people into races.
All right.
You're really bad at
Tell me
info
more.
page.
Random catapult.
Go study some more or something. 'Cause
That was pretty retarded, though.
you need a tutor or something.
Oh, it's pretty retarded that we're not all one people. Oh, okay, you hear that? So black people and white people, we don't all share red blood. We're not all one human race. So there you go.
No, you're a fucking retard at that point.
Saying we're all inbred because we're all humans
Get a
is what's
paper
retarded.
cut. You fuck.
Well, I mean, we're all brothers and sisters. It makes sense, you dumbass.
Buddy, you're gonna believe
But
that.
we're quite literally not.
Oh, that's right. You believe in monkey men who fly around on a space ball.
Shut up.
No, I believe that when you fuck your sister over and over again, your kids end up with their eyes too close together. They end up with an 80 IQ just like you. When you fuck your sister and have kids, the kids come out talking like you.
Because you pee and produce sperm outside the same hole, right? Like you said all the months ago.
Even Dennis
God sucks because he made a flaw in the penis, right?
God's almost as retarded as you.
Hole. Yeah.
He's watching the screen.
We get it, as in we already know your angle.
Oh, there's a kitty.
Inbreeding is available, brothers and sisters.
Inbreeding's perfectly fine because we're all brothers and sisters, sisters.
Inbreeding is available.
So go marry and fuck your sister tomorrow.
That's right. That sounds like what a white man would say.
He probably already did.
You hear that? All white people should go and have sex with their sisters.
I go fuck your sister, but I'd probably get a disease.
I told you she's a transsexual. You want to fuck a woman with a dick?
He missed that.
That's a brother then. That's not a sister.
Oh, that's right. You're drunk. You can't remember anything.
No, I remember what you said. But you know what?
This dude can't even remember what gender his sibling
that-
is, and he's making fun of you.
Ginger, your sister is,
I
bro.
think it's just confusing. That's probably why.
You're fucking weird. I'm gonna fuck your whole lineage.
Yes, I am weird. Who are you talking to?
Dork LARP.
Well, that's retarded because in fact most of the people in my family are males, so you're gay.
You're an idiot.
Wow, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. What is this? What is this? The Grinch? Is this the Grinch?
How do you think you're alive?
Where he's screaming, where Jim Carrey's screaming, and the voice comes back and says, "You're an idiot."
We've been through that.
That's nice, and he also gets on, live TVs, and tells you that you're psyoped and controlled. What's your point?
What's your point, buddy? Wake up.
It's traditional German, rural area German.
My brother's.
I'm not the one. I'm not the one protecting billionaire pedophiles.
Look at this. This is very nice.
Good conversation about absolutely nothing. As you make little glitter pages and little pearlescent little cards to show like anyone gives a fuck about the little pearlescent cards.
What do you think about this?
Yeah,
100%.
Because y'all don't come here. Because you don't come here to have actual conversations. You just come here to, detract
Well,
and
if there was
talk
one,
shit.
and it wasn't just degenerative yelling.
What's the point? You don't believe in a God. You can't have any intellectual conversation with people who believe there's space. I'm not talking to you, Zephyr. Zephyr, if I was directing you as a woman, I would say woman. So
I know, but why are you saying what I believe when you don't even know?
You've already told me before. I guess you forgot that. You know, that's what happens when y'all forget the conversations you had with me.
And you apparently
Shut
missed
the
all
fuck.
of it.
Y'all can go fuck yourself. What are you talking about?
Because I definitely do believe in God.
Well, I mean, everyone has fucked themselves. Have you not masturbated? But I'm the retard, right? Yeah.
Yes.
You fucked yourself. You technically already fucked yourself. You've masturbated.
Oh, yeah. 3 times and throw in your fucking face like a monkey. Go fuck yourself, buddy.
Yeah, dark stuff.
I mean, my dick is big, but it won't reach around, so.
No.
Nobody who has a big
Probably
dick
not.
talks about it like that.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you've seen plenty, right, Zephyr?
Yep, sure have.
Okay, there you go. See, we can do little petty jabs all night. What have you done but
Zephyr
prove that you're
doesn't
not
even
actually
need-
here for an intellectual
No.
conversation?
Well, there was
look at this.
we were having one before you showed up.
No, you were.
Yeah, we were.
Avian has been sitting here trying to talk about these pictures for how long, and all y'all have done is detract and overtalked them and been rude to him because he's brown, because he's brown like TML.
From Lizard to turn up the music. I will turn it up all
Can
the
I
way.
play Godfather
Yeah,
Dawn?
please do. Yeah, I think. But I think I'm
And,
gonna.
Godfather Dawn.
Do it, T-Mouse. So that way we can get rid of the people.
Bye.
Yeah, no, you don't. That's why you let Cage come over here and be racist to Avian, right?
How the fuck are you
Yeah.
racist?
Yeah, oh, right. As you were constantly being mean to him. Yeah,
Bye.
we know. It's okay. Yeah, we know. Go ahead. Bye, drunkie.
I don't look brown. Do I look brown? No. I don't look brown. Yeah.
Great job.
Do I look brown?
Can we play Godfather Dawn or Follow the Leader by Rakim? That was a great one this year. There's some fucking trash there. Yeah, why not? Oh, yeah. Alright, retard. Anyways, yeah. What is song? Shout out to Detroit. Shout out to the real people doing something on the ground for real. Mr. Machine Lion, he's a, highly recommend looking into
I'm not young. I'm 35 years old. I look young because
I'd highly recommend looking into it. Really good.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, even 5%.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
I'm saying he was a
What are you saying?
Because he's an author, and he pushed something into this reality that's a little bit different. You know what I mean?
What are you saying?
It was-
I don't get what you're
What,
saying.
what do you mean? How many times do I have to say it?
Yeah, it's a pretty weird song, but yeah. But yeah, anyways.
Anyway, I just want to say real quick before I get off here. The point is that Avian was trying to talk about his shit, what he was trying to do, and back and forth between the two of them, they're just talking about nonchalant shit that has nothing to do with what Avian's trying to do. So the dude just gave up and stopped talking about it. So I mean, sorry, you can make fun of me and call me these names, but I can tell when people are actually here to have real conversations, when they just get up here to distract and then, think that people want to talk about, these retarded small little things in our lives or what we're drawing or what we're doing, like Cage over here doing what he was doing to Avian. You admit what you were doing to Avian. You wouldn't let the dude do what he was doing. You were constantly talking over him, being rude as fuck. Why? You're going to use your alcoholism for the excuse, but y'all sit here and attack me and call me retarded and that I fucked my sister. Right. Okay. Anyway, point is, if you're smart, you know who's here for a smart conversation or not. And I'm just tired of people coming up here and attacking, me and, the other people, who actually come here and want to have a space where they don't feel attacked or, whatever, which is what y'all were doing
Whatever
to
your
him.
opinion is, I'm not trying to attack you, man.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about me.
We're trying to go around and let everybody talk. So yeah, let him get his little thing.
I'm just trying to defend Avian because I can tell the dude's a nice dude and he actually wants to be able to speak about things, and they were just being straight rude to him.
Yeah, to be fair, I think me and Avian were a little bit done, but I totally hear what you're saying with the detractors, and we're on the case with the detractors. I don't think DK was necessarily meaning to detract, but we had a little back and forth. I think it was more the combination of DK and Michael Malzahn and the whole question of the Rockefeller situation. So we had a little bit of detractor thing. The last hour and a half has just been sort of free, right? So I just let it go. So sometimes I do that at the end of the episode, right? If I give 6 hours of presentation, right, obviously I can't be forced.
Okay, and I understand that, TMO, but let's be real here. Even if we're sitting here for 2.5, 3, 4, 5 hours just talking the shit, letting the conversation go about how it flows, whatever, do we really want to sit here and hear half the things? Y'all sit here and tell me to shut the fuck up most of the time, but yeah, we sit here and let people like that just go on and on and on about literally nothing that fucking matters. I mean, come on, man. You got to pick and choose what you want to, just let the conversation devolve into retardism. And, if okay, can we change the subject and make it a little bit more, insightful and actually meaningful instead of just sitting here talking about.
Now we're talking. Now we're
talking. I understand.
Right,
that,
coming from the people who literally just sit here and do nothing but personally attack another person. 3 people on one, right?
No,
I don't believe a fucking word that comes out of your mouth, dude. So just
buddy,
just like this dude is, right? He's from like the drama LARP panels or whatever. So he's just doing his normal thing, right? So the thing is, although it seems like he's brought in to do this entire bit, it's actually just a regular thing because this is the type of collusion that we get. Now I value your opinion more than
condition collusion.
Yeah, just give me a second, Cage. Let me address what he said. Because I do think it's important. Because first of all, right, I want to say first and foremost, right, the first 2 hours of the show, right, they had a little bit of thing with with Michael and all that stuff, right?
Right,
now,
I was there.
Yeah, I haven't ever engaged in a free form discussion. Nobody ever joins the show, right? So I mean, when do I let things go? Usually it's me and Avian talking about philosophy and all that stuff, right?
Well, I mean, I would TMO, but I mean, I'm just gonna tell you, dude, I don't have the patience for a majority of the people that you let up, besides a very rare few people. I'm sorry, I just don't have the patience. A majority of the reasons why I don't join your panel is just because who wants to get up here with a majority of people who, let's be real here, TML, don't really actually give a fuck about what we're talking about or what we're LARPing about.
I've seen amazing panelists and stuff join the TML show.
So have I.
I don't come along very
but
often.
it's maybe once a week, every few weeks, maybe every other day, or maybe once a month.
When I'm around, what I've seen when I join, there's a great conversation. You know what I mean? I don't know. Sometimes it probably goes like right or whatever. It's called the internet, buddy.
Yeah,
I don't necessarily expect people to talk on the same level that you.
But y'all call me retarded, but yet I can LARP at the same time and sit here and play stupid.
Buddy, you're not
and talk
fucking
intellectually.
Stupid. You're not retarded. Okay.
That's not the point. The point is, we all have our angles, but when you get to know people for a year, especially when you watched them behind the scenes before you ever even interacted, it's. I can tell you, when I LARP, I wear a mask, but you see, y'all, after a long time of reviewing people let themselves be known for.
Why does it matter though?
Because
Whatever,
it matters.
bro,
It matters.
people...
Yes, it's the internet. Yes, I understand. We should open up the classroom and let everyone come in and get a pamphlet and sit down and read. But there's a difference when you just constantly let the little Dunce-cast people constantly come in and just detract when we actually want to grow our brains. I don't know about you, but isn't it the point of school to get smarter?
I get it.
Yeah,
but what
the
you're
point
doing
is
right now is actually detracting to that.
Yeah. I guess the point is that
why can't we just move forward?
There's important questions that we're bringing up, right, that other people are not bringing up, right? That's A. right? The second thing is that I'm not getting paid, or I cannot be expected to teach other people, right? That is totally way
You
right?
can't.
So
It's above
no, I
everybody's
can't.
pay
I
grade.
can't be expected to do that without a monetary. You know what I mean? Right,
I
so,
mean,
yeah, that's totally
no,
off
but
that's
you're
totally off
technically,
No,
already giving
you
free
just cut off
teaching.
fucking
So
machine, man. Let the
Yeah,
man
and
talk.
that's what I mean. If I offer that, right, and you accept that I've offered a teaching, right, then I mean it's your responsibility to learn from it, right? So I mean, right. So that's
yes,
all I
in
can
the,
really offer.
in the same way that whatever you put out, you're responsible for teaching. If
He
anyone
wasn't
takes your
done.
words or your
He wasn't
things and
done,
use
idiot.
it in a bad way, you can
Right.
be held
What I
liable.
say, right. What I say, not what everybody says. Right. That's not.
Right.
It's not my responsibility yet.
I'm
Just
trying
like
to
I
hear
put this up,
Mr.
right?
Machine.
I put this up
Okay.
right here, right? It's
Yeah.
you know,
And
that the
not
views
to
of the
interrupt.
panelists are the views of the panelists, right? You know what I mean? Not necessarily the views shared by the machine lines. Now, I give special presentations. Now, usually when I give the opening presentation, nobody contributes to it. I don't allow people to contribute to it, right? So my part of the show is accounted for, right? I've offered a service to the people. Now, I can open this up and give people. Now, you've given hours of monologue on the show, right? And I greatly appreciate your time, right? And this is actually very important. Exactly. Dark Lorp is a professional, right? So you and I understand that we're communicating on a way higher level than most of these people are. So, I mean, I totally understand what you're saying. And right, yeah, we need to
I do too.
refine the
Thank you,
thing
bro.
and you know, make it a solid thing. And the thing is that a lot of this, like that last hour and a half, I mean the real thing is that's just going to be edited out, right? So like if I have to give a video of explanation, that's just going to be cut out. So it's like whatever's not valuable is not going to stay. It's not going to remain. I mean, so
yeah, cut it out.
Yeah, I know, but Tima, you have to think I'm also, looking out for you,
Yeah,
so.
I'll have to redo this entire episode again because Avian Buddha accidentally showed his name, so
No,
I have
you
to
just cut
repost
it out.
Right.
Edit
Yeah,
it
but I
out.
can't do that because there's no way to edit just one portion out, right? So now we have to because if the video is too long, if it's like over 10 hours, you can't even get out one part. So we'll have to re-show this entire episode, right?
No, I
So,
can edit it out myself. I can download it and then edit it out and send it back to you.
right. But then even then we'll have to put the video back up. So it'll just be so I'll just let it run, right? So there's nothing we can do about it. In other words, but yeah, it's no worries. But yeah, so I'll have to re-show this whole episode anyway. So this whole episode's thrown in the trash anyways. I mean, so it is what it is. For
sorry,
now.
I apologize.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Just remember next time, right? Don't show sensitive information on stage if you don't want it to be. I mean, anyway,
Avian, I was gonna say from now on, put some tape over your camera, dude. If you got it on a phone or on a computer,
Duct
always
tape
have
on that
tape over it.
fucking
No, my face isn't the problem. I accidentally showed my name.
I know that too, but I'm saying, if you don't want to ever accidentally be exposed, always put a piece of tape over your
let's
shit.
not keep repeating it over and over now that it's already done because people will
I
go
literally
and find
have
it.
duct tape on my cameras, both of them.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and do that for now. But yeah, let's.
There's nothing wrong with that.
But blessings, Nemo. The point is I just I'm all for detracting every once in a while. Clear your brain, but there comes a time when we need to refocus on really what's going on because it's serious, whether we want to sit here and LARP about it or not.
Yeah.
You know me, TMO. You know that when I get hostile, it's usually in defense of the good cause. I want humanity to keep on going. So, peace, y'all. I don't know what else to say after that.
I mean,
You're good, man.
Take a break.
If that's what you have in your heart, bro, there's nothing wrong with that.
I mean,
No, trust me. I may LARP, but there's not one thing I LARP about is that I do really care about everyone.
Yeah, here, hold on. Say that again, Avian. What's that?
I mean, it's good to take a break. I mean, there's not much the individual can do. I mean, just I guess like balance. Be balanced. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's pretty tough, and stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, send me the timestamp if you can, and I'll figure out how to re-premiere this episode and cut that part out. It is what it is. We'll have to run the entire episode again because it's too long, right?
So it is what it is, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly happened there, Mr. Machine.
It's
You know, I
like
joined.
2 hours away from the cutoff point anyway, so I may just cut this episode off soon, like in an hour.
Yeah, you're
right?
fine.
So then I could maybe try to edit out the part. So do send me the timestamp and we'll figure that out. To the rest of the people,
Hold on,
does anybody
Mr.
else have
Machine.
anything to
I'm
say?
wondering, not to interrupt you, I'm wondering what do we need to cut out exactly? I wasn't there. I wasn't listening. I just joined.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I have things I need to premiere at the end of the show. So yeah, so I have to re-premiere this show tomorrow. So it is what it is. So we'll let it run today. We'll let it run tomorrow. We'll have to do it or whatever. So we'll figure out how we're gonna do that. But anyways,
I know how to deal with it. Pretty much, this is a transcript, right? So you can put keywords in there and then
no, that's
find
not what I'm talking
exactly
about.
where people. Oh, you can
That's
find
not what I'm talking
exactly
about.
where.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Where the issue.
But yeah, let's go around and do the closing statements. Blessings. Yeah, Cage, go ahead. Blessings. Give a closing statement and then we'll go around. Yep.
A closing statement for Cage. Let me get out the grow room. One of the girls. Yeah. We're back. Machine, you're an author. You know what I mean? Keep going. Keep doing what you're doing. I will keep doing what I do too. And yeah, there's ways around all this fucking bullshit, man. Easily. Okay? It's not fucking, we're not splitting the fucking atom over here. Not difficult to deal with. Thank you for having me. Bless everybody. Not be less. Again, these words are kind of tricky. But yeah. No, shut up to everybody. Put fucking duct tape on your camera. Let me show you here. Before I leave, I'm gonna show you a fucking roll of duct tape. Why not? Yeah? Here. Roll of duct tape for you, buddy. You heard?
Yeah, so this episode will re-premiere sometime tomorrow evening. So we'll figure it out. I mean, so
Go into the duct tape. But yeah, everybody. There's good people out here looking for you. You know, looking out for you.
also another thing is
alone.
Yeah, thank you. But real quick, also I want to say that the show will be moving to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. So it'll be moving like 2 hours back. Yeah, please go ahead, Cage. But yeah.
That's about it, man.
Yeah, blessings. I appreciate you.
And yeah, final closing statement. It was a little long-winded.
Yeah, you usually don't have one, so.
I know it's kind of rare. But yeah, keep it up, man. My mother told me the only person she fears is, quote, God and the author. So yeah, keep it up, man.
Yeah, I think you should just cut out the last hour and a half if possible. I think it's possible to do it.
No, I won't be cutting that much out. But yeah, I keep the fluff even if it's in there. I mean, right?
Okay.
But yeah, just to distract from the more controversial topics, right? So so it's good if we just have fluff in there for a lot of the episodes because then if people click around on the show, they won't like land on me talking about Uncle Teddy, right? There's less of a chance of it happening.
Shout out to Uncle Teddy, man.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll give my closing
Uncle Teddy
statement.
was right.
I'll give my closing statement.
Wait, wait, hold on, Cage, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. Shout out
Yeah,
to
for sure. Yeah,
Uncle
blessings.
Teddy.
Yeah, peace, friend. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah, go ahead, Avian, if you want. Or Dark, yeah, whoever. Yeah.
And sorry for kind of
No worries.
It's no worries. It happens. I mean, it's easy mistake. Please don't feel bad for it. You know, we've had to re-premiere episodes and stuff because, you know, we get like a little, you know, P-bomb or somebody shows, some type of sense, or somebody says something sensitive, you know, so yeah, it randomly happens. So it's no problem. We greatly appreciate your company here, and so we'll fix that up for you, brother. Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
Well, I guess my closing remark is to just read more. I guess, you know, read more and think about the theory more. You know, the theory. You know,
right.
That's my main thing. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's all I have to say, and yeah, it's good to do that.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Yeah, send me that timestamp, and of course, you know, check out Avian's channel. We put it up earlier, and I mean, yeah. What about you, my friend, Dark Lorp? Let's give some statements.
It's kind of funny. There's a book drop near me where these church people give out these different books or whatever for free. It's a really nice book. It's a nice leather book, but it talks about 2 Corinthians, for the weapons of our warfare are not cardinal, but mighty in God for pulling down strongholds. Talking about how Paul had a wage warfare, but he did not according to the flesh. Contrasting how his weapons with physical ammunition like spears, knives, guns, or missiles, but they, you know, instead used spiritual ones. As believers, the weapons we fight with are mighty in God. Christians usually don't live by conventional wisdom. We don't fight our battles with conventional weapons. We fight it with a spiritual one. So I guess I'll leave it with a prayer. Thank you for being the strength that got me through this day. Thank you for supplying everything I needed for my fight against a dark and dying world. Remind me when I am tempted to fight like the world does that the weapons you have provided for me are far superior to theirs. Help me to rest in you as I prepare to get up and go back into battle tomorrow. I refuse to believe I'm a space ape, my brother, so yeah, I believe that we're all brothers and sisters, and I pray that we get to live to see another day, because, you know, watching the world from behind the scenes and sitting here and you take in everything and you really watch what goes on a global scale, I'm surprised, brother, that we've made it this far. I really am. So I guess I'll leave it with, I really hope that we continue to get many more, I guess. You know, even though this world can suck sometimes, you're not supposed to cling to your life, but, you know, it's all only one you got. So I don't know, brother. I definitely wish you many blessings and peace, and you know that when I come here, it's all in good faith.
Of
Yeah,
course,
just tell me to shut up when you need me to, though. Don't be afraid to.
Yeah, no, not before. You know, as we discussed earlier, some of these other cats, right? But yeah, the thing is really, you know, it's a great honor to know you, and you know, you've always spoken to my inner darkness, and you know, I greatly appreciate your time, dude. Always, you know, and
You
I'm
too,
always
man.
there for you. You know, so make sure you know that.
Me too. Hit me up on Discord, man. And, you know, when your next panel, send me a link, and I'll try to be here on time.
Yeah, if I don't get back right away, it's just because
Busy.
You know, yeah, that's my
I get
own.
you, man.
Yeah, that's my own problems. Yeah, but you know, I'm eager to get back to you every time. You know what I mean? Yeah.
We definitely need to talk some more, man.
Yeah, exactly, dude. I got a lot of love for you. So yeah, man. Blessings, brother.
You too, man. Peace.
Yeah, peace, homie. Yeah. And yeah, we are in a spiritual warfare. I mean, definitely. Right. So yeah, I appreciate Twilight. Holy smokes. Yeah, I appreciate Twilight. I appreciate some of the other people that are here. Right. And yeah, lots of reflections. Yeah, but not a lot of, you know, what I'm noticing here on these interwebs is that just not a lot of support. And right. And I'm not talking about the people that are here that are always supporting, but yeah, just in life in general, you know what I mean? Reflecting on it's been a rough road. I mean, right? And yeah, you know, you get kicked around, and you know, I've always wanted to go into the fiercest debate arenas, right? But it's all rigged, you know, right? So yeah, it's all for a LARP and a shekel, right? And this is a grave problem that we're facing, right? So, you know, we got to get into some real stuff, right? Obviously, it's hard to have a real conversation. We're going to demonstrate how to have real conversations. I mean, before it's too late, instead of just monologuing, right? Of course, conversations are becoming monologues, right? It's part of the isolation and interconnectedness that we were talking about at the beginning of the show, right? Very important queries, right? But yeah, blessings to our friends, right? Let's see if anybody else is going on. But yeah, we'll have to re-premiere this entire episode, right? Man, my throat is dry. Smoking too much cannabis tonight. And yeah, you know, it's crazy. You know, you can't kill what you can't see, right? Indeed, we are going in spiritual warfare, right? Spiritual warfare, right? And yeah, you know, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. The first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how we've been programmed. I mean, right? So yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, let me read this ellul quote because this is a real banger quote that I always read. And I'll leave it to you guys to fill in the blanks here, right? He says, freedom is not static but dynamic, not a vested interest but a prize continually to be won. The moment man stops and resigns himself, he becomes subject to determinism. He is most enslaved when he thinks he is comfortably settled in freedom, right? Yeah. So yeah, blessings to all the people, and special thanks to the homies, right? Truther Cop and OTW News for keeping it pretty plain and simple on the streets in the panel verse, right? Exactly, big time, right? So yeah, wowzers, exactly, wowzers.
Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby.
A tent, and he could accomplish more. Nobody gives a fuck about your dumbass fucking philosophy. Nobody gave a fuck about anybody's philosophy takes. What the fuck? When did a philosopher ever do a fucking thing? Show me one time a philosopher ever did a fucking thing.
Facts.
Yeah, anyways, peace to all the people that are here. All right, we greatly appreciate you guys. Right, and yeah, we've communicated with so many people on these panels. Okay, we've talked to hundreds of people. Right, but yeah. So anyways, here's some music for you guys. And we'll be back. Okay, yeah, what type of music am I trying to look for here, actually? Yeah, give me 1 second. I actually have to find a song for you guys. So yeah, find some songs and some videos, right? I appreciate you guys. Try to go with a poignant one. You know what I mean? The poignance. Okay, how about this, right? Some of the Aesop rock, right? Okay, here's a good one for you guys. I mean, this is really how I feel about all of you. All right, I appreciate all of you. And anyways, have a swell day, my friends. Right, and we'll try to reconvene this. Right, we'll try to re-premiere this. Obviously, we've put up everything that we've made. Right, And as we've seen, there's been many detractors. We've kept their detractions in place, right? So you could go view the detract. There's nothing behind the paywall, right? It's all there, right? There's like 2 or 3 shows that we privated, right? And that was like, we told people in advance that we're doing a private show or whatever, or we're doing a panel that we're going to not make available, right? So, yeah. So, anyways, we've kept everything up. We greatly appreciate your time, and we'll be back on, we'll be back tomorrow night. Right, we'll be playing music tomorrow night. Right, after we're done re-premiering the stream or whatever, right? We'll try to play some music, right? Either Friday, right? We got a little reading we want to do. Okay, in terms of content cuckery, right? So we might bring that back, right, at some point. But anyways, I greatly appreciate your time. Oh yeah, also we'll be changing the shows to 7:30 p.m. Eastern time, right? So the show's time will be changing, right? 9 p.m. is too late. After sundown, right? So we're gonna move it closer to the actual sundown time at 8 p.m., right? So it'll be starting at 7:30. So yeah, blessings to all the people, right? So, next show I'll make the announcement again, right? So yeah, yeah, devastating night, right? In terms of, many different angles, right? And yeah, a little bit of a disappointment, but yeah, we'll see if we can mend that. Yeah, blessings to all the people.
And the saints go marching in. Serpentine regime, order by response, order endless population. Caboose humming, no offense, me in a van with common patrons. The parody plastered every red brick in sight, but had to keep his flights from ticking. I'm slipping my key and wind dim by dirty tap water and that. Roach on my ceiling, circle of fins, trying to better push pins. Let's connect the thriller volume to a flat earth. Jaywalking, a hawk the past, just past the mere dragon bandwagon passengers. I'm sorry, we've never met. My name is Driftwood. Thanks, friend. Good looking, I'll never see you again. Like feeding friends and catfish, stomach empty, ocean spangled in hooks, dangled by anglers off the plank of burning books. And if you're not gonna eat that, killjoy inherited by spirits lacking harnesses. Merchant, Goliath dipped in slipshod posture, conceived evening. So I feed idea, turn sundown to bastard, son adopt a reroute dreaming. Oh, I ride the plane, poet, flag on a yellow raincoat. Heard a hawk and sun, waste my lifeline searching for the same. Oh, please, I know butterfly wings ain't fit to auction. Dig my claws in sturdy walking, head hung. Skylark litigants strung out like cash crater participants. I in the trying diaries of a lowlife, siphon through that vain anti-diligence movement. Hit a hug, a habitat, working class, trash straight when the races hit their high. I spy a toddler on a corner with her bubbles and a dipstick. I witnessed the fusion of a breath and her amusement, and it killed me and it stabbed me and it cut me clear open. The notion that this child is timid in a sense, embrace pleasure within the token of a moment. Breathless, arrested by not a quirk, stripped of vulnerable disclosure. So close, yet so much closer. Take the hint. I'll take the hint, but still she's never known cold. Call me a 20 when those bubbles explode. It's like that.
You only held the cup. You only held the cup while I pour.
You only held the cup while I pour.
You only held the cup. You only held the cup while I pour.
You only held the cup while I pour.
You only held the cup. You only held the cup while I pour.
You only held the cup while I pour.
You only held the cup. You only held the cup while I pour.
Back to back, the stack and a brick match with the fact that I've sipped the dripping sap tap casually out the limbs of captivated blends back, tracking the patterns that trim friends to thinning savages. Take one down, pass it around among us. Lick a tip, a drink, drunk, and drunkest. But your quest swarming the floorboards and the carpet turn to marbles. No, the carpet turn to charcoals and make skeletons of warlords. Snake charmer, hate farmer, divvy the rations with an eyedropper of poison passions hoisted above the masses. And it interrupts homeostasis, even flowscapes like asymmetric snowflake visits and winter symmetry blizzards. I'm sleepy, one wing more, and I promise to pay homage to those who stand truly deserving. And the list ain't long, sink or swim, rival or ascension. Even birds of our combines float if you let them. They'll be dodging more than cradles when the bow breaks. first half of me. I'm bonded with monster mashing, attached casually on the palette of the Almighty to paint the second fraction. I'm collapsed under the relic rainbow. We're separate yet succulent. Aquamarines hot, the imbibed sweetest elixir. Star heckler, elitist talk, gawk, and yet another real conceit. Green fetus bleeding parallel, sterile fixture. Urgent, the surge was like filament overkill. Kill the overspilled dairy saw faucet. For real, how many leaves your clover got? Mine's got 8-3 for normal, C1 for luck, 4 more, so you'll spot it from space. So it goes.
You the only have the cup. You the only have the cup while I pour.
Held the cup while I pour.
You the only have the cup. You the only have the cup while I pour.
Held the cup while I pour.
You the only have the cup. You the only have the cup while I pour.
Held the cup while I pour.
You the only have the cup. You the only have the cup while I pour.
Held the cup while I pour.
You the only have the cup. You the only have the cup while I pour.
Held the cup while I pour.
You the only have the cup. You the only have the cup while I pour.
Held the cup while I pour.
You the only have the cup. You the only have the cup while I pour.
Held the cup while I pour.
You the only have the cup.
Okay, class, settle down.
While I pour.
Held the cup. Thanks, friend.
Okay, class, settle down. I'd like to introduce you to your new teacher. His name is Mr. K. Mr. K, would you like to tell the class about yourself? I'm your new professor. I've improved the lesser message of your clueless testers. They've been removed, I am the new successor. The first assignment that I'll burst your mind with is to break the Earth's alignment. Find 6 different time zones and reverse the climate. Of course I'll time it within the glass where the sand particles pass. That's 10 books that you must read by the end of class. This is the only way to teach you right and make you see the light. And I forgot to mention, you have to read each one twice. No pens allowed in this assembly. Complex math and chemistry must instantly be committed to memory. And after you complete your 20 reads, focus your deep internal energy. Then learn to speak the language of the centipedes. No need to call you to the floor. What would you have to walk for? I brought a self-erasing, levitating chalkboard. Every lesson is taught in Mach 4. Even the clock stops to watch your body as it learns to flow through locked doors. Many fall from stress long before they acquiesce, cause it's hard to pass the test without cardiac arrest. Your brain use amount is tiny, 10% or less, but if someone reminds me, I'll help you access the other 90. We'll study making seconds momentless. I'll need a 5-page essay describing future inventions that don't exist. And after that, you'll have to try and top it. Hope your mind can process bringing in a real volcano as a science project. The more progression, the deeper the lessons. 90 multiple choice options on each of the questions. I'll teach you to build things without reading directions. My standard's so high that I'll punish you for reaching perfection. And once I broke the spell, all of you will learn to read unopened mail and bring a thing that can't be shown or told about the show and tell. Before we scratch the surface, I'll just test a person first, and every 30 seconds blur the whole semester's worth of work. The consequence for bad behavior is wrenching, sending you to detention in an evil, wicked dimension. And even though it's only minutes, the time seems like 1,000 ages. So many courses, the report cards are 1,000 pages. Each slide of history recited in its chronology. Unabridged dictionaries, every word's etymology. The Iliad and the Odyssey, you'll judge them with mockery. You'll even see the blue object that floats over the top of me. My classroom is an abnormal regime. Homework is rubbed into your forehead in the form of a cream. And no matter what you do, don't ever touch this bright folder. If you miss one day of class, I'll start your whole life over. Then at recess we play with gamma rays on average days. 10 millenniums of curriculum all on half a page. In every mind in here I'm linking them, which means you never have to raise your hands. You ask me questions by thinking them. Increments of time I'll wrinkle them and teach you how to carry galaxies in your book bags by shrinking them. You will see me as ugly, I don't need you to love me. Life or death pop quizzes on subjects that we didn't study. I'm sure you noticed several older people here in the class. They're students from my former school who haven't managed to pass. They've been with me since they were young, each class and each stage. Cause one of the courses that they kept failing was mastering age. You have to learn to see through people's minds like x-rays do. And if you somehow pass the class, I teach the next grade too. So with that said, my preamble is through. Pleasure to meet you. By the way, I'm Mr. K, your new 2nd grade teacher.
Yeah, maybe I'll play another one. Play another one for you guys. Yeah, we'll play this one for you guys. Blessings. Yeah, have a blessed night. As I said, this episode will have to be re-premiered at another day, right? Possibly either tonight or Friday night, right? But most likely tonight. Also, the time of the show will be changing to 7:30 on Wednesday, right? We're still gonna do the 9 p.m. start on Saturday, right? So it is what it is. But yeah, blessings. I'll make that announcement in the community tab or whatever.
All the way from gangster clones to weirdos, fools use those. But we ain't tripping, give respect when you see this. You need us or your rap's underdeveloped like a fetus.
Those that know not those, and it shows when we broke out the knock holes, hopped out they clothes. That's positive feedback. Yup, the pros are poised. We never pose, you'll never know. From 93 till infinity, we've been inventive. Creating the bump is our only incentive, and it's been a long time since I feel I've been felt. But the only thing I fear is fear itself. So you know what we got to do? Maybe could we keep it within the crew like it should be? Never giving out, we living out our dreams. If it's something I can't live without, that's my team, you never knew.
Hieroglyphics, hip-hop is vintage. Underground like silos, launching long-range ballistics. World renowned, we groundbreaking. Musical boundaries, running circles around them seas. It's like that, Anna. Hieroglyphics, yeah. It's like that, Anna. Hieroglyphics, yeah.
Like, I want to make like that group and put like herbs and stuff in it. Medicinal stuff, dude. Oh my god. Listen, I don't want to like. I'm not trying to talk to dude. Hey, what's up? Just saw you. How's it going, man?
Yo.
What are you up to?
But nothing really, just watching the show.
Yeah. Dude, did you cover any of this Charlie Kirk stuff and the Nick Fuentes stuff? It's bad. It's pretty weird.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god! I figured you'd be able to have Nick Fuentes angle. Your shows are so long, I don't have time to watch them all. But
Oh yeah, dude. Him going mainstream at the same time.
yeah, right.
Oh yeah, dude.
Very
Yeah,
odd.
oh weird. Yeah, it's very odd. Very odd. And they're trying to funnel people into a more extreme group. And I'd never watched anything by the dude. You know, so
Well, it's weird because the first time I ever watched Nick Fuentes was when he gave like this speech on Charlie Kirk, and he was talking about how not to get wrapped up emotionally in this and don't be used like in the spiritual war on the wrong side. Don't become a useless pawn. I was like, wow, I'm surprised to hear him say that. But then when you go back 2 weeks before that, he was basically like, saying that Charlie Kirk needs to be like put in his place and send his audience against him, quote unquote. And this guy's like tied to the Groypers, the guy who shot him allegedly. Very odd. Like it's so. Did you see the Illuminati playing card in Charlie Kirk's last post? That's the weirdest part of it all.
yeah, that shit was weird.
Enough is enough, dude. And the whole sniper thing again. What the?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fake.
I didn't think it was fake until I saw that. I was like, wait, what is this?
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that dude, whatever the guy they're showing, shot him, because it's the dude right next to him that shot him, or either that or he pressed a button where his like spray thing started getting activated or whatever.
Unfortunately, I saw that. Like, he went so limp so immediately, though. It was just like, dude, you could just see. Like, I was like, dude.
You seen the dude next to him?
I saw that today. Somebody sent me that.
Yeah, that. It's
well,
like
maybe like he pulled out a pistol or something, right?
Well, it's like he's got like some type of sensor thing under his armpit, where he pressed that shit. Right?
Well, then the whole Ukrainian girl, like getting stabbed. A Ukraine.
I didn't really see the Ukrainian thing with the Ukrainian girl getting stabbed.
So yeah, somebody showed me the morning of. Like I was at a coffee shop and he's like, "Look at this! This guy stabbed this girl, this and that." And then it said Ukrainian girl or whatever. I was like, "Why is she Ukrainian though? That's so weird. Like of all like the places to come from, she's from the Ukraine, and I'm supposed to take this serious? Like it actually happened?" Because you had the whole color guard revolution, and those people like Boneface and all that been being implanted into America for years through the Khazarian trickster mafia.
Yeah, I think it's like
a script that's like written by the Alex Jones people or some shit, where they're just like, because they came out immediately, right? And they're like, oh, you know, this was Israel, which is a really weird thing to say, right? Anytime somebody says stuff like that, then Jews are going back and forth and being like, well, it's for Israel, it wasn't for Israel. And so there's something weird going on with that. I think they're trying to use it as a signaling or whatever.
Yeah, there's a lot of signaling going on back and forth. But there's signaling going on back and forth up to the event, and then there's a whole book public. You know, you can sit here and go back and forth about it all day and never figure out what the hell actually happened. But I don't even really. I try not to pay too much attention to these things because they're endless rabbit holes. You know, but it's definitely weird. What was it? Something else. No, I think another example, Jack, of somebody you threw under the bus one day who was trying to help you because of all what I was saying. TML. As far as I know, it's the last time you were there. I don't know if you can get into it, but if you do, if you want to, you can.
Yeah, honestly, I think the Landry guy sent in to do a lolcow thing with Jack Talcott. You know, because if you see the Rose 777, lady or whatever, how she was calling him Forrest Gump and shit.
No, I didn't see all this.
Yeah, dude. She was saying, oh, Jack Talcott's like Forrest Gump. So that's the person that he's trying to make the documentary with. So Jack Talcott's going to get the documentaries, but it's just not going to be in the light of, you know, how he wants it to be, right? It's going to be a lolcow documentary. And I think this guy has been sent in to do that. But honestly, I mean, right? Or to even do like a lolcow documentary about the Panelverse or something like that, or you know, to work with certain people where certain people know his, like, they have his resume because he worked with Jeranism and shit. You seen this Baby Truther show, bro?
No.
Here, let me show you this, bro. Let me show you this, bro, because he said he worked on this Baby Truther show, right? Bro, they're on there with Alex Stein.
Right. Yeah, he said he apparently yesterday he was reaching out to Alex Stein for Jack Talcott.
No, but he worked on a show where they already had Alex Stein on there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I don't know if he's like obviously he didn't edit like every episode or whatever, I mean, right? But this is the show he worked on, Baby Truther show. I mean, so
you got it. I thought you got it pulled up.
I got it somewhere.
Or is it like a channel I can look up on YouTube?
Oh yeah, here it is. Here, let me show you guys. Because they're on there is Dave Weiss, Alex Stein, a tranny, and Rose 777.
Oh my god.
So yeah, it's pretty.
I guess it is.
So you seen this?
Hold on.
No, that's the wrong one.
No, I don't know why I did it that way.
Yeah, you gotta cut. Yeah, you gotta remove this screen, and then it'll automatically come up. I'm a StreamYard master at this point. No, the other one.
I picked the wrong one. Yeah, I haven't been on here in forever. Oh Lord, is that Rose? Oh yeah. Wow.
Yeah. See, and then she's on the bottom left. Then it's the tranny. Then it's Dave Weiss, and then it's Alex Stein. So they're on the show there, right? So I was.
And how long ago was this?
It says 3 years ago.
Oh wow!
But he said he did one recently with them, too.
Okay.
So he like made like a timeline or whatever. Yeah. So I don't know, man. I think the dude is like more. It's pretty obvious he's sent into this shit. You seen the clips he plays on the show?
The AI shit?
I don't know. He's got clips from like 2 years back. Like,
no, I haven't seen him playing his past stuff. No.
Yeah, somebody gave him clips from the whole Panelverse. Like somebody gave him clips from like 2 years ago, like 1 year ago and shit.
Edits videos for him too. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. He said, like he said to Talcott he would get him in touch for him, or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, Pud says this is huge news. I mean, this is already said. This is what he said. So I just looked it up. I just Googled it. I mean, he said that shit already. So.
Oh man. Yeah, wild times. I am getting out of here soon. Oh darn, what's up? I was trying to get BG to comment on you earlier, but he skipped past me.
Yeah, he did. I was watching football when he went live, so I just caught the very tail end of his live stream. You know,
Why does Pandora hate you so much?
What?
Dude, like, I went in there to comment about like just talking shit on you, and then but after I posted, I would scroll up the comments. Pandora Wake was like, "Oh, this and that about you want him to call out Liz or some shit."
He was like, one more question, and I was like, do you still love Liz? That was the question I asked.
What did he say?
He didn't say anything because he didn't read it.
Oh God.
So,
well, Pandora's in there hating on you.
Yeah, oh yeah, of course. Like, there's the whole Liz hoax, Elon, all those guys fucking hate me because I troll them, and apparently I do it effectively enough to where, you know, it sticks. So, I was wondering though what your guys's like official thoughts or stances were on this whole Charlie Kirk stuff. Because dude, it's weird. Immediately the media comes out and it's like, oh, it's a liberal and this and that, and then it turns out it's not, and I'm just like, oh, what the fuck? Who's lying at this point in time? You know?
Well, I think it's just all to get people emotional and inflamed. I kind of laid it out a bit in the beginning. I didn't talk too much on it after that because nobody really wants to hear that in this space. But I just wanted to talk about it for a moment. And I just, like, Trump comes out and just starts. The last post that Charlie Kirk had made was "Enough is Enough," which is the Illuminati playing card about a sniper taking people out with Donald Trump's face on it. I don't know if you've seen all that. And the video that he posted was about Donald Trump calling out the left.
I can go upstairs and get the Illuminati game off my bookshelf if you want. We can go through the cards.
I don't have all the time to do that. If you want to find the Enough is Enough one, you can.
I'll look for it throughout the week.
I don't know how many there are. Okay.
Yeah, there's extension packs and all that weird stuff, but I want to say when Obama was president, I went ahead and picked that game up off of eBay for like 40 or 50 bucks. You know what I mean?
Oh, Tabo, do you want to weigh in on that question? Yeah. About what the official stance? I don't have an official stance. That's for sure.
I mean, my official stance is that it's a fake event, right? Just to like create a news story, right, around Nick Fuentes. Like, it's just like, right?
What do you mean a fake event? Like, you don't think he died?
I mean, I don't have enough proof on the table, like, to say he died or not.
Technically, none of us do.
Right. So
you know, yeah, like, which is wild.
Right.
And I'm not dismissing what you're saying. But I mean, to me, it seems like
it could be fake even if he was killed.
Well, the narrative, of course, is going to be obfuscated and
Yeah,
fake.
exactly. Like, they could have planned to kill him. They created the narrative beforehand.
Yes, like, he was a useful idiot that was no longer useful, so boom, here we go.
Right, like sometimes in those horror movies, right? Maybe they actually kill people. We don't know. It's like
Yeah,
shit.
right, dude. Yeah,
You're
I
watching
know.
a ritual
Fucked
and you
up.
don't even
Right.
know.
Right.
Those,
I know. I thought about that before.
I don't remember, not the Saw movies, but like the Ross guy, where like you know how like people go to Europe and they get kidnapped and
Yeah,
rich people.
Hostel. Yeah,
Yeah,
where they actually
Hostel.
got caught human
Like,
trafficking. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
yeah, like those Hostel movies. I was like, man, this is a little too close for comfort. And after those Hostel movies, I just quit watching movies like that altogether. You know, because I don't know that it. You can make
Good to see you, dude. Where you been?
you can make things seem real that aren't real, and you can those things in that movie could actually, like, who has the imagination to think that stuff up?
Yeah, I think that's basically what that event was.
It was like a hostile situation.
Right. Like it's like which part of this is real movie, which part of this is fake. Like we don't fucking know.
Yeah. My immediate thoughts were like, I thought it was probably an Israeli or Russian trying to create more animosity and hate in America to muddy the waters. That was like
Israel
off
and
the
Russia are like,
cuff
but
thought.
Israel and Russia are working with America though.
Well, yeah, there's all kinds of weird international ties between everyone.
Right. Like the war on terror, like they all fought together in the war on terror is one example, you know.
Well, and it wasn't that long ago before Charlie Kirk went and debated Oxford students. And had his ass handed to him by all these college students. So it's like he went to a college, not in the United States, did the same shit he tries to pull, and had his ass completely handed to him on a platter. And it's like, maybe this guy isn't as useful as we thought he was.
Joshua, what are you before you come in here asking questions? Who the hell are you? You can come up here if you want, dude. I don't know what the hell your problem is. You just got to put people in a box. What are you? Some sort of white supremacist? Probably.
Yeah, that's a man with a heavy-handed agenda if I ever seen one, honestly.
Right. What box do I put you guys in? How do I categorize you?
Right, like, and they're all like they're all shitty options. Like,
right.
Come on now.
I get hated on for not being a racist, so you can put me in whatever box that is.
Poor Joshua, lost on the internet. Some sort of agent, probably.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. DeFreak. See, they are aligning with the Democrats, so it is what it is.
I mean, and Trump has been really anti-China, and there's the whole Taiwan thing and everything. So how do you know it wasn't a Chinese sniper at that point? No one, I haven't heard anyone talk about that.
Well,
but
it's not just about who the sniper would be. This is a whole agenda laying out, dude. It's like this is a teams of people. This is like, I suspect Ukraine would be at the heart of it, and Israel. But Joshua, if you want to jump up here, there's links for you. I don't know. I'd be interested. We need some new perspectives around here. Free to jump up if you want. Sorry, guys.
why would Ukraine potentially be at the heart of it? Did Charlie Kirk speak out against Ukraine stuff?
No, the Ukrainians, the Khazarian fucking, that's the heart of the whole Nazi operation. It's where they all operate out of there. So you have like the girl who got stabbed in the neck, right?
Yeah.
Ukrainian, right? Like, what are the chances? And you have, I've covered a lot of these people before. Like, you have a lot of like people who helped in the Ukrainian Revolution. They were implanted in J6. They're implanted in these white power movements or whatever. The Blood Tribe.
I call it Jukraine.
It's like Israel, like the dirty side of Israel. They run all their operations there. I would have to, if I suspect.
So you're saying like Ukraine is a puppet country for Israel, and they run operations out of there for cover, essentially?
I think, well, if you look at the TML would know more about this. I mean, I'm kind of just talking on my ass at this point, but like the whole Khazarian, the actors and actresses and how they control people through magic and manipulation and wordplay, it comes from there.
Okay, that's interesting to me. I've never heard that take before.
We get some sort of algorithm here. I don't know what's going on. We got all the white supremacists coming in.
Oh,
yeah, because you put like the title there.
Are they going to come up and tell us what pieces of shit we are and what race traitors we are? Because
they want to. They're gritting their teeth trying to. They want to.
That's what I get from the Liz tribe constantly.
No, did we trigger like a secret fucking hoax wars operation out here? Is that what's happening? I don't recognize any of these names.
Perhaps, just because I troll and trail around, and you know what I mean? Now I'm on here. I promise you, the thing that says
we're in a Discord or some shit. We don't even know your positions. It's like they're all speaking as a group here now.
Well, if you want to know what my position is, I'll tell you and be honest about it. I don't need to be online and lie about shit. That's not who I am as a human being.
American supremacy. Blood orange. Y'all make sure to hit that subscribe button or don't. I don't know.
To me, it's pretty simple. Just treat everyone how you would like to be treated. And if you got a problem with that, there's probably something wrong with you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But that's not what we get in this panel verse. I am streaming. I have 1,000 viewers. We are going around looking for political streams. Give us your hottest takes. Bullshit. What's the channel? Hottest takes. Go for it, TML. You got some hot takes. You got the hottest takes out here.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, with most informative, you can take your stance pretty strongly because you're more researched. I can talk out of my ass, but I don't really know much.
Well, hey, who chickened out? Andrew Wilson or Owen Benjamin on the debate?
Oh, dude, Andrew Wilson.
Oh, yeah.
Andrew Wilson's canceled 2 debates with me. This guy's a fucking clown.
Yeah, he. I don't.
By the way, did you guys see the video with the Lauren Chen clip where he fucking talked about how Nick Fuentes is going to put a fatwa on him, on Charlie Kirk? Yeah, this is Wilson talking about it.
Andrew Wilson said this?
Andrew Wilson said it to Lauren Chen, and fucking Owen Benjamin played it. Wild shit.
Oh, man.
I don't know. Compared to Wilson's totally unhinged.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm totally on Benjamin's side all the way on that one.
Yeah,
especially
he
to make
seemed-
Jim Bob mad. Fuck that.
Yeah, he seemed more reasonable there because they did do streams calling him a PDF and all this crazy stuff.
Modern Men Lost again, coming with expert technical advice. If I could fix my audio, I'd probably stream more. That's why I don't stream so much. I like that you think that you're presenting me something new here. Go
Yeah,
back
I mean,
to your
this is the
fucking
guy
problem.
who single-handedly improved everyone's audio quality. So,
Yeah, right. Yeah, he said that shit. I don't remember if I said that comment earlier or not because he said it in his live. I think that I meant to comment on it. Oh yeah, I think I did. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, single-handedly.
I think Owen would want to bitch out more than Andrew Wilson would, just because didn't Andrew host or was the moderator for the Trinity debate, and then Andrew has come to the debate between Owen and Jim Bob,
the one that made Andrew Wilson's channel. Freaking. Yeah. Did you see Owen? Yeah. The only reason the first time I heard about Nick Fuentes is because I watched it on Benjamin.
It's gay ops, dude. Like it's so clearly just gay ops because they're just doing it 3 years later because everybody forgot about the Owen Benjamin and Jim Bob debate. So they milked that for a very long time, having fake internet beef. So this is just gonna happen again, right? And they had to cancel it because the algorithm, he had to do a show on Charlie Kirk so that he could grift, right? So it has nothing to do with anybody chickening out. It's all just gay ops from the very beginning, right?
Who had to do a show on Charlie Kirk so they could grift? Andrew or Owen?
Yeah, Wilson. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he made like thousands of dollars grifting on the Charlie Kirk thing. So
I think it's hilarious. Like he was trending in forward direction, and then whatever that debate was, where that big buff dude, ex-prison dude, was there and was like, "I'll slap you," and he was like, "I'm packing." If I'm that big buff dude, I'm like, I'm calling your bluff. Like, you're not shooting me on a stage in an arena full of fucking people after I slap you.
Yeah.
And I just wonder if all that shit was staged as well. Because, you're in Florida. I know and understand it's easy to travel with guns if you're allowed to travel with guns. You do have to go through a bit of a hassle, but at the same time, like, if you're just doing a debate, I wouldn't think it's on the forefront of your mind to be packing heat with you unless you already know the things you're saying are extremely divisive. And it would have been interesting if Wes Watson just walked up to him and slapped him, and just to see.
Yeah, that's definitely what he should have done. But
I play poker a lot, and it's like you're calling. That moment is you're calling out my hand right now, and it's like, okay, cool. Like, let's see how this goes down then, And I think he was totally bluffing in that moment. And then that moment helped make him who he is and where he is today, which could totally be a bluff. And none of us will ever know.
I don't know what that specific question is. Greatest city, maybe one of these guys does, but I heard recently that, because Nick Fuentes has been really getting popular lately. Like, people around me keep talking about him and recommending him, and somebody made me listen to him the other day. And the very video that he was talking about was like him and Candace Owens and their relationship, like on the, not relationship, but the whole podcasting experience. He was saying like he wanted to talk to her again, but I don't know anything about it beyond that.
Do you know how many of these guys are connected to Peter Thiel?
TML.
Yeah,
A lot of them are.
I mean, all the little Rumble stars, right? Because the Rumble thing is basically like just a whole setup thing, right?
Is Rumble connected to Peter Thiel?
Yeah, it's owned by him.
Oh,
No
snap.
way. Dude, one time, so
Yeah, man.
I had to reach out to this guy, dude. Freaking, oh my God. Because during the People's Convoy, this guy, he was like, he put on this whole speech for the People's Convoy and like this whole side event. And I sent him some clips and he really liked them or whatever. He was telling me, he's like, he said, Joel was his name. I have his number on my phone. I'll try and reach out again. But he said something about, oh, you could post this on Rumble. I know because I talked to the owner. Like, huh. Wonder if that's who he's talking about.
I mean, it's also like another Jayish dude that owns it with him. So it's like two dudes.
I mean, when I first found out about Peter Thiel, it's like, okay, he's the other half of PayPal. And it's like, this motherfucker hates government regulations because he wants to start his own island of Dr. Monroe and do human animal hybrid experiments. And I was like, dude has way too much money. And then the Gawker thing happened where Gawker outed him for being gay before he came out. And then Gawker also released the Hollywood Hulk Hogan sex tape video. And Hogan, like, this lawsuit was going on for years. And at a certain point in time, Gawker realized he doesn't have this much money. Someone has to be like paying for the lawsuit. Because there's no way they're essentially orchestrating the lawsuit to bankrupt Gawker. And they're like, there's no way that Hulk Hogan could be doing this on his own. And it turns out Peter Thiel was secretly funding the Hulk Hogan lawsuit against Gawker. And one of the results of it was, because it took place in a Florida court, opened the door to take out the First Amendment. And since then, I've been following it.
Yeah, I heard about some of that.
And I invested in Palantir before. I did not know it was a Peter Thiel company, but I made some fucking money off of that shit. But as soon as I found out he was a part of it, I was like, yeah, I'm selling that, and I'm taking my winnings and investing in Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's like
Austin Murphy coming in with some hot takes out of nowhere. Oh my gosh. Yeah, dude, freaking. I know you're always telling me about Peter Thiel, but it's like, and I've seen some clips. I cannot keep up with everything. It's just like it gets so depressing. Research certain things. It's like, oh my God. Yeah, space from it.
Well, yeah, Palantir is essentially data harvesting everything you can fucking know about U.S. citizens. At this point in time, they're connected with the CIA and the Department of HAS, I don't know, Health and Human Services or something like that. So they're collecting medical data and personal data on everyone. And have you heard of a chick named Whitney Webb?
Yeah.
Okay. She's very like middle of the road reporter.
Yeah, like she used to work for Last American Vagabond.
Yeah, she's very middle of the road reporting type of chick, and she's laid out a whole lot of like how all this shit works together.
Yeah.
And it's insane.
Yeah, she's against transhumanism. She talks about the Israel connections, but yeah, I mean, it's just like you said, it's middle of the road. You know, she doesn't take like strong stances.
No, she's straight middle of the road, which is what you'd want reporters to be like. And she's kind of boring to listen to. She's very monotone, matter of fact. The last thing I saw her on, she looks like I don't know, the boring chick from Scooby-Doo. Like she had a yellow sweater on and glasses. You know what I mean? I don't know what that chick's name was, but that's what it reminded me of. But yeah, no, she lays it all out how a whole lot of all this stuff comes back to the 70s and 80s and the the Iran Contra scandal, and how all these people are interconnected, drug networks, human trafficking, Israel, everything is interconnected. Wilma from Scooby-Doo. She looked just like Wilma from Scooby-Doo.
Oh man, I gotta get to bed soon. Pretty good. Oh darn, maybe I can get BG to talk shit on me some other day. I'm gonna try. Oh Lord. Oh, wait,
Good luck.
Good
luck with that. He won't even talk to me anymore. You know.
No, we have a guest here. Oh, why not? There's a
I don't
Wiz.
know. I said what up to him. I came in late in the live stream and said what up, and he didn't read my comment or say anything. I suspect he knows a little bit about the Liz.
Oh, I see. All right, what's up, dude? I didn't know who it was. You coming up here to talk to O'Darn?
I mean, it's not necessary.
All right. What would you come up here with, man?
No,
How's it
it's okay.
going?
If my timing's off, then I'll just back.
No, you're fine. I just didn't know who you were at first, and then I'm like, oh Lord, is he gonna start shit right now?
No, I was just
it's Coco.
like, this is the same guy that was like okay with battery acid being poured down Liz's grandchildren's mouth. Let's not forget that.
Never said that or have advocated for any of that. This is Coco.
Oh, boy.
He's a lying piece of shit.
No, I didn't know who it was until I saw the verification on there.
And
what's up,
hey,
O'Darn? Nice poker table, buddy.
Coco's okay with talking about my 9-year-old daughter getting fucked.
Streaming, but I'm streaming.
Yeah.
And I didn't sleep well last night. I want to start off by apologizing to everyone. I thought I was streaming, but this is my first time streaming, and not for live. And okay, and Alexandria, you can start the. We're gonna start with the ant.
Are you sure you didn't want to start with your sutra again?
Yeah, I can. It's just that I have to get used to this weird echo. Like, what can I do about the echo? Let me see here. Let me see. Okay, let me see. You know what I'm talking about, the echo? Okay, let me see here. I'll just start over with the sutra again. I'll get used to the echo. Okay, so all right then. So let's start with the sutra. Okay, the Heart Sutra. The noble Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, while practicing the deep practice of Prajnaparamita, looked upon the 5 skandhas, and seeing they were empty of self-existence, said, "Here, Shariputra, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Emptiness is not separate from form, form is not separate from emptiness. Whatever is form is emptiness, whatever is emptiness is form. The same holds for sensation and perception, memory and consciousness. Here, Shariputra, all dharmas are defined by emptiness, not by birth or destruction, purity or defilement, completeness or deficiency. Therefore, Shariputra, therefore, Shariputra, in emptiness there is form, no sensation, no perception, no memory, and no consciousness, no eye, no ear, no nose, no tongue, no body, and no mind, no shape, no sound, no smell, no taste, no feeling, and no thought, no element of perception, from eye to conceptual consciousness, no causal link, from ignorance to old age and death, or end of causal link, from ignorance to old age and death, no suffering, no source, no relief, no path, no knowledge, no attainment, and no non-attainment. Therefore, Shariputra, without attainment, bodhisattvas take refuge in Prajnaparamita and live without walls of the mind. Without walls of the mind and thus without fears, they see through delusion and finally nirvana. All Buddhas, past, present, and future, also take refuge in Prajnaparamita and realize unexcelled perfect enlightenment. You should therefore know the great mantra of Prajnaparamita, the Mahavidya mantra, the unexcelled mantra, the mantra equal to the unequal, which heals all suffering. And this is true, not false. The mantra in Prajnaparamita spoken was Gate Gate Para Sam Gate Bodhisattva. Okay, and our footprint is what I'm going to show too. So basically, I'm showing this because to make the point that deep ecology is important, we need to realize that the industrial system is massively interconnected and is not neutral. You can see here, it's not neutral. You can see oil-coated penguins,
You
also,
aren't sharing your screen, my friend.
yeah, I'm not sharing my screen, right? Okay. All right then. All right then. Yeah, I'll get used to it eventually, sorry about that. So there we go. Okay. So so then our footprint, so I'm sharing this to make the point that the industrial system is massively interconnected and global, and it's not neutral. You know what I mean? The means become the ends, where endless efficiency and productivity are valued over things like, sustainability, which involves scaling back the industrial system. You can see here the excessive plastic ingestion led to the death of this bird, and we have tons of microplastics in our body too now. And the point I'm making is that it creates the complications it claims it can solve. You know what I mean? So this is like something I will show each time before the presentations to make the point that the ecological state, reflects the spiritual state of mankind, collectively speaking. So you can see here the palm plantation, and there we go. Yeah, there you go. So that's the introduction. Okay, so okay, now you can, Alexandra, you can start with your presentation. Thank you so much. I apologize for the problems.
No problem. Thank you, Sepper. So Sepper has asked me to go into some of the things of thoughts on eusociality of insects. And I can go into the specifics of how marvelous examples of social behavior can be. We can speak of, for instance, the split-second cooperation of the motions of flocking birds or the schooling of fishes, which seem to break the comprehension of physical laws, as in we don't know how they can communicate with one another that quickly. It would literally break the laws of relativity by communicating information faster than the speed of light in order to explain how it is that swarms are capable of existing. And those are fun facts. I think that those are very fascinating, that prove that communication can occur emergently rather than directly, as we are used to. But primarily, what I'm interested in is, where is the seat of consciousness? And the ancient Romans, for instance, proclaimed that the liver was the seat of consciousness. They would have haruspices dissect a lamb and look at the liver and determine the future via that, because they believed that, for instance, you could take the liver out of one man, put it into another, and then the one consciousness would be transported into their body, much like some B movie from today where they take the brain out of one person and put it into another, and then suddenly they have all of their memories and consciousness. I believe that attributing the consciousness to a singular entity or object is like saying that a specific wave is directing the movements of the entire ocean, when it is the ocean that moves of its own accord through not through hierarchical intelligence, but through complexity via simplicity. So where is the consciousness in an ant colony? Because it is not the queen that directs the colony. They aren't giving out orders. They're not sending their messengers out to various parts of their colony. Instead, each ant is operating under an emergent complex system, usually using pheromones, but we're not exactly sure if that is the only methodology for their communication. And this also brings about the concept of, how can there be one ant? How can you have a single ant when there is no such thing as one ant existing in nature? There can only be a colony of ants. Much like, how can you have a single human being when a human can really, it cannot survive on its own. You must have a colony of humans in order for them to survive in nature. So what I would like to speak on is, how is it that there can be this phenomenon of eusociality, and where are the boundaries of that eusociality? There is a hidden, subtle causality behind all eusocial actions, and I believe this points towards what isn't just a boundary of one ant versus multiple ants, one human versus multiple humans, but there really is a difficulty breaking down the boundaries between all organisms on this planet, and that really the planet itself is operating as a superorganism. Sepper showed us earlier some of the problems going on right now with our ecology, and this is more representative of a sickness, not necessarily just with humanity, but with the entire planet itself. Humanity might be the hand which is manipulating all of this into action, but what is the arm that is behind the hand, and what is the body behind the arm? It's like a spirograph, which creates these intricate patterns through simple geometric intentions. And so I would like to wonder where consciousness ends and technology begins. There are also phenomenon, like, I would give specifics, like there is the honeypot ant, where there are ants which have distended abdomens specifically for the accumulation of resources. They store water and nutrients and then distribute them amongst the colony in the future, mostly according to need. Then there are things like the doorhead ant, where you have an ant that has a head that has a specific shape built to plug a hole in the surface of their colony to allow other members of the colony in and keep intruders out. And how is this different from, for instance, a Caledonian crow utilizing a bent needle, or the often quoted tool use from chimpanzees to gather termites with modified sticks? There is technology beyond tool use. Tool use implies inanimacy, as though the biology is interacting with a non-biological subject. But biology interacting with other biological subjects is also tool use. Locusts are another example of this. Grasshoppers typically are not eusocial. Every once in a while, though, it seems that they spontaneously develop eusociality, working together in a swarm. And why is this? What is the director of these eusocial biotechnologies? That's my question. I don't have an answer, but I believe that all of this is relevant to us today, because what is exactly the cause of humanity suddenly swarming? We used to be individual sort of tribal societies that functioned independently with one another, and now we are acting as a swarm. And I am curious, is this a temporary phenomenon? What is the cause of this phenomenon? How are we dealing with it? And what are the consequences?
I really appreciate that talk, and there's a lot more we can cover. Well, one thing I want to mention is, the swarm intelligence and the ant colonies, all of that must be considered like a symbiotic collective, kind of like the cells in our bodies. It's a symbiotic collective, So I would say that, it's about symbiosis. I think so, and there was a good book I read recently called Biocivilizations by Predrag. I cannot pronounce his last name, but Predrag, Biocivilization. And he talks about ant colonies a lot, and he also talks about, about endosymbiosis and symbiogenesis. But I feel like symbiosis is not just, endosymbiosis. It can be like the tightly packed, colony of ants, the termite mound, or, and it can lead to like some kind of, I feel like symbiosis has an element of creativity and spontaneity to it, so, I would say that mankind used to exist in symbiosis with the earth and the ecosystems. But through mankind's inventions, they have created a new kind of ecosystem that has supplanted the ecosystem of Earth, because now we have something called IoT. I'm not sure if you know about IoT, but it's like an ecosystem of all these sensors and devices connected to 5G or wireless networks, you know what I mean? And we also have, edge analytics, on the edge, of these IoT devices. They can do machine learning algorithms and even surveillance people in an automated fashion. But the point I'm making is that, you probably know about the self-driving cars that can communicate with each other, right? But it seems like the technology that we've invented is evolving in a kind of direction where we are more in symbiosis with the machine or the computer rather than with the ecosystems. Ants obviously are extremely important to biological and ecological integrity, and they're like a symbiotic collective, but they're also in symbiosis with their environment. You see what I'm saying? But that book, Biocivilizations, is spelled with an S, in the end. It's a very good book. It also goes into that kind of stuff. But yeah, I enjoyed your talk very much. I'm curious what you think about my idea of symbiosis.
That is fascinating. I would say that ants actually aren't necessarily in symbiosis with their environment. They, like in the biodome experiments I mentioned earlier, they actually do take over their local environment and absorb all resources that they possibly can to the detriment of themselves. In a closed ecosystem, ants will take over the entire thing, convert it into more ants, and then eventually run out of resources. And you can see this, for instance, with the army ants of southern Africa. There's a phenomenon called the marabunta, where they will run out of food and then go on a massive just tirade throughout the countryside, eating animals down to the bone, and just swarming everywhere and consuming in mass quantities to the detriment of themselves eventually. Like the swarm peters out, not because anyone knows what to do about it, but because they just run out of food. So humans aren't the only creatures that do this. If you
Are
were
they
to
invasive
measure,
species? Or they invasive species? Just wanted to verify that quickly. Are they invasive species or not? Like,
no, they're not invasive. They're native, and they go through periodic cycles of this growth to a point where it's too much, and then they die back down, and then they grow again until it gets to a point where they have to swarm and go on the rampage again. I wonder if humans are similar, where
you said it's moral Bantu. How do you spell that? I would like to research that more. Like, how do you spell moral Bantu? I'm just curious.
I believe it's MARUBUNTA. But
thank you so much.
I'm
That's
not
very
quite
fascinating.
sure. I can double check that.
Very fascinating. Yeah. Moral Bantu. Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's MARABUNTA.
I see. That's very interesting. So they can behave in ways that is not in their overall, self-interest. Even though they're endemic, they can still behave in ways that lead to ultimately destroying themselves, like to the detriment of themselves.
Yes,
That's very interesting.
humans are not the only creatures that do this.
That's incredible. Yeah, that's I didn't know that. That's incredible. I need to read more on etymology, right? It's etymology. I need to study etymology more. Do you have any books to recommend that go into the fascinating lives of insects? Just curious, like, or is it mainly read journal articles?
Unfortunately, no. I read many books and have a terrible memory due to some PTSD-induced amnesia. So most of what I know is cryptamnesiac.
Well, you still know a lot. I really appreciate you talking about all of this. Yeah, I should definitely read more about etymology. My background in etymology is weak, but yeah, it's very fascinating stuff. I know about leafcutter ants. They seem to behave more in a symbiotic fashion. With their getting the leaves and feeding the fungus. And then that fungus can help feed themselves. It's like farming. Leafcutter ants
Yes,
basically.
and the leafcutter ants will defend the trees which they gather the leaves from also. So they are very much in control of their ecosystem. They understand that they need to control the safety of their trees, and if you happen to bump into a colony of leafcutter ants, then that's too bad for you. You'll get lots of bug bites.
Would you say bees have a bit more independence due to their waggle dance? Like an individual bee seems to have a little bit more like experience or richness, compared to an individual ant. Ants come together and that creates more of a supermind. But bees, they seem to have more like they kind of like have a like fission fusion. You know what I mean? Like I guess something like that. Like they, because of their
Again, this comes down to where is the seat of consciousness? Is your consciousness within your body, or where is it exactly? Because maybe a bee might have more actions, just as a human might have more supposed independence, but is that actually where your consciousness lies?
That's a good point, and that's the point that how does the mind emerge from non-mind? You know what I mean? Because the mind is unlike anything we've experienced. Like I can see steam coming from a factory, but I cannot see your mind coming from your brain. No matter how much I poke your brain, I cannot see your mind. And so there is a mysterious aspect to mind. That I don't think dissection or being analytical can tell you, because the mind, you cannot see it. Like I can see any physical process. I can zoom into a cell, but I cannot zoom into your actual experience and determine where is the causal origin of mind. You know what I mean? I think something like idealism or panpsychism can be true. Idealism says that mind is the foundation of all reality, but panpsychism says that the mind existed conjoined or in parallel with all material processes. So they're like two sides of the same coin. So every physical process has an intrinsic aspect, that is the mind, external and intrinsic, so everything is like a dual aspect. You know what I mean? That's panpsychism. I think maybe panpsychism has stronger argument, but the mind is really inaccessible from the private mind is inaccessible. So I don't know. I think we can maybe make inferences to some extent, but it's just inference. We cannot know for sure about the inner experience of another being. You know what I mean? We can only rely on inferences.
No, precisely. And as a neuroscientist, it fascinates me that you corroborate on that. So looking at a single bee, yes, they may perform more actions. We can measure, like as you said, the waggle dance. We can measure that they do perform more actions that is based on individual experience. But does that actually corroborate with a greater amount of consciousness residing in the singular bee? I mean, perhaps, but we don't actually know.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. It's one of the biggest mysteries. We don't actually know, but it's still fascinating to imagine what it could be like. You know what I mean? It's fascinating to imagine what it could be like to be a colony of ants, or a crow, or a whale, or whatever, and to imagine, millions of years, let's say, how would evolution proceed? It's very fantastical stuff. That's why I like speculative evolution, even if it's, can largely fiction. Also imagining the minds of other beings, that's the kind of stuff that really interests me, especially, I feel like the umwelt, I love that word, umwelt. Even
Yes.
though I agree that that guy is a creepy Nazi, but I just like his thought. You gotta separate the politics from the actual, ideas.
Yes, so we can think about the umwelt of our specific, like what we identify as, but it's kind of like a single neuron in your brain or body saying, I wonder what it must be like to be like a neuron in the stomach versus a neuron in your arm versus a neuron in your prefrontal cortex. And each neuron is saying, I wonder if the neuron in your amygdala has more agency than the neuron in your, like some other part of your body. Like it's an interesting question, I guess, but it's kind of missing the whole point that we're all part of a greater superorganism.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I do lean towards, Gaia theory as being true. I definitely lean towards that, because, that's one reason why I am critical of the modern extended synthesis, because I feel like it strips away agency, and I look more towards the third way of evolution figures like Dennis Noble, and Pedrag is a part of that movement. Like his last name I cannot pronounce. It's like cannot pronounce it, Pedrag, and J. Scott Turner. The third way of evolution tends to look more into the the limitations of the modern paradigm, and look at how agency plays a role in the evolutionary process. That's why the third way greatly appeals to me, though. You know, that's personally what I say. Of course, someone like Dave Friend, I would have big issues with me saying that. But yeah, you know. Well, I think that covered this part. Do you have anything else you would like to add, Alexandria, or you feel like you've covered everything you want to?
I mean, there's always more to cover, but I believe that's the extent of what you've asked me to speak of today.
Or you can continue on if you would like to, you know, because I don't stick strictly to the schedule. You know, I may change things up a lot. If you want to continue talking, you know, about these subject matters, that's fine, because that's related to the overall theme of my channel, the theme of my channel.
Well, I would just like to say that if we are part of a superorganism, that it's important to behave in the benefit of that superorganism that we are a part of, because otherwise that's the very definition of cancer.
I most certainly agree, you know, and, you know, this is why I like Pentti Locola. You know, Pentti Locola was a very interesting figure. He wrote Can Life Prevail? And, you know, this is the thing, you know, ultimately I agree, you know, even though I love cats, you know, they are invasive species. You know, we have to deal with the issue of cats. And then there's the issue of, you know, all the pollutions, toxins, deforestation. I mean, I can keep going. Intensive agriculture, you know, factory farming, you know, pesticides, you know, climate change, you know. I mean, I can keep going, you know, lead, you know, PCBs, you know, overfishing, you know, ozone depletion, you know, there's a lot of stuff, yeah. But anyway, the point I'm making is that, yeah, we've kind of failed the superorganism as a collective. We failed the superorganism. And that's why I feel we need to like question the industrial system's foundations. You know, is it worth it to continue in complexifying the industrial system, or should we scale back? You know, I think we should scale back to 1200, 1400 AD levels for the same reasons as David Skrbina and Guanan too. Guanan was okay, yeah, Guanan, but the 1200, 1400 AD, you know, around that time frame, you know, because after the steam engine came, you know, things just accelerated. And now you have people like Peter Thiel. I'm not sure you've seen him. He's actually wants to accelerate the technological complexification even more. And there is a risk of, you know, something like AGI, you know, taking over the entire ecosystems. You know, that's a real thing. You know, like I mentioned before, we are growing miniature human brains from stem cells now and integrating it into computer chips, and that's called organoid intelligence. And then you have stuff like xenobots that Michael Levin researches, where you like made, I don't know, a kind of computer, a robotic part integrate with frog cells. And, you know, there's a lot of unprecedented issues we're dealing with. We need to think about mankind comprehensively and philosophically and historically, and and question whether or not this trajectory we're on is worth it. And that's why I like the Machine Lies channel and his stuff. He focuses a lot on Jacques Ellul. Jacques Ellul wrote The Technological Society, and he's probably one of the best figures. Very, very dense, his work. But he talk about how technique is like, you know, it's integrated and it's global, but it's more about how the means become the ends, you know what I mean? And where productivity and efficiency are valued above all other ideals, and it kind of becomes like, it's not neutral, it becomes very invasive, you know, and it's just, you kind of see it in the assembly line, and you see it in many other things in our society.
Yeah, definitely. There's a whole mechanistic sort of view of nature, right? That nature is based on a mechanism, and that's obviously comparing nature to man's creations. You know, as Pascal said, he said, you know, a reason confutes the dogmatists, while a nature confutes the skeptics, right? And basically, you know, you could feel palpable, you know, sort of mental, sort of energy when you just enter a city, right? They said that you could actually look at people in a city, and by the population of the city, you could measure how many words they will say and how many steps they'll take, right? They move faster, right? And I feel sped up, like just going near a city, you feel sped up inside of you, right? So it's this powerful energy, right? To, I guess just, the complexification of mind and even if you like, go to sleep in a city, you'll start to hear like radio signals like right before you go to sleep and stuff. So it's pretty interesting. I mean, obviously, in the book of Enoch, right? It says, I think in like chapter 9, it says, for the earth cried out to heaven, for the earth was alive before it had inhabitants. Right. So even the Jews, back in the time, right? During the time of the Maccabees, right? I believe it was like the time of Judas Maccabeus, right, where they had the Dead Sea Scrolls, where they had the Book of Enoch and all these different ideas. But it says right there in the book, it says the earth cried out to heaven, right, because it's alive, and it says the earth was alive before it had inhabitants. So it's pretty interesting, right? It basically says in their cosmology that the earth is a living being, right? Even as it's saying that the pagan gods are like these demons that like fell from heaven, right? So even as it's blasting the pagan cosmology, it's still, anointing the earth to a very high status, right?
Yes, I think that the earth is very much alive. There's lots of evidence that shows this. Life begets life, and life comes from earth.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. And sometimes I think, like the sacred tree worship of ancient pagans, maybe they were communing with the earth, and that we've lost that capacity as technique, or as what Klages calls Geist, or what ellul calls technique, or what, Kaczynski calls surrogate activities, all of that, I think as that grew and became more dominant, we've lost the connections we once had, Like, let me tell you something interesting. Otzi, the Iceman, he had a mushroom that was used for anti-parasitical qualities. I mentioned this before. And, that mushroom had unique anti-parasitical quality. Yeah, the mainstream scientists say that, the mechanistic scientists say it's due to trial and error that he would figure out that mushroom was good for him. And I was thinking maybe it's more like the way that the ancients, or the so-called primitive people saw the world, was more in tune with something we've lost now. Like maybe they saw it as being having a more mysterious irradiance that permeates everything, basically. And so they were like more in tune with things, maybe that's possible. I mean, I know I'm being a bit speculative, but I'm just saying, that's. So yes, yeah, we've lost the connection to Earth. I would say we've lost connection to the transcendent, things too, like God and Dharma. We've lost connection to that also. Like you go to a mega church, that's just a hypocrisy. It's not real. Sincere Christians. You see that with Buddhists too. They're using their iPhones a lot or something. It's a massive problem. I'm not trying to lay blame on any individuals. I'm just saying we need to think about this philosophically and historically. Machine lies, look at it historically a lot. You look at the pseudo-eschatology of progress. Progress, I don't believe it exists really, like in the sense, there's really no such thing as progress. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I mean, just look at how, the fungus has a mycorrhizal, relationship with the trees, and basically the bees have a relationship with the fungus. I was listening to this his very famous mycologist, right? Paul Stamets, right, who's like been all over TED and all of these, different like Nature magazine and all of these, very, mainstream venues. And he said that actually a lot of insects are parasitized by fungus. It's not just cordyceps, right, that controls the little ant, colonies, but a lot of, little groups of termites. They'll transport mushroom spores, right? They're like, so these spores will hijack entire colonies of insects, right? And they actually change the expression of the bees, right, by actually turning on some of their genes, right? So they get some type of oil from the mycelium that turns on a certain expression in their genes that helps them protect from different invasive species and stuff like that. So it's pretty interesting how you could look at the bear, right? How the bear basically, in trying to find, maple or whatever, right? Scratching the tree, right? He creates a wound in the tree that allows spores to come in and create a genetic replica of the tree by absorbing the genetic information, right? So I think a lot of humans, right, like they're parasitized probably by some type of spore, right, in order to grow like corn and stuff, right? So like
Candida. Yeah. I think Candida.
Yeah, they'll get like, hijacked by some sort of germ, right? And then they'll like be obsessed with like growing apples or corn or wheat, and like, why do we rely on these staple foods? And we're probably we might be parasitized by some sort of fungus, that causes us to grow these specific foods. Just a theory. But
That is a fascinating theory. Yeah, things like ergot, for instance, that comes from like rotting rye, as is a common psychedelic that people don't normally know that they're ingesting. And again, that makes me curious about where is it that the consciousness actually is residing here? Like, is this, quote, like hijacking termites, or is that actually a commensalist relationship where it's benefiting them because their local ecosystem will be stronger due to their actions?
yeah, I think there's an answer in meditation, right? Because when you try to turn the mind off, right, it's actually, you don't lose the ego, right? It's not like if you shut off your thoughts, you forget who you are, right? Actually, it accentuates who you are, right? It's this weird shift, right? Because like, I used to think, like, before I started meditating, like, if I would get rid of my thoughts, then who am I? And I just simply cease to relate to anyone, or or have an ego or anything like that. But it's actually, it's like by turning off your own particular thoughts, it fills your mind with the conscious awareness of like what's already happening. So it's like you become a receptor, like an antenna, which is really weird, right? Because if your brain was producing your thoughts, then if you stop thinking, they should shut off your brain, right? But yeah, that's not how it works.
I like that. Now, I've heard of the spine too, because you have neurons not just in your brain. I mean, you have as many neurons in your gut as a cat has in its brain. So imagine the entire intelligence of a cat, which is supposedly like as smart as a 3 or 4-year-old. Like that's just in your gut. So if it's just you're talking about neurological complexity, then that's present throughout your entire body. Like your hands have muscle memory, for instance. How much intelligence do you have just in your arm? How is that affecting the way that you interpret your own consciousness when your arm wants to do things that your brain might not necessarily even care about?
Yeah, it leads to a lot of paradoxes, and especially if we look at octopuses, I read that book, Other Minds, about octopuses, and there's similar issue, like there's, I mean, well, not issue, but more like perplexity, with the way their arms are, they have like lots of neurons on the arms, and sometimes it behaves independently. Yeah, the other arm behaves independently. The octopuses, tentacles, and sometimes they behave in concert, but other times they behave independently. So how is the mind like fusing and diverging? Where is there a locus to the mind of the octopus, or is the mind decentralized, or is it like vacillating between those two? You see what I'm saying? And I feel like thinking about this kind of stuff leads to like the fancy word is aporia. Aporia is like, riddles or paradoxes, And I think I like one thing from the Diamond Sutra. It says, the mind that abides nowhere must come forth, So when we try to think about how the mind is localized or relates to, the so-called structural processes, we always arrive at paradoxes like who, like who is experiencing it, and there's, and that's right.
Yeah, or one time I was reading Prabhupada, and he was saying that, if one observes the human, one would think that all four limbs and the head serve the stomach. So everything goes into the belly, right? So all the feet is for moving around and shoveling things into the belly, right? So I mean, as Alexandria said, the stomach has a mind. The brain eats things, right? It eats fats and sugars and oils, right? So it has its own diet, right? Just as the stomach eats proteins, and the gut eats fibrous materials, right? So all three parts of your body think and are stomachs, right? So like maybe every
Yeah.
mind is also a stomach. I mean,
Well, I've often wondered, like, the brain exists as like this network of connected tissues floating in a pH balanced nutrient solution, and I have worked a lot both in organic farms and also with hydroponics. And when you create a hydroponic solution, you're also submerging the roots in a pH balanced nutrient solution. And the same B vitamins that you would give to a plant to encourage root growth are the same B vitamins that you would give to a human to encourage neurological health. And it's kind of funny that we're basically just like plants with our root systems submerged inside of an organic shell that's mobile. But it might as well, like, you could put a brain in some dirt, and as long as the pH system and the nutrient balance and it was well hydrated enough, you could keep a brain in a hydroponic solution.
yeah, there's probably
Theoretically, of course.
there's probably going to be brains like that in the future because they'd be connected to the internet, so it'd be quicker for them to just to remain immobile while they connect to the So
It's all very fascinating stuff, like people act like intelligence has to require complex neural circuitry, but we see slime molds are very intelligent. Like the slime molds take the best routes to get to some food or starch, in the maze, and and the slime molds can have very bizarre behaviors too, even Uxkill was talking about it, and I had it highlighted. But yeah, biocivilizations talk about it too. But yeah, you see a lot of bizarre behavior among slime molds and fungi like mycelium, and it does seem intelligent to me. I mean, Like maybe the the mycelium network underneath old growth forests, which help the trees communicate. Maybe that is like a brain. How do you not know that it doesn't have an inner experience, internal mental life? You see what I mean? And that's the problem with the mechanistic science. They say, oh, there's no evidence, but we see evidence. We see functional equivalence. We see a communication network. We see lots of things. We see it among the ant colony also. That's my issue with the direction that the mechanistic modern science has headed. Modern biology. But the third way does attempt to remedy that by making nature have more agency and more mystery again. See what I mean? There are still lots of mysteries. We don't know everything about life. The combinatorial possibilities in evolution far outweigh the number of atoms in the universe. There's more possibilities in evolution than there are number of particles in the universe. Then I think that does kind of lead to panpsychism or idealism or a combination of both. I mean, David Skrbina or Voltaire was a panpsychist also. I mean, there were many panpsychists. Anything, yeah. But yeah, these are very fascinating things to ponder about. Yeah, yeah. Of course, it's not that fascinating from the perspective of modern or extended synthesis, but from a more spiritually enchanted view, like Skolimowski. The Machine Lies raised Henryk Skolimowski a lot. He had very spiritual, interesting views. He also viewed the Earth as a superorganism. Henryk Skolimowski. Yeah, it can be hard to pronounce, but yeah.
That's cool. I'll have to look them up.
Yeah. I think eco-philosophy. We're reading eco-theology. But yeah, he wrote a book called Eco-Philosophy. He also wrote a very important work called The Participatory Mind, in which he explains this sort of panpsychist views. And yeah, he exercised a key influence on Dr. David Skrbina, who wrote Metaphysics of Technology. So yeah, their views, yeah, nature is definitely alive. It's conscious. In terms of Skolimowski and Skrbina, it's actually a divine entity, right? So they're, I mean, in terms of Skrbina, he's sort of a pantheist. In terms of Spinoza, and then then in terms of Skolimowski, he's sort of a spiritualist.
Yes, I mean, how else would one define what is divine other than that which is incomprehensible and perhaps existing on a level above one's own consciousness, a consciousness above the individual consciousness? And we interpret that as divine when, I mean, we have our own divinity within ourselves, but we are also part of a greater divinity.
And here's a quote I wrote down from The Entangled Life, which was a very good book. I'm not sure if you read Entangled Life, which is about fungi, but it was about lichens. Lichens are places where an organism unravels into an ecosystem, and where an ecosystem congeals into an organism. They flicker between wholes and collection of parts. Shuttling between the two perspectives is a confusing experience. The word individual comes from the Latin meaning undividable. Is the whole lichen the individual, or are its constituent parts and members the individuals? Is this even the right question to ask? Lichens are a product less of their parts than of exchange between those parts. Lichens are stabilized networks of relationships. They never stop lichenizing. They are verbs as well as nouns. So I feel like, like a flicker between the whole and the parts, in some ways, kind of like how there are experiences we have where we feel like a stranger, and we feel like we're being absorbed into something greater, but then we come back to our individual ego or individual self. So it's like form is emptiness, emptiness is form. So it's like a vacillation or oscillation between the two in some ways, I guess. I think so. Yeah, that's a good book. If you like fungi, I recommend Marilyn Sheldrake's Entangled Life. That was a very fun book. Yeah.
Definitely writing that down. You always have the best book recommendations, Sepper.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I find reading books like this more enriching than what I had to go to for school. Basically, I don't really. I went to school mainly for financial security, but even that didn't turn out very well. But yeah, that's what I feel. I feel like there's so many interesting books that can, enchant one again. Enchant one again.
Definitely. I think that's the goal, is to not get stuck in a rut of materialism that wants to dictate that your every action is worthless. Of course, examine the material universe, but upon examining the material universe, it's almost a given that there's so much more than simply what is observable.
100% agree. And I made this channel to touch on a lot of different topics that overlap, and intersect, and that is definitely one important topic that you just mentioned, and there's that's the important thing. The thing is, the mechanistic scientists want you to think that you're just a puppet with the illusion of experience or illusion of consciousness or agency, illusion of agency. But I don't agree with that at all. I do not agree with that at all. And this channel really attacks that, mechanistic, devitalized way of approaching things. It's a very devitalized way of approaching things. So life is special, is what I'm saying. You are not a machine. You are not a machine. This life is special. It contains great mysteries. And that's a very important part to this channel. And I hope this channel can pick up.
I really like that. Thank you.
I believe that's good. Maybe I can end early now, or if you want to keep talking, we can keep talking. That's your choice. But I can end it now if both of you feel that's satisfactory.
I feel good about this.
I guess TML. Okay, so yeah, I'll just read the what is it called again? Oh, what was on my? I'll read the 3 refuges, and then I will. I think that will be good, and I will have streams every Saturday from let me see here, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. But sometimes I'll end earlier, or sometimes I can go on longer. We have only one viewer here, and I don't want to take up either one of your times too much. You know what I mean? We only have one person watching the entire stream. You know what I mean? So yeah, let me see here. So, but yeah, I'll just read the thing, and and then we can have streams some other time. I would appreciate it if you come whenever you're available, Alexandria. It's a very enjoyable to talk to you about these kind of subject matter. And TML, I appreciate you being here too. So yeah, I'll just read I'll read it now. Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, I'll be better organized next time. Like this is my first time doing this. Okay.
No worries, my friend.
Yeah.
Yes,
So,
thank you for having me.
Well, thank you for being here. Yeah. Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
excellent conversation. I mean, yeah, nice to meet you, Alexandria. Blessings.
To you as well.
So here I go. Buddham Saranam Gacchami, Dhammam Saranam Gacchami, Sangham Saranam Gacchami, Dutayampi, Buddham Saranam Gacchami, Dutayampi, Dhammam Saranam Gacchami, Dutayampi, Sangham Saranam Gacchami, Tatayampi, Buddham Saranam Gacchami, Tatayampi, Dhammam Saranam Gacchami, Tatayampi, Sangham Saranam Gacchami. And so yeah, that's it. I hope all of you have a good day. So I will end the stream now. I really appreciate it. Right. So the stream.
and end up realizing that, yeah, there are really two different judicial worlds, right? Even more than one. There's like 3 or 4 of them, you know. There's the legal, there's the maritime, there's common. No, there's a few of them, man. It's really interesting to see how it works out.
And they're all religions. They're just belief structures. Because
right.
then, you know, like the video said, there's actually the here and now type of philosophy of what's actually happening. Is there any actual harm being done? Is there any, you know, is there any actual victim, or is it just some bullshit somebody wanted to make up so they could have power over another?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting to you know, kind of like dive into it a bit and, you know, dabble with the idea, right?
Yeah, because it says, you know, who makes up the definitions and who made the dictionary, right?
Yeah, that's somebody asked that question earlier in chat. Said like, well, yeah, who wrote, who came up with? Hold on a second. Somebody said that in chat earlier.
There's a whole conspiracy.
Empower your students to be more authentic, impactful writers with Grammarly's comprehensive AI writing assistance. Use it to help students brainstorm better ideas before they write. Document their writing process. Check for plagiarism and AI-generated text. Cite sources correctly. Get real-time feedback. And much more. Hear it from the former CIO of Wharton Business School. It's not just a grammar tool. It's your responsible AI writing assistant for the new era of communication. Download Grammarly for free today.
We've been using IXL for as long as my kids have been in school as just a supplement to their learning. It covers the subjects of math, language arts, science, and social studies, and it covers all of the ages. When you first get introduced to it, you go through the diagnostic, and so it figures out where your child is at. And
you know, I don't know that outside of that, because it's not bound by what is finite. So it's very weird how they, and so the point I was making is that done strategically, like when the people made the language, or is it just
because Satan twists things, perverts them, and twists them upside down and inside out. So but that being said, I have 2 guests backstage, so everybody please welcome.
I really want to make one
Denizen and the Machine Lives.
Really glad to see these guys, and maybe they can riff off this, but does that...
Hello, my ninjas. Has anybody blamed the Jews yet?
Does the intention outweigh the black magic spell, right? Because if somebody's using that language... so if you could riff off this, just let me finish this thought. Yeah. If someone's using that language to prey on you or deceive
TM already has the tab pulled up.
But your intention of what that word is something different than theirs. Doesn't your autonomy of how you view the word outweigh their spell that they're running on you, or is there something else at play?
Go ahead, TML.
Yeah, just about the Jayish thing. I was gonna say that the Jayish language, right? It combines letters and numbers. You know what I mean? So there's actually a guy named Stan Tenen who like worked out how this language actually has to do with these hand symbols, right? And it's pretty interesting, right? So you could take these like sort of mudras and apply them to the language, right? And it also applies to numbers. So like Yahweh actually has numerical dimensions. That's why it's called like tetragrammaton or whatever. But in terms of you know, the whole language thing, I mean, I think that words you know, like obviously images and words, right? They're part of, you know, like how you map your brain onto objects, right? So this subject-object relationship has really been sort of exemplified by the British sort of language system, and right, because they have this sort of very unique relationship between like language and their like particular physical objects that represent those words. So what's really interesting is you know, this idea of iconicity and symbols, and how symbols are limited by language itself. Now, obviously, there's this idea from Wittgenstein, right? So the limits of your language are the limits of your world.
There you go.
And there's another idea from Lao Tzu and Shangzu where they talk about the limitations of words, right? It says that the nameless was the beginning of heaven and earth. So, and it says that we need to stop naming things. It says there's already enough names. One has to know when to stop. This is what it says in the Tao Te Ching. Right? So it's talking about the problem of labeling things.
That's very wise. That makes a lot of sense. Even the word wise isn't sufficient. Because, you know, that's all of this is, of course, faith-based. So if you have words being defined for you, and then you have scripts being fed to you that are being collectively manifested through our own intention, how do you break that spell and get out of it? You have to go beyond the definition. You have to go beyond the attachment to some kind of spelling.
Well, I think it's more or less being aware of how the word is being used to deceive you. So once you start eliminating all of the junk words that I call, the ones that are meant to keep you enslaved in your mind, right? Then your subconscious mind will pick up on you know, a language that's more beneficial, I imagine, towards the construction of your own world when it comes to, you know, the relationship with the words to your mind.
I'm going to give you this designer bag if you can prove to me that you know your finances.
Well, let's do it.
How many subscriptions do you have?
Probably just Netflix and Spotify.
All right, it's saying you have 13 subscriptions, which is costing you around $270 a month.
What? The app is telling you all of this?
It shows you all your expenses in one place, and it can even help you create a budget, which I think you need.
Coming for me, but okay.
Don't worry about those 13 subscriptions you didn't know you had. You can cancel the ones you don't want right through the app, and it can even help you try and get a refund.
Yeah, and the best way to do it is to actually, you know, connect a speech to a picture, right? And have people internalize that picture as the words, you know, because that, I mean, as I say, a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? So memes are a way to turn language, right? Because you get people to relate the meaning of the words to the image. Right, the image is more powerful than the words, right?
Yeah, that's on point. And people can also experience that with their memory. You know, if you use actual photographic aspects of your memory to remember things, you'll be a bit more capable. You know, you tie like an action imagery to something like a list. You can tie it to the alphabet. You know, make each word, each letter like a word, and then put action to it. You'll be able to remember, you know, as much as you want to.
Memory association. The more links to a data point that you create, the more access paths you have to it.
Yeah, I showed it to my kids once, and it's like they remembered every president, you know, by doing that memory thing. And if you don't exercise that, you'll forget it, and then it'll go away, and, you know,
Right, but there are some particular words that are kind of like embedded directly into your the way you speak. Right, like this is one of the reasons why I came up with the broadcast name, the Grand Rising Talk Show. Remember, we talked about this before.
Yeah.
Where when we say good morning, the word is so closely connected to another word which is spelled differently but has the same sound. Morning, when you mourn.
Yeah.
Right? So what's
like,
sad about
I
waking
gotcha.
up in at the beginning of the day, right? So this is how you reprogram yourself into not saying words that don't relate to the situation you're in.
Yeah, but you'll notice it too with like music, right? If you put action visuals to the music, you can retain it all. Like a song, if you actually see that song playing out, then you remember the lyrics.
What's crazy is I have a grand rising every morning.
Yeah, you just sit there and it's good, man. That's the youth right there. Enjoy it. I remember
So every
those
time
days.
you mourn, you have a grand rising.
Yeah, and
the
the whole
morning
entire
thing is weird. It's a weird word.
Oh, there you go. That's why I said it's a strange way of greeting or greeting someone at the beginning of the day. It's like you're automatically almost like putting him in the state of mourning. It's like, hey, how's your morning been? Like, it's like you're in a constant state of mourning. So, how's it been going? That morning state of yours, right? No, I've been mourning a lot lately. I'm pretty much, sad as fuck, depressed as a motherfucker. Yeah, my morning's going pretty good.
Or people that say I'm sorry a lot, that drives me nuts. But then I'm like, I'm saying it drives me nuts. So what's better? They're saying they're sorry. I'm saying it drives me nuts. At least I'm a pistachio at the end of the day.
Well, what nuts are they talking about, right? Are they actually talking about nuts or are they talking about your nuts?
Pistachios are overrated.
Well, they're not as estrogenic as cashews and some of these other options, but I'd take a macadamia if it's fresh. I mean, so many of the macadamias are rancid.
Bex goes, do you think you are not a person, OTW? No, I am not a person. That is a legal term. I'm a man. Living man on the land. That's what I am.
Yeah, I think the words are fascinating. And I mean, just language in general. It's
so is
something you can
paranoid
just spend your whole
schizophrenia.
life studying, just that one subject, what you're using to communicate.
Well, it's a fascinating topic, in my opinion. And I have another guest backstage. Hopefully, he's here to share his perspective on this. Please, everybody, welcome Snappy Snaps to the broadcast.
I heard Snaps is a Mason earlier.
No. Actually, I saw that someone was asking TML questions, and we have questions. So I would ignore asking TML and other people. I put a link. Me and Cynthia did a very great educational broadcast last night. I don't know if you missed it, but it is in your backstage.
Yeah, I missed that one.
You might want to
click on
check
that
it
one.
out. It's all the optics about Landry and his daddy and what he's hiding from the audience.
Whoever you are, wherever you're going, and whatever your why, Allianz Travel Insurance has your back. Allianz Travel Insurance. Protection for all the reasons you travel.
I said that earlier. We're not here to talk about other people. We're here to talk about a topic. So fuck other people. Fuck other people. I don't want to talk about other people. Fuck that. So
God
can we just
damn.
Can we just stay on topic here? All right. I don't give a fuck about your fucking dumb fucking review of somebody else.
I'm on topic. I am mourning the fact of retards like you supporting retards like Landry.
I don't support Landry. That's what I told you. I'm not supporting
Jesus.
this nonsense. All right. So if you're not going to come back up to contribute to the broadcast, I mean, I've entertained this already too long.
I imagine
Right.
listening to Snafu is like what having colon cancer feels like. Minus the
it's okay.
chemotherapy.
Landry can give what the people wants. I'm going to do what I want now, you know. It's all a matter of what you want to do or not do. So sometimes you want to give what the people want, and sometimes you don't. That's all.
Enjoy has.
So back to the topic. Right. Where were we at, Vic, before we got so rudely interrupted?
Well, you know, the thing that I keep pondering, and I get stuck on these, I get snagged on these rocks of contemplation, and it doesn't necessarily mean that anybody else will see why there's significance there, because it's just the same thing with the Charlie Kirk thing. I got snagged on stuff there, which like other people were like, it's not even a big deal. But the whole intention thing, you know, it's like, it's a faith-based contemplation, right? Because the word has a meaning, somebody else defined it. You either agree with that or you don't. If you don't agree with it, I say your intention outweighs. And so when they're saying, you know, it's like, because it's at some level you're going to use language to communicate, even if it's sign language or, you know, eye movement, different inflections. You know, if like, it's funny, you know, kids will ask you the damnedest questions. And the other day, one of my kids asked me, what if we didn't have the ability to speak? And of course, one of my other kids said, oh, well, you would use your hands, or you'd figure out a way. And they're like, well, no, what if you couldn't do that? What if all you could do is observe? You couldn't speak. I thought it was an interesting idea.
Well, when you look
It's
at
like,
animals, that's how they communicate. They don't talk.
Yeah, and we
they
can
have
all
another
experience
form
that
of
too.
communication. Yeah.
We can all experience that by choice. It's kind of a free will thing, which is crazy, but you know, it's a beautiful opportunity.
Yeah, that's one thing I broke down on my show is, you know, I say a lot like that, you know, that communication is more pervasive than languages. Language requires meaning, and it requires two people who understand what they're saying.
Right.
And symbols go beyond language. Symbols are more powerful than language because they can combine different forms of speech and meaning together. Right. So they could layer meaning the same way language needs meaning. Symbols go beyond meaning. Right.
Words can do that too, no?
Oh yeah. Yeah. They're attached to symbols.
Yes.
Right. So
and you know what? I can give you proof that can back that statement up is when you look at baseball, right? All of the codes that they use, like touching the cap, pulling the ear, rubbing the nose, are all different signs that they use to communicate a different structure of things that they want their players to do, right? So there's there's another level of communication that everybody's aware of, all of the what the definitions of the signals are. So, you know, and what I've come to understand is like when the other team starts to catch on to what the signals mean, they change the meanings of the signals. So it's an encoded language for players to know what play to play because the coach is giving them the signals. So there's another form of communication without words, which is like the Machine Lives was just saying, is much more powerful than just screaming it out there, right? Because it's all unsaid, it's all unspoken.
Yeah, because machines can communicate. They don't need language to do it. So I think it's dangerous.
They do need language, though, that, as far as I know.
Well, it's a different sort of language in that it's based on code, right? Which is universal, right? So if you break down cybernetics, it combines math and logic into a universal language, right? And so it's interesting. So the computing language is like a language that computers can use to understand each other, right? They can understand code, but we can't. you know, or at least not immediately.
Yeah, right. Well, hence why, you know, the language that we use is literally what describes our, because Dick was mentioning it before. It'll take two person, and you were also mentioning it, Machine Lies, two people to believe that word means the same thing for both of them, right? They have to come to the
if you're lucky.
Right, exactly. So that's why it's so hard to communicate with people, because not everybody's going to understand necessarily what you're saying, and you might be thinking you're saying it this way, and people have 10 different versions of what you said.
Yeah, like I say, like look at advertising, right? Because basically, right, like when he's got the debutantes and he's got like the torches of freedom, right? And they light up the cigarettes, right? So he's trying to do this to sell.
From idea to submission, empower students to do their best work with Grammarly's comprehensive AI writing assistance. What if they could jumpstart ideas for any assignment? What if they could be more transparent about
cigarettes to women who don't smoke, right? But the whole thing of them lighting up the cigarette, the symbol, torches of freedom, the words, they mean something totally different. The action symbolizes, you know, liberation for women, you know, them doing their own thing, being rich, being wealthy. So it represents all of this stuff. Torches of freedom represents the Statue of Liberty. Right. So you got the Statue of Liberty as an icon involved. Right. So he's overlaying all these symbols to communicate all of these, you know, meanings, you know, at the same time. Right. So it's overloading symbols through layered contextualization of meaning.
Right. And there's trickery in that one right there. Right. Because a lot of people, I would think, and I'm, you know, speaking for the collective, would assume that when they see this Statue of Liberty, that's a sign of their freedom, or it's or it's something that exemplifies the American, you know, pursuit of freedom.
Right. But when it actually symbolizes the complete opposite, right?
Yeah, it's actually your
their
enslavement because that's them giving you permission to have liberties, and it's coming from the king, and it's coming from the royalty, the oligarch.
Right. It's not actual freedom, right? It's
so how they dupe you with that shit. So you're looking at it going, oh, look how nostalgic and beautiful, and you know, Americana, this is our freedom. France gave us this thing or whatever to exemplify. No, it's actually showing that you're still enslaved to something that will grant you your privileges.
Permission, right? When the only permission you need is from God.
Yeah, even that's all symbolic, where they're like, you got liberation from the British, and then it's the French who showed you the idea of liberty. All right, so they're saying something specific about the British and the French right there. All right, like you came from the British, you know, so Britain is your past and France is your future, sort of thing. All right, which is kind of fucked up.
Right. In other words, you come out of one slave camp into another slave camp. That's like
interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, and then what does France, you know, actually represent? Well, the French Revolution, right? It was way more violent than the American Revolution, and the whole thing there was
French
about liberty.
Enlightenment.
Yeah, they were like, look, we need to show women naked in the movie theaters because it's going to be like, that's going to cause a real revolution. You had these crazy dudes like Marquis de Sade and the libertines talking about sexual liberation along with, you know, this revolutionary idea, right? So you had this whole idea of liberty. So like French, like the whole idea represents liberty itself, right? It's kind of weird.
And what I find fascinating, I have another guest backstage. Please, everybody, welcome Jahearing. It's Chris Rasta to the broadcast.
What up, y'all?
Yeah, I got this from the Shang Zhu. He says a trap is for fish. When you've got the fish, you can forget the trap. A snare is for rabbits. When you've got the rabbits, you can forget the snare. Words are for meaning. When you've got the meaning, you can forget the words. Where can I find someone who's forgotten words so I can have a word with him?
I like that. That's good. Excuse me.
So yeah, it kind of sums it up. He's saying like, look, words are like these tools. It's like you use them, to get something, so they're only based on their utility. They have no value in and of themselves. Right?
Yeah, it's only the value that each individual will attribute to it, just like money, just like fiat currency, right?
So every time you open your mouth, you have an agenda.
To communicate your thoughts.
Every time you take paper to pen, you have an agenda.
Right. Like unless
put your
you've,
thoughts on paper. Yeah.
Yeah, unless you create your own meanings for the words you're using. Right. It's already has an agenda. Right. Because the meaning is not neutral. I mean, so
yeah.
So it's based on what everybody thinks it means. Right. This is why writing is so difficult.
You inherit the agenda of the words as you use them.
Yes, just like the judicial system incorporated their legal terms into the English language.
Now that definitely describes why it's difficult to communicate.
Well, and when you have this perspective that language is a control mechanism, can be used to enslave, it has all this deceptive possibilities to it. There's that aspect of Babel, the confusion. There is maybe this intuition.
Hey, what was the name of that learning app again?
Oh, IXL.
And it's really helping your kids?
Oh, yeah.
That would be a way into a man that would lead to destruction. But that's to say, well, then we have to control the narrative. We have to program. And I've fallen into this as well, where it's like we have to control the programming then to control the populace so that they will do the right thing, as if I would know the right thing. When in fact, it's the complete opposite. In truth, we need to go to spirit. We need to go to God. And that would be the right thing to direct your brother is like, no, don't listen to me. Go to that silent space. Go be still and wait for your vision. Wait for your message. Just to not get it twisted, at least from my understanding.
A certain percentage of those people are going to hear Mein Kampf in their silence.
Yeah. Yeah, but one of my homies,
perhaps,
he played this video, and one of my homies who's like a Buddhist homie of mine, and he played a video. It's super chill. It's like this old white dude. I forget who he's talking. Like he said, he's like some famous old white dude, but he's like, yeah, this intellectual dude. He's talking about his advice to young people, and he's like, what I, advise to young people is that they maintain or learn to appreciate solitude. I was like, wow, that's really great advice. Like, learn how to be alone, right? Instead of trying to fit in with the crowd, right? Because that's leading a lot of people astray.
Was that Hitchens? Letters to a Young Contrarian?
Not in this specific video, but I wouldn't be surprised if he, if he echoed that sentiment. He's a very wise dude. You're talking about Christopher Hitchens?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a smart dude. Yeah, that's like one of the top debaters, I think, who ever lived.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, and in that silent
Andre
space, you might have all
Tarkovsky.
kinds of corruptible thoughts bubble to the surface. That's kind of the point of the process, is to observe and see what's actually taking root in your garden.
Well, look at Webster's dictionary, then like Black's Law dictionary. Black's Law dictionaries have changed numerous times. And it's like, just like with Jesus and Yahweh and everything like that, it's all like kind of manipulation and stuff. I like what OT said earlier. He's just a living man. When everybody puts titles on something, I think that's when somebody else puts a title on something, and it almost opens a jurisdiction for people to go back and forth at each other once people put title on each other. But once you're a man or a woman, you're just a man or a woman here living. You know, once religions and language, and you know, my family, William Tyndale, actually died translating the first Bible into English, you know, from language. And you know, Shakespeare actually got a lot of his writings from the New King James version. That's actually from William Tyndale, and it's been back for many, many moons. But can you imagine the books and the cool stuff if they weren't all burnt and stuff like that? You know, I mean, what real shit would come out to life. But the king and stuff wanted all that burnt and kidnapped, so they have all control, and that's kind of what it's doing now. The Bar Association, British account accredited. Well, then you put it back. Well, then what do we fight for Independence Day? Because we're really not set free yet. And it's not only set free here in this realm, but it's different. I think we're here to do our works and then to leave. Many have different jobs. It's what we do, you know, just like that thing. Many are chosen. There are many, but few are chosen. So some are going to look at us like, what are these people talking about? And then some, hopefully it'll plant seeds. And if it doesn't, that's really on them to do. But language and code, all this shit is just to sidetrack us so we all fight against each other. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, speaking of William Tyndale, you know, that's a great example because he created so many words and phrases, you know, that we use today that we don't actually, you know, realize, you know, came from William Tyndale. Like, I'm like, for example, lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Knock and it shall be open for you. Twinkling of an eye. Seek and you shall find. Eat, drink, and be merry. Ask and it shall be given you. Judge not that you not be judged. The powers that be, my brother's keeper, the salt of the earth, a law unto themselves. Filthy lucre, gave up the ghost, the sign of the times. Live and move and have our being. Fight the good fight. These are all phrases, individual phrases that William Tyndale invented for his English translation of the Bible. All phrases that we use today that we're very familiar with, right? English phrases, right?
Wow.
Good job, Machine.
Yeah, I got this from Dr.
wild.
Bruce Gore. Let me share this with you guys. This is from Dr. Bruce Gore, his presentation on William Tyndale. It's part 22 of his presentation here. This is the effects of Reformation.
Hey, stop playing with your fanny pack. You need the Bearskin Tactical Hoodie 4.0 to get comfortable in the wild. It's the ultimate 10-pocket utility hoodie for fishing, golf, hunting, camping, boating, or conquering foreign lands. Thousands of men trust the Bearskin hoodie to block wind and repel.
See this? He's got the phrases up here. Dr. Bruce Gore. I believe he's a Presbyterian. But yeah, you guys could go look this up. The effects of the Reformation and William Tyndale 11 years ago. Shit's crazy.
Good work.
So many crazy sayings. Especially powers that be. I say that all the time. Give up the ghost.
The greater good.
Right. So many phrases, right? But yeah, anyways.
The good fight. I like that one. Fight the good fight. Well, what fight are you actually talking about there? It's like, you know, what's the good fight? Who defined that as good or bad, right? Like where man, does that ever confuse someone? So I also have a presentation thing here that I played a few years back. And I think it's a good way to transition into that. A great segue. Hold on a second. I think I just lost it. Damn. You know, when you get distracted sometimes. Yeah. That's what happens. Have to go back
it's
here.
fascinating
hold on
to
a
think
second.
about all those
Got it.
ancient texts, though, that Rasta was talking about, because, you know, like you can only imagine some of the lost stories and information and history and experiences, different types of medicines and, you know, observations of nature, past civilizations, all this shit. It's like, and I guess at a certain level, we're connected to it spiritually. I'm sure we have a reflection of it or something that we can draw from. But it does seem like with all the fluoride and the pesticides and all the shit, they're really wanting to make sure we can't tap into that, so that we're lost without knowledge. We've got, you know, their controlled agenda being fed to us through technology now and all these other control mechanisms. And then, you know, constant distraction and messing with people's patience and ability to focus and retain information, cognitive ability, all that kind of stuff, to where it's like, you really got to be disciplined, I think, is the point at some level to find your own source, whatever that means, you know, so that you're not just fed by the propaganda.
Well, and from experience, I think psychedelics and mushrooms and other things like DMT, I'm not suggesting anyone to do it unless they study about it and want to experience it themselves. But I think that's when things like that come in nature. And if you look at what they're doing, the research is so much on psychedelics lately that it rebuilds 50% of people's cells. So if you look at what a lot of people don't think, they think, oh, the whale is the largest organism or mammal or whatever, but really it's the mycelium underneath the earth. And that it's really cool because we all come from the same place. We come from the earth, like the animals do, the trees, the plants, and it's almost like we are all connected. And once you be able to take these psilocybins and this sacred plant like the cannabis, like on Revelations, it's going to be planted by the river and it'll be the healing of the nation, you know, stuff like that. Every seed bearing plant will be given to us. Well, that's being taken from the Rothschilds. And if you look at the pharmaceutical companies, Rothschild started pharmaceuticals off of actually poison, like gas, or it was like oil, and just it was weird. I forget. I could look it up in a little while, but you can see he formed the pharmaceutical to get you sick, not to heal you. And the more sicker you are, the more you have to rely on them. But the cool thing is the universe is so smart. Our medicine's in the earth, but a lot of people, you know, you got the FDA with red dyes, blue dyes, and it's allowing this shit to poison us. And I think once we're able to do mom and pop businesses, stop paying taxes and stuff like that, they have to fund their own wars. They have to do their own things. But really, we are all the ones to kind of blame because we keep feeding into everything: bank accounts, driver's license, marriage license, a lot of stuff like what OT just played, you know. So it puts us in a different jurisdiction. It's almost like
So 20 years until retirement.
At this rate, it's probably going to be more like 40.
Okay, no, way too long. Let's see how much you're spending. Download an app.
Trapped, because once you feel all these statutes, codes, ordinances, and policies, you're almost scared to do anything because you know you're going to break something. But once you know you have the 10 Commandments, God's law, or the Creator, I don't like to say God, because not anyone's really ever seen anything. So for anyone to say that it's a boy or a girl or some dude that come from the sky with curly blue hair or blonde hair with blue eyes, it's just a myth. I think he was black and his hair was rough, rugged, like a Jamaican, you know, really curly, like Egyptian, Ethiopian. But we're taught that he's some white dude. And if you look at the Catholics, that's owned by the Rothschilds, and they're also funneling a lot of alcohol through there. So it's really to brainwash us, but it's up to us also to make that decision. When we go in these courtrooms and stuff, to kind of, if we all studied more and focused on growing our own fruits and vegetables rather than all this other bullshit, then I think that's where we'll all come together. But a lot of us complain and don't do shit about it. Sorry.
And numerologically speaking, see, wow, that one was like a real brain fart.
Numerologically or numerology?
It was numerology, but numerology speaking or whatever. I wasn't
Persnosically speaking, that's what I usually use. Is
terrible.
Persnosically.
Yeah. So 10 is actually equal to 1. So it's not actually 10 commandments. It's just one really long commandment.
Yeah, I want to
well, and then it's. Oh, go ahead.
No, no, please, you go ahead. Blessings.
All I was going to say was there's the point in the Bible where Moses went up on the hill and God put his finger through and carved one of the commandments, supposedly. So a lot of people say that's God manifesting physically, but
right, like he does manifest physically, right? And
yeah.
So
right,
and that's another thing.
He's everywhere. He's what's that new series that came out? Everything, everywhere, all at once. Yeah, that's God.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Manifested physically.
Yeah. Yeah, it manifested physically. You were saying?
Oh, well, he manifested physically all up in that ass with Mother Mary.
Well, I think to be fair, that was Angel Gabriel, and so that's what it says. I think in Gospel of Luke. I mean, but
that's like some Handmaid's Tale shit. The driver is the real father.
I'm telling you, it's Peter Pan. It was Peter Pan.
Mm-hmm.
Slipped into the night.
So God couldn't knock her up, so he had one of the angels do it.
Yeah, no, I mean, he didn't supposedly knock her up. I think the angels have technology. Is my opinion on the matter, right? But yeah.
Wow, that's some Star Trek shit right there.
Yeah. But yeah, it was like some type of stem cell, some type of bit with the stem cells or something like that. But yeah, yeah, I mean, in terms of what Chris Roster's saying, I find a lot of interest in that. I think he spoke a lot of facts, in terms of the pharmaceutical industry and all that stuff, and the psychedelic healing. But the fact about the psychedelic healing is that it shows you quite literally that words are not linked to ideas. Right. And this is the great debate that Plato and the sophists had. Right. Because sophists said that it's language that creates ideas. Right. Whereas, Plato said, no, ideas exist in an ethereal realm. Right. But when you take psychedelics, you get information that you don't have. Right. So where does it come from? Right. Right. Because you see symbols and geometric patterns and shit. Your mind did not fucking make that. No way it did. So did the plant give you info? Serious business right there, right? The plant
or did it unlock parts of your brain that are dormant?
Right. Either way, it's really weird and powerful.
The words are the building blocks to ideas. Without the words, the ideas can't even be a thing. It's
right.
And is that true? Is that observably true? I don't know. I'm going to contemplate that.
What about the dollar bill? Isn't it written on there? In God we trust. Isn't that some sort of form of psychological brainwashing to get you to put your faith in a piece of paper with ink on it? Just asking.
Smart.
Yeah, there can be no idea without the words. It's true. There can be no idea. There can only be observation without the words. That's very interesting.
So then you're siding more with the sophists than with Plato.
I guess so. That's my observation. I just looked at it and it's like, yeah, there's no idea without the words. It's
because
just an observation.
You keep describing your ideas with words. That's why.
Even the
Right, but
solution,
if you
is
don't
just
describe them, they're just images in your mind, right?
Yeah, ideas.
Right. I have another guest. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Uncle Fatty to the broadcast.
Friends like these, am I right?
With friends like these, Fatty. With friends like these.
Yeah, because you could be sitting there staring at a coconut.
When used properly, AI can help you write a stronger essay while still letting you sharpen your own communication ability. And that brings me to reader's reaction. This feature focuses on the general public. It tries to predict what the everyday reader will remember.
Saying I could do this with the shell or whatever, but you're not going to be, if without words, you're just going to be doing something. You're observing and reacting. And so you're not putting any kind of definitive, any aspect of what we do here to it.
Even hearing you describe it, the words become even less meaningful and less part of the doing.
That's a nice
You're
thing.
convincing me further of my original position.
Kind of like
I mean, none of it has any meaning anyway, other than what you give it. So it's not really.
Well, you mentioned
much of an epiphany.
TMO. You mentioned code.
That's how irrelevant anyone, that's how irrelevant anything anyone says about anybody else is.
Unless somebody gives them authority.
Exactly. Then you have two or more who speak in my name. You know that saying. It's the same premise for having other people believe the same thing. Is if you're believing my words, you're following me, then you're making what I'm saying a true statement, right? It's like you're manifesting it into the reality. Then you have a third person, fourth person. You have masses believing in the same narrative. Boom! It's reality.
So then when I stream and there's 3 people in the chat, that means I'm God?
What? Run that by me again?
So when I stream and there's 3 people in the chat, that means I'm God?
I see. I don't understand.
That's 2 or more.
No, I didn't
if they
say
gather
you were God.
together in my name, then I can manifest the truth.
Something like that. I don't remember what the saying was. I just kind of like
2 or more gathered.
There's a quick reflection to that particular scripture, but I didn't remember all of it.
It's basically saying that where 2 or more people are gathered, that's church right there. That's
there. Thank you very
God will
much.
be with you, right?
And my presence is there. Where? Everywhere.
And
all at once. In everything.
Yeah. There's a great little video that I just posted backstage on this stuff too. But when you're mentioning code, TML, like we have to program that language into the computers so they know what language to use. And when kids are real young, we can get them to speak anything we want to, right? Because we're programming them. And really, that's all language is, program.
All anything is.
And I've got this thing I've been kind of noticing over the past decade that I've got guys I've worked with for 20 years. I've never looked the fucking man in the eyes.
You never looked what in the where?
I know everything about him. Working on job sites, right? Working on construction sites. Men, right? We communicate like this. We can be out in the forest a mile away from each other, making squirrel sounds and shit, and know what those sounds mean, right? We can do the.
Oh shit! He wants me to steal first base.
Right?
Is a solution an idea though?
Hold on a second, because I want to like pause and go out of topic for a second and say, well, that's funny you say that, Denizen, because we go and we check the Charlie Kirk video where you see the guy in the background doing baseball signals. Yeah, there was all of that shit going on. And I actually looked it up, and I wanted to know what sort of actions would be correlated to touching the tip of the cap or pulling the ear or rubbing the nose, and and it could mean a a lot of things, but once you've seen whatever's happen, like let's say a home run, it was planned, kind of, right? So it's all
Here's what
signals that
happens
they
in my brain,
communicate with
though.
each other, which I
When
found
you-
really interesting.
When I see that in my brain immediately, I think, how long was the presentation? And how many times did he touch his cap and touch his ear in the entire presentation?
It had just started.
And then I would want to see 10 people. And then I'd want to see how many times did 10 people touch their cap or touch their ear in the presentation. Right? That's just...
It was actually both the guys standing behind him.
And now
He's
I'd want to
probably
see,
saying-
like, look at the crowd, you know? And I'd want to see if I could record how many times anybody in the crowd touched their hat or touched their ear during the presentation.
Yeah, he was probably telling his bro that he had a packed bowl around back and to go hit it. And he had a chance.
I heard that dude who touched his hair was Frank Turek. Is there anybody?
Come on, the probabilities that you're proposing is like winning the lottery, Dennis, and you're out of range right now.
No,
your
not when
brain
you
is malfunctioning.
That's the problem small-minded people who don't understand math have. They're not able to zoom out on the numbers.
So
That's
you're
what I would
saying
do,
in
guy.
thousands of people, let's say there was like 1,000 people there. You're saying that during the presentation, you're going to tell me, you know, not counting the fact that the guy did those signals behind the person, which is another
was a
factor,
question.
right? That we can add on to that. So you're saying that that's just pure coincidence. This is where you're going.
But
I'm not
why
saying
is that
anything.
significant?
I asked-
Because those
I asked
people would
questions.
do that anyway. Even if there was no funky business, they would do that.
I couldn't hear either one of you, but it was a question, so I'm not telling anyone anything.
No, it was an implication that I was reading off of you in what you were saying.
Well,
it was as if you're trying to implement the fact that you think it was a coincidence that the guy touched the tip of his cat and then his ear.
Yeah,
but no, I'm saying that it's anybody.
Is it?
I just have one question. Why is it significant if he's sending hand signals? If he's part of security at any level, they can be doing that just as a form of communication, and not having anything to do with, you know, calling a shot or any of that kind of stuff. Like, why is it significant that they would communicate that way? That would be normal.
The apophenia in our minds automatically wants us to find patterns in things that aren't necessarily there.
Yes. And you can
Even if that's
experiment with this for
corroborated that they're
yourself.
doing hand signals, it's not significant at any level. It's nothing to dwell on.
And we'll
It doesn't
relate
prove
to
anything.
what we relate it to, though. Too, we'll put it in our mind's eye and say this is correlating with what I'm thinking it's about, when really it has nothing to do with that, because it's just our natural.
But what if it's just another detail or clue adding on to other clues which you're gathering some sort of evidence, which doesn't necessarily mean that you have apophenia. I don't believe detectives use apophenia to solve their cases.
No, but
they don't use pattern seeking either.
The initial pattern that's being recognized is going to be recognized upon what we're looking for, right? It's like when we go into a book and look for information.
So you're telling me an MO is not a pattern recognition model?
Well, yeah, both ways though. I mean, like, if I'm looking for a certain set of information, I go into a book to look for it, and the first thing I find, I accept. When in reality, like that's a 3 or 4 paragraph, that's a 3 or 4 page thing, and typically the information is going to be at the end of the second act, right? That's when the finale is going to happen within that story. Right. So, but we look into the first act and we say, okay, well, they're giving descriptions of things, and I'll take this description and I'm going to run with it. But in reality, like the real information is down further.
Yeah, it's like saying though, you know, someone you know might be waving at
pause you
people
guys there.
because
I have.
Go ahead.
Cut out.
Oh, might be a lag too, I believe. All right, I have 2 guests backstage. Everybody, please welcome Mr. Lubas
With
probably terrible audio
and terrible conversational skills.
Lost again.
Truth is what I say.
What are you laughing at, TML?
Just like how excited Lou was and how unexcited Landry was, I guess.
I'm very excited to be here. I'm very excited.
Jordan Carlin did a great bit about stock language. And
Hold on, Fatty. Hold on. We need to take a moment to listen to the inside of Lou's car.
Wouldn't it be the outside of this car?
No, it's definitely the inside.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think I'll put Lou full screen.
Oh,
Please,
now he
Lou,
muted us.
give us
He
your
denied us the pleasure.
Your perspective. You don't want to give us your perspective because you just show. I'm giving you the floor, Lou, so we don't have to endure listening to your audio when you're not talking.
I agree with what Dennison was saying, although I'm not as smart as him.
What did I say?
Dumbass. But I agree with what he was saying, that you would have to look at the numbers, how many times these people are doing signs and signals behind this guy's back as security, like Dick said. And you would have to look at the numbers of now. If you go back and you see and you look at all the shows and you say that this is probably the only time that somebody did these signals, and then at the moment of these signals being demonstrated, there's an impact of a parent.
Then it becomes significant.
Then it becomes more of a relevant act. Let's just say.
But Lou, there's you can look at the Taco Bell eye. You could look at and that's a serpent, like almost the same serpent message that the Vatican has. When you go inside, it has a serpent. If you look at Disney 666, well, at the end, sorry, I'm on a hike, y'all. But at the end, how come it's a 6 when it should be a Y? And many different things. Walt helped set up the fake NASA landing. So it's in our cartoons, it's everywhere. It's just we're all starting to kind of see it more. But if you look at certain signs, it's right in front of us. Just like The Simpsons, when it shows Homer having the keys, being a Freemason, where he goes underneath the town, bypasses all the traffic, does whatever he wants. And that's kind of what it is. Pay to play.
Yeah. Throw me up on the big screen there for a second, OTW.
What if I told you this dish was actually healthy? Let's be real, Factor's menu is way healthier than the competition. Their chefs actually know what they're doing. Every meal's balanced and built to support my goals. I needed high-protein meals that aren't bland or boring. That's exactly what Factor delivers. The veggies? Unreal. Proteins? Top tier. I actually look forward to every meal. Factor helps me hit my goals every day. Right now, you also get free high-protein breakfast for a year when you sign up. You're welcome.
Talk about stepping up. What a start. It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments. Woo! Get even more than before with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Upgrade now.
You know what MAGA means in other languages?
Go ahead, man. Just read it.
Witch, magician, sorcerer, sucker, fraud, lies, dragon, female magician. It's right in front of our faces.
Well, look at they're saying McDonald's and Monster. And if you look up the real McDonald's, he was actually a weirdo back in the day. Like
Yeah,
the
Red
real
Cross.
Renaissance.
Definitely.
Was that weirdo a Freemason?
No.
That's what you gotta check out, man.
No, but Walt Disney was a 33rd degree Freemason.
Right. And didn't he bring Walt Disney World into reality?
Yeah, if you you can Google Freemason signs at Small World After All. There's Freemason signs through the whole thing. It's trip.
Yeah,
Right. Even your traffic signs are all based on Walt Disney's concept. Right?
MAGA doesn't mean anything in Japanese, and in Portuguese it means magazine.
So look up the how Walt Disney got cartoons to be something fictional, or because back when he was a reporter, he was making, I think, comics or something, right? But it was jokes on political entities, right? But back in the day, that was taboo, so they had to bring out some sort of law where the black box law, right? Which whatever is inside of a black box could be considered fiction. So he applied that, and they use that particular thing today to make your traffic, everything you see, all your traffic, everything, how many miles an hour is inside of a black box, everything, all the symbols everywhere. You look at it. It's like at least 95% of the traffic signs are based in black squares.
So in reality, we're still under British, not us, but British law. Where's Independence Day then? Because if we all won for independence, aren't we still slaved up by the crown? I mean, not us. I'm saying,
or we just choose to bring
I'm actually pointing out that the reality that people see and perceive that think is real is just fucking fake. It's Walt Disney World in real time. That's all.
But the real.
And you got everybody, and the allegory with fucking the coyote and the roadrunner is literally the fucking dog chasing its tail, right? It's the whole storyline. This is people believing that they're actually in some sort of reality when they're in a fictional world chasing their tails.
It's hyper-realism.
It's just a veil put in front of our
Thank you for defining that with more words, Denizen.
Just one word, hyper-realism. Jean Baudrillard was correct. He predicted the future.
Yeah, and he also, I think there's a word hyperstition where you could like create, the concept and the word together, right? Both at the same time. It's pretty wild stuff, right? You could mean something into reality, as they say, right? So there's also that concept. So that kind of, it draws back to that idea. Is it, ideas, or is it the words?
And real quick, I heard the British Empire isn't British.
British doesn't exist.
Well, the Angles. I heard that it's not Angles, or even Saxons, but Germanic people. That's just what I heard.
Because I've never heard of Brittia or whatever.
Britannia.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Isn't that your king? OTW? Isn't the king still?
Some of my kids are top of their class, and I fully attribute IXL to helping them reach that goal because of all of the extra interactive practice that it provides. It covers the subjects of math, language arts, science, and social studies, and it covers all of the ages. It's also great because since some things are over my head, IXL offers all kinds of resources like video tutorials that are made by educators that break down the topics. My kids can easily understand them. Everything on IXL is really nicely organized by grade, topic, subject. So it's really nice to navigate the website, and I can easily find certain topics that my kids are needing extra support in.
It's the final lap, but Team Old Spice is calling for a pit stop.
Coconuts and palm trees.
It looks like he's pulled into paradise. He doesn't have time for a shower.
Cleansing and refreshing. And is gentle on the skin.
That's what I call a pit stop. 24/7 freshness. He's back in the race and into the lead. An incredible victory for Team Old Spice.
Operating as the king of Canada, or how does all that work still?
I heard he's German, though.
Dude, I don't really care. All I know is the prime minister isn't the one running things.
Right.
That it's the governor general, whoever the fuck. There's someone over him. There is somebody at the top of the prime minister running shit. But beyond that, I don't really involve myself in all of the politics because I don't believe in it. I know it's a shit show. It's just there to confuse people and keep them in their confusion. So I just let that happen. Just like the other day, I was in a panel and the guy's asking me like, "Are you left leaning or right leaning?" I'm like, "What the fuck does that mean?" And they all stayed silent and didn't know what to say.
It's a pretty.
Unless I'm wearing boxers, then I lean to the right.
Then I relate it to my dick and say, "Well, mine's short, shriveled, and hanging to the left."
That's what I just said.
He didn't beat you to the joke.
Wait a minute. You see, I wasn't listening to Denizen. I was only waiting for the opportunity. I don't listen to Denizen.
Talk over me again. It's okay. You know what?
That's
not an OTW thing. That is not an OTW thing. Don't feel this like. Don't feel this like it's been bad about it.
I'll do better next time.
Going back to the symbols thing, it's either the mushroom or a phallic sign that is the oldest petroglyph that we know of that humans created, right? I lean towards it was the mushroom because that's what gave us our mind. That's what
False. It was the hand.
Yeah. The hand definitely is, but as far as like a symbol that we made that just doesn't represent ourselves, the sun symbol, which is actually pretty much a swastika, and the mushroom.
The oldest known cave art or whatever prehistoric art you can find, the oldest known is originally the hand, done by blowing okra over the hand. The next oldest are the killing of animals. Mushrooms don't come till much later.
The symbols that, yeah, I know what you're saying, Lubas, for sure. Yeah, you're right.
But
I think mushrooms and eating animals grew the brain, though.
Yeah, and mushrooms is one of the oldest ornaments because back in the days, the shaman couldn't come in through the door because of the snow, so he'd come through the chimney. Then he wanted it to dry faster, so he would hang stockings, and stockings where the mushrooms would be to dry, so that way they were ready for the family in the morning. Yeah. So it goes back very long time.
Well, I think apes probably would have come across them at some point.
You ever see one of these mushrooms?
Nice. What is that?
It's called a puffball. It's one of the nicest mushrooms to eat.
Let's see it. I want to see it closer. Show us it again. Huh.
That's the root.
It's a beauty.
Huh.
Why does he have random mushrooms in his vehicle?
Because he picks up roadkill and cooks it on his engine, right?
I'm going for a long drive. I'm going for a long drive. There's a good possibility
He's hungry.
Roadkill.
Oh yeah.
Right, exactly. So he uses his engine as a heat source. So he puts a frying pan on there, cooks it on the spot, adds the mushrooms and everything. A little bit of, he brings a bottle of water, adds in, makes gravy out of that, and cooks all of that on his engine. And he's good to go for another 8 hours,
And when Brian's around,
haven't you guys seen the meme? I mean, hold on. Let me bring.
I don't believe the meme.
Look at that. Look, this is Lubass, and this is Lubass.
Yeah, see, but the cartoon makes more sense. Look at the physique of the cartoon. That looks like somebody who eats roadkill on the regular. Lou Bass has the physique of someone who eats Wendy's on the regular.
Wendy's.
Wrap that shit in a little aluminum foil. Fuck, you got some leftovers.
Zarai. Shut the door.
Should check out the first like 2.5 to 3 minutes of that video I put.
I already have it queued up, so since nobody's saying anything, I might as well.
It's pretty.
Oh yeah,
play it.
I want to see this.
Of course.
Puzzled thinkers and historians for centuries.
Hold on a second.
Have you ever wondered why societies sometimes seem to lose their collective minds? Why seemingly rational people can suddenly embrace irrational beliefs in masses? These phenomena have puzzled thinkers and historians for centuries. This dangerous social phenomenon is called mass psychosis. But before we discuss this, consider this quote from the renowned psychologist Gustave Le Bon. The masses have never thirsted after truth. They turn aside from evidence that is not to their taste, preferring to deify error, if error seduce them. Whoever can supply them with illusions is easily their master. Whoever
hence the Epstein files
attempts to destroy their illusions is always their victim. This sobering observation sets the stage for our exploration of how entire societies can descend into madness. You probably think that, surely, the greatest threats to civilization are natural disasters, diseases, or external conflicts. But what if I told you that, according to the famous psychologist Carl Jung, the greatest danger lies within our own minds? Jung argued that our inability to deal with the forces of our own psyche poses the most significant threat to our civilization. It's as if we're our own worst enemies, or as the Latin proverb puts it,
Introducing Grammarly, like you've never seen before. Your all-in-one writing essential. Writing a strong paper can feel like a lot. Research, structure, clarity, and meeting that grading criteria to get the best outcome possible. Grammarly's AI Grader is here to help. When you've got your paper in a good place, move over to the side panel where you can add relevant class information, upload a grading rubric, and analyze your paper for a potential grade. You'll see a breakdown of strengths, weaknesses, and personalized suggestions tied to your course goals, so you know exactly where to focus. Grammarly's AI Grader means less guessing, more clarity, and a clearer path to better grades. All in one place.
Depuis que vous êtes parti à l'étranger, vous faites cette erreur. Et d'ailleurs, j'ai
That's French. That's not Latin.
Cette erreur. Ça, c'était totalement
is wolf
français.
to man. Jung considered this a sad, yet eternal truism. But when does this wolf-like nature come to the forefront? Jung observed that it's most prominent during those dark
Doggy
periods
style.
of history, when mental illness becomes the norm rather than the exception in a society. He termed this disturbing phenomenon a psychic epidemic. In his work, The Symbolic Life, Jung writes, "Indeed, it is becoming ever more obvious that it is not famine, not earthquakes, not microbes, not cancer, but man himself who is man's greatest danger to man, for the simple reason that there is no adequate protection against psychic epidemics, which are infinitely more devastating than the worst of natural catastrophes." It's a chilling thought, isn't it? So, what exactly is a mass psychosis? Simply put, it's an epidemic of madness. It occurs when a large portion of society loses touch with reality and descends into delusions. Now, you might be tempted to dismiss this as mere fiction, but history provides us with all too real examples. Consider the witch hunts that swept through America and Europe in the 16th and 17th centuries. During this period, thousands of individuals, mostly women, were killed, not for any crimes they actually committed, but because they became scapegoats in societies gripped by collective madness. Frances Hill, in her book, A Delusion of Satan, writes that in some Swiss villages, there were scarcely any women left alive after the frenzy had finally burned itself out. Or think about the rise of totalitarianism in the 20th century. Millions of people embraced ideologies that, in hindsight, seem obviously destructive and delusional. Yet, at the time, entire nations fell under their spell. The results of a mass psychosis are nothing short of devastating. Jung studied this phenomenon extensively and observed that when a society succumbs to madness, its members become morally and spiritually inferior. They sink unconsciously to an inferior intellectual level, becoming more unreasonable, irresponsible, emotional, erratic, and unreliable. But perhaps most terrifying of all, Jung noted that crimes the individual alone could never stand are freely committed by the group. This explains how ordinarily moral people can participate in atrocities during times of mass psychosis. What makes this phenomenon even more insidious is that those caught in its grip are often unaware of what.
Hence the whole narrative with Charlie Kirk.
Rationalization,
happening. Just as an individual experiencing psychosis can't step outside their own mind to recognize their delusions, there's no Archimedean point from which those living through a mass psychosis can observe their collective madness. So what causes a mass psychosis? To answer this,
fear.
We need to first understand what drives an individual to madness. While there are many potential triggers, such as drug abuse, brain injuries, or other physical ailments, we are particularly interested in psychological or psychogenic causes. These are the most common culprits behind mass psychosis. The most prevalent psychogenic cause of psychosis is a flood of negative emotions, particularly fear or anxiety, that drives an individual into a state of panic. Now, imagine this panic spreading through a population like a contagious disease. That's the starting point of a mass psychosis. When in a state of panic, it's natural to seek relief. It's mentally and physically exhausting to remain in such a hyper-emotional state. While there are healthy ways to cope with panic, such as facing and overcoming the fear-inducing threat, another escape route is a psychotic break. Now, contrary to popular belief, a psychotic break isn't a descent into greater disorder. Instead, it's a reordering of one's experiential world. It blends fact and fiction, reality and delusions in a way that helps alleviate the feelings of panic. It's a coping mechanism, albeit a maladaptive one. Silvano Arrietty, one of the 20th century's foremost authorities on schizophrenia, outlined the psychogenic steps that lead to madness. First, there's the phase of panic, where the individual starts perceiving things differently, becomes frightened, appears confused, and can't explain the strange occurrences they're experiencing. This is followed by what Arrietty calls the phase of psychotic insight. During this phase, the individual succeeds in putting things together by creating a pathological way of seeing reality. This allows them to explain their abnormal experiences. Arrietty calls it insight because the patient finally sees meaning in their experiences, but it's psychotic because it's based on delusions rather than a realistic understanding of the situation. In essence, the delusions allow the panic-stricken individual to escape from the flood of negative emotions, but at the cost of losing touch with reality. As Arrietty puts it, a psychotic break can be viewed as an abnormal way of dealing with an extreme state of anxiety. Now, let's scale this up to a societal level. If a flood of negative emotions can trigger a psychotic break in a vulnerable individual, then a mass psychosis can result when a population of vulnerable individuals is driven into a state of panic by threats, real, imagined, or fabricated. But here's where it gets interesting, because delusions can take many forms.
Only ESPN gives you over 1,000 college football games, and you can watch in multi-view. Don't miss all the exciting action from kickoff to the college football playoff. Plus, College Game Day, college football's #1 pregame show.
Got safety protocols? Grainger has the safety pros to call. Shop our vast inventory of safety products at Grainger.com. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And madness can manifest in countless ways. The specific manner in which a mass psychosis unfolds will differ based on the historical and cultural context of the affected society. In our modern era, one form of mass psychosis stands out as particularly threatening: the psychosis of totalitarianism. Arthur verse Lewis defines totalitarianism as the modern phenomenon of total centralized state power, coupled with the obliteration of individual human rights. In the totalized state, there are those in power, and there the objectified masses, the victims. In a totalitarian society, a disturbing transformation occurs. The population is divided into two groups, the rulers and the ruled. Both groups undergo a pathological change. The rulers are elevated to an almost godlike status, which stands in stark contrast to our nature as imperfect beings who are easily corrupted by power. The masses, on the other hand, are reduced to dependent subjects of these pathological rulers, taking on a psychologically regressed childlike status.
Première fois que j'ai goûté. La première fois que j'ai goûté. Ouais, c'était très très bon, très bon.
One of the 20th century's preeminent scholars of totalitarianism described it as an attempted transformation of human nature itself. But this transformation doesn't create a utopia. It turns sound minds into sick ones. As a Dutch medical doctor...
Say what, Lou? Yeah, what did you say, Lou?
I was going to say, there's a lot of, it seems to me, maybe I'm wrong, but there seems to be a little bit of propaganda going on in this video. Number one, when they first discuss totalitarianism, they show an image of the Catholic Church. Now, most people don't realize this, but the Catholic Church has been taken over for hundreds of years by Jesuits. Jesuits are what you call Jewish converts. Anyways, aside from that, then they go on to say that we have all these rulers that rule us. No, nobody rules us. We allow rulers to rule us because we don't rule ourselves. So there are no rulers other than there are slaves and then people that accept the slaves' willingness to be slaves.
That's what the video is saying.
I don't know. I heard maybe I heard it different. I'm
Pretty
not
much. Thank you for the breakdown of the video, Lou.
I'm not smart
Great
like
job,
you,
man.
Dennison. Maybe I missed it.
Who studied the mental effects of totalitarianism observed, there is in fact much that is comparable between the strange reactions of the citizens of totalitarianism and their culture as a whole on the one hand, and the reactions of the sick schizophrenic on the other. The social transformation that unfolds under totalitarianism is built upon and sustained by delusions. Think about it. Only deluded individuals would regress to the childlike status of obedient and submissive subjects, handing over complete control of their lives to politicians and bureaucrats. Only a deluded ruling class would believe they possess the knowledge, wisdom, and acumen to completely control society in a top-down manner. And only under the spell of delusions would anyone believe that a society composed of power-hungry rulers and a psychologically regressed population could lead to anything other than mass suffering and social ruin. The mass psychosis of totalitarianism has been induced many times throughout history. As Just Mirlu explains in his book, The Rape of the Mind, it is simply a question of reorganizing and manipulating collective feelings in the proper way. The method by which the ruling elite accomplishes this is called menticide, which literally means killing of the mind. Mirlu describes it as an organized system of psychological intervention and judicial perversion through which a ruling class can imprint their own opportunistic thoughts upon the minds of those they plan to use and destroy. So, how does this process of menticide unfold? It begins with the sowing of fear, placing the population in a state of panic that primes them for a descent into delusionary beliefs. One particularly effective technique is the use of waves of terror. Under this method, periods of intense fear-mongering are interspersed with periods of calm, but each period of calm is followed by an even more intense spell of fear, and on the process goes. Mirlu explains the psychological impact. Each wave of terrorizing creates its effects more easily, after a breathing spell, than the one that preceded it, because people are still disturbed by their previous experience. Morality becomes lower and lower, and the psychological effects of each new propaganda campaign become stronger. It reaches a public already softened up, while fear primes a population for menticide. the use of propaganda to spread misinformation and promote confusion regarding the source of threats and the nature of the crisis helps break down the minds of the masses. Government officials and their lackeys in the media can use contradictory reports, nonsensical information, and even blatant lies. The more they confuse, the less capable a population becomes of coping with the crisis and diminishing their fear in a rational and adaptive manner. Confusion, in other words, heightens the susceptibility to descend into the delusions of totalitarianism. As Mirlu puts it, logic can be met with logic, while illogic cannot. It confuses those who think straight. The big lie and monotonously repeated nonsense have more emotional appeal than logic and reason. While the people are still searching for a reasonable counter-argument to the first lie, the totalitarians can assault them with another.
Already made your travel plans? It's not too late to buy travel insurance. However, earlier is always better. If you wait too long to protect your trip, you may not be able to file a claim for trip cancellation. And for pre-existing medical conditions to be covered, you must purchase your plan within 14 days of making your initial trip deposit. Get ready for your next adventure. Get a quote today at AllianzTravelInsurance.com.
I got this wow skin from Olay Body Wash. It's new super serum with 5 powerful ingredients. 5 benefits in one. My skin goes from dull to luminous. For me, it's only Olay Super Serum Body Wash.
Ce professeur polonais m'a permis d'apprendre le piano.
Let's break that down for a minute. There.
Eh, moi aussi, je sais jouer le piano.
Hey, can I?
In our modern world.
Sorry, what? Okay, it says, sorry, real quick. Conspiracy theorists linking the Rothschilds family to the Catholic Church stem from centuries of old and something myths that accuse Jewish people of manipulating world events for financial gain. The rumors gained traction after the Rothschilds provided financial loans to the Holy See in the 1830s, leading to criticism from contemporaries who resent a Jewish family financing the... anyways, so sorry about that. Sorry.
I see where you're going there.
Yeah, because the Catholics were going to go out, and then all of a sudden they just started, you know, the Rothschilds financed them off our bankings and off our cash, just like the CIA bought the that bank in Vietnam or something a couple years ago. Well, what did they buy that off of? Our cash. So why doesn't any of us get kickbacks and through the electric bills, gas bills, just anything? And I don't know, it's trip. Sorry, it's poison.
Right. And you wanted to break down that part of the video there, Fatty? You have something you wanted to add there?
Fear aspect, you know, like the easiest thing to manipulate in each other is fear.
Yep.
They, them, and the others, right? Xenophobia. They
It's
are
a powerful motivator too.
Them right over there, the others that we never see, but are there magically. You know, it's these fake boogeymen that are planted into society that just kind of end up being these tropes that everybody can collectively buy into. But when you break it down on your own individual way, like I don't see any of those people. I don't like they, them, and the others don't. Where are they? Who are they? Who are they? You know, it's just.
I think we'll never really know.
Social program,
Uncle Fatty. We'll never know, man.
Right. And that's the whole point of the trauma bonding that he's kind of talking about is you perpetuate that trauma and then you give a little break and you elevate that trauma a little bit higher and higher each time until next thing you know, you got Christians running around telling each other, my Jesus trumps your Jesus.
Or even more than that, you have civil war. You know, a whole country going, like half of the country going against the other half. An absolute
I think
division.
the idea that you can't see who they are is part of the lie. I think it's right in front of you.
Yeah.
Well, that would make sense as well, right?
Some people literally telling you what to do, making all the rules, and owning all the real estate and controlling all the money in the world. And they're like, I don't know who's doing it. Maybe it's the Jews. Maybe it's the lizards from outer space. Ooh, it could be the UFOs.
Not me.
It's like literally the guy on TV telling you you're a slave. It's him. It's that guy.
And propaganda, propaganda doesn't give a shit about what effect it has on the person, only that it has an emotional effect. It doesn't care which way that emotion pulls the person.
Right. As long as it triggers you.
As long as it's a trigger point, that's it. It gets you emotionally invested in it.
I agree.
You're a lot more easy to manipulate, though, if you're afraid.
And it's funny you say that, because I used to have a guy that I used to work with, which was still a friend of mine, that he was on Facebook, and he'd look at some political stuff, and then he'd get all triggered and then start spurging in Facebook, answering the people and then arguing with them. But he'd get a kick out of that, right? He'd get his dopamine hit, right? And then at one point he kind of like I think he had a heart attack or something, right? And he was having one over a period of like 2 or 3 days. And when he was coming into work, he was really slow and sweating and everything. And he's telling me, I think I got to quit Facebook, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was like,
addiction when we're in the addiction, right? We rationalize, we justify, we, compound and deflect and redirect and blame and have delusions of grandeur. But at hindsight,
because the algorithm feeds into what you hate, right? So it'll keep bringing up shit that triggers you. It's pretty much designed that way. Yeah.
Right.
Only if you react that way.
Right.
It'll feed you kitten videos if you're into kitten videos. Yeah.
Right.
Right. But when you control your own social media apparatus,
there's like my feed doesn't give me any shit that makes me angry at all, because I don't hate watch shit.
Yeah, there's actually a direct correlation between the addiction to technology and mass psychosis. Right? There's a
Who needs sweatbands? Thanks to Old Spice Swagger Antiperspirant, I don't.
Many people have done research on that. Right? So, it's like Sherry Turkle type of stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
Because you're disassociated from reality, and it's a direct programming, visual programming, audio programming. It's a very powerful programming medium.
Right. And after this video, I actually have another video that correlates directly to this, which brings it all back to what's going on with the Charlie Kirk thing and all that. Right.
Got to have a scapegoat, and you got to have a martyr, and you got to have some symbol, right, to create that emotional bond with.
If you're engaging with technology, you're literally not engaging with or giving attention to other forms of programming, including family, nature, environment, etc. So you're literally cutting yourself off from the antidote and like increasing the amount of drug just by using it.
True that.
Yep.
All right, so let's get back to the video.
World, the means to manipulate society into the psychosis of totalitarianism have never been more effective. Smartphones and social media, television, and the internet, all in conjunction with bots that spread propaganda and algorithms that quickly censor unwanted information, allow those in power to easily assault the minds of the masses. What's more, the addictive nature of these technologies means that many people voluntarily subject themselves to the ruling elite's propaganda with alarming frequency. Mirlu observed this trend even in the early days of modern technology. Modern technology teaches man to take for granted the world he is looking at. He takes no time to retreat and reflect. Technology lures him on, dropping him into its wheels and movements. No rest, no meditation, no reflection, no conversation. The senses are continually overloaded with stimuli. Man doesn't learn to question his world anymore. The screen offers him answers. ready-made. But there's a further step that would-be totalitarian rulers can take to increase the chance of a totalitarian psychosis, isolating the victims and disrupting normal social interactions. When alone and lacking normal interactions with friends, family, and coworkers, an individual becomes far more susceptible to delusions for several reasons. Firstly, they lose contact with the corrective force of positive examples. Not everyone is tricked by the machinations of the ruling elite, and individuals who see through the propaganda can help free others from the menticidal assault. If, however, isolation is enforced, the power of these positive examples greatly diminishes. Another reason isolation increases the efficacy of menticide is that human beings, like many other species, are more easily conditioned into new patterns of thought and behavior when isolated. Mierlu explains this in relation to the work of physiologist Ivan Pavlov on behavioral conditioning. Pavlov made another significant discovery. The conditioned reflex could be developed most easily in a quiet laboratory with a minimum of disturbing stimuli. Every trainer of animals knows this from his own experience. Isolation and the patient repetition of stimuli are required to tame wild animals. The totalitarians have followed this rule. They know that they can condition their political victims most quickly if they are kept in isolation, alone, confused, and battered by waves of terror. A population under an attack of menticide descends into a hopeless and vulnerable state. The never-ending stream of propaganda turns minds once capable of rational thought into playhouses of irrational forces. With chaos swirling around them and within them, the masses crave a return to a more ordered world. This is when the would-be totalitarians can take the decisive step. They can offer a way out, a return to order in a world that seems to be moving rapidly in the opposite direction. But all this comes at a price. The masses must give up their freedom and cede control of all aspects of life to the ruling elite. They must relinquish their capacity to be self-reliant individuals responsible for their own lives and become submissive and obedient subjects. In other words, the masses must descend into the delusions of the totalitarian psychosis. Mierlu describes this descent vividly. The totalitarian systems of the 20th century represent a kind of collective psychosis. Whether gradually or suddenly, reason and common human decency are no longer possible in such a system. There is only a pervasive atmosphere of terror and a projection of the enemy, imagined to be in our midst. Thus, society turns on itself, urged on by the ruling authorities. But the order promised by a totalitarian world is a pathological order. By enforcing strict conformity and requiring blind obedience from the citizenry, totalitarianism rides the world of the spontaneity that produces many of life's joys and the creativity that drives society forward. The total control of this form of rule, no matter under what name it is branded, be it rule by scientists and doctors, politicians and bureaucrats, or a dictator, breeds stagnation, destruction, and death.
Savais-tu qu'il existe des moyens de faire de l'argent en ligne sans nécessairement quitter ton
on a mass scale. So perhaps the most important question facing our world is, how can totalitarianism be prevented?
The fact that Grammarly can predict what our instructors might say is fascinating. This feature allows you to upload your instructor's rubric and see a predicted grade. Note that this feature will simply give you a prediction, not your actual grade obviously. The grades are meant to flag areas where you can strengthen your work before submitting. So let's go ahead and see what an example essay would get. We're going to go ahead and click on AI Grader, add our professor's name, and then we're going to go ahead and add our class. And then finally, we'll upload our rubric. The system is now predicting our grade based on our professor's exact grading criteria. In fact, as you can see, AI Grader is looking up our professor and identifying their key grading priorities. I've never seen a tool go this far. And would you look at that? We got an 82. My parents would be disappointed, but luckily we have some feedback. For example, in the first paragraph, we could show interdisciplinary connections early and preview how economics, politics, and environmental science intertwine in this discussion. So let's go ahead and make these changes and revise the rest of the paragraphs as well and refresh to get our predicted grade. Again, it's analyzing the essay based on our professor's criteria, and would you look at that? A 93. Now that's more like it, from a B to an A. Grammarly helps you with your writing from beginning to end to get good grades, making it a must-have for all students. Sign up and get Grammarly today.
Talk about stepping up. What a start. It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments. Woo! Get even more than before with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com.
And if a society has been induced into the early stages of this mass psychosis, can the effects be reversed? While one can never be sure of the prognosis of collective madness, there are steps that can be taken to help effect a cure. This task, however, necessitates many different approaches from many different people. Just as the menticidal attack is multi-pronged, so must be the counterattack. According to Carl Jung, for those of us who wish to help return sanity to an insane world, the first step is to bring order to our own minds and to live in a way that provides inspiration for others to follow. It is not for nothing that our age cries out for the Redeemer personality, for the one who can emancipate himself from the grip of the collective psychosis and save at least his own soul, who lights a beacon of hope for others, proclaiming that here is at least one man who has succeeded in extricating himself from the fatal identity with the group psyche. But assuming one is living in a manner free of the grip of the psychosis, there are further steps that can be taken. Firstly, information that counters the propaganda should be spread as far and as wide as possible. The truth is more powerful than the fiction and falsities peddled by would-be totalitarian rulers. So, their success is in part contingent on their ability to censor the free flow of information. Another tactic is to use humor and ridicule to delegitimize the ruling elite. As Mirlu explains, we must learn to treat the demagogue and aspirant dictators in our midst with the weapon of ridicule. The demagogue himself is almost incapable of humor of any sort, and if we treat him with humor, he will begin to collapse. A tactic recommended by Václav Havel, a political dissident under Soviet communist rule who later became president of Czechoslovakia, is the construction of what are called parallel structures. A parallel structure is any form of organization, business, institution, technology, or creative pursuit that exists physically within a totalitarian society, yet morally outside of it. In communist Czechoslovakia, Havel noted that these parallel structures were more effective at combating totalitarianism than political action. Furthermore, when enough parallel structures are created, a second culture or parallel society spontaneously forms and functions as an enclave of freedom and sanity within a totalitarian world. Havel explains in his book, The Power of the Powerless. What else are parallel structures than an area where a different life can be lived? A life that is in harmony with its own aims and which in turn structures itself in harmony